Everyone was busy with their work, and life went on as usual. I was out with my son to survey the people and take a tour of our domain. Suddenly, Flantia asked, or rather, my father, Richard Follow, gravely posed the question, "Tell me, son, what do you think is the most important virtue a lord must possess?" The unexpected question caught Simon Follow off guard at first, but he still managed to give a reasonable answer. So suddenly? Magnanimity, I suppose. Not bad, Richard Follow praised. But that meant his father had a different answer in mind. He asked doubtfully, "Then what's the right answer?" Under the warm sunlight, his father seemed to glow with a brilliant aura. He said, "A warm heart." And the one qualified to ask such a question and provide such a perfect answer was none other than Richard Flantia, the Lord of Lexus. Simon was still of an age for play, having only recently been weaned, so he was completely bewildered by the answer. A heart? A term as broad and abstract as a warm heart seemed too distant for a young boy who had never managed the affairs of a household, let alone a state. His father continued to explain, this time skillfully weaving in Simon's initial thought about virtue. The virtue a lord needs depends on the circumstances. He began to list a series of examples. A friend, a relative, and sometimes a villain. You will have to play all of those roles. And no matter the situation, you must do your absolute best. Lost in his own story, he continued, you will form a bond with anyone you are with. Simon listened pensively. Suddenly, someone called out urgently, "My lord." They looked in surprise toward the source of the voice. Charlie ran up, panting heavily. Despite his haste, he didn't forget his manners. "Oh my, I apologize for interrupting you, my lord. But may I ask about that?" "Of course, Charlie," his father immediately replied. "Simon, step back a bit. You too, Charlie." So, Simon helped the exhausted boy back into the large open space for his father. And then his father chanted a series of strange, unknown incantations. Everything around him flew up in a chaotic swirl. Falling leaves created a pleasant, rustling sound. Finally, his father stopped. "It's here." With the final words of the incantation, a magic circle formed, hovering in the air. The space grew increasingly dim, taking on a mystical, eerie quality. What the hell? From the mud below, countless horrifying hands reached out. The undead rose, crawling up from the ground. Several skeletons became clearly visible before them through the magic circle. Along with them, a ghastly rattling sound filled the air. The opening act looked quite terrifying. However, after the skeletons awakened and turned to look at Charlie and the others, the special effects gradually faded, revealing incredibly adorable skulls. He gave a goofy smile and pointed at the pile of wood behind them. The skeletons' eyes glowed brightly, and they quickly understood, beginning their journey of hauling lumber. Charlie clapped and praised them from behind. And didn't forget, "Thank you, my lord." Simon was completely dumbfounded, but his father was already used to exploiting the labor of the undead and just waved his hand graciously. "Keep up the good work." Simon's admiration for his father grew even more. He could supplement the workforce by using the dead. What a great necromancer. Regarding the term necromancer, these are special mages who use dark and black magic. A long time ago, to escape the influence of the necromancers, the emperor of the Tan Hen Empire dispatched 500,000 soldiers. In Kizen, the headquarters sent out 10 necromancers to counter that mighty army. Just 10 necromancers, but those 500,000 soldiers were quickly turned into corpses, and they destroyed the Tan Hen Empire. The outcome of this event came to be known as the Rose Brigade. Even the emperor of the Tan Hen Empire had to surrender. The stubborn old emperor met a tragic end, placed upon the very throne of his empire. And that is how the necromancers seized power in the new era and conquered half the continent. But another power also threatened the necromancers' rule, governing the other half of the continent, the priests. The only villains in the eyes of the necromancers, they used divinity to serve the goddess Dep. Thus, the continent maintains an unstable peace between the two opposing forces. But none of that worried our fiefdom. In other words, this was a separate land, isolated from the world, caught in the bipolar struggle outside. Many people and undead lived in harmony, working together on daily tasks with perfect coordination. Simon couldn't help but think, they work so well together. And this is Lead Hill, where skeletons dance and play, working in rhythm with the people, just as Charlie and the skeletons were doing now. A small town. A very, very small town within a small region. A vague spot on the map. It must be here. Even Simon, holding the map, found it hard to pinpoint the location accurately. As a result, even the neighboring villages didn't know of it. And I am Simon Philodia, the heir to this fiefdom. He flashed a radiant smile that blended into the scenery and the people here. The above is a brief overview of him and his homeland. But now, playtime was over. He returned to his beautiful home. I'm home. Simon, you're back. That gentle woman was Anna Valentine, Simon's mother. I was out helping with the mining, he replied, trotting into the kitchen after his mother. She said gently, you must be very hungry then. Wait a moment. He stared blankly at his mother's dreamy purple soup pot. What is this? She explained. It's water infused with evil-laying mushrooms. What the hell? Hearing his mother's explanation, he became even more confused. But that's poisonous, Mom. The more he looked at the pot of soup, the more it seemed to radiate an indescribable dark aura. His mother remained very relaxed. But don't worry. Your mother will make it edible. Then, a brilliant aura shone forth. Afterward, as if by a miracle, the delicious dish truly became an edible delicacy. He was captivated, mesmerized by the magical process. Divine power. Mom was displaying the power of a former priest. Every time I see Mom's power, I get curious about how those two opposites met. He gave a forced smile, his imagination running wild. While he was lost in the clouds, his mother had finished setting the table. Simon, you've stared enough. Aren't you coming to eat? He walked to the dining table. It was laden with a warm, home-cooked meal. During the meal, his father bravely tested the poison, gulping down the strange soup only to throw up his entire dinner. At the end of the meal, his mother asked with concern, you didn't eat much today. Are you not feeling well? By evening, after he had bathed, his mother was affectionately applying skincare to her husband. Being so used to this sight, he found it amusing. It's like they're still on their honeymoon. When the moon was high, he walked to the window. Closing it to go to sleep, his mother's voice echoed, Good night, Simon. Good night, he replied politely. Suddenly, a crumpled letter flew in, landing squarely on his handsome face, leaving him dazed for a moment. He took the letter down, his nose bright red. He still had no idea what was going on. He stammered, What is this? Just as he happened to see a beautiful girl sitting on the side of his bedroom window. She smiled intermittently. Hello. He looked awkwardly at the strange creature, then decided to play dumb, turning around and climbing into bed to sleep. She thrashed about, saying, Don't pretend you don't see me. Seeing him continue to avoid her, she shrieked, I know you can see me. Come on, get up. Get up now. Powerless, he faced reality. Oh, for heaven's sake. All right. Who are you? How did you get here? Are you lost? She sighed in exasperation. I'm not lost, you idiot. Then she pointed at him confidently, stating her purpose clearly. I came here to see you, Simon Valencia. This filled him with questions. How do you know my name? He asked hesitantly. She stood her ground, unafraid. Holding up the letter that had hit his face earlier, she said, That letter. Just then, his parents, done with their pots and pans, ran into their son's room. Simon, what's wrong? Is there a thief? Seeing them, she grew even more excited. Richard, Anna, Nept, they both asked with suspicion. And so, before his very bewildered eyes, they had a brief reunion. His father was so happy he even lifted the girl up. Oh my, you haven't changed a bit. I've missed you both so much. We missed you too, Nept. He stood there, frozen, watching them. Afterward, she stood properly in front of them for his parents to introduce her. Simon, be polite and greet her. This is the legendary Nept. Nept, he stammered, repeating each word. At first, his brain hadn't connected the dots, and he faced her calmly, but soon after, a deadly terror appeared in his eyes. No way, that's Nept Akbo, the main culprit in turning the Emperor of Tanhen's corpse into a puppet, and also the corpse who has lived for over 300 years. Of course, he didn't need to say any of this out loud. She calmly admitted, I am Nept of Kizen. In a state of shock, he tremblingly opened the letter. Does that mean this letter? Could it be? At the same time, she formally announced, Let me present you with an official letter. Simon Valencia. He hesitantly took the letter. It was exactly what he thought, an acceptance letter from Kizen. Immediately after, she smiled brightly and called out, "Let's go to Kizen." It took a while to describe, but it all happened in less than a minute. Well then, see you at Kizen. Everything happened as fast as the wind. She came with the wind, and now she left with the wind, unbelievably swift. She left him still reeling from the shock. Richard Follow suggested, "Simon, let's see that letter." "Yes, here it is." He immediately handed it to his father. His father then read the contents of the letter aloud for the whole family to hear. Special admission, Simon Follow. Although he had heard it all, he still felt like he was dreaming. He asked dazedly, "Father, when you say Kizen, you mean?" Before he could finish, his father understood and affirmed, "It's the center of the Dark Alliance and the headquarters of the necromancers. It's also the school that nurtures necromancers. The head of Kizen is Nept, the person you just met." "The headmaster?" he exclaimed. He remembered her cheerful wave. "Bye-bye. See you later." Who would have thought that someone like that was hundreds of years old and the renowned headmaster from the legends? Even a longtime friend like his father thought so. "She doesn't look it, does she?" He continued to ask, "So where is Kizen? Is it far from here?" His father answered, "Very. It's on an island called Rock. You'll have to take a ship from Langangerstein, the capital of the Ren Kingdom, and travel quite a distance to get to the island." Then he placed a hand on his son's shoulder like a true gentleman, comforting him. "But don't worry, Simon. Langangerstein has a lot of cool things. Rock Island is beautiful too. And what's more, Kizen is famous for its stylish uniforms." Uniforms? He couldn't help but think about it, and suddenly blushed. Just then, his mother suddenly said worriedly, "That will keep you busy until the entrance ceremony." "Why is that?" he asked, turning to his father in confusion. "Well, there's a lot to prepare to become a necromancer. You should learn the skills once you get to school. Let's open your core first, shall we?" Not sure what she was thinking, his mother then discussed with his father, "Honey, can we teach him a little dark magic?" leaving him caught in the middle, bewildered. "What?" His father agreed, "Of course. I'll teach him that too." "Right, you also have to learn the breathing method. So don't even think about sleeping starting tomorrow." And so, after that meeting with Nept, I began the busiest week of my life, all in preparation for Kizen. My parents said school life would be very interesting and that I would have fun there. But my sudden admission seemed to worry them, so much so that they no longer had the energy to deal with the requests or complaints of the people in our domain. Countless unanswered pleas of my lord piled up. As promised, his father began the process of preparing and equipping him for school. This might hurt, but you have to endure it. And so he painfully endured wave after wave of magic. In other words, for 3 days that week, I didn't sleep at all while creating my core with the help of my father's magic. "Now, breathe very slowly," his father continued to instruct. Thus, for the remaining days, I learned how to breathe and studied dark magic from my father. A week later, I, a boy who had spent his entire life in Lead Hill, boarded the first carriage to leave my homeland. My parents saw me off to the very edge of our domain. "We're off now." His mother's eyes were red from crying as she watched her son leave. "Be careful, Simon." Villagers like Charlie were also there to see him off. "Travel safely, young master." And so, he was on his way to Kizen. Along the way, his father used the time to instruct him. "Gather the magic floating around you in the air into your body, and slowly create mana. Then, transfer it into your core. That's all. Can you feel the mana solidifying in your body? Now, guide that mana stream through your arm. That's right. Then disperse it through your fingers." He poured all his effort into this final practice, following his father's instructions, and successfully channeled mana to his fingertips, overwhelmed with joy. "Well done, Simon." His father praised him generously. "That is the source of a necromancer's power. Darkness." He treasured the drop of mana he had just created. For the final lesson, his father was especially dedicated. He also channeled mana just like him, but it was easy to see that this stream of mana was much more abundant and purer than his own drop. He explained, "The biggest difference between a mage and a necromancer is dark energy. Mana has a gas-like property. It will gradually loosen and dissolve into the air. In other words, darkness can be both solid and liquid, so it's very easy to coalesce and transform into different shapes." To demonstrate, the clear stream of mana in his hand gradually condensed and solidified into a special crystal form, a state somewhere between the two. It snaked along his arm as he freely compressed the shape of the mana crystal. Like a masterful magician, he said, "So if you use this property of darkness, you can transform it into a shape like this." The transparent mana had now become a statue of the headmaster. He stared at it with interest. Next came a magic circle like the one he had seen when his father summoned the undead. "Finally," he said, "those who practice magic based on darkness are called necromancers." After enthusiastically explaining the principles in detail, he moved on to the final comprehensive exercise. "Since we don't have much time left, let's focus on extracting darkness and infusing it into your basic core." "Yes, father," he answered obediently. Then he held out his 10 fingers with scattered mana, beginning to practice one by one, from a semi-liquid state to a solid state with a specific shape. But at this step, he was still clumsy, unable to form it properly. The crystal reverted to its liquid form. He fumbled to catch it. His father patiently watched him practice, not expecting much, but to his surprise, he looked at the child in amazement. "Incredible. It usually takes about 6 months to 2 years for a necromancer to shape dark energy, but Simon succeeded in just 3 days. He had even skillfully created countless other beautiful forms. And now, another of his creations. He happily admired the great ancient tree made of mana on his hand. Meanwhile, his father thought proudly, "I knew he was talented, but an explosive talent like this could backfire. I postponed building his core, hoping he wouldn't repeat the mistakes I made when I was young. But now is the time for his talent to shine." He looked affectionately at the child who continued to play with his new toy. He was amazed at his son's new creation. "Dad, look at this," he exclaimed. His father played along. "Night blue. I see it. Your dark energy has a beautiful blue sheen." It was rare to hear his father praise him, especially during this rushed time. His eyes lit up. "Is it good that it's night blue? Am I a rare case? Does that mean I'm very talented?" His father chuckled. He extinguished the burning flame in his son's eyes. "It's just a color." He dejectedly withdrew his spiritual power. "Have we arrived?" Finally, after many days on the road, the carriage stopped. He asked in confusion, "Have we arrived at Kizen?" Only to hear his father say coldly, "This is just the border of the Rin Kingdom. I'll be leaving you here." He asked in alarm, "What do you mean?" His father got out of the carriage and said slowly, "I'm sorry, but I couldn't tell you beforehand. I can't enter Western territory either. It's a long story." He was still bewildered. His father explained more clearly, "From here on, you'll have to decide everything for yourself before you act." "Father," he called out in confusion. Looking at the child, his father could only offer comfort. "Don't worry. I guarantee it. You can do better than anyone. I'm truly proud of you." And the carriage rolled on again, taking him on his wondrous journey. His father stood in the distance. He watched the carriage until it was out of sight. "Take care." A week later, the Rin Kingdom. "We've arrived." Looking at the magnificent scenery before him, where there was no distinction between humans and non-humans, he asked playfully, "Is this the capital of the Rin Kingdom?" People didn't stop their work because of the stranger's arrival. The bustling life of the city continued as usual. It was an intersection without discrimination of race, a world that necromancers dreamed of. "So this is Langangerstein," he exclaimed. "What a big city. I have to be careful." He then took out the notice. "Let's see. Number 239, Kamem Street. There's a guide waiting there. Where could that be?" he wondered. Then he stopped a passerby nearby. "Excuse me, may I ask you something?" The woman turned around gracefully. "How can I help you?" This action would have been very elegant, if not for a bloody eyeball that fell out of her socket. He trembled. "I'd like to ask for directions to this address," she asked calmly, while in his head he kept repeating the mantra, "Being scared is impolite." "I see." She smiled politely, then let the disobedient eyeball rest on the information slip with the address. "Let's see. Kamem Street." This scared him so much he didn't dare move. After seeing the address clearly, she gave directions. "Do you see that square over there? Go past that square, and you'll see a road paved entirely with gold bricks. That's Kamem Street, one of Langangerstein's landmarks." Only then did he feel revived. "Thank you," he said, bowing politely. The lady covered her face, pleased. What a polite boy. She also wished him well. "Be careful. Good luck in Langangerstein. Thank you. Good luck to you too. He waved goodbye to the lady. Immediately after, a strange man approached her. Excuse me, she replied softly. While he was leaving enthusiastically, a conversation like the one before began. I'd like to ask you for a favor. At that moment, his guide was thinking irritably. What's taking so long? She wondered, did he get lost? I'm sorry, father. The reason for this out-of-the-blue apology from him was that he was being mugged right here. A man, without giving him a chance, shoved him and said, now put everything you have on the ground. Clothes, bag, everything. Meanwhile, his accomplice was surrounding him, blocking any escape route he might think of. Thus, the initial apology. He silently prayed. I'll probably be later to Kizen than planned. Specifically, an hour ago, while he was struggling with the letter in his hand to find the meeting spot. 239, 239, 239. He repeated the street he needed to find while glancing around. Hey kid, are you looking for 239 Cam M Street? Or to be precise, SL1E6AG? A strange man approached and started a conversation. Seeing the man confidently state the route he needed, and being in an unfamiliar place, Simon Falota let his guard down and chatted with him, thinking he was the guide sent to him. Yes, that's right. You must be the guide sent by Ho. So the man quickly spun a tale. Yes, that's right. I'm the guide sent by Ho. Since you were late, I figured you were lost, so I came looking for you. They shook hands warmly. He introduced himself briefly. It's a good thing we ran into each other. My name is Simon Follow. The man politely greeted him. Hello, I'm Joel, a guide in Langangerstein. Then, acting like a guide, he politely invited, please follow me. I'll take you to your lodging first. Along the way, the man chattered on, telling all sorts of stories that made him suspicious. I'm glad I found you before you got into trouble. There are a lot of scammers here who try to trick gullible tourists. You know, pickpockets, merchants who overcharge, that kind of thing. Meanwhile, they had entered a deserted alley nearby, which, according to the man, was the way to the inn. He smirked, half joking, half serious. So are you planning to scam me too? This made the man, who had a guilty conscience, freeze for 10 seconds. However, being a man of the world with vast experience, he quickly turned around, smiling in denial. Haha, I don't know what you mean. By this point, he was even more certain of his suspicions. Simon Valencia didn't mind taking a moment to analyze the man's tells. You tend to look at the ground, and you keep touching your vest pocket. You're checking if your things are still there, right? Judging by the width of the pocket and the wrinkles, it seems you have a knife in there. And indeed, it was true. Those sharp analyses startled the man. Even so, he tried to remain calm, explaining, don't misunderstand. That's just for self-defense. But his pretense was completely shattered by Simon's final, humorous analysis. Finally, the name Hong. That's the name of a species of goat in Lead Hill. The man was shocked by his tight analysis, and even more horrified that he had been figured out right from the start just because he had randomly chosen the name of some goat. He trembled as he questioned, you knew? And you still followed me? Who the hell are you? He asked, pulling out his knife. At the same time, dozens of footsteps echoed around him. The man's accomplices finally revealed themselves, and the initial scene unfolded. He threatened, damn it, I don't care who you are. You'll be begging us soon enough. Now put everything you have on the ground. Clothes, bag, everything. Surrounded by these brutish thugs who lived by robbery, he remained defiant, refusing outright. I won't. One of the men in the group lost his patience and warned, hey, country boy, I don't think you understand the situation. Do we look like we're joking with you? Then the man charged forward with his knife. Simon nimbly dodged the surprise attack. At the same time, he raised his hand, catching the man's arm, who was still dazed from the missed stab. And before the stunned eyes of the gang and the man's blood-curdling scream, he broke the man's arm without hesitation. He was like a demon sent to bring the wicked to justice. He said coldly, I've seen people like you in my territory too. Scum who blend into the crowd, then cheat people with some kind of protection fee. My duty as the succeeding lord is to clean up filthy scum like you. Then he let go of the man's shattered arm. The man had no strength left to resist. But the remaining men, hearing the flimsy excuse of a weak-mouthed nobleman like him, grew even angrier. Their anger overcame their fear of the unknown opponent. The man pointed his knife at him and retorted, "A nobleman, huh? All the more reason not to let you go." He immediately gave the order, "All of you get him." Immediately after, countless footsteps echoed. It turned out this gang wasn't just a few people, but had formed a large-scale organization. Therefore, after assessing the situation, he offered a heartfelt apology as mentioned at the beginning. "I'm sorry, Father. I'll probably be later to Kizen than planned." At that moment, just as he was about to deal with them all at once, a voice called out, "Found you." This left the whole group bewildered. She calmly walked forward, chatting as if no one else was there. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. And since you didn't show up, I had to come find you myself." Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, the man asked his comrades, "Now what?" She stood gracefully at a distance, not too far, not too close, just right to save the day and for him to show his skills. "It seems you're dealing with some trivial matters, huh?" she asked. Seeing it was just one girl, and with their overwhelming numbers, the man decided, "Don't worry. We have the upper hand. Let's deal with them quickly and get out of here." Although his accomplices were still a bit wary, they nodded in agreement. "Really?" Amidst the rustling sound of scrap paper, she said, "You should count again. You must have realized the building over there is a Scotten shop, isn't it?" With this well-intentioned reminder, they immediately noticed the skeletons being rapidly assembled in the nearby graveyard, forming an army of skeletons that was both numerous and high quality. They belatedly realized, "A necromancer." She immediately gave the order, "Get them." The skeletons quickly charged forward, attacking the scattering gang of robbers. Countless desperate cries rang out, "Let go!" But skeletons aren't human. They didn't care and were only focused on restraining the gang by any means necessary, so they could only surrender obediently. Faced with the terrifying skulls, they trembled in fear. The man, knowing his place, begged, "We didn't know you were a great necromancer. Please spare us." With everyone captured, she interrogated them. "Tell me, which guild do you belong to?" The man answered honestly, "Claven. We're from the Claven Guild." This left her speechless. From such a big guild, and you resort to robbing poor travelers? Go tell Claven yourself. She wouldn't meddle in their internal affairs anymore. She arranged it. Tell him to put his hands behind his back, bow his head, and crawl with his face on the ground to the security headquarters to confess. The man was horrified and pleaded, "Please, spare us." The man's cowardly and long-winded demeanor officially awakened the demon in her. "What is this? Are you giving me orders? If he sends a substitute, or if his face isn't scratched up, I guarantee, in the name of Kizen, I will wipe your guild off this planet." The man had no choice but to accept the punishment. "I'm sorry. I will remember your words." She cursed under her breath, bored. He stared blankly as she resolved the matter in an instant. Once it was done, she turned around with a smile and asked, "You must be Simon Fulinsha, right?" He answered hesitantly, "Ah, yes. That's me. Thank you for your help. But, who are you?" She introduced herself shyly. "What do you think? I'm your real guide." Then she boldly took his hand and led him away. "Let's go. My mother is waiting." He became more and more confused. "Your mother?" When they arrived, she looked around. "Where is she?" "I told her to wait here." Until she saw the little girl happily enjoying ice cream. A call made Nephi's freeze for a moment, as if struck by lightning. She flared up. "I told you to stay put, Mom." Nephi's tried to put out the fire. "I was waiting." She scolded, "You always get lost. Don't wander off by yourself anymore." The roles of mother and daughter seemed to be reversed. Nephi's looked miserable and pointed at the ice cream stand. "That ice cream stand over there is having a tasting event," she reasoned. "But what if we lost Simon because of that? If I lost both you and Simon, what would I do?" The question was so difficult it made Nephi's look like she was about to cry. The conversation gradually came to an end. "Have you learned your lesson?" "What lesson?" Nephi still tried to deny it. Meanwhile, he had many questions he wanted to ask, but could only try to hold back out of politeness. What is happening? Nephi's is her mother, not her younger sister. In the end, Nephi's had to use him as an excuse to avoid the family issue between mother and daughter. Anyway, Simon must be tired after such a long journey. "I hope you learned something from Richard." He answered hesitantly, "Ah, yes." Then he showed off his skills right away. "I learned this." Nephi was impressed. It's been a long time since I've seen that blue darkness. Lauren Arbun pondered. But this still has mana properties. It's still swirling like fire, which means it's still in a gaseous state. Following her daughter's words, Nephi observed more closely and quickly solved the problem. He can learn to use his core more effectively for that. Anyway, he'll learn it at school, right? So it's fine. It's okay. Then, Lauren. She replied blankly as her mother suddenly called her name. Nephi arranged. I'll let you guide the new student. I trust my daughter. She said wearily. You always leave the difficult tasks to me. And that was that. Nephi happily ran off, calling, ice cream. Seeing her kind-hearted mother had already fled, she had no choice but to accept the assignment that fell from the sky. All right, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Lauren Arbo. I'm a student at Kizen, just like you. After the introduction, she took his hand and said, Shall we go now? He asked, puzzled. Go where? Shopping for the new semester, of course, she answered enthusiastically. In the middle of the city, their conversation echoed. Simon, do you know what the most exciting time of the entire school year is? When is that? Perhaps the chatter came from inside the bookstore. It's when you go buy your uniform, textbooks, and other supplies before school starts. Lauren Arbo pointed and winked playfully. This is the most exciting time, so enjoy it. She led the way, saying to the person behind her, Let's go buy textbooks first, shall we? There's a lot to buy. Follow me. Simon trailed after her, replying. She took a thick book from the shelf. First, take this. He quickly reached out to take it. All right. She didn't hesitate to toss the book to him, startling him. Looking at the cover of the book, he was surprised. An Introduction to Summoning by Eric Moken. From a distance, she picked out another book and threw it squarely into his chest, saying, Simon, take this too. This surprised him and left him stunned. After that, dozens of books flew towards him, and he couldn't catch them all in time, sending them flying everywhere. Lauren continued to choose, this one, and this one too. He hurriedly told her, wait, but she paid no attention and continued to choose, this one, and that one too. He tried to get her attention. Lauren, looking at the pile of books on him, he scratched his head worriedly and asked, I'm not going to learn all of this in my first year, am I? She continued to pick books from the shelf and winked at him. Of course not. This is Kizen. You have to master them in the first semester of your first year. She showed no mercy, throwing a blue book at his face and ordering, Now, stop crying and take this Poison's textbook. Her face bloomed like a flower as she waved at him. The last one is Dark Power Studies. I'll go get it. You wait here. He held his nose, holding the Poison's book, and obediently replied, All right. He watched as people in the bookstore happily ran back and forth, choosing books. His eyes followed them as he looked at the hip-high stack of books and thought, Come to think of it. His face lit up happily as he looked ahead, thinking, I've never been around so many people my age before. I'm so excited to experience school life. Cindy ran up from behind. Here. She happily looked around, running past his face. I'm coming. Suddenly, in that moment, their eyes met. He quickly dodged to the side. Cindy, carried by her momentum, crashed into the bookshelf. She sat up, rubbing her sore nose. My nose. The bookshelf began to shake violently, and books showed signs of falling. Just as the girl was about to react, a pile of thick books fell from the shelf. He quickly jumped over to shield her. Watch out. After a moment of fear, she dared to peek open her eyes. He gently asked from above, Are you okay? Only then did she realize she was nestled safely in his arms. She quickly replied, I'm fine. I'm sorry. Hearing her trembling apology, he replied, It's okay. I was the one who got distracted and was in your way. I'm sorry. He gently turned and suggested, Can you help me put the books back? Otherwise, we'll get scolded. She heard him and shyly agreed. A moment later, she asked curiously, Are you also a new student at Kizen? He immediately answered, Yes, I am. Hearing this, she happily introduced herself. I'm a new student too. My name is Cindy Vivek. And you are? He turned, gave a gentle smile, and introduced himself, Simon Flantia. The girl greeted him cheerfully. I see. It's nice to meet you. Simon, she said, shyly hugging a book. Actually, I'm from far away in the north, so I don't have any friends yet. He was a bit surprised to hear that. He said sympathetically, Then we're the same. I don't have any friends either. This made the girl's eyes light up like stars as she asked, really? Then she shyly offered him the book and said, if it's okay, Simon. She hid half her face with the book and shyly asked, can I say hi to you whenever we meet at school? He turned to her gently. Of course. I was about to ask you the same thing. She blushed shyly. Thank you. Then she pointed excitedly towards the entrance and said, we've put all the books back, so I'll be going now. My father is waiting outside. He nodded and replied, all right. See you at school. As she turned to leave, he suddenly called out to her. Wait, Cindy. He casually held out his hand and asked, can I have my wallet back? Her pretty face instantly darkened. I thought I wouldn't get caught since I used psychic power to steal it. How did you know? He recalled what had just happened and replied, I just saw my wallet flying through the air a moment ago. She was shocked and pointed at him, asking, you saw that? Are you kidding me? Are you planning to major in psychic studies too? Hearing her question, he answered honestly, I haven't decided on a major yet. Suddenly, her voice dropped. I knew it. Immediately after, her eyes lit up with excitement as she shouted. Then she became cheerful and excited. Kizen is on a whole other level. I can't believe it. Kizen must be full of people like you, right? I'm so excited to start school. He watched this scene in astonishment, thinking, for a pickpocket, she's quite shameless. She jumped up and down excitedly, saying, if we're in the same psychic studies major, we can see each other for all 3 years. Let's compete with each other then. Simon. She was so excited, which made him worried and a little disbelieving. She threw the wallet back at him. Here's your wallet back. She used her psychic power to disappear right there, waving goodbye to him. I'm so looking forward to it. Don't pretend you don't know me at school, Simon. From a distance, Lauren approached and informed him. They're out of the introductory psychic studies book. When they get more, they'll deliver it to your dorm. Hearing this, he replied. She cheerfully nudged his shoulder and asked curiously, by the way, who was that girl just now? You've already made a friend. He admitted, I guess so. She whispered cheerfully to him. You don't have to be so shy. You can be honest with me. It's like you like her or something. Looking at her, he could only sigh to himself. I almost got my wallet stolen because of her. Then she eagerly continued her shopping spree. Anyway, we've bought all the books. Let's go get you a bag. He looked down at his own bag. A bag. She waved her hand and explained, not a bag like that, but a bag that necromancers often use. It's called a magic warehouse. To put it simply, she continued to explain, we call it a subspace. Hearing this, his eyes lit up. Over here, a purple-haired lady greeted them warmly. Hello, Lauren. She very tactfully looked at the person next to Lauren and inquired. I heard you just bought a bag not long ago. Does that mean you're looking for a bag for this gentleman? She didn't hesitate to make a small request. He's a newcomer, so I'm looking for a bag with the fewest restrictions. She continued to think and made her request. Don't show us subspaces that require walls or floors, because we often fight in wide-open plains. The lady praised her with a smooth tongue. You're right. You're very thoughtful, Lauren. She placed a ring in his hand and flattered him. In that case, I'll show you a product that's not yet on the market. It's just for you. She instructed. Put on the ring, then let your dark energy flow into it. Hearing this, he did as he was told and replied. She continued to introduce the product. After that, you'll feel like you're touching a handle. She continued to guide him. That's right. Pull it out. Think of it as a handle. He obediently followed the instructions. Seeing the space in front of them had been activated, she continued to introduce. This subspace is the latest product from Glenna Cliff, the young master craftsman of the new generation. It can hold up to 4.00 something. This subspace can be opened on the ground on any terrain, whether it's sloped or rugged. A vast space began to open up, and her voice continued. And the space inside has a total of 7 enchantments, including a first-class preservation charm and temperature control charms. Looking down at the vast pit that had opened up, she continued to ramble on. And when you wear it, an invisibility charm will be activated to hide your location from enemies. She interrupted to ask, what about the ejection features? Hearing this, the lady confidently replied, of course, it has that too. He looked on in amazed delight. She leaned in close to his ear and asked, Simon, do you like it? He answered honestly, but with a hint of worry. Yes, I like it a lot. But a subspace like this must cost a lot of money, right? She waved her hand and asked, probably. How much is this, Stephanie? Stephanie casually held up 5 fingers and smiled. 5,000 gold coins. Hearing the price, he was horrified, his worldview shattered. That thing costs as much as Lead Hill's entire annual budget. Over there, she didn't hesitate to close the deal. Is that so? Then we'll take this one. That'll be enough. Hearing this, he was startled and thought, she's buying it for me? She said very cheerfully, remembering her mother. Don't worry, this money is my mother's, not mine. He asked in surprise, Neps? She walked over to him and said softly, I'm not entirely sure, but my mother owes your parents a lot. This is just her way of repaying the debt, so don't refuse. He broke out in a sweat and asked, even so, this gift is too big. How can I ever repay Nept? She dismissed it, don't think about it. If you want to repay my mother, just do well at Kizen. Hearing this, he nodded in agreement. I will definitely do my best. The shop door opened, and Stephanie cheerfully saw her customers off. Thank you. Please be careful on your way out. Under the evening twilight on the street, the two of them walked and chatted enthusiastically. Now that we have all the necessary supplies, let's go have some fun. Are we allowed to? Of course. This is also part of today's schedule. The two continued their outing at a shooting gallery. You shoot the teddy bear with that. Let me try. Standing on a bridge, she pointed in one direction and introduced, that's the highest place in the city. Gentle hands lit a flame and brought it to a paper pillar. It turned out to be releasing sky lanterns. She continued to share her knowledge with him. This is a must-see tourist spot. It's called the 10,000 Lights. What do you think, Simon? Looking at the sky lantern, he was petrified and asked, I was just thinking, are there really 1,000 idiots in this world willing to spend 200 silver coins to buy a piece of flammable paper? Looking at the beautiful sky with thousands of those things, the two continued to chat. You'll do well at Kizen. Haha, really? Thanks. That wasn't a compliment. Ah, all right. At a restaurant by the sea, she was amazed. You know table manners. Then she exclaimed, you really are from a noble family. He closed his eyes and smiled wryly, explaining, my father is very strict about etiquette. She continued to share her knowledge while eating. You've learned well. Let me tell you, 30% of the students at Kizen are commoners. Finally, she ended with a warning, so don't even think about using your status to boss others around. She continued, waving her finger lightly. Kizen is based entirely on meritocracy. Hearing this, he replied, I'll remember that. Finally, she asked, tomorrow will be your first day. Do you have any questions? At this point, he didn't hesitate to ask, the girl I just met at the bookstore. Recalling his conversation with Cindy, he asked, she said something about majors. You just noticed? Are you kidding me? You're aiming for the psychic studies major too, aren't you? Majors? Hearing this, she exclaimed cheerfully, that's an interesting question. She raised her fingers and counted as she spoke. You will study 9 subjects in your first semester of the first year. 7 core subjects and 2 electives. From the second semester, you can register for the electives you want. She continued, using a symbolic image, and when you get to the second year, you have to choose a major. He asked curiously, like that girl from before? She nodded in response. Looking back at the list, theology, dark power studies, summoning, psychic studies, etc., he asked, does that mean I have to quickly figure out what I'm good at? She replied cheerfully, exactly. I advise you to decide on your core subjects first, and then focus on studying those. In Simon's imagination, many people were handing him documents. Excuse me, please join my group. She continued to explain, when there are group assignments for homework, students with clear strengths will be more popular. He nodded and replied, I'll definitely remember. She asked, have you thought about any majors yet? Holding a glass of water, he replied, I think. I'm a little interested in psychic studies. What you showed me this morning was quite impressive. She held her hand out in front of him and said with interest, psychic studies is great. It gives you the feeling of a true mage. She waved her hand and introduced. One of the lecturers at Kizen is Professor Hongban. He was slightly surprised. Really? She said sincerely. Yes. Actually, I still get surprised sometimes. And the other professors too. He was excited. I'm looking forward to meeting them. The two of them continued their conversation. When you arrive? And also, arriving at the dormitory, She clasped her hands and advised, "Get some rest. If my mother finds out you're late for class tomorrow because you were too tired from playing today, she'll give me a good beating." He thanked her very politely. "Thank you for today. I had a lot of fun." She smiled brightly. "It was nothing." His face was gentle as he replied, "I don't think I'll ever forget today." She was surprised. "Is that so? I'm glad to hear you say that." "Well, I'll be going then." The streetlights flickered on softly. She turned back to look at him, standing in front of the brave dormitory. "Actually, Simon, there's something I have to tell you." He realized and asked, "What is it?" She shyly fiddled with a lock of her hair and said, "You know, I didn't mean to trick you, but I didn't tell you at the right time." She teased him playfully, "I'm a new student too." She continued, mimicking Cindy from earlier, "Let's be friends at school, okay?" This petrified him. By the time she turned to leave and said goodbye, "I'm really going now. Bye-bye," he still hadn't recovered. Standing at the port, he stared in amazement. Seeing everyone with their own unique styles and interests, he thought, "Everyone has a unique style. I must be the most normal person here." Over there, someone shouted an announcement, "All aboard. We're about to depart for Kizen." He rummaged through his bag, thinking, Lauren said she would take a different route. I guess the next time I see her will be at school. Someone came to check his papers. Looking at the ship's bow pointing towards the port, he thought in amazement, what a strange way to dock a ship. Don't they usually point the bow towards the sea? Over there, someone announced, "You're cleared to board, Simon Filota." Hearing this, he replied politely, "Thank you." Suddenly, a loud shout came from over there. There must be some mistake. This made everyone curious. A red-haired guy grabbed a crewman's collar and shouted, "I'm at the top of the waiting list." "You mean not a single person dropped out? Is this how Kizen operates?" His hands clenched in disbelief as he demanded, "Contact the EUEVDI. There's definitely been a mistake." A sigh was heard. This happens every year. He looked around, listening to people gossip. There are always kids like that, who can't accept the results. But he's at the top of the waiting list. He must be really disappointed. The purple-haired guy beat his chest in disbelief and shouted, "I am Lucius Carroll, heir to the barony of the Ren Kingdom. Contact Kizen headquarters immediately. This is an order." The crewman remained patient and replied, "Please go back. Your name is not on the admission list." He bit his lip until it bled, gritting his teeth. He pulled the crewman down by his hair and raised his fist, cursing, "How dare you, you servant!" Suddenly, an arm appeared and stopped his. He smiled gently and advised, "Stop it." But the guy, not knowing his place, his face red as a beet, shouted, "Who the hell are you? Let go." His eyes sharpened, and his hand applied a little more force, squeezing lightly. The guy immediately cried out in pain, kneeling on the ground, his hand still tightly gripped by him, trembling as he threatened, "You nameless peasant, are you looking for an early death?" Suddenly, an inquiring voice was heard, "What's going on?" A gentleman with a cane walked over. He looked straight ahead as everyone around him cheered, "Professor." Hearing this, he immediately let go of the purple-haired guy's hand, curious. "Professor?" The professor's face was sharp, his voice full of menace as he asked, "Any last words?" The purple-haired guy remained very patient, holding his arm as he stood up and pleaded, "Please, this isn't a joke. Call Nept right now. Top of the waiting list. There must be a mistake with these admission results." But the professor didn't care and raised his hand, flicking it lightly. The purple-haired guy asked resentfully, "You think you can treat me like this and get away with it?" Then a splash of red blood flew out, surprising him. Looking at the mess on the ground, he ordered, "I don't have time for this. All students, board the ship." He turned to look at him. "You too." He immediately straightened up and replied. As he left, the crowd behind him started buzzing again. "That's blood dark magic. First-year students get to take his class, right?" He remembered the horrifying scene and broke out in a sweat. The man, still very merciful, turned back and said, "Don't worry. He's still breathing." Suddenly, a voice was heard. "I understand." Stepping onto the ship, the crewman's voice continued, "All students, please board the ship." The crewman continued to announce, "Everyone, please take your seats." The professor, still very leisurely, used his magic. A stream of his magic swept over everyone, including him, surprising them all. The crewman's voice continued to announce, During the journey, the ship will be a bit chaotic, so please remain seated until the next announcement. He looked up at the bow of the ship and thought curiously, but how can this ship sail to Kizen? The ship was enveloped by red magic power. He continued to think, it has to turn around to be able to sail on the sea. Over here, someone asked, Professor, are we almost there? He replied coldly, just keep the ship on course. Suddenly, the sound of crashing waves was heard, startling everyone. What's that noise? It's the sound of armed waves. Immediately after, the ship faced a massive wall of water. The people on the ship were also bewildered. But how can waves make such a loud sound? A whale flew over the ship's bow, leaving all the students on board in utter amazement. A whale! Suddenly, the students inside, including him, jumped up in alarm. What is it? The whale's mouth opened wide and headed towards the ship. A stream of water surrounded the ship and it dived into the water. For those who don't know, that massive creature is an undead that lives underwater and follows Kizen's directives. It is known as the underworld whale. This terrifying sea monster that can swallow anything is also the fastest mode of transport in the ocean. It takes the ship into its belly, responsible for protecting the ship on its way to Kizen. This strange method of travel left the new students utterly bewildered. Year after year, that giant whale merges with the vast ocean, sheltering each new batch of Kizen students at a frighteningly fast speed. After overcoming moments of confusion, the students got used to this strange space. The atmosphere inside was quite pleasant. They began to step out of the ship's cabin to look around and chat with each other about their recent experience. Some discovered that it seemed people also lived inside the whale's belly. A boy came to chat with Simon and praised his brave actions at the port. You were amazing back there. Since he didn't remember, the other boy used gestures to describe it. It was an awkward situation, but you still dared to stand up and speak. And then, bam, bam. Faced with his enthusiastic praise, Simon could only smile and say a few polite words. It was nothing. This earned him more points for modesty in the eyes of his new classmate. After a few pleasantries, the two shook hands and got acquainted. And so, Simon had a new friend. His name was Ron. Nice to meet you. I'm Simon Fulentia. Roble wondered how Simon got into the school. By the way, which entrance exam did you pass? This question suddenly made him feel awkward. This was the first time he had heard of it. An entrance exam? Simon asked again to confirm. I didn't miss here, did I? Hearing Ron talk about his admission method. Yes, that entrance exam. I did the darkness distortion one. Simon became even more confused and bewildered. The exam. No one had told him to take any exam. All he knew was that Nept had come and given him the admission letter. It was that simple. When Rowan asked Simon about the entrance exam again, so what was your exam like? Simon chose to lie, saying, I did a similar one to Rowan's. You know, the one related to darkness. That was the best way to avoid any resentment about the fairness of his admission. He didn't want to get into trouble right at the start of school. Fortunately, Ron happily believed him. Oh, what a coincidence. An announcement interrupted their conversation. Attention, all students. Please return to the ship and take your seats. We will be arriving shortly. Arriving so quickly, both Simon and Rowan were surprised by the speed. We're almost there already? Yeah, that was fast. After all, they had only just left the dock a short while ago. A sound caught Simon's attention. The water outside was flowing faster and faster. The churning water was frightening. Professor Silic was already on deck, controlling everything. Both the current and the ship's direction were easily controlled by him. The ship shook as it neared the dock. An announcement was made. Attention students. New students, please be advised. The ship may become a bit chaotic upon arrival, so please remain seated. Do not stand up. For your safety, please hold on to the handle in front of your seat to be ready for any impact. Roll's expression was somewhat panicked by the ship's movements. The ship directly collided with large rocks, shaking violently, causing students who hadn't held on to the handles as instructed to be thrown into the air. The scene below deck was now utter chaos. Simon gritted his teeth and held on tight to the handle, trying to keep himself from being thrown somewhere. A dazzling light suddenly appeared, so bright that Simon exclaimed in amazement, Lowen! Ron, look! But Roll was already seasick and had collapsed. They were out of the whale's belly, soaring through the air, and right below them was the vast and beautiful land of Kizen. In contrast to Simon's radiant and excited expression, Ron seemed drained of energy from the recent chaos. He was in no mood to admire the beautiful scenery like Simon. Professor Silic lightly pricked his fingertip to draw blood, seemingly casting some kind of spell. A stream of red power was released, shooting straight up into the air. The stream of energy was so fierce that a whirlwind swirled around him. The released energy quickly enveloped the large ship. A brilliant red color covered the vision of everyone on board. Under the protection of that red energy stream, the ship quickly landed on the water without being affected by gravity. With a thud, the ship landed perfectly from the air. The cabin opened. The ship had successfully docked. They had all arrived at Kizen. The new students looked so small before the academy gates. They were taking their first steps into their careers as necromancers. Seeing these vibrant youths, the guards couldn't help but smile and welcome. The new students were asked to line up to receive their uniforms. New students, please form lines of 4. Once everyone is in line, we will distribute the uniforms. Everyone excitedly hugged the uniforms they had just received. They quickly moved to change. The boys' room is on the right, and the girls' room is on the left. Simon couldn't help but feel excited. Everything was new to him. He also quickly went to change to make the 5-minute time limit and then reassembled outside. He began to change his clothes. Looking at himself in the uniform in the mirror, Simon adjusted his tie and smiled. Just as his father had said, the school's uniform was so fashionable. He could even wear it to a banquet. Meanwhile, a few other students were discussing the new uniform. They were surprised that it was even enchanted with magic. Look, the shirt even has magic enchanted on it. This uniform is truly amazing. It has a dual function as a combat suit. With all that magic, it's even sturdier than regular armor. It's perfect for combat attire. Suddenly, the boys, including Simon, stood there dumbfounded as an announcement was made. Everyone, please gather outside. We will begin moving out to eat. The male students were stunned by the sight before them. The girls' uniforms were even more beautiful. The girls in their uniforms seemed to shine. They looked so beautiful. Even Simon was dazed when he witnessed the scene. Simon could only smile at the atmosphere around him. If everyone is present, we will proceed to the auditorium. As he followed the crowd to the auditorium, he happened to run into Ron again. The moment they met, he complimented Simon. You look great in that uniform. This friend, Rogel, seemed to be a very excitable person. He stretched out his arms and laughed as he talked to Simon. Simon, I still can't believe I'm at Kizen. This is really happening, right? It's not a dream, is it? The innocent boy cheered and shouted without noticing that everyone around was looking at him with concern. Simon helplessly confirmed for him. Don't worry, this isn't a dream. It's real. The students stood in small groups, chatting with each other. It was unbelievable that such a large number were just new students. Are all the people here new students? There are so many. I wonder how big Kizen is. Hearing Robel confirm, of course. There are 1,000 students in the first class alone. Simon was surprised, his mouth agape, unable to believe the number. What? 1,000? Simon thought there was only one class with 1,000 students. But there was also a second class, shortened to 300 students, and a third class with less than 150 students. The more he listened to Ron's analysis, the more stunned Simon became. What? Isn't it just one admission class, and that's it? It turned out that out of the 1,000 students present, only 30 could advance to the next class. The competition was truly fierce. Simon couldn't help but be impressed. Rogel reminded Simon to pay attention to a few people who could be formidable opponents. Simon's face turned pale as he received this huge amount of information. The first person they had to be wary of was Sun Arak. She was the legitimate successor of the Ivory Tower, a beautiful girl with long, platinum-colored hair. Next, Roll listed a series of other famous and formidable names. And the famous stars are all here too, like Darwin Creighton and Jay Sanders. And then countless other names. Simon noticed the tall, well-built boy in the row of seats above. Oh my, who is he? He really stands out. He was sitting over there. It seemed most people had also noticed him and were whispering about him. He's so big. I feel sorry for the people in the front row. So big. Hey, can you see the stage from there? According to Rowan's introduction, he was a half-giant specializing in magic combat. His name was Zathelma. No one can beat a body like that. Mentioning the name of the person who might be at the top of the class this year, Ron excitedly introduced to Simon, the girl sitting in the corner over there. And over there, she'll be at the top of the first class this year. Simon was also curious about who was at the top, so he quickly looked in Ron's direction. It was no stranger. The potential top student in Rowan's mouth was Lauren Arbo, Nep's only daughter. Regardless of what people speculated about her getting into the school through special privileges and her entrance exam not being the best, Ro had a strong belief that Lauren would be the top student this year. Roger said that it wasn't just him who believed in Lauren's abilities, but most people did. She will definitely be the most outstanding student in the class. The announcement for the start of the welcoming ceremony for new students cut off Rowan's one-sided conversation. Everyone, please pay attention. We will now begin the welcoming ceremony for new students. Standing on the stage, the host congratulated the students who had been accepted into the coveted Kizen school. Congratulations on passing the entrance exam. As a proud member of Kizen, they deserve to be proud of that. The host gave a short speech, expressing hope for this generation of students. And finally, we expect the very best from you. In addition, he mentioned a few things to pay attention to, especially, remember not to enter the forest. Then came the introduction of the teaching staff for the first class. They were all prominent names among the top necromancers currently on duty. All the students warmly welcomed their presence. Rowan's reaction was even more exaggerated than everyone else's. He screamed loudly. I've only ever seen them in magazines before. Simon looked horrified at his friend's over-the-top reaction. Each professor had their own style. Some were enthusiastic and interacted with the students, while others looked tired and socially anxious. Professor Bayan, please look here. He joined the crowd in applauding the presence of the professors. He noticed that Nept wasn't there. Rowan explained, a brilliant headmaster like her wouldn't come to a welcoming ceremony for mere freshmen. It would be an honor to meet her even in the third class. Simon remembered Nept's childish and mischievous demeanor and had a hard time imagining it. Ah, is that so? A great person, huh? As they stood up to listen to the student representatives give their oath, Simon asked Rune, this must be the last part of the program, right? Rowan replied, yes. 2 top students will give a speech, 1 male and 1 female. Simon wondered, I wonder who they are. The announcer's voice came on. The students whose names are called, please come up to the stage. Special admission student number 2, Sunarak. The first person to step up to the podium for the oath was the girl's son that Roll had just introduced. She was special admission student number 2. Everyone applauded her warmly. Next, special admission student number 1, Simon Valencia. Hearing the name of the number 1 special admission student, Simon was immediately taken aback. Did he hear correctly? Simon, that was his name. When did he become the top student? The entire hall fell silent. Seeing that Simon hadn't come out, the host called his name again. She checked to see if he was present. Is he here? It took a moment for Simon to be sure that she was waiting for him. He jumped, surprised and unable to believe his ears. Ron, next to him, was wide-eyed and open-mouthed, staring at him. What? Me? Simon asked himself, huh? Me. He cautiously walked down to the stage under the curious eyes of everyone. The people around him were all whispering. Someone asked, who is that? Someone else replied, I don't know. I've never seen him before. Someone else wondered, he's ranked first. Hearing this, Simon became flustered. Standing next to Sun was even more awkward. Simon Falo and Sun Arak, please come forward together. He was sweating with anxiety. Sun reassured him, don't worry. Just read what's written here. Simon exhaled and replied, okay. Simon Philodia and Sun both raised one hand and said, we solemnly swear. We, the entering students. After the opening ceremony, in front of the classroom was a sign with a strange logo. Simon thought to himself, just as the rumors say, Kizen is indeed a stressful environment. I can't believe they have classes on the opening day. There were 14 classes, with over 1,000 first-year students. All the classes were full. The students sitting behind Simon were very curious and whispered about him. Someone asked, he got first place in the special admission? Someone else said, I've never heard that name before. What family is that? Someone else asked, follow right. Hearing this, Simon froze and thought, are people talking about me? He flipped through a book and thought, I'm starting my first day of school with a nervous and anxious feeling. I wonder how many classes there are today. Simon suddenly saw the words in the book and thought, "Oh, is this summoning studies?" Simon read the book attentively and thought excitedly, "This is the magic my father used." He remembered the image of his father using magic to create a circle with a seal. His face lit up as he thought, "Does this mean if I study this subject, I can become as cool as my father?" That thought alone was enough to make Simon extremely excited. At that moment, a blonde-haired man slowly walked into the classroom, one hand in his pocket. Some people often associate necromancers with the dark and gloomy image of handling corpses in the dark. But that's all in the past. Most contemporary necromancers are very intelligent, practical, stylish, and fashionable. This is the new generation of necromancers. That person is the first-year theology professor, Bayan Amaga. He smiled slightly, one hand in his pocket, the other on a book. Speaking of him, a rising young necromancer who became a member of the Crow, Kizen's key combat team, in his late 20s. A very popular idol in the eyes of the students at Kizen. Professor Bayan Amaga smiled as he took off his outer coat and said, "Welcome, everyone. This year, I will be responsible for teaching first-year theology. I am Bayan Amaga." The students, including Simon, all applauded. Someone even stood up excitedly and shouted. Professor Bayan Amaga placed his coat on the desk and said, "Now, let's take attendance. You must all be meeting for the first time. How about when I call your name, you stand up and introduce yourselves?" He called out the first student's name, Rien Victoria. A female student in the front row heard her name, stood up, raised her hand, and said loudly, "Here. It's an honor, Professor." Rien said, "I really want to follow in your footsteps and major in theology." Bayan raised his hand to interrupt her. "Wait, you're introducing yourself to your classmates, not to me, so do it again." Rien Victoria looked away, embarrassed, and placed her hand on her chest, saying, "Ah, yes. I am Rien Victoria." It was Simon's turn to introduce himself. He stood up and said, "I am Simon Flanta, from Lexus." A few students sitting nearby glanced at him. People started whispering again. "It's the first place special admission student." "Special admission, huh?" It was Hector's turn. He stood up and said, "My name is Hector Moore." Professor Bayan Amaga rolled up his sleeves, smiled, and said, "You're all handsome and beautiful. All right, let's start the lesson." He wrote on the board, making a clicking sound, and said, "I'll start with a basic question. Why do we?" He turned around, pulling the chalk down, causing a piece to break off, and continued, "Why do we have to study theology?" Professor Bayan asked, "Does anyone know the definition of a curse?" Rien Victoria heard this, raised her hand, and volunteered to stand up and say, "I do." Rien said, "Rien Victoria here. A curse is a form of dark magic that can maintain one's power while weakening the opponent." Professor Bayan praised her. "Very good, Rien." He pointed towards the students and said, "But some students may not be able to visualize it if I simply say weaken the opponent." Professor Bayan wrote on the board again and said, "So I'll give you an example. If there are two knights with the same skill level, they start a duel and fight with all their might. They exhaust each other and are just waiting for the other to make a mistake. They had exchanged about 20 blows, but the opponent still hadn't surrendered. Everyone imagined the scene as the professor described it, two knights fighting each other." He continued, "At that moment, one of the knights shouts. Staring at the other with a murderous glare, the opponent immediately flinched and turned pale. Finally, the sword slashed across the opponent's shoulder. Blood splattered, and his movements began to tremble. Professor Bayan wrote quickly on the board and said, "The knight began to seize the opportunity to win. He pressed his opponent, attacking his legs to prevent him from moving, threw dirt in his eyes, and used the scabbard to hit his helmet to distract him. The fight became intense, and finally, the knight beheaded his opponent. His head fell to the ground." Professor Bayan stopped writing on the board. A diagram appeared on the board. He turned his head, smiled brightly, and asked the students, "Do you understand? Even the most primitive and brutal armed conflict." Everyone gasped. The students' faces all showed admiration. He said, "It's just a series of actions to weaken the opponent and gradually achieve victory." Professor Bayan continued, "Now I will demonstrate how modern necromancers fight." He drew a stick figure on the board and said, "The way a contemporary necromancer defeats this person is." He swept his hand down. He used chalk to draw an arrow pointing at the stick figure and said, "With just one move, and they win." All the students gasped when they heard that. Professor Bayan said, "A curse is the simplest and lightest part of the various dark magics. Another of its attributes is its quick activation. Moreover, it only takes a small amount of force to effectively make an opponent tremble." Professor Bayan walked down to a student's desk. He smiled and looked at the student. The student, being looked at like that by him, froze, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, Professor Bayan raised his hand in front of the student, activating a red, circular magic matrix with a strange pattern inside. The student's eyes widened when he saw it. The student was enveloped by a black force around his head, causing him to slump onto the desk. His face was filled with terror. Professor Bayan took a knife out of the student's backpack. Bayan Agama held up the knife, a mysterious smile on his face, and said, "This is how." He pointed the tip of the sword at the student and said, "Modern necromancers fight." All the students cheered excitedly. "The professor is so cool. Theology is the best." Professor Bayan turned his head and snapped his fingers. The magic enveloping the student gradually dissipated. He said, "I don't know which major you will decide to register for, but I bet more than 80% of you will continue to choose my course in the second semester." He said, "Theology has perfect compatibility with other subjects." Simon's face lit up with a bright smile. He continued, "I encourage you to cultivate your own abilities while still cursing your opponents when you have the chance." The students' faces all showed excitement as they listened to the lecture. Professor Bayan moved the chalk across the board and said, "That is the most effective way to achieve victory." He continued to write on the board and said, "I personally think theology is the core of modern necromancers. The reason behind that is..." Professor Bayan looked at the students below. He wrote forcefully on the board, creating a loud echo. Bayan Amaga, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding chalk, turned around and told the students, the priests, "Because theology is the most optimal method to fight against your main enemy." Professor Bayan Amaga continued, "I ask you, when necromancers have curses and priests have blessings, the difference lies in one strengthening while the other weakens the target. Now, who can explain why a curse is better than a blessing?" Rien Victoria quickly raised her hand and said, "Rien Victoria will answer. Curses are faster than prayers, so a curse can stack weakening effects on the target faster." The teacher listened and showed a thoughtful expression. "An interesting opinion. But it's wrong." Rien heard this and froze, her hand still raised. The teacher explained, "If we only talk about casting speed, scholars agree that when a curse targets an opponent with a resistance layer, it will be slower than a blessing from a priest's prayer." Then Professor Bayan asked again, "Does anyone else have an answer?" Another hand was raised. It was a blonde-haired student, Hector. He said, "Hector Mosen will answer. Because it's almost impossible for someone who has been weakened to recover just by training." The teacher seemed satisfied this time and asked, "What's your full name?" The student replied, "Hector M.O." Professor Bayan continued, "I'll remember that." Hearing this, Hector proudly let out a sigh of relief amidst the admiration of the other students. Professor Bayan explained, "Hector is right. It's because a curse doesn't lose its effectiveness when a person trains. We all train ourselves under normal conditions. Our skills depend on how well we perform when environmental factors are under our control. However, humans are more sensitive creatures than we think. They can collapse with just the slightest changes." Professor Bayan gave a specific example for his explanation. In other words, you don't need to cut off the entire arm of an archer aiming at you to win. You can obstruct his vision with conjunctivitis, make him vomit, disrupt his ability to perceive distance, or distract his attention with another object. With these methods, you can avoid the arrow aimed at you. Necromancers have many ways to disrupt an enemy's state. As he spoke, Professor Bayan turned to the board. Just think about it. When you're tired or have a stomachache, not many people can fight against curses, right? You can only run away. The teacher's words made the whole class burst into laughter. Then Professor Bayan emphasized, "So remember, we must find ways to weaken the opponent, instead of thinking of ways to strengthen ourselves." Wooden trays with the Academy's emblem were brought in. Professor Bayan said, Now we will learn how to cast a curse ourselves. Simon's face darkened when he saw the items on the tray. He thought in confusion. Oh my God, we're learning dark magic on the very first day. Professor Bain spoke up. It's a bit embarrassing for a Kizen student to use a regulator, but this is our first class, so it can't be helped. Professor Bain's words hit Simon like a ton of bricks. He continued, it can be used to solve the problem, but you shouldn't rely on that device too much. Be careful, Simon whispered, unable to hold back his tears. Yes, sir. Professor Bain announced. All right, let's begin practicing the exhaustion spell, a curse that causes exhaustion. Then he began to instruct the students, grasp the handle of the regulator, and channel dark energy into the mold. The key to creating a successful magic circle depends on how you create the perfect ancient script. Simply put, ancient script is a set of characters that contain magical power. Drawing the ancient script with dark power can enhance the magical effect. From Professor Bain's hand, an hourglass shape appeared with countless symbols flying around it. Now, if you have completed the magic circle, raise it into the air. Simon focused on following Professor Bain's instructions. His circle flew up, but it looked very distorted and ugly. Simon was overjoyed. I did it. At the same time, the students around him also exclaimed, Wow, I did it. Me too. Simon looked at everyone's circles and was very surprised. Many other students had also succeeded. Suddenly, his circle fell. Professor Bain immediately spoke up. I see some of your magic circles have fallen. That happens when you haven't refined your dark energy enough, or the connection to the magic circle has weakened. Try again. Simon whispered again. Professor Bain walked between the desks, saying as he went, For those of you who can maintain the magic circle in the air, we will move on to the main part. In front of you is a potted plant that was distributed with the regulator. Simon had raised the magic circle, but he looked at the plant in front of him with great uncertainty. Hector also carefully followed the instructions, aiming at the plant on the desk and casting the curse. After being hit by the curse, the plant's face turned dark, and it keeled over, dead. The face of that plant looked incredibly pale. Professor Bain continued, If there is a noticeable change in the potted plant, then the magic circle is effective. A student exclaimed, Nice. The plant in front of him had died as intended. Professor Bain continued to observe the surroundings. I'm starting to see a difference in your skills. If you succeed, continue practicing to increase the speed of completing the magic circle. After you're satisfied with the speed, practice creating the magic circle without using the regulator. Everyone was very excited to experiment. Simon still couldn't keep his magic circle steady. It fell flat on the regulator. He sighed worriedly. What's the problem? Why am I the only one failing? The students around him were all able to easily cast curses on the plants. Simon still hadn't found a solution and thought to himself, Am I doing something wrong? Suddenly, Simon remembered what Lauren had said. But it still has mana properties. It's still flickering like a flame. That means it's still in a state of evaporation. If you know, she also said, he can learn to use his core more effectively. Anyway, he'll learn that at school, so it'll be fine. Simon seemed to have found a solution and reminded himself, That's right. If I still haven't mastered using mana like Nephice and Lauren said. Then he calmed down, taking a deep breath. I should start with the basic steps. He closed his eyes and focused, whispering to himself. The professor said the mistake lies in not refining enough or a problem with the connection. So instead of directly channeling mana into the core, I'll try to gather as much as I can, and then transfer it all into the core at once. The deep blue light was gradually growing larger. The dark energy had become more stable. Now what I need to do is... He gripped the device, telling himself, Try again before the magic circle falls. The plant in front of him saw Simon's circle rise and shook its head. But Simon didn't see it. He said loudly, Weaken. The curse cast on the plant made it droop. Then it trembled and died instantly. Simon saw this, and his face lit up with joy. I did it. From a high corner, Hector looked down at Simon's spot with an unreadable expression. Professor Bayanagama clapped his hands to signal the end of the practice and said, Those of you who couldn't cast the magic, you need to go back to your dorms and practice more. Simon let out a soft sigh of relief. He was glad he could complete it right in class. He thought the class was over. Simon suddenly froze when he heard Professor Bain say, "For the remaining time of the class, we will continue by applying the magic we learned today to daily life." Hearing this, Simon was bewildered and wondered, "Apply it how? Did I hear that right?" Looking through the class list, Professor Bayanagama looked at Simon with amusement. "Haha, I see we have the first place special admission student in this class. Simon Follow, please come up here." Simon still wasn't used to his first place title. The students around him were staring at him with scrutiny. "It's him. Wow, how good is he? I'm so curious." Simon felt immense pressure and confusion. This was so hard for him. But Simon still whispered, "Yes, sir." Professor Bain quickly found another student to be Simon's opponent. As he searched, he said, "Who will be a worthy opponent for our excellent first-place student? Let's see. I see there are also some students with very impressive entrance exam scores. Hector Mo, please come up." Hector was chosen to face the best. He had red eyes and blonde hair, making an impression with his very tall and muscular physique. Under everyone's attentive gaze, Simon and Hector stood facing each other on the lecture platform. Professor Bain quickly explained the rules to everyone. The rules are very simple. Both sides will cast the exhaustion curse on each other. The only curse you are allowed to use is exhaustion. Complete it and cast it on your opponent. The person whose butt or knee touches the ground first loses. While Professor Bain was explaining the rules, two teaching assistants quickly brought up regulators for Simon and Hector to use. Suddenly, Hector raised his hand and said, "Professor, I will complete it without using a regulator." His boldness earned him praise from Professor Bain. Oh, that attitude is truly admirable. He seemed to be very fond of confident students like him. Simon could only stand to one side, dumbfounded. Simon realized that his opponent, Hector Mo, was smarter than his thuggish appearance suggested. It's quite embarrassing for a Kizen student to have to use a regulator. Bain didn't expect that this kid in front of him would pay attention to his every word. Not using a regulator? That's a clever way to make an impression. Turning to Simon, Professor Bain was curious how Simon would choose. To use or not to use the regulator. "And what about you, Simon?" Simon answered hesitantly, "I'll use a regulator, sir." In comparison, Simon's decision was much less appealing. Professor Bain's attitude towards this outstanding student dropped a little, but the decision belonged to each individual. He replied, "All right, that's fine." The preparations were done. It was time to start. The professor requested that the two of you start after my command. Good luck to both of you. Now, get ready. Both of them silently waited for the professor's command. The atmosphere was tense. Professor Bain shouted, "Begin," signaling the start. The moment the professor shouted, "Begin," Simon gripped the regulator tightly. He tried to calm himself down. "Don't be nervous. Just do it like you did before. You can do it. I can definitely do it. Just a few more minutes." Simon suddenly felt his body become heavy. No way. It's just started and Hector has already made his move? How can he be so fast? "Good job, Hector," the professor praised Hector. Without a regulator, and yet so fast. A very good start. He's already succeeded. Hector smiled with satisfaction. Just one hit, and Simon already felt tired. Now, in practice, he understood what the professor had said earlier. But it was okay. He was almost done too. Just need to keep my spirits up and quickly make the magic circle float. I will complete my curse. This is not good. Simon's magic circle has broken and its structure is damaged. Realizing that even if he cast it now, the spell wouldn't be effective, he decided to start over. Simon's face was filled with determination. The magic circle gradually fell. Even if he said exhaustion, it would have no effect. Without giving Simon time to cast his curse, Hector continued to cast, creating the next magic circle. The curse enveloped Simon. His magic seal circle appeared again. Simon's hand touched the floor. Just a little more, and his knee would have touched down. All the students below were bewildered by this scene. It's over. That's the 5th time. Hector has cast the spell 5 times, and Simon still hasn't successfully cast a single curse. People gradually became suspicious. Is Simon really the top student? I don't know. He can't even cast a single spell. Hearing the whispers from all sides, Hector spoke up and asked Simon to surrender. He looked really pitiful at this moment. Simon didn't reply, but his eyes clearly disagreed with the request. Hector continued, "Do you want to know what will happen if you keep this up? He once again cast the exhaustion spell. The weight was incredible. Simon couldn't help but let out a cry. Witnessing the entire match, Professor Bayan stood to one side, silent. In Professor Bayan's eyes, Hector was truly a precious gem. The boy's talent is one thing, but the kid also has the mindset of a Kizen student. Professor Bayan was sure Hector would become an outstanding student who would surpass the third years. Simon was hit by the exhaustion spell once again. He gritted his teeth in pain. Looking at this first-place student, Professor Bayan didn't know what to say. It was clear that Simon had no prior preparation or basic knowledge of dark magic, let alone practical experience. The more he thought, the more Professor Bayan wondered, why did Headmaster Nept give him the first-place position? According to the rules, the top 4 students would receive an official invitation to join Kizen without having to take the notoriously difficult entrance exam. These 4 were supposed to be the prodigies of the century. Simon was one of them. He should have been a prodigy too. Not to mention, Simon was the first-place special admission student. He was personally chosen by Headmaster Nephice to become a prominent figure in his field. Yet, Professor Bayan still couldn't see Simon's potential. If he had to point out one potential, it would probably be his endurance. According to Professor Bayan, a normal student of Simon's age could only withstand up to the 4th exhaustion spell before collapsing. Yet, from the beginning until now, Simon had endured up to 9 of Hector's exhaustion spells. And yet, he was still standing. Not only was he standing, but Simon was also persistently trying to cast his own spell. This was also truly surprising. His spirit and mental fortitude must also be very strong. But for a theology professor like Bayan, that point was nothing noteworthy. Endurance and mental fortitude are only important to a combat magic professor. It has nothing to do with my specialty. The professor continued to watch the match. Finally, Simon managed to make a magic circle float. Exhaustion. Simon used all his strength to shout the incantation. A huge stream of curse magic was surrounding Hector. Professor Bayan was very surprised. He finally managed to cast a curse. Simon was overjoyed, his face radiant. It's working. The continuous pressure was pressing down on Hector's body. He had to use one hand to support himself. Can this exhaustion spell create such heavy pressure? It's clear that during the preparation just now, he never felt like this. Then, magic appeared on Hector's hand. He thought, is that enough? I can't lose just because I was hit by one spell. I have the upper hand. I can deal with that nuisance immediately. Hector shouted, exhaustion. The regulator quickly fell to the ground. Simon also collapsed. His knee had touched the ground. That's it. The match finally ended with everyone's cheers and applause. Professor Bayan announced, the match is over. Hector Mo is the winner. Everyone shouted his name and applauded him warmly. Only Hector's face looked a bit grim. Both of you did very well. It was a very interesting match. The professor said and quickly dispelled the curse on Simon's body. Thank you, sir. The class is over. The professor smiled and clapped, dismissing the students. A female student approached and asked the professor a question about today's lesson. Professor, I have a question about today's lesson. But Professor Bayan told her to wait. He didn't have time to answer right away. Wait a moment. Professor Bayan said that when she was done with her classes, she could just come to his office. He would definitely give her an answer to any of her questions. Hearing this, the female student was overjoyed. Really? Thank you, sir. She repeatedly thanked the professor and then left. After the other students had all left, Professor Bayan let out a smirk. He didn't want to waste his precious time on a trivial girl like that. Right now, the only thing Professor Bayan cared about was Simon Philota. It was unbelievable. Just that one exhaustion curse Simon cast on Hector was more valuable than all 10 of Hector's exhaustion curses. The professor couldn't stop tapping on the desk, thinking, that was the ultimate finishing blow. The professor felt extremely excited. How great is Simon's potential? He was extremely curious and thrilled by this discovery. At this moment, Simon was carrying the potted plant back to his room, looking exhausted. Both he and the plant were complaining. So tired. Not knowing that the theology professor was targeting him. A genius like this must major in theology. Simon rested his head on the desk, exhausted. Ugh. Simon rested his head on the table, his hands hanging limply, and sighed to himself, why are these classes so tiring? His classmate, Dick, placed a glass of water on the table and turned to answer Simon. Of course. Because you were chosen as the top special admission student. Simon heard this and asked Dick with confusion. So what does that have to do with my classes being so hard? Dick slowly replied to Simon. Well, at Kizen, it's not just the students who compete fiercely, but the professors too. Dick continued to tell Simon. Professors who don't perform well will be fired mid-semester, and their salaries might even change. Dick thought of the image of a furious Nephites firing the professors. Get out, all of you. And the image of a sad male professor saying, my salary has been cut again. Dick continued to tell Simon. Those with good results also have more influence at Kizen. Simon heard this and asked Dick suspiciously, what? Dick sat down opposite Simon and said, all the professors are eager to have good students. And just imagine having the top-ranked special admissions student in your class. Simon held his head in his hands, frustrated. He squeezed his temples and replied to Dick with annoyance. So, in short, the professors will call on me in every class to test my abilities, right? Dick replied while Simon was holding his head with a gloomy face. That's right. And the girl who was called your rival. Simon thought for a moment and then answered Dick. Oh, isn't that Melon View? Dick agreed with Simon's question, replying, that's right. She's at the top of Class A and all the first-year classes. So it's easy to see how good you are if they pit you against her. Simon said dejectedly to Dick, but I can't beat her even once. Simon thought to himself, I only cast a spell on Hector once. Dick said to Simon, so the professors are all very confused. They thought you were an outstanding student, but it turns out you're just a beginner. Simon gradually relaxed and replied to Dick hesitantly, I see. By the way, thanks for explaining it to me, but... Dick looked at Simon in surprise and whispered with a confused expression. Huh? What? Simon asked Dick with curiosity. Who are you? Dick was so surprised that he jumped to his feet, clapped his hand on his chest, and said to Simon, so cold. We introduced ourselves in Professor Bain's class. I'm Dick Haywood, also in Class A. Simon replied shyly to Dick. Oh, sorry. There were just so many people. Dick continued to chat with Simon. How do you feel? It seems like everyone is talking about you. Simon calmly replied to Dick. They're probably just talking about how the special admission student turned out to be nothing special after all. Dick laughed loudly and immediately replied to Simon. Huh? Don't listen to that stuff. Everyone is like you. I don't understand why they have to make such a big deal out of it on the first day of school. Dick observed Simon and commented, but it's only been half a day and you look so tired. Simon smiled faintly, resting his chin on his hand, and answered Dick. It's because I used up all my stamina in Professor Bain's class. Dick glanced at Simon while drinking water and said, 30 exhaustion spells, huh? That sounds tough. Simon heard this and replied to Dick. But it was interesting. Dick was surprised and asked Simon back, huh? Really? Simon clasped his hands together and replied cheerfully to Dick. It was a bit challenging, but the class was great. The whole day was. Dick was bewildered, extremely curious, and dissatisfied. Simon saw this and asked Dick, you're strange. Why aren't you happy? Dick stood up, scowled, and brought his face close to Simon's. He pointed at Simon's face and said, Hey, Simon, there's a serious problem. Simon was startled and asked Dick, Huh? What is it? Dick whispered to Simon. Hector has started forming his own faction. Simon asked Dick with curiosity, A faction? Dick continued to whisper to Simon. Yeah, he impressed a lot of the kids in Professor Bain's class, so it's no surprise they're flocking around him. And besides, he's the eldest son of a powerful family, so he's quite popular. In Dick's mind, he pictured Hector being praised by a male student. You were amazing just now. Simon rested his chin on his hand, thinking deeply, and asked Dick, Is that so? I'm not really interested. Dick was surprised and shouted angrily at Simon. Come on, get a grip. Simon broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, Ha ha. Dick continued to tell Simon. Politics are also very important at Kizen. Dick added for Simon's understanding. Do you know what will happen if the whole class falls under Hector's influence? Anyone who offends him will fail at this school. First of all, they won't be able to find partners for group assignments. Simon was shocked to hear this and immediately realized the importance of the matter. Simon hesitated and asked Dick back, You seem to be quite sharp with these political situations. Why did you come to me instead of Hector? Dick scratched his head and answered Simon hesitantly. Oh, that. I'm just a commoner, from a merchant family. Simon continued to ask Dick. So what? I heard everyone is treated equally at Kizen. Dick shyly scratched his index finger on his face, smiled, and replied, That's true. But, Simon continued, and Dick said bluntly, there are still some noble kids who want to show off their family background. At least, not me. Dick was happily surprised and asked Simon again, Really? Great, because I have something to propose to you. Dick, with the spirit of a leader, pointed his thumb at himself and said to Simon, Join my side, Simon. Dick continued to persuade Simon. Even if you lack skills, or you think people say so, the truth is you're still the top-ranked special admissions student. Dick added for Simon's understanding, the kids who took the prep class might do better in class, but in the end, we'll still be on equal footing. And Nept must have had a reason to let you through the special admission. Dick stood up excitedly, pointed at Simon, and said, In other words, you're hiding a talent that even you don't know about. Simon stared at Dick without blinking, not understanding what was happening. Simon let out a light breath and smiled at Dick. He stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and asked Dick with curiosity, I don't understand what a faction is. Dick put one hand in his pocket and looked at Simon with a confused expression. Simon held out his hand to Dick and said cheerfully, But how about being friends? Dick was caught off guard by Simon's question, wondering, Friends? Dick's inner voice screamed, I can't believe it, and he trembled as he said to himself, It feels so strange to hear that word at Kizen. It's so cheesy. He scratched the back of his neck, hesitating to answer Simon. Dick decided to take Simon's hand and said firmly, Having a friend is good too, I think. Simon smiled brightly, shook Dick's hand firmly, and said excitedly, Let's be friends then. Dick took something out of his pocket, looked at Simon, and said, Let's go. The next class is about to start. Simon quickly got up from the table, walked over to Dick, and expressed his agreement. What's the next class? Dick recalled the schedule and stammered to him. Let's see. It's summoning studies. Simon's eyes lit up with excitement as he shouted and asked Dick, Really? Simon imagined his father using summoning magic on spirit creatures. He thought to himself, Now I can. He was so happy that he clenched his fists in celebration at the thought. Summon creatures like my father. Then Simon and Dick entered the lecture hall one after another. Hearing the whispers around Simon, such as, Oh, it's the top-ranked special admission student, some people in the class sneered, the biggest joke in Kizen's history. Another boy sat on a desk, chuckled, and said to Hector, He was supposed to be better than Sun, Zathelma, and Lauren. Hector replied indifferently, Nonsense. Hector quietly glanced at Simon thoughtfully. As soon as he found a seat, Dick immediately said to Simon with concern, Don't mind them, Simon. They're just attention seekers. In contrast to Dick's worried expression for him, Simon said to Dick, I'm so excited. Simon was so excited that his eyes sparkled as he told Dick, I'm really looking forward to summoning studies class. Dick finished and broke out in a sweat, looking at Simon with a strange expression, and replied to Simon, You're a strange kid. Simon asked Dick back, Am I? Meanwhile, a pair of feet quickly walked into the classroom. Dick confirmed with Simon again, Yeah, you. Simon asked Dick again with suspicion, Really? No one has ever told me that before. The pair of feet were still slowly walking into the classroom. Dick said firmly to Simon, I think you'll be hearing that often from now on. The whole class was noisy and bustling, observing the person who had just entered from the door, wondering, could that be the professor? Someone immediately retorted, No way. I think he's lost. Professor Aaron Dye tucked his hair, put his hands in his pockets, and walked up to the lecture platform, ignoring the students' chatter. Professor Aaron rested his head, his hands on the teacher's desk, still hearing the students' comments about him. He looks more like a regular person than a professor. He looked up and introduced himself to the entire class. I am Aaron Dye, your summoning studies teacher for this semester. Professor Aaron continued his lecture, tapping his fingers on the desk as he spoke to the students. Summoning studies is the root of all necromancers, as well as history itself. Scholars may not admit it, but it's hard to deny that our starting point was as coffin makers, thieves, witches, and the sick. As soon as Aaron finished, Simon was confused and said, Huh? What was that? Like him, Dick was in a state of shock. Aaron Dye wrote the word Simon on the board. As he spoke to the class, he pointed at the board and said, "If you have ears, you must have heard many stories about summoning studies. It's outdated, has no future, is difficult to learn, has many limitations, and so on." Aaron Dye closed his eyes and continued, "All the prejudices you've ever heard are almost all true." Simon and Dick received a huge shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they shouted, "What do you mean?" The whole classroom was gloomy, lost in thought. What is this man talking about? He doesn't sound like a summoning studies professor at all. Aaron stood straight on the lecture platform and said calmly with a powerful voice, "I believe all the other classes are very attractive to you. How wonderful the major is, and why you should study it." Aaron Dye thought for a moment and then said, "Personally, I don't like those lines. I think I should tell you both the pros and cons so you can make the right choice." Aaron relaxed and enjoyed himself, making a suggestion to the whole class. So, first, the cons. The students were silent, all thinking the same thing. He's pointing out the cons first? Aaron Dye crossed his arms, calculated in his head, and gave the class an answer. It's very expensive. No matter what level you're estimating, it will be several times more expensive. The cost of materials for summoning studies is even more expensive than the total amount you pay for all other subjects. Aaron Dye remembered the materials for practicing the subject, including skeletons, magic boxes, and coffins. He explained to the class, materials are a must in summoning studies. We can't kill people or animals just because we run out of materials. So nowadays, we buy and use skeletons or specially treated corpses to make zombies. Most of the available products are also for one-time use only. The expressions of the students in the class changed. Some broke out in a cold sweat, while others were shocked and worried. Professor Aaron continued to talk. Usually, we spend more money on materials than the reward for the mission. So if you plan to major in summoning studies, don't even think about making money. Aaron explained the next point. The second disadvantage is that it's very dependent on the creatures. The image of skeletons surrounding the student, happy and triumphant. Professor Aaron continued, "If you think about it, you'll see it very clearly because summoning studies involves fighting with summoned creatures." Professor Aaron gave a clear example. When they are destroyed, the summoner's power will also drop by more than 80%. The image of the enemy pointing at the summoner and saying, "Kill him," when the creatures are killed and the summoner is in danger. Aaron Dye raised his hand and lectured. Specifically, this problem is related to the first disadvantage. For example, modern summoners often use semi-permanent modified zombies instead of the one-time use type. Just imagine what happens when this modified zombie model is destroyed. The image of a summoner holding a skull with a creature with vicious magic behind him. Professor Aaron added, they will suffer both strategic and financial losses when they lose these creatures. Until the damage is restored, all they can do is watch their teammates come up with strategies. Professor Aaron raised 3 fingers with a sharp gaze and emphasized, finally, disadvantage number 3. This is the most important one. 2 male students sat solemnly, listening to Aaron's words. Summoning studies is very weak in battles against priests. So to be precise, Aaron waved his hand and firmly asserted to the whole class again, summoning studies is not suitable for modern warfare, which is phased warfare. The image of darkness enveloping the moon with summoners and a war between many factions. Aaron Dye recalled and recounted, the time when summoning studies was at its peak was during all-out wars. In a full-scale war, summoners would have an unlimited supply of materials to summon zombies. The image of fighting and corpses everywhere on the battlefield, and a bright sky with thousands of flowers and a handshake of alliance between the two sides. Professor Aaron continued, but after the armistice, modern warfare has taken place on a small scale, usually localized wars. The image of Professor Bayan in his memory with the words, for blitzkriegs where the source of the curse cannot be traced, and wizards will usually be more common. Professor Aaron once again asserted, and it's true that summoning studies is very weak against priests. The image of creatures terrified of the light radiating from the priest. Professor Aaron narrated, think about a holy spell that can destroy your army of zombies. How much time and money would it take to rebuild it? There are many other disadvantages, but the final decision is up to you. Suddenly, Rien Victoria raised her hand to ask a question. She called out loudly to the professor. Rien introduced herself and gave her opinion. I am Rien. I would also like to know about the advantages of summoning studies. Professor Aaron's face showed a cold expression, not wanting to answer. Aaron quickly asked Rien back, making the whole class and her stunned. I don't remember giving permission to ask questions. Rien Victoria awkwardly withdrew her hand, her eyes wide with surprise, and stammered in reply to Aaron. I'm sorry. Aaron sighed in frustration, slammed one hand on the table, and said, as for the advantages, numbers, diverse tactical possibilities, and support from summoned creatures. Simon and Dick, upon hearing this, simultaneously thought in surprise and annoyance. Do you think we're skipping over too many advantages? Aaron put both hands in his pockets and said clearly to the whole class, whether you want to take this course in the second semester or not is up to you. But remember one thing. Professor Aaron Dye's face was extremely serious as he announced a warning. Don't dream of entering any field if you don't have enough courage. Aaron lowered his voice and reminded, whether you want to take this course in the second semester or not is up to you. But remember one thing. He glared and warned, don't dream of entering a field if you don't have enough courage. Aaron Dye continued, if you're going to cry, whine, or despair, or want to consult me about changing your major after 2 years because of financial problems or something. Hearing this, the students couldn't help but be startled. Aaron Dye added, don't even think about entering this field with such a weak attitude. He continued, and if you think you want to major in summoning studies just because there's less competition. Hearing Aaron Dye's long lecture, Anna couldn't help but feel bored. He's at it again. Finally, Aaron Dye said in a serious voice, I will personally expel you. That's it. End of story. He said softly. Now, let's start the lesson. The students replied, yes, sir. Aaron Dye gave each student a strange box and said, what you're holding is the skeleton of an island rat person. Simon quickly examined the item in the box. Aaron Dye continued, the skeleton is similar to a human's, but cheaper and simpler. Aaron Dye tossed the skull up and said, most beginners in this subject will start with the island rat person. He pointed to the drawing on the board and continued, and here is the bone structure and the numbers. Aaron Dye said in a serious voice, let's begin. Take out skull number 1. As soon as they touched the skeleton, the students flinched slightly. Aaron Dye said softly, the skull has already been assembled for you, right? A girl said, it's a bit creepy. The person next to her chuckled, huh, but it's completely clean. While the students were still fumbling, Aaron Dye spoke up. You'll see a part where you can put your hand under the skull, and in there is the magic circle regulator. Simon was a bit confused. Under the skull? Aaron Dye said softly. Put your hand inside and create the magic circle. As soon as they felt underneath as the professor instructed, everyone exclaimed in surprise. It's really there. The skull itself must also function as a regulator. Simon said excitedly. Yeah, let me try. Aaron Dye said in a low voice. After you've cast the magic circle. Suddenly, terrified screams echoed continuously. The skeleton suddenly moved and caused a commotion in the classroom. It pounced and bit the hands and hair of the female students. Everyone was extremely shocked. Aaron Dye felt a headache coming on. Oh my, I was about to tell you not to be startled because the zombies will be activated. Aaron Dye said with amusement. I guess I was a little late. The students exclaimed in frustration, so petty, while the skull continued to wreak havoc, making Dick tremble. Simon calmly ordered, stay still. The skull immediately lay obediently in his friend's hand. Dick couldn't help but be surprised. Simon, do you handle these things often? Simon replied briefly, no, it's just, I've seen them a lot. At that moment, Aaron Dye tapped his hand on the table and said in a serious voice, get used to it. You're necromancers, after all. After activating the magic circle, the process of creating life is almost complete. Aaron Dye continued, of course, it can't move freely yet because it doesn't have a body. So now you have to build its body. Necromancers should be familiar with the bone structure of the summoned creature. Originally, the human body has a total of 206 bones, but the island rat person only has 53, so it's much easier. Aaron Dye requested, first, find the second cervical vertebra and connect it to the skull. Hearing this, The students tremblingly picked up the bone fragment. Suddenly, the bone fragment was sucked tightly to the skull. Everyone was startled and cried out. Aaron Dai said briefly, "The skeleton has a tendency to return to its original form, so connecting it will be very simple if you do it in the correct order." Now, Simon thought to himself, "I see." In the back, Dick's rat was very mischievous. After a while, Aaron Dai said, "Next is bone number 3, up to 11. Lauren complained to her friend, "How did you put in bone number 9? The girl next to her kindly instructed, "If you look at this part." Aaron Dai didn't forget to remind them, "Be careful not to confuse the upper backbones with the lower backbones. That must hurt." The island rat person walks upright, so completing the spine to support the back of the body is the most important part. Rian assembled it with a cheerful smile. Aaron Dai said softly, "If you assemble them in the wrong order, the zombie won't be able to move smoothly." Aaron Dai continued, "And the bones will make a creaking sound, and movement will be difficult. At a critical moment, the entire skeleton will break." Seeing Hector finish in a flash, the students were all impressed. "You're good at everything. The best." After a while, Aaron Dai said softly, "Continue to number 16. On one side, Melon had finished her work long ago. The cold girl crossed her arms and snorted. Aaron Dai said, "We're almost done. Attach bone number 53. If you're stuck, remember to raise your hand." The class started to become chaotic. Everyone was calling out, "Professor, I can't connect the leg part." Another person interrupted, "Professor, my skeleton ran away." At the same time, Simon had finished his rat. "This is the first skeleton I've created with dark energy." Suddenly, a desperate cry was heard. "Simon! Simon!" Dick was crying on one side. "Simon, look at my skeleton. Why does it keep sticking its leg bone to its arm?" Seeing the bizarre scene, Simon also sighed helplessly. Even so, Simon quickly pointed out the problem. "I think you confused the leg bone with the arm bone, so it thinks its leg is its arm." Dick asked blankly, "Really?" Simon began to compare the two skeletons. "Yeah, look. Number 21 is the leg, not the arm." Dick exclaimed happily, "You're right. Why do they look so similar?" A moment later, Aaron Dai said softly, "Time's up." The professor said, "Today's skeleton assembly class is over. I will have a student demonstrate in the final part." Aaron Dai called out, "Simon Flo, please come up." Simon replied. Dick, next to him, patted his friend's shoulder in comfort. Aaron Dai continued, "Next is Hector Moore. Please come up." Hector didn't hesitate to reply. As the two students stood facing each other, Aaron Dai said softly, "We have 10 minutes left until the end of class." The professor explained clearly, "The two of you will assemble a skeleton and use it to retrieve this necklace. The person who gets the necklace before time runs out wins." Aaron Dai said in a low voice, "You cannot retrieve the necklace yourselves or use dark magic. Anything else is allowed." After explaining, Aaron Dai said softly, "All right, get in position. Ready." Seeing Hector's swift movements, Simon was a little worried but tried to keep a calm expression. The two of them simultaneously placed their hands on the skeleton. Aaron Dai shouted, "Begin." Simon thought to himself, "I can do this. I can win." Simon remembered every step clearly. First, place the spine in at the same time. I'll place it from bone number 2 to number 7. Then, suddenly, Simon looked up blankly. The teaching assistant was folding the model on the board and said, "I forgot to mention." She said briefly, "You can't cheat in this match." Hearing this, both Hector and Simon were very surprised. Looking at the small pieces in the box, Simon thought to himself, "It's okay. At least the bones are numbered. I can arrange them in order from number 1. However, as soon as he picked it up, Simon noticed something was wrong. There are no more numbers on the bones. Aaron Dai then spoke up, "Of course not. The bones you just used were for instructional purposes. The teaching assistant took care of numbering each one. But the skeletons sold on the market don't have numbers." Aaron Dai glared and asked in a stern voice, "Didn't I tell you?" Aaron Dai said clearly, "A necromancer should be familiar with these things." Although it was a bit difficult, Hector still slowly attached each part. Seeing this, Simon told himself, "Don't give up. I just did this. I can remember the order of the programs." Simon thought back on each step. Start with cervical vertebra number 2. At that moment, Aaron Dai was silently observing. Watching Simon assemble each piece of bone, Aaron Dye thought to himself. The top-ranked special admissions student has never assembled a skeleton before. On the other hand is Hector. And that big kid has already remembered the order and structure. Aaron Dye noticed Hector's characteristic. He relies on knowledge more than memory. The knowledge he learned in the prep class helped him. But it's thanks to his intuition that he avoided making mistakes at critical moments. Aaron Dye predicted the winner. It's Hector. He's gifted. As for that top-ranked kid, seeing Simon's difficulty, Aaron Dye thought to himself, he's almost at his breaking point. Has he never taken a prep class? At that moment, Simon was a bit confused. Is this the right order? The classroom suddenly became quiet. Aaron Dye thought, Hector seems to be the only one I see with talent in this class. Suddenly, a skeleton gradually took shape. Hector thought confidently, I'm going to win. Seeing his friend's movements, the students all cheered. Good job, Hector. He's almost done. At that moment, Hector patted the rat and thought to himself, when I get the chance, I'll crush you. That way you'll never have a chance to fight me again. Looking at Simon, Hector told himself, I have to make him the laughingstock of the class. I will trample on his confidence in his top rank. Hector began to develop an ambition. And watch you fall. At that moment, Hector's rat moved forward. It took very steady steps. Then, Hector's rat jumped into the air and climbed onto the table. Everyone cheered enthusiastically. Hector. Seeing Hector's rat was somewhat overwhelming. Everyone shouted. Hector got the necklace first. They said briefly, there are 5 minutes left. If Hector still has the necklace in his hand, he wins. Simon forced his trembling hands and told himself, stay calm. Looking at Hector, Simon thought to himself, I was too confident. Hector took the prep class, but this is the first time I've built this skeleton. The chances of beating him are very low. Simon thought, instead of randomly memorizing the knowledge in class, I should just skip it. Simon began to see the path ahead. That's right. Just go with my gut. At that moment, Simon's speed had increased significantly. He thought to himself, I'll just assemble it as I see fit. Seeing this, the students began to whisper among themselves. So, he was wrong from the very beginning. A female student wondered, or maybe he's given up. Everyone clicked their tongues and jeered. No talent or courage. They sneered to themselves. How can someone like that be number one? On the other hand, Dick couldn't stop worrying. Simon. At the same time, Simon was reassessing the problem. The professor said to use the skeleton to get the necklace, but he never said it had to be a perfect skeleton. He told himself, I don't have time. Forget those complicated structures. Make it as simple as possible. The joints began to connect. Simon used leg number 20 as the front leg. He quickly picked up another bone fragment. I can't leave out number 27 because it's a crucial part. Simon immediately chased after Hector. I'll skip 28 and take 29. And next is 31. Seeing him focus on connecting the bones, Aaron Dye was a bit skeptical. Suddenly, the professor was startled when he saw something. Simon's rat had started to move. Aaron Dye couldn't stop being shocked. No way. That kid. This is... The professor realized. It's the skeleton of a gray rat. The gray rat is the pre-evolutionary form of the island rat person. He used a different assembly method to create that structure. Aaron Dye thought in amazement. Of course, it's not exactly the same, but it's still a zombie. It doesn't have to be identical. As long as it can move, it's fine. How can a student who has never taken a prep class? Looking at Simon's confident expression, Aaron Dye was a bit doubtful. Did he figure it out on his own without using any knowledge? Now, Cindy and Dick cheered enthusiastically. Go, Simon. Go. That's right. Aaron Dye still couldn't believe his eyes. Something strange. Below, the students were all whispering. Rien exclaimed, I don't know what it is, but he finished it. Hearing this, Hector thought to himself, I'm the only one who made a perfect skeleton. Like Simon, everyone realized in unison. That's right. The shape doesn't matter. Even a cold person like Merlin couldn't hide the surprise on her face. Hector told himself, I did it in a short amount of time without looking at the diagram. The students below exclaimed in admiration and cheered. Simon, Simon, Simon. Faced with this situation, Hector was frozen in place. Hector Emo should be the center of attention. Hector gritted his teeth in anger. But after all, Hector felt a surge of jealousy and hatred. They're not cheering for me anymore. At that moment, His rat charged forward aggressively. It directly attacked the opponent's skeleton. Seeing this, Simon was a bit shocked. Seeing that bewildered expression, Hector smirked with delight. Simon, follow. I'm about to win. Suddenly, Simon smiled mysteriously. He raised his hand to control the skeleton. In the next second, Simon's rat had snatched the item. With surprising speed, it defeated its opponent. Hector's rat turned its head, and its eyes glowed aggressively. Finally, the item was in the hands of Simon's rat. Although it was torn apart, it stubbornly held onto the item. Hector shouted in anger, "This!" He shouted, "This is unfair. Professor Aaron, this is ridiculous." Hector yelled, "You said we had to use the skeleton to get the necklace. This is just a bone, not a skeleton." Now, Simon spoke up, "Just a bone." Hearing this, Hector was startled. Simon said in a low voice, "I don't think so." As soon as he raised his hand, a powerful surge of energy suddenly pulled in. The joints of Simon's rat quickly connected. Witnessing this scene, Hector was so shocked his jaw dropped. What the hell? In a flash, Simon's rat took shape. He asked, "Now what?" "On my command." The skeleton immediately handed the item to its master. Simon smiled triumphantly. "I guess it's fair now, right?" Seeing this, Hector gritted his teeth in anger. At that moment, Aaron Dye spoke up. "That's enough." The professor let out a sigh and announced, "The winner is..." Aaron Dye said clearly, "Simon, follow." After hearing the result, Simon gently lifted the skeleton. He tossed it into the air and shouted happily. Simon smiled with pride. "I won." Meanwhile, the professors were chatting in the staff room. One of them asked, "Professor, it's good to see you. How's the top of the class?" Bayan replied, "I see a lot of excellent students in this year's class." Another professor nodded and said, "Of course. There are the special admission students and also the students who scored high on the entrance exam." The female teacher also acknowledged, "That's right. Melonview is better than I thought. She made the synth poison on the first day." Someone said briefly, "Blood is thicker than water." All 7 children from the View family are outstanding. He asked in a soft voice, "So what about the successor of the Ivory Tower?" The female teacher placed her teacup on the table and spoke up, "Jonah, I understand why the tower is so proud of her." The professor continued, "Isn't Zathelma also amazing?" He completely shattered the previous notions about half-giants. There were prejudices about half-giants not being good at using magic. As for Zathelma, I should ask if he's interested in specializing in magic. They asked each other happily, "Haha, you've already chosen your students?" Someone didn't forget to remind them, interacting with students during the protection period is against the rules. At that moment, a professor spoke up. "Professor Bayan, you also taught a class today, right? How was it?" Bayan smiled mysteriously and asked back, "What do you mean?" The professor replied, "You know what I mean. The number 1 special admission student that Lord Nept personally chose." Bayan said briefly, "He lost to another student in my class. I'm not sure if he has a great talent or not. Not yet." Hearing this, the professors were a bit skeptical. That's unexpected. But he's still number 1. Is there really nothing special about him?" Bayan said softly, "Well, he has good stamina. He endured 9 exhaustion spells in the first class." The professor was a bit surprised. 9 times? Stamina is indeed very important, but that's not impressive enough for a number 1 special admission student. Now, Aaron Dye yawned and walked past everyone. Bayan spoke up, "Oh right, you also taught Class A today, right Aaron?" Aaron Dye took a sip of tea and turned to answer, "What is it?" "The number 1 special admission student." Bayan asked softly, "What do you think of him?" Aaron Dye said bluntly, "A slow and mediocre kid. He has a certain uniqueness in making some creative specimens, despite his flaws." Hearing this, Bayan was slightly startled. The professors began to whisper among themselves, "I don't think this year's number 1 student is really that special. There's no way he was chosen by Lord Nept." Bayan forced a smile, but his heart was filled with doubt. Did Aaron just throw a smokescreen about him? Bayan put down his teacup and thought to himself, he's known as a strict person. And for him to do something like that, it can only be because he really likes that number 1 student. Looking at Aaron Dye, Bayan thought, a slow, mediocre kid, with some uniqueness in making some creative specimens, despite his flaws. Those are the best compliments Aaron can give. Bayan began to reflect. A kid chosen by Nept, and noticed by the strict Aaron. Bayan held his pen and thought to himself, I'm getting more and more interested in this kid. Now, Bayan called out, right, Aaron? Bayan asked softly, the declaration you made last year, will you still carry it out? Hearing this, Aaron Dai was a bit confused. Last year, Bayan smiled mysteriously and began to taunt, that you don't intend to directly mentor any student under your wing. Hearing this, Aaron Dai gave him a sharp glare. After a moment of silence, Aaron Dai spoke up, Professor Bayan, I don't. Suddenly, Nept threw open the door and walked in cheerfully. She said, hello, everyone. The professors immediately bowed. Greetings, Nept. The headmaster waved excitedly. Hello, hello. Now, Bayan took out a Margino ice cream bar and grinned. Welcome. Seeing this, Nept pretended to refuse but still took it. Oh my, I told you not to treat me like a child anymore. Bayan said softly, one of the qualities of a gentleman is to prepare a gift for a woman. Nept felt delighted. Humph, you smooth talker. A professor asked softly, did you bring the whole refrigerator with you? Bayan immediately replied, of course. At that moment, Nept said, well, I think I should accept it since Bayan gave it to me anyway. A professor quickly gave up his seat for the headmaster. Please sit here, Lord Nept. She replied cheerfully, all right, thanks. Nept plopped down on the comfortable chair and asked, so, how were the new students on their first day? A professor immediately replied, I understand why the ivory tower is so confident. Zephelma also has a great talent for magic. They eagerly reported, Marine is also amazing. Nept nodded and said softly, there are many talented students in the first class this year. I hope the student protection period will end soon. While the professors were surrounding the headmaster, Aaron Dai just stood silently outside. After hearing a brief overview of the situation, Nept said cheerfully, good. Please report any problems you have. Anyway, today is the first day. Let's go home early and rest. Everyone replied, yes, ma'am. At that moment, Aaron Dai spoke up. Nept, I'd like to discuss something with you in private. Hearing this, the professors turned to him with confused expressions. Nept replied generously, of course. Let's go. She asked softly, what do you want to discuss? Aaron Dai said softly, I'll tell you when we're alone. Seeing this, Bayan thought to himself, he's always been so direct. He smirked. She won't give you what you want that easily, Aaron. At the same time, Dick said in confusion, what are we going to do? All the 4-person rooms only have one spot left. Simon looked regretful. It seems we got to the dorms too late. The students walking around here are also from our class. Dick said, summoning class ended 3 hours ago. The other students have already found their rooms, I think. At that moment, the dorm caretaker spoke up. I'm sorry, there are no rooms with 2 empty spots on the 2nd floor either. Simon and Dick replied, it's okay. It's not your fault. Simon pointed at the paper and asked softly, are there no rooms with 2 empty spots on the 3rd or 4th floor either? The caretaker replied in confusion, the other floors are the same. Simon suggested, should we go to a room and ask if they want to switch places? He continued, I want to go around the other floors too, just to be sure. Seeing this, the caretaker said, then I'll go with you. Maybe I can help with something. Just then, 3 students were approaching from a distance. They were carrying heavy luggage and laughing excitedly with each other. Due to carelessness, the 3 of them bumped into the caretaker. Even so, one of them shouted loudly, get out of the way. The caretaker was startled and cried out, "Hey!" The one with the spiky hair said rudely, "What the hell? I told you to move." The caretaker relented. "I'm sorry." Not stopping there, the 3 of them started to blame her. "A mere staff member like you, getting in our way. It's crushed at the corner because of you. What are you going to do about it?" The caretaker quickly bowed. "I'm sorry. I'm very sorry." The spiky-haired one said angrily, "Sorry my ass. What are you doing just standing there? Move this right now." The caretaker immediately replied, "All right, I'll do it." Now, Simon stepped in front of the caretaker and said, "Excuse me." Simon asked in a serious voice, "Don't you see that I'm talking to her?" Dick, from behind, added, "We were here first. Don't cut in line like that. Besides, it's clear that you deliberately ran into her." Seeing this, the spiky-haired one started to get angry. "What's your problem? You're commoners, right? Who do you think you are?" Seeing his accomplice about to get physical, the one next to him quickly stopped him. Hey, wait a minute. The one with the slanted hair exclaimed. It's him. The number 1 special admission student. The one who recited the oath as a student representative in the auditorium. At that moment, Simon gave them a sharp glare. Noticing that furious expression, the 3 of them immediately backed down. Be more careful next time. Let's go. Seeing that the situation had been resolved, the caretaker said happily, Thank you for helping me. Simon said softly, You don't need to thank me. I just did what I had to do. Dick, from behind, laughed at the cowards. Ha ha ha. The caretaker then said, All right, let's go then. After looking around, the caretaker spoke up. Actually, there's one room with 2 empty spots on the 4th floor. It's room 409, a 4-person room with a very nice view, and it's also near the main staircase. She looked clearly confused. Let's see which students are in the room. The caretaker said softly, Rooms 412 and 413 only have 1 spot left, but they're right next to room 409. We should check those rooms, right? Simon looked confused. What about 409? Is there a problem with it? The caretaker answered hesitantly. There's already a student in there. Simon said simply. Then we can ask if we can join them. Hearing this, the caretaker quickly waved her hands. One of them. She then explained clearly. His name is Kizen Fran, and he was here last year too. Simon became even more confused. Last year? But this is the first-year dorm. The caretaker recounted the situation. Kizen failed to advance to the 2nd year. I heard he had some problems, so he had to start over from the beginning. She whispered softly. I'm just a caretaker of this dorm, so I don't know the details. But I heard that many of his roommates had to request a room change. They had bruises on their faces, and Kizen also got into a lot of trouble. That's what I heard. Kizen usually expels problematic students. It's strange that he's an exception. Simon and Dick asked back, bewildered, Really? Dick asked, Simon, should we go to another room? Simon answered frankly, Let's at least say hello first. Hearing this, Dick was startled. What? Wait a minute. Seeing Simon touch the doorknob, Dick exclaimed, Are you really going in? As soon as they stepped inside, they both felt the gloomy atmosphere. Dick fearfully hid behind his friend. Simon walked towards the blanket and said, Hello? Excuse me. Sorry to disturb you while you're sleeping. Hearing the voice, the person under the blanket was startled. Simon said softly, We'd like to stay in this room with you. He asked softly, Is that okay? Now, a student with a dark face turned to glare at them with furious eyes. A murderous aura radiated from him. Kizen Fran's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He glared and said, You new student. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed completely. The murderous aura vanished as if nothing had happened. Kizen Fran scratched his head and exclaimed, I see. So today was the day to check the application results, huh? Time flies, doesn't it? He looked at Simon Philoto again and said politely, You don't have to be so formal. After all, I'm a first year too. Simon heard this and followed suit, calling his name. Oh, all right. Then Kizen Fran scratched his head again, interrupting him, correcting his way of addressing him. Forget it. Just call me Kizen. Then he looked at the 2 new students and reminded them, I don't know how long you 2 will be able to last in this academy, but remember these 2 things. Hearing this, Dick Haywood was no longer trembling with fear, but was urged on by curiosity. He stood up straight, eager to hear the story. Kizen Edfan quickly stated his demands. First, don't stick your nose in my business. Second, don't make a ruckus before I go to sleep. Once I'm asleep, you can shout, dance, or do whatever you want. Simon Fiolentia immediately concluded, So you're letting us stay? Kizen Fran didn't seem to care. He lay down on the bed, pulled the blanket over himself, and said, It doesn't really matter. Isn't that right? If it weren't you 2, someone else would have come since this is the only empty room. Kizen Edvin pulled the blanket over his head and went to sleep, while Simon Fiolentia and Dick Haywood didn't know what else to say. The silence was awkward. The 2 of them left the room and told the dorm caretaker, We'll take this room. She asked with a hint of worry, Are you 2 sure? Simon Fiolentia replied cheerfully, It'll be fine. I don't think he's a bad person. Since the person in question had already said it was fine, the dorm caretaker had nothing more to advise. She pasted the list of students living in the same room next to the door and said, All right. If you have any other problems, don't hesitate to let me know. I'll immediately report the matter to the landlord for them to handle. Simon Felicia bowed politely and said, "Okay, thank you." Then she said goodbye to the two of them. "That's all. Good night." Simon Felicia and Digger also opened the door and entered the room. Digger, holding a thick stack of documents to clean the room, looked a little worriedly at the person sleeping on the bed and asked his friend, "Do you think he really won't wake up?" Simon Florinia answered honestly, "I'm not sure either, but he said we could do whatever we want when he's asleep." Dick Haywood frowned and thought for a moment. Then, without a word of warning, he dropped the books in his hands onto the floor with a loud thud. The sudden, loud noise startled Simon Felicia. When he saw that Kizen Edvin wasn't woken up by the loud noise, Dick Haywood said with a sigh of relief, "So he was telling the truth." Simon Felicia said confidently to his friend, "I don't think he's a bad person. As long as we follow his rules, we'll be fine." Kazan Fran remained with his eyes closed, lying quietly on the bed. Putting that aside, Dick Haywood cheerfully discussed with Simon, "Anyway, we have a room now, so let's put our stuff down and go take a shower. I saw a bathroom on the second floor when we were coming up. Let's go check it out." Simon Felicia asked in surprise, "A bathroom?" A while later, Simon Felicia comfortably walked out of the bathroom. He had a towel wrapped around his head, tied into two buns on either side. Simon's face showed a clear expression of satisfaction and contentment. He smiled brightly and exclaimed with delight, "I like this." Dick Haywood saw his friend's bright smile and replied, "I can tell." Digger said with a bit of helplessness, "My God, I've never seen anyone so happy after taking a shower. Did you live on a mountain or something before coming here?" Simon replied cheerfully, "Something like that." Then he remembered the scene of Simon playing with the buttons in the bathroom and continued, "But, can you stop oohing and awing when you press the buttons in the bathroom? The other students are starting to talk." Simon Felicia asked in disbelief, "Really?" As they walked and talked, they soon returned to their room. Digger, turning the doorknob, continued, "You're already the center of gossip for being the top student in the exam, and now you're also being called a country bumpkin and a fake." Simon Felicia groaned dejectedly. He explained, "Well, I still think it's better here at Kizen." Digger felt this reason was acceptable. "That's true. Everyone wants to get accepted here." He leisurely sat down on the bed and continued, "Of course. Whether we can stay here or not depends entirely on our grades." Simon Felicia added, "I heard there are only 300 students in the second year." Digger exclaimed and made a prediction, "Right? We still have time to chat like this because we're still under the student protection period. Just wait and see. Half of this place will be gone soon." Hearing the strange new term, Simon Felicia asked with curiosity, "Student protection period?" Dick Haywork seriously explained to his friend, "That's when they can't accurately evaluate and can't give grades to students. At such times, the professors can't talk to these students privately, and they also can't arbitrarily expel them." He added, "And they're not allowed to harm the students either. If I remember correctly. Well, there are a lot of other forbidden things, so I can't remember them all." Simon Felicia remembered what he had done in class, which made him shudder a little. "So they're turning a blind eye to everything I did today?" Dick Haywood continued dejectedly. "After that period, expelling students is a common occurrence. Expulsion for not showing enough talent, for not having any promise of a successful future, for violating rules, for poor quality. You name it." Simon could only exclaim. Suddenly, Dick Ward became cheerful again. He raised a finger to indicate and said, "But, if you can hold on until the end of the first year, you can get a job almost anywhere. If you can survive this extremely intense competition and officially graduate." Dick Haywood pointed at Simon Felicia and began to paint a bright future. "If that's the case, you'll become a pioneer in an era where all continents are developing." Simon exclaimed in bewilderment. Digger lay back on the bed, his mouth still chattering on about the beautiful prospects that could happen. "I think you can become anything you want besides a nobleman. Well, actually, a small kingdom might even marry their princess to you if you graduate from Kizen." Simon Felicia asked back, "You want to become a nobleman?" Digger sat up, resting his chin on his hand, and answered him, "Although that would bring some benefits, it's not my goal." Simon Felicia continued to ask, then, only to see Dick Haywood form a circle with his thumb and index finger and hold it in front of Simon. He looked at the symbol with half an eye, with 3 parts contempt and 7 parts helplessness. Dick Hissoff's face showed a cunning smile as he said, "It's this." Simon Valencia looked at his friend's greedy face and said wearily, "I see." Digger said arrogantly, "So, from now on, I'll be very busy." Simon Valencia didn't pay much attention. He moved his hand and replied perfunctorily, "All right, I understand." Digger was still imagining, "If you need money in the future." He was startled by something that looked like a box flying out of a dark hole. It seemed to have been summoned by Simon, who was still calm about it. Dick Haywood forgot all about his bright future and frantically asked, What is that? What is this? What did you just do?" Simon Valencia calmly replied, "It's just a subspace." Digit asked again, "Then what's that?" Simon Follow, with a piece of paper related to a rat-shaped Skotten attached, explained, "This is a rat-shaped Skotten creation kit. I haven't studied much of this subject yet, so I brought one here to practice and get more proficient." Digger crawled closer to Simon Falota and asked, "We just finished class, and now you want to study more?" He answered honestly, "Yeah, it's just, I don't want to forget everything I just felt." Digger raised a doubt. "So are you going to assemble it in the correct order this time?" Simon Falot picked up the head of the rat-shaped Skotten, smiled, and affirmed, "No, friend. This time I'll just follow my instincts and feelings." Then he started to fiddle with it, putting the joints together. Dick Haywood stared blankly. He unconsciously exclaimed, "Nice," when he saw the rat-shaped Skotten assembled. Digger commented, "All right, it's the same type as the one you made in class." Simon Florinia nodded and said, "But it can be improved even more. It took me more time, and one leg is still loose." Although it was true that it wasn't perfect yet, Digger still praised him. "But you still managed to make it into a complete Skotten. I don't think I could do that." Suddenly, Simon Valencia reached out and patted the head of the rat-shaped Skotten and said a strange sentence, "I'm sorry." With that, Simon Valencia forcefully destroyed it. The Skotten immediately broke into pieces. Dick Haywood was horrified by his friend's action. He exclaimed in shock, "What was that? What happened? You did so well." Seeing his friend didn't answer, Digger looked at him in confusion and called out, "Simon?" Actually, Simon Philodia was recalling what Professor Aronia had said in class today. A Skotten created from summoning magic will usually carry some characteristics of its old body. Professor Aaron Dye held up 2 bone fragments that had been joined together and explained, "The official name for this is the regeneration force." The professor's teachings about its other names still echoed in Simon Valencia's mind, also known as the gravitational attraction force. Simon Florinia let out a soft sigh and closed his eyes. He began to feel the entire room and the scattered bone fragments around him while muttering the professor's words again. The Skotten will usually carry the characteristics of its old body, so if I can remember the position. With each of Simon Valencia's words, the bone fragments gradually moved. Reconstructing the original shape won't be difficult. They began to vibrate more and more. The Skotten's skull also trembled. Feeling that the time was right, Simon Philodia shouted, "Restore." Immediately, from the Skotten's eye sockets, a red light shone as if it had just come back to life. The skull flew quickly past Dick Haywood, making him jump in surprise and cry out. The parts of the rat-shaped Skotten automatically reassembled just like before, without any mistakes. Dick Haywood leaned in closer to observe and praised. "It's still amazing to see it regenerate like this." Simon replied sincerely, "Really? Thanks." Dick Ward was talking when he suddenly yawned. "How can you do this when you haven't even prepared?" He reminded him, "I'm so sleepy. It's late. I'm going to bed." Then Dick Haywood turned to ask his super talented friend, "What about you, Simon?" Seeing the creature slowly approaching him, Simon asked uncertainly, "Me?" He patted its head and said, "I want to experiment a little more." Nick Haywood slowly stood up. "Is that so? Then I'll go to bed first." He suddenly asked Simon Falota, "What's the first class tomorrow?" He smiled and replied, "Tomorrow? Dark Power Studies." The rat-shaped Skotten, under his caress, suddenly had the red light in its eyes turn into a pulsating blue. Sitting in the room with the skeleton, Simon told himself, "This time, I'll follow the diagram." After a while of fiddling, Simon realized, "I have to connect it like this so the knee joint can rotate. This is a rat person's bone. If I arrange it differently, can it move normally?" Feeling that the joint wasn't very secure, Simon muttered to himself, probably not. He began to take notes on his experiments. Arranging the chest joints of the rat person in a different way is not effective. Originally, the assembly formula is a standard that necromancers established a long time ago. So to get to this step, they must have experimented and made countless mistakes. Simon thought with a serious face, just like me now. He reached out and grabbed the skeleton and realized, every exercise has its reason and meaning. Only after assembling it myself do I realize how great the previous generation of necromancers was. Simon said softly, I tried switching the positions of your 25th and 31st frame bones. How is it? Simon said softly. Is it uncomfortable? The skeleton immediately shook its head vigorously. Simon then said, I see. This combination isn't very good. I'll put it back in its original place. He told himself, although the structure looks reasonable, there must be a more efficient arrangement for you to move. How can I find that way quickly? In the end, Simon closed his notebook and said to himself, all right, I need to study more properly and carefully. He thought back on everything. The skeletons my father used to help people in the fiefdom, and the skeletons Lauren used to control the gangs. Simon asked himself, what am I lacking compared to them? Just then, the skeleton's eyes lit up with a strange power. Simon had to give up. It seems my knowledge is not enough. I'm looking forward to the next class. The next day, the professor explained in a serious voice, dark energy serves as the foundation of a necromancer. The person standing on the lecture platform was Eric Ora, the Dark Power Studies professor for Class A. He said in a low voice, so I don't know how much I can emphasize the importance of dark power studies. Eric Ora posed the question, so how does dark energy create magic? To answer this question, we must understand the flow of dark energy, the runic ancient script, and the mechanism of the magic circle. While Simon was listening attentively, Dick next to him had been nodding off for a while. Originally, the origin of the runic ancient script comes from the eternal torch of the Black Temple. Initially, no one questioned why the torch there never went out. Why? Because people at that time believed that questioning God was a blasphemy. One day, they realized that the characters from the torch looked very much like letters. And they were surprised to learn that those ordinary letters were what created a miracle to maintain the light of the torch. The professor said softly, that is the story behind the origin of the runic language. Hearing this, Simon's eyes widened in admiration. Dick, next to him, slumped his head onto the desk by inertia. Eric Ora continued his lecture. The witches and necromancers who discovered the runic ancient script tried countless times to create the modern, easy-to-understand runic language of today. The professor wrote a few lines on the board and said, this is the runic language after those improvements. And these two magic circles are examples of the use of the improved runic language. Eric Ora continued, the magic circle you see here cannot be activated. The difference between it and the activatable magic circle on the right is the way the runic language is used in the magic. Eric Ora added, therefore, with the regulator and the knowledge you have learned, you can use dark energy more freely. Finally, the professor put down the chalk and said softly, today's lecture is over. I have an assignment for you. It's due next class. The specific content is as follows. Take an unactivatable magic circle that we used as an example in class. Present how you would modify it, the calculations and formulas you used to make it work. Before leaving, Eric Ora added, right, and the 3 students I call on next class will have to present their assignments. Finally, the professor said softly, see you in the next class. As soon as Eric Ora left, the students began to complain. Oh my God, dark power studies is so hard. Someone nodded in agreement. Right. Dick yawned as he walked across the school grounds. It feels just like when I was learning algebra with my father. Why can't I remember any of the formulas? I don't understand why I have to know those rules. Simon thought, but it's not that bad. He looked up at the sky and said softly, I didn't understand more than half of the lecture, but I liked how he described each working principle. Dick said dejectedly, what about Kizen don't you like? Dick had noticed Simon's strange behavior. This morning, too, you kept talking about the soap in the bathroom. Caught red-handed, Simon immediately nudged Dick's shoulder, making him jump and cry out. Dick called after him. That hurt, Simon. Wait for me. Arriving at the training grounds, Dick asked, Hey Simon, what's the next class? Simon replied, combat magic. Looking at the grassy field in front of them, Dick couldn't help but wonder, are we going to study here? Professor Dong. Simon replied softly, I don't know. Now, Rian pointed into the distance and exclaimed, everyone, look here. Before the students was a strange cloud of dust. Noticing the movement, someone said blankly, is something coming? The other students also widened their eyes and exclaimed, do you guys feel the ground shaking? Heading towards them was a bulky figure. Noticing the strange animal, everyone was startled. Hippos. Not just one, but a whole herd of hippos was charging forward. In a flash, they had surrounded the students and cornered them. Everyone trembled and cried out, why are there hippos here? What's going on? Suddenly, a laugh rang out. Haha, welcome new students. The bald professor sat sideways on a hippo's back and said, today, Professor Hong Pen will be teaching on the mountain. Now everyone, climb onto the hippos' backs. Hearing this, the students were all startled. Climb on. At that moment, Dick whispered softly. Actually, it's not that surprising. The combat magic professor is famous for being an eccentric person at Kizen. I heard she camps at different locations on the mountain. Hearing this, Simon became a little curious. Really? Now, a student said arrogantly. You're telling us to climb on that thing? He shouted. You have to put a carpet or something on that monster before we'll sit on it. The teaching assistant, Brad, stood up angrily and hissed. My God, a strange aura emanated from his legs. The teaching assistant, Brad, suddenly flew into the air, to everyone's surprise. What? The student who had just been arrogant couldn't believe his eyes. The teaching assistant, Brad, used his strong body to slam straight into the student from before. He was startled and cried out. The other student was too big. What do you think you're doing? Even though he was pinned to the ground by the teaching assistant, Brad, he still opened his mouth and shouted, a mere servant like you dares to get in our way? We are Kizen students. How insolent. The teaching assistant, Brad, felt that he had been looked down upon. He asked in a stern voice, servant? The teaching assistant, Brad, glared angrily. Why are the new students these days so stupid? The teaching assistant, Brad, shouted a reminder. You should call me teaching assistant, not servant. Seeing this, the other student immediately backed down. I'm sorry. The teaching assistant, Brad, said smugly. Anything else? Lying flat on the ground, the student replied. Yes, I'm sorry. He admitted. Witnessing this scene, Simon said softly. I guess they can't change, can they? Dick put his arm around his shoulder and said, let me tell you, you're an exception among those nobles. Now, the teaching assistant, Brad, spoke up. We're a bit behind schedule. Everyone, climb onto the hippos. He said softly. One hippo can carry 3 students. Hearing this, everyone obediently complied. Dick complained. This hippo is so big, it's hard to even climb on. At that moment, Brad said softly, is everyone on? Let's get going. However, Simon noticed a pink-haired girl was still playing with. Wait. He reached out his hand and asked gently, do you need help? Seeing this, the female student was a bit flustered. She replied, thank you. Simon quickly pulled the female student onto the hippo's back. The teaching assistant, Brad, shouted a reminder, hold on tight. He shouted, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the hippos raised their heads and roared. Then, they all charged forward at lightning speed. The students were all startled. At the same time, the pink-haired girl spoke up. Thank you for helping me. Her hair whipped into Simon's face, causing him to shout in confusion. The female student was so scared she burst into tears. The scene was now utter chaos. The students cried out in fear, sorry, I'm going to fall. How do I hold on? The teaching assistant, Brad, suddenly showed a hesitant expression. Then, he said, overcome it with your will. This is also part of the training. The teaching assistant, Brad, gave a thumbs up and said softly, if you fall off now, you'll be trampled to death by the hippos. Got it. Hearing this, everyone was startled and hissed. What? The teaching assistant, Brad, continued calmly. There are 1 or 2 accidents every year. At this point, the students were so scared their faces turned pale. What? Everyone shouted in shock. I want to get down. I'm sorry. Help. The teaching assistant, Brad, said in a serious voice. Just hold on. Kizen doesn't need a student who can't even handle a hippo. Arendai shouted, "Come on, everyone. 1 bottle each." He gave each student a bottle of water. The students replied, "Thank you. Thank you." Digger said, "Having water to drink will make it less tiring." Simon Flo replied. Cammy looked up at the sky in horror and said. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard. "Welcome to the class." All the students below were whispering among themselves. Who was that? A white bird was perched on her shoulder. Hong Kinta Maglos introduced herself to everyone. "I am Hong Kinta Soka Maglos," she said. "This semester, I will be teaching you combat magic." Information: a giant immortal monster once destroyed 4 fiefdoms, Kara. She is a legend in the world of necromancers. She fought the giant immortal monster for 5 days and 5 nights, and single-handedly broke its 100 heads, winning a dramatic victory. Hong Kinta Maglos, first-year combat magic professor. Hong Kinta Soka Maglos told everyone, "Please stand up." The exhausted students obeyed her command and formed 4 vertical lines. The students replied. Melon View's group wondered, "For what?" The teaching assistant, Brad, clarified, "You'll form 4 vertical lines." "Hurry up, everyone." The students replied, "Yes, sir." They whispered to each other, "So it's 4. The voice said loudly, "Good. We'll set off immediately." Set off? Simon Fulentia wondered to himself, "Where are we going?" The students were surprised by Hong Kinta Maglos's action and exclaimed. She reminded the students, "Everyone, a healthy body and a healthy mind. The foundation of combat magic comes from physical health." Simon Fulentia was surprised and thought to himself, "She's so good. How can she run like that?" He said, "We all have 2 arms and 2 legs like her, yet the professor is on a whole other level." Hong Kinta Maglos said as she ran, "Training the body with dark energy is the basis of this combat magic. And we also learn about body movement." The teaching assistant, Brad, and the person running with him listened to her words as they ran. Necromancers who mainly use combat magic are called combat necromancers. Hong Kinta Marklat said, "If you reach a certain level like them, dark energy will flow out of your bodies. The dark energy will take the form of clothing, which we call a dark cloak." She said, "This is a characteristic skill of combat necromancers." Hong Kinta Maklat reminded the students, "The trees are dense here. Be careful." Dig Hayward, running behind, shouted with all his might, "Yes. I'm so jealous of the kids who are gifted in this subject." Simon Fulentia thought to himself, "Gifted?" He looked at his friends ahead jumping over the trees and acknowledged, "You're right. They look like they're having fun." The person behind him groaned tiredly. "Simon, why not?" Simon Fulentina replied, "I'm fine." Digger wondered, "How can you be? Are you still really okay?" He said, "My hometown has a lot of hills and mountains, and it's been a while since I've had a good run like this." Dig Hayward took a breath and said, "You're a beast. Let's go." The professor running in front heard the 2 of them talking and chuckled to herself. Hong Kinta Maglos stopped right in front of the cliff and said, "All right, you have to use dark energy to jump over the valley in front of us." The students were puzzled by the challenge she gave them and said, "We have to jump over this?" Hong Kong Tung Shoko Marklat instructed, "You can do it. It just takes a little trick. It's like when you burst dark energy in the palm of your hand, but instead, you'll use the soles of your feet." As she spoke, she demonstrated. "Watch closely." The students below were amazed by what Hong Kinta Marklat just did. Her feet touched the ground, and she said, "If you do it again." Hong Kong Tun Shoka Maglat leaned back, landed on her feet, and crouched down. Simon Fulentia and his friend stood next to her, watching in amazement as she said, "Everyone has seen it, right? You don't need to fly into the air." Hong Kintuga Maglat said, "When you jump, release dark energy through the soles of your feet like a rocket taking off. It will feel like you're stepping out of the shadows." Before she finished speaking, she took a running start and jumped to the other side. The students were surprised. "What?" Hong Kinta Maglos landed lightly with her feet together. She said from the other side, "Come on over." The students shouted, "Ek! Here I come." They shouted as they jumped. Some of the students managed to jump up, while others struggled to hold on to the edge and groaned. "Ah." Hong Kinta Marklat said, "Good job." She took the student's hand and said, "If you miss the timing, it will be dangerous like that. Next time, You have to release the energy earlier. The male student said in fear. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Simon Fulentia muttered. Step out of the shadows. Step out of the shadows. Dig Hayward reminded him. It seems you're overthinking it again. He replied, yeah, but it seems too hard. Dig Hayward quickly said goodbye to him and rushed forward. The more you think, the harder it gets. I'm going first. Simon Fulentia watched him worriedly and said, Be careful. Dig Hayward cried out in fear. He was surprised to see Hector jump ahead of him. He landed lightly, while Dick Haywood fell to the ground, groaning. The two of them stood there and praised him. That was great. The young man next to him said, You jumped the highest just now. Dig Haywood dusted off his sleeves, looked up at him, and said, I'm sure I can't be like him. He stood on this side and heard him say, Simon, did you see me just now? Even I could do it. You'll do fine. Simon Fulentia closed his eyes and said, A leap of faith. Using dark energy. He took a running start and made the leap. Simon Fulentia's feet landed lightly. Hector watched him jump over and was impressed. Dick Haywood shouted, Amazing, Simon. He cheered, Wonderful. You jumped the highest in the class. He replied, panting. Simon Fulentia added happily, I did it. Hongbent Shoka Maglos was surprised to see it. She praised him, You're really good. Both he and Dick Haywood were overjoyed with each other. He saw this and glared angrily at Simon Fulentia. Hong Kinta Maglos reminded them, All right, it seems everyone has made it across. We'll wait a bit for the students who fell into the valley. She continued, When they get back, we'll move on to the next location. He replied cheerfully, Yes, Professor. Dig Hayward asked Simon Follow, Oh right, Simon. Do you want to see this on the way? He asked curiously, What is this? He pointed to the book and said, It's a list of students we need to recruit for our class group. The class group starts next week, so we should prepare. I've listed everyone's names, strengths, and personalities. He said, Amazing. How did you find out all this? Dick Haywood replied, It's a secret. Simon Flo thought, Well, I've only just caught up with the subjects. Nick has had time to observe the other students in the class. He looked at Dick Haywood and thought to himself, So that's why he came to me and not Hector. Because after observing Hector, he thought he couldn't get along with him. Simon Fulentia said, Anyway, we have to get along to maintain the group. Simon Fulentia asked him, So what do you think? Digger quickly replied, Most of the students in our class are very proficient. They're all good, but he looked at Cammy and said, That girl, the one who sent the hippos with us. I guess as soon as the student protection period ends, she'll be expelled immediately. Diggerward stood looking at her and explained, There were only 2 people in the class who fell into the valley, and she was one of them. Her personality is also quite timid, so she'll probably get bullied. He heard this and said, I see. As the 2 of them were talking, Hong Kinta Marith shouted, Everyone, she said, We've been walking for a minute. Let's run again, shall we? The students replied in unison. One of them voiced their opinion. I think we need a break, Professor. Simon Fulentia said, This subject is really dynamic. It's so much fun. Nick Haywood replied irritably. You think this class is fun? He was confused when he heard him say that. The students shouted in fear, Professor, the hippos are running towards us. The students saw her walking away and said, Professor, we should ask the teaching assistant for help. They realized in panic, He's not here either. Simon Fulentia said seriously, This is not good. He stood in front of the hippos and thought to himself, Step out. He appeared high above and continued, From the darkness. Simon Follow thought to himself with curiosity. Dick said there would be no danger during the student protection period. Could this be an accident? Simon Fulentia landed lightly and thought, If I don't avoid these hippos, someone might get hurt. He watched helplessly as the hippos attacked him. The short-haired female student used magic to subdue the hippo. That magic was like a protective barrier, protecting everyone from their attack. 2 young men sat on either side of a tree branch, watching the hippos charge forward. Cindy flew near Simon Fulentia and greeted him. Simon, long time no see. He ignored her greeting. He landed and thought to himself, It seems I have no right to worry about others. Dick Haywood called out, Hey, Simon. He was on the pole and asked him, Are you still okay? Simon Fulentia replied. He bowed his head and thought, I was worrying for nothing. I can't believe I have to compete with 1,000 academic prodigies like this. Dig Hayward asked him again. Are you sure you're okay? He said, you must be shaking. Don't worry. All the hippos have been tamed by Professor Hongbong. Simon Fulintia replied in surprise. Really? He explained, she's a master of combat magic, but she can also use the power of the Rit bloodline. When I was up there, I saw the hippos only surrounding the kids who fell down, not attacking them. Simon Fulintia replied, so that's why. Brad reminded them, come on, come on. There's no time to rest. Get up. The tired students replied. The teaching assistant added, the hippos will come back to attack again. Get up quickly. Cammy replied in fear. The teaching assistant, Brad, reminded them. The professor is already waiting below. Let's go now. The scene changes to a dense forest. Hong Kinta Marklat called out loudly. Everyone. Simon Fulintia was surprised by the scene before him. Hong Kinta Maglos said, there are no more obstacles. Come here now. The students said in surprise. She said, you did well. You can take a break now. Hong Kinta Maglos reminded them. Oh, but you can only eat after the class is over. But I guess you're all exhausted, so I contacted Kizen beforehand. One of them wondered, for what? She pointed forward and said, look over there. The students cheered, lunch. She asked, are you looking forward to it? The students cheered, yes. The professor is the best. Digger said to him, oh my, there's no professor like ours. He said, she lets students eat and drink during class. With the other strict professors at Kizen, that would never happen. Simon Felodius said, this staff, Nick, I think it's a bit different from the rumors I heard before coming here. He looked at Hong Kinta Maglos and the teaching assistant, Brad, and said, what rumors? Simon Fulentina said, I heard that Professor Hongbong is one of the most typical Kizen professors. Dick Hayhot wondered, huh? Dick Haywood said, Professor Hong Pa, that nature-loving lady? Where did you hear that? It's fake news. Simon Fulintia thought to himself. It was from Lauren, Net's daughter. Hong Kinta Maglos said, students, clean up. We'll set off in 10 minutes. Dejurst looked at her and said, SH. He said, I thought we would get to rest and then go back to the hippos. He looked into the distance and thought thoughtfully. I have a feeling this is just the beginning. Hong Kinta Soka Maglos asked the students, does everyone have a bracelet? The students replied, yes. She said, then blow dark energy into that bracelet. The students did as Hong Kinta Maglos said and then groaned. My body. What is this? She pointed behind her and said, you know what an exhaustion curse is, right? This is your next lesson. See that flag? The two of them were horrified to hear her add. You'll have to climb to the top of the hill while the exhaustion curse is dragging you down. All right, get ready. Hong Kinta Maglos said, I'll see who falls behind. Simon Fallot thought to himself, are you serious, Professor? Is this valid? Hong Kinta Maklat reminded them, come on, get in position, everyone. She said, all right then, get ready. The teaching assistant, Brad, shouted, begin. A few students who had fallen behind caught up with everyone else. The student with blue hair tried his best to climb forward. Simon Fulintia tried to use his hands to grab onto the rock in front of him as a support. He said tiredly. Simon Fulintier thought to himself tiredly, it's hard to even take one step. My head is spinning. He reassured himself, but it has nothing to do with the prep class. This is purely a test of will and endurance. Simon Fulintia thought to himself, if I fall behind here, I'll never be able to catch up with what's ahead. He was determined. I will move forward, no matter what happens. The person turned to his left, saw him, and thought to himself, damn it, it's you again. Hector Mo said, I used my own skill to reduce the effect of the curse and move forward. And yet he's still keeping up with me without any tricks? He thought to himself, this time, I'll teach you a lesson. Hong Kinta Maglos cheered from above. Come on, you're almost there. Asayer Mo thought with determination, this time. He was the same. This time, the two of them shared the same determination. First place must be mine. At the crucial moment, a foot stepped ahead of their hands. Hong Kinta Maglos announced, first place is Melonview. She congratulated Melonview. Congratulations on winning first place. She replied, thank you, Professor. Hong Kinta Maglos asked with curiosity. You walked up as if it were normal. How did you do it? Melon Violet replied. I found a way to resist the exhaustion curse. She silently acknowledged. Hong Kintamaglos said. Well done. You can rest now. She replied. Yes, ma'am. Hater Mo realized. I didn't know you could break the curse yourself. Hong Kintamarklat's teaching assistant announced. Professor, we have an injured student. A slight scrape on the elbow, I think. She said. Let me see. Hong Kintamaglos flew off, leaving a message for her students. You're almost there. We can do it. Hector Mo panted in frustration when he saw Melon View surpass him to take first place. He said, Are you kidding me? He looked at Hector Mo with confusion. Huh. The teaching assistant, Brad, reported, second place, Hector Mo. Simon Follow was surprised. Hector Mo called out loudly. Melon View. He asked irritably, Why did you break the exhaustion curse in a combat magic class? Did you think I didn't know how to do it, so I was struggling? Melon View said, Whatever. Hector Mo sneered. So, what do you know about the outside world when you're locked up in the ivory tower like a princess all day? Melon View Lawn. Are you picking a fight with me? Hector Mose said angrily. I'm not picking a fight. I'm just telling the truth. The professors don't evaluate during the student protection period. He thinks it's important to show that we're hardworking during this period to gain their favor. But the stupid thing you did has made you lose Professor Hongban's trust. She realized Hector Molly's intention and said, You're getting worked up, aren't you? Are you that sad about being second place? Why take it out on me? Heidel Modoc. I'm just telling you not to mess up this class. He said irritably, and I have no interest in you. The teaching assistant said, Simon Flo, you're in third place. Simon Valencia replied tiredly, Thank you. He sat down under a tree, letting out a sigh of relief. Huh. Both of them looked at him with confusion. The three of them watched the remaining students climb up from behind. He climbed to where he was lying on the ground and said, I'm going to die, Simon. Simon Valencia said, You did well. I'm tired too, Digger said. How do you think we'll get back? If I have to climb on those hippos again, I'll bite my tongue and kill myself. Hong Kintam Bakla's announced, Students, gather around. She reminded them, Since you're tired, I contacted Kizen again. I'm authorized to use a temporary magic room for instant teleportation. So please line up. The students cheered. Thank you, Professor. Hong Kintamara, though. Next, Simon Philodia and Dick Hayworth. They replied, Yes. He stepped into the maze. He exclaimed in surprise, Gom? Simon Philo fell and shouted, Arg. He stood up, sore, and said, Ow. Where's this? I don't think this is Kizen. Simon Valencia looked around and thought, It looks more like my home in Lead Hill. A voice reassured him from behind. Sorry for scaring you, Simon. He realized, Professor Hongbank. Hong Kintamaglos said, Sit down. I'll explain why you're here. She explained to him. Actually, someone tampered with the teleportation circle. I had the teaching assistant check it, and the circle was mixed with a formula that is incompatible with some people's dark energy. He thought. So one of them must be. She continued. That's right. It's MC. When it's activated, you'll be sent to a place that isn't Kizen. Hong Kintamaglos asked him, Can you guess who did this? Simon Philodia replied, No. She said, I know. She explained cheerfully. Anyway, part of my responsibility is to protect my students from danger, so I sent you home. Hong Kintamaglos added, And besides, I also wanted to talk to you privately. He replied in surprise, With me? She stammered. During the student protection period, private contact with students is against the rules. But from what I've seen, the other professors have already broken the rules. Hong Kintamaglos called his name, Simon Valencia. He replied. She asked, How about you major in combat magic? Hong Kong Shoga Maglos added, If you want, I'm very willing to take you as my disciple. Simon Fulenson realized. You mean, you'll take me as your disciple? She replied, That's right. It means I have to be responsible for you. A professor only teaches each disciple with an absolute sense of purpose and responsibility. Hong Kintamaglat said, A disciple's achievements are directly related to the professor's achievements, and we can only recruit 3 students per course. Hong Banul Shoga Maglos said seriously, I want to give that opportunity to MC. His shocked expression was met with her aggressive question, Well? At that moment, Simon, his face smeared with mud, sat before someone who was extending a hand towards him. Well, Simon Follow, do you want to become my official disciple? Simon Fulentia was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears. He stammered. Then he timidly bowed his head, feeling extremely insecure and a little sad. I still don't understand. I didn't really show anything in class today. It turned out that the person in front of him was Professor Hong Bang. Simon was still shy. I just barely caught up with the other students. I even came in after 2 people when we were climbing the hill. The more he spoke, the sadder he became, his face clearly showing his lack of confidence. And it's only the 2nd day of school. I'm not sure why you would give such an important position to me. You should have chosen the person who came in first. The professor heard this and smiled, explaining, Simon, students care about rankings, but teachers only look at talent. During the competition, I observed carefully. The way you released your dark energy when you jumped over the valley was very special. This was your first time trying it, right? Simon was startled. Ah, yes. The professor continued excitedly. Even so, you were the one who jumped the highest in the class. So this is not talent or coincidence anymore. And when you climbed the hill, you only used your pure endurance and physical strength. Although you didn't get first place, it was very amazing. Unlike the other 2. You may think you haven't shown anything, but you've already proven yourself to me. As he listened to her, his face showed a look of astonishment. Seeing this, the professor chuckled softly. Teasing you a little? Do you need more praise? Simon didn't say anything, just clenched his mud-stained hands. From what I've seen, both your physical strength, mental fortitude, and outstanding talent in dark power. If you study combat magic, you will become the best, Simon. Even in just a few years, you could defeat me. That's the potential I see in you. The professor's face became serious. No, I can make you stronger than anyone. Simon had been listening all this time, but didn't reply. He didn't know how to react. Then he suddenly called out, Professor. He paused for a moment and then said, Thank you for the offer. Then Simon bowed deeply again and sincerely apologized. But I really have to refuse. Hearing this, the professor could only reply, May I ask why? It seemed he was a little guilty for not being able to do what she wanted, so he didn't dare to look directly into the professor's eyes. Simon's gaze avoided hers. Right now, I already have a field I want to explore. After hearing this, Professor Hong Bang pondered for a moment. Then she immediately smiled cheerfully and stretched her arms. All right, thank you for being direct with me so we don't waste time. It seemed the professor had given up, but she immediately added, But that doesn't mean I'm giving up. His face was quite surprised as he stammered. What? Hong Bang showed her clear determination to recruit Simon into her team. You still have another year before you have to choose a major, right? So I'll work harder to change your mind. Out of confusion and surprise, Simon stammered, unable to speak. You still want to persuade me? The professor then explained that it was just her curious nature. How much can Simon grow? I want to know the answer. After hearing this, Simon didn't know what to say anymore. Suddenly, Professor Hong Peng created a blue magic with her hand and smiled, continuing, It's not necessary for you to be my disciple. You can come to me for help anytime. The blue light she created was so bright that Simon couldn't open his eyes, but he didn't forget to reply, Thank you, Professor. At this moment, a large magic circle had been created by the professor. She was looking at him intently and reminded him, Amma, keep this a secret. After all, we're still in the student protection period. This time, the instant teleportation will really take you back to Kizen. Hearing this, Simon finally broke into a bright smile like the sun, exclaiming with joy, Thank God. Then he walked forward, preparing to leave. The professor behind him waved cheerfully, saying goodbye. You can go now. See you in the next class. Yes, ma'am. With that, Simon walked towards the formation from before and stepped onto it. Perhaps this formation was for instant teleportation. As soon as his foot touched it, a stream of bright blue light immediately enveloped him. Simon was turning his head back, smiling and saying, See you later. Professor Hong P watched him leave and also watched him happily. At the same time, a voice called her continuously, Professor. It turned out to be the teaching assistant, Brad. He peeked his head through the door and asked continuously, Professor, how did it go? What did Simon say? Hong Bang replied immediately. He refused. With that, she slowly picked up the thermos. Brad was very surprised and skeptical. How dare he refuse? Professor, how about we choose Hector? He's more talented in this subject. To be honest, I don't understand why you prefer Simon. The professor only replied with one sentence. That boy is a genius, Lambris. He was so surprised he exclaimed. Hongban looked very happy, crossing her arms as she thought, and said, I've seen many geniuses at Kizen, but this is the first time I've seen a genius like him. At this moment, Simon had appeared in the middle of the school corridor. He was covered in mud, holding a towel. The scene changes. Someone's arm is reaching out to open a locker. It turned out to be Simon, who had just finished showering. He was about to get his clothes when Dick Haywood came out of the room, drying his hair, and wondered, Why are you back so late? He also stopped and replied, The instant teleportation probably had a problem. Is that so? Then he became cheerful and excited again, talking nonsense. Do you know what happened to me? You won't believe it. Simon saw this and just said coldly, What? Dick began to recount the incident. When I stepped into the teleportation circle, it felt like I was hit, like my body was blocked by something. When I came to, I was in a place I never expected. So I was like, where is this? And it turned out, it was Professor Bayan's office. Hearing this, Simon was clearly surprised. Professor Bayan, who teaches theology? And you replied arrogantly, That's right. He continued, So what happened next? He just made me clean his office. Dick's eyes shone like two car headlights. The Kizen seniors told me that professors often recruit students through instant teleportation like that. Do you think I might have been chosen? Could I become his official disciple? Simon, 3 parts helpless, 7 parts like his father. It's possible. Just one visit to be his servant, and Dick was acting like he had been there 100 times, showing off. I can't believe I've become so close to such a big figure at Kizen. Oh my, I thought it was just Dick and Simon all this time, but it turns out there were other students too. Dick jumped around excitedly like a loon. You know what an official disciple is, right? From now on, your school path will be smooth sailing. Thanks to the professor's authority, you can even avoid disciplinary action and expulsion. Simon felt secondhand embarrassment for his friend. Calm down. His expression was extremely serious. How can I calm down? While he was talking excitedly, suddenly a big, six-packed young man named Hector, who had been listening to him with annoyance, shouted, I've heard some nonsense this year, but this takes the cake. A lowly commoner like you becoming Professor Bayan's official disciple? Don't make me laugh. Dick showed utter contempt and taunted. My, this young master seems upset. You were supposed to be at the top, but the professor paid more attention to me, so you don't like it, do you? Here we go again. Simon, next to him, also frowned and thought, Here we go again. Seeing Dick's smug face, he was furious. Watch your mouth, you lowly merchant. But Dick was no pushover and started a verbal combat with this Hector. As a lowly merchant, I know your type very well. He showed clear contempt. I heard you caused trouble with Melon in the combat magic class. Do you think you're the only one having a hard time? The more he heard, the angrier he got. The kid was so angry he clenched his fists, ready to fight. But Dick didn't even bother to pay attention and continued to taunt him. You and I, we're equals here. Don't act like you have special privileges because you were taught by the MO family. Isn't it you, not Melon, who knows nothing about the world? After watching for a while, he finally exploded. He glared and cursed loudly. What the hell? You son of a bitch. He yelled. Not one for long words. The blonde-haired young man immediately unleashed his magic. A red, blood-like aura shot up. The aura suddenly surrounded Dick. He cried out in pain. Seeing this, Simon, on the side, asked worriedly, What's wrong? Immediately after, his legs were suddenly lifted up by a force. He cursed continuously. You lowly scum. How dare you? With that, this Hector mercilessly slammed Dick onto the ground while everyone else watched the commotion. Just looking at him, you could tell he was the villain. His eyes were bloodshot, his magic was also blood red, and he taunted. Is that all you can say? I'll kill you. It seemed he wasn't joking. Immediately, Dick looked like he was being strangled, unable to breathe, in extreme pain. Simon couldn't do anything and helplessly called his name. It seemed like Dick was about to die, but suddenly he smirked contemptuously. He smiled and then put on a provocative expression as if to say, I'm not afraid. I dare you. As he spoke, he held up a friendly finger that was trembling. Then the young man with the slanted bangs also thought this was going too far and stopped him. Stop it, Hector. That's enough. You can't cast spells outside of class like this. But this Hector seemed to have gone crazy. He didn't even respect his two juniors. With a wave of his hand, he pushed the two of them to the ground. Shut your damn mouth. Suddenly, he saw something and his eyes widened in horror. It turned out that Simon had also gotten fed up. He was throwing a powerful, high-quality punch at his unbearable face. Luckily, he blocked it in time. Otherwise, there would have been a bruise on his face. This punch was so strong that it pushed Simon back, sliding across the floor. Hector couldn't lose face, so he said, "Well done. I was wondering when you would intervene." As he spoke, his face wrinkled like a monkey's butt. He gritted his teeth, clenching his hands into fists, ready for a fight. Dick, standing behind him in pain, holding his neck, tried to call out, "Simon Valencia." After that, Hector Cam was still gritting his teeth, his hand accumulating a mysterious black flame, declaring war on him. This time, let's have a proper fight. Just as he opened the magic circle, suddenly, something flew straight at him at lightning speed. The item fell at his feet, and at the same time, a few red sparks flew out, shattering it. Everyone here, including Hector, witnessed this scene and was so horrified they stood frozen in place. A muscular figure just walked out of the bathroom and warned these two troublemakers, "Back off." It turned out to be Kizen SV. He was serious and cool like a domineering CEO with six-pack abs and bulging muscles. "Before I break both your necks." Hector, seeing this, not only didn't back down, but continued to run his mouth. "Kizen Fran, I didn't know you were still at this school." Seeing his troublemaker friend acting like he wasn't afraid of anyone, the one with the slanted bangs was also very scared. "Hey, Hector, it's him. The one who was expelled for hitting another student." The one with the slanted bangs looked 3 parts helpless, 7 parts like his father. "You must have heard that rumor, right?" But unexpectedly, Hector flinched, let out a hiss, but then gave in. "Whatever. Let's go." However, before leaving, he couldn't help but show off how tough he was. Hector frowned and warned, "From now on, you two watch out. I won't let it go again." Kizen just stared at Hector, silent and speechless at the kid's disgusting confidence. Simon and Dick were still standing behind him. Then Simon spoke up and thanked the senior. "Kizen, thank you for helping us." It seemed Kizen was just passing by and decided to help, not that he intended to help him. Kizen immediately turned his back and left. "You two, shut up." The guys in here saw this, and all of them backed off. "Get out." "I'm sorry." Then Simon turned to smile at Dick, who was still sore from the earlier blow. "See? He's not a bad person." "Yeah, sure." The scene changes. In a certain room, a happy sigh is heard. "Yay, it's finally the weekend." "Simon, what are you planning to do this weekend?" In the room, Dick was hugging his big bag and listening to him answer. "This week? I don't have any plans." But he looked clearly bored and unwilling. "So boring. How can that be? It's pretty important to spend the weekend doing something." Seeing this, Simon immediately knew. "It seems you have your own plans." Dick was smug and excited again. "Of course. To me, the weekend schedule is even more important than the classes during the week." Simon asked contemptuously, "Why?" Without beating around the bush, Dick said, "I'm getting ready to go to Rose." Not understanding where he was going, Simon immediately asked with curiosity, "Rose? Is that the town down there? What are you going to do there?" "Make money, of course." Hearing the word money, Simon's eyes lit up like car headlights. He was very confused. "Make money." Seeing him looking dazed, Dick explained to Simon, "You know how Kizen pays for students' living expenses, right? The higher the level, the less sufficient the money is. So I thought I had to get a scholarship to get more money. But I probably don't have a chance of getting those grades. So I'm planning to use my special ability as soon as possible. So you should also find a way to make money. When the student protection period ends, the professors won't give out class materials for free anymore." After hearing Dick's long-winded sentences, Simon was very shocked and couldn't believe his ears. "Really?" Then Dick continued, "The living expenses Kizen gives us aren't enough to pay for it. So the seniors also have their own ways of making money. You're also interested in summoning studies, right? Then it's even harder than other majors. That major will eat up your money." He explained to him for a while, and he only seemed to half understand. After that, Simon's face showed boredom. I didn't know we had to take care of those trivial things ourselves. Living at Kizen is not easy. Dick smiled cheerfully and said, "We've been talking for a long time now." Dick immediately picked up his backpack and stood up, but he didn't forget to pull him in to work together. "You two wait until I've established my business in Rogers. At that time, I can at least arrange a job for you." However, Simon refused. "No need. It's only fair if I make my own money." Hearing him say that, Dick could only be helpless. "You're quite disciplined when it comes to money, aren't you?" He waved his hand. But I'll be back after I've finished my schedule for tomorrow." But he was surprised. "You're leaving already? It's late. What if you get caught?" Dick said confidently, "It's okay. Kizen is strict, but it's up to each person. As long as you don't get caught, it's fine. See you later." Watching him leave for a moment. "All right. He reached into his bag of chips and thought, "When he comes back, I have to go thank Kizen." But Kizen isn't here either. And Dick just left. He thought about what he should do while putting a chip in his mouth. "What should I do?" Suddenly, a head peeked out from the window. Its eyes were getting closer and closer to him, making him feel a bit heavy. Simon was startled and turned his head. Philiniki. He was surprised to see her smiling brightly. "No, Nephis," she said cheerfully. "Hello." He rushed to open the door. "How did you get here?" She was as calm as ever. I was just passing by," he shouted in confusion. "But this is the 4th floor." She clumsily climbed in and sat on a chair, leisurely eating a cookie. Delicious. Seeing her enjoying the food, he also said, "You can have it all." She was overjoyed. "Can I? I'm so happy. I'm not allowed to eat sweets at home." Suddenly, she became serious. "By the way, Simon, this is your first time at school, right? How do you feel?" He replied gently, "I'm very happy." Then he listed his impressions. "The professors are super cool, everyone is nice, and the subjects are interesting too. I think I fit in at this school better than I thought. To be honest, it was a bit of a struggle at first, but a friend at Kizen helped me a lot." Netwheat smiled cheerfully and waved her hand. That's good. I thought you would have a hard time since you came here without any prior study." He smiled wryly. She praised him. "It's great talking to you at Kizen like this. It reminds me of when Richard was here." He was quite surprised. "My father," she recounted. "Your father, Richard, was also a Kizen student." He was surprised. Netwa sighed wearily. "Richard was quite formidable. Your understanding, while he was a troublemaker. He was truly a walking disaster. But he was also very smart." The more she talked, the more confused he became. Richard often got into trouble for teasing the professors. Then he would try to skip class. I had to drag him back myself a few times. He scratched his head. "Unbelievable. The father I know," she said calmly. "He's completely different, isn't he?" Simon immediately asked, "So did my father graduate?" Net replied calmly, "He dropped out. In his 2nd year, Richard said this school was too small for him and dropped out. There has never been a precedent like him at Kizen." She flopped down and continued, "He was a special case. I was young back then, so I couldn't handle him properly." Then she remembered with some longing. "Oh right, I was young back then too." Immediately after, she jumped up full of energy and said, "Anyway, back then Richard really turned this whole island of rock upside down. If you look carefully, you can still find traces of your father." He was skeptical. "Really?" She stood up to leave. "Pay attention. I'm sure your school life will be interesting." "I have to go now? I have an evening schedule." He asked with concern. "You have to go already?" Nut pulled the window. "If I'm late, I'll get scolded. We'll see each other again soon." She winked playfully and climbed through the window frame. "Thanks for the snacks." She jumped down and accidentally dropped a piece of paper. He quickly called out to her, "Nept, you dropped this." But in a flash, she was gone. He closed the door and examined it. "She must have left it for me on purpose." Simon was quite surprised. "Is this a treasure map? But why is there a skull drawn there?" He muttered, "Usually it should be a treasure, right?" Immediately, a thought flashed through his mind. Back then, Richard really turned this whole island of rock upside down. If you look carefully, you can still find traces of your father. Arriving at the location, he was a little scared. "Shoo," Simon was worried. "Should I turn back while I still can?" Simon looked at the paper with its squiggly lines in confusion. "Is this a treasure map? But why is there a skull drawn at the destination?" He wondered to himself. Usually it should be a treasure. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. making Simon realize. Back then, Richard almost turned the whole island of rock upside down. If I look carefully, I might find traces of my father. Immediately, he grabbed the strap of his bag. Dick said it's fine as long as I don't get caught. If that's the case. He was overjoyed. My eyes are as bright as the morning star. I'll go explore. The next day, as soon as he stood in front of the dense and scary forest, Simon bit his lip in fear again. Should I turn back while I still can? But he was still determined to go in. I was allowed to stay overnight for this. It would be a waste to go back now. He paused for a moment, reading the warning on the sign. Be careful. There are monsters. There are monsters in Lead Hill too, but I don't know what the monsters on Rock Island are like. I should be careful. He looked around and assessed the situation. There's a ravine to the east, and the outer wall of Kizen is to the west. All right, I'm going in the right direction. He was startled when he discovered something. He immediately crouched down behind a bush. Is that a big animal? It sounds like. A pair of glowing red eyes appeared, staring into the bush. He realized, a monster. Having identified its target, it pounced towards him. It swiped with its claws, forcing him to retreat. Simon was a bit surprised. So fast. He had to calculate and think of a way to dodge the attack. What kind of monster is this? It's too fast. I can't see it in the dark. After a careful examination, he realized, that's a werewolf. He began to calculate to himself, but judging by its size, it doesn't seem to be fully grown yet. If this was before I came to Kizen, I would have run away. Simon had finished planning his strategy. He immediately shouted, restore. Then he ordered the skeletons, attack. The skeleton's two hands gripped the swords tightly, ready for battle. Simon was confident. But now I don't have to run anymore. The monster froze for a moment and growled. Then it immediately charged forward at lightning speed. He warned, it's getting closer. Then he ordered the skeletons to slash at it. Go. The slashes made the monster cry out in pain. Suddenly, he held his head, feeling a sharp pain. The skeleton pierced through the monster's back. Seeing this, despite the pain, he ordered them. Now. The skeletons heard the command, jumped up, and continued to push their swords deeper into it. Restore. He shouted, stab it. The skeleton had pierced through it. The monster cried out in agony. Taking this opportunity, he rushed forward. This is my chance. Simon raised his sword high. He finished it off on the spot. Done. He sat down on the ground in relief. Phew, that was close. At that moment, he remembered. Come to think of it, this is my first battle at Kizen. I'm glad I was practicing assembling the rat person's bones. He looked at the monster's corpse in front of him. Blood. If I had encountered a monster in Lead Hill, I would have run away. But now I can defeat a werewolf after only 3 days at Kizen. This gave Simon some hope. How strong will I become if I can survive for 3 years at Kizen? He suddenly realized, the rat person's skull has been shattered in several places. Wait, this is not the time to think about these things. I have to clean this place up before other monsters come, attracted by the smell of blood. One of the two rat people was too cracked and immediately became loose and fell apart. Simon gently touched its head. It's badly injured. You did well, my friend. Then he turned to comfort the other one. If we have to fight again, we won't be able to win. Be careful. After a while of walking, he pushed aside the bushes. We're here. The two of them walked into a clearing. Simon was a little surprised. But there's nothing here. Not even weeds are growing. He noticed something. Nothing is growing, which means. As soon as he finished speaking, a shovel and a lamp appeared out of nowhere. There must be something down here. The rat person and he confidently grabbed them. I'm glad I borrowed this before leaving the dorm. Each strike of the shovel hit the rough ground violently. Simon and the rat crouched down and touched the ground as if they had discovered something. A stone platform. What is this? It's made of dark stone. Is it some kind of device? After brushing off the layer of dirt and rocks on top to reveal the strange object, Simon looked at his hand and thought, my hand fits perfectly in there. Then he hesitantly put his hand into the circle. If this is some kind of device, it should react to dark energy, right? As soon as he put his hand in, a flash of white light appeared. He couldn't help but exclaim, it's reacting. The ground gradually opened up, revealing a door leading deep underground. Everything was dark, and it felt like an endless flight of stairs. Stairs. Simon was overjoyed again. The rat person next to him, holding a lamp, was no less excited. All right, let's go down and check it out. The rat person held the lamp to light the way, walking in front. Simon walked down, exclaiming, "What is this place? Ancient ruins or something?" He reached out and touched it. "This looks familiar." He traced his hand along each character. It's ancient runic script. Looking closely, he knew. So this place is an ancient ruin, right? With ancient runic script everywhere like this place must be. They had arrived in an old room. The vines were overgrown, and it looked a bit gloomy. It's some kind of giant magical tool. Suddenly, he heard a sound from the rat person. "What's that? What did you find?" He approached a table. A skull. Without hesitation, he touched it. He immediately realized something was wrong. This, even though my knowledge of zombies is limited, I'm sure. Simon was shocked as he picked up the skull. This skull is extremely fake and very dangerous. Why is this filthy thing here? Suddenly, a pile of dry bones fell from somewhere, startling him and the rat. He and the rat approached to investigate. That scared me. What are these? He randomly picked up a part from the various skeletons and looked at it. This is the second bone. He continued to pick up another bone part to explore. Simon was a little interested, but also a little worried. I don't know how this zombie will react when it awakens. Maybe it will try to harm me, but I still want to try to reassemble it. He reassured himself. This is the right time to take a risk and do something. He raised his hand high, a vibrant green liquid in his palm. Then he shouted, "Now is the time." He slammed the liquid into the skeleton. On the stone surface, thick black smoke billowed out, enveloping the skull. The skull's eyes lit up brightly. He was overjoyed. It's working. Simon was also surprised himself. I've awakened a skeleton. Now the rest is. Looking at the scattered bones beside him, he decided, all right, let's put it back together. Then he diligently set up the skeleton and began to assemble it. I'm glad I focused on learning summoning studies. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have been able to assemble this skeleton all night. Looking at the skeleton, he was a little worried. I'm not 100% sure, but its structure is similar to a human skeleton, so I know how to put it together. This skeleton is very suspicious. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, but it's so big." He shouted in disbelief. How can you stand up with only 2 legs? If I had known you would do that, I would have attached the arms first. Simon looked around, taking in the overall view of the skeleton. At least when all the parts are put together, it looks pretty cool. It must be about 2 meters tall. Cutting off his train of thought, but what do I do now? A flash of light appeared right above the skeleton's head. He was horrified when he saw everything shaking. What? The skeleton began to make a sound. Haha. Everything started to shake even more violently. The ground was also disturbed. The unstable ground made the rat person and Simon panic. What's going on? The seals gradually appeared, then flashed. The eerie, demonic sound grew clearer. Ancient characters appeared, swirling around the skeleton. It spoke. Finally, I have returned. A black aura emanated from its body. Its eyes glowed with a black light. It exploded, creating a fierce wind that made it difficult for even Simon to stand firm. It shouted angrily, "Who dares to disturb my slumber?" It scowled. "You human over there. Was it you who woke me up? State your name now." He and the rat person were so scared they were dazed. They stammered, "It's Simon Follow." The skeleton was quite surprised. "What? You're from the Fallosha family." Unexpectedly, it crossed its arms stylishly. "I see. You are a descendant of Richard." The sound was so loud that he had to cover his ears. He replied in confusion, "Descendant? That sounds a bit far-fetched, but that's right." His hands were already aching, but he remained calm and said, "Richard is my father's name. I am the son of Richard Flantia." The being showed that it understood. "I see. Now I understand." It turned and walked away. "I find your dark energy quite familiar. Only Richard could have awakened me." He also replied, "All right." The skull approached, gripping the hilt of the sword that was covered in tangled roots. Simon couldn't help but be curious. "Excuse me, but who are you?" The being asked back, "Me?" It rested the sword on its neck and introduced itself arrogantly. "I am Faya, master of the Battleon. I once ruled the continent with your father, Richard." Simon was truly surprised, his eyes wide and mouth agape. "You are my father's undead?" It raised an eyebrow. "Now then, let me ask you, who led you here?" He held out the piece of paper towards the being. Nept was the one who told me about this place. The being smiled sinisterly. So that's it. It's very possible if it was her. Suddenly, the being stabbed the sword into the ground. All right. It beat its chest and said, "Make a pact with me, Simon Follow, and lead the battle in as well." He was skeptical. A pact. It showed him the benefits of it. The battalion will act according to your will and crush everything in your way. All creatures in the world will kneel at your feet, begging for mercy. Suddenly, it paused. However, what it said really made him think. You will have to follow a bloody path of destruction. It will become a part of your destiny. The scene was now terrifying. A pact with a demon? Well then, son of Richard. It radiated a terrifying pressure, emphasizing, "Are you ready to lead the battalion?" His face was stiff. Before that, "I have a question." Simon began to probe it. "I don't know what use you are, or what kind of undead you are. And this is also the first time I've heard of the battalion." It must be said that he was quite suspicious of the skull. Is that third thing you mentioned really that powerful? It also realized his purpose. You dare to ask about the power of the battalion without any doubt or fear. That's an excellent question, human. It explained, this pig too. All right, I will answer your question. My battalion is very strong. Strong enough to destroy Kizen right here, right now. However, it recalled the past. Father, the former commander, disbanded the battalion. And I was sealed here. And you, the master of the battalion, have awakened me. My battalion has once again felt the breath of life. If you reassemble the disbanded battalion forces and restore its past strength, then no one on this continent can stop you. Simon was silent for a while. Then he said seriously, "All right, I agree to the pact." As soon as he agreed, it lifted him up with one hand. A wise choice, human. It placed him on the stone basin. Well then, it began to explain, guiding him through the steps of the pact. Place your hand on my core. As soon as he placed his hand on the orb, it also told him, after the pact is signed, your life will completely change. If you're scared, there's still time to stop. He didn't care. All or nothing. There's nothing to be afraid of. If you and your comrades are truly my father's army. He became more serious than ever. Then there's nothing wrong with recruiting you. The skull was surprised when he said that. Recruit, huh? At first, he seemed like a calm and polite kid, but deep down, he has the qualities of a ruler. It laughed loudly. I like your spirit. Richard raised his son well. It shouted. Then, let's begin the pact. He was blinded by the light. The black aura began to spread. Don't die, Simon for India. Simon frowned. What? He shouted in surprise. Wait a minute. What do you mean, don't die? Faya saw him fall onto the stone table. Faya's words carried a hint of sarcasm. Do you think your master is dead? The rat person shook its head continuously, showing its disapproval. Simon woke up with a start. What? The being saw him sit up. Oh, you're awake. Simon asked, his anxiety rising. What happened? What about the pact? Faya replied. As far as satisfaction goes, the pact was successfully signed. Feel the changes inside your body. He felt a little skeptical and felt himself. My core? Faya asked, her eyes full of anticipation. How does it feel? Your core is bigger and more stable now, right? Simon sighed. A warm feeling spread throughout his body. That's right. Before, using dark energy for a while would tire my body out. But now, my body feels very comfortable. It feels like I'm soaking in warm water. Faya said, her voice tinged with a bit of teasing. Then congratulations, kid, on successfully becoming one of the 7 commanders of the battalion. He was overjoyed. Thank you. But when he tried to stand up, his whole body was weak. Faya said, don't overdo it. Your body has just undergone a major change. He put his hand to his head. My head hurts so much. I'll rest here for the night. He said, it will bother you for a while. Simon suddenly remembered. Amma, I have a question. He was also natural. Ask away. He asked, what is the battalion? Faya was angry, as if she couldn't believe it. You made a pact with me without knowing what the battalion is? He quickly covered his ears. I told you I didn't know. Faya covered her face in frustration. Unbelievable. It'll probably take me a while to understand what kind of person you are. In the end, he still patiently sat down and explained. All right, I'll explain. Before I begin, how much do you know about the undead? He said nonchalantly. As much as a first-year student at Kizen who hasn't taken the prep class. Faya laughed loudly. A new student dares to come here? You're truly Richard's son. He was very interested in the person in front of him. All right, then I'll explain in a way that suits your level. First, the undead in this world can be divided into 3 types: summoned undead, natural undead, and the battalia. He gestured with his hand. First, all the undead that necromancers like you control are called summoned undead. They are created from magic and will move according to the summoner's commands. Both he and the rat person listened intently. It will disappear after a certain period of time, or when the magic wears off. Images of the undead appeared. Natural undead are created without the need for necromancers or magic. When people think of the undead, they will think of this type. Because of their blind hatred for the living and their aggressive nature, natural undead are classified by humans as monsters. It seemed Simon had understood something. Oh. Faya clenched her fist and emphasized. And last but not least, the battalion. It can be said that we are between summoned undead and natural undead. He pointed to the middle of his chest. The bodily is like a natural undead in that we can exist on our own with our own core. But we are also like summoned undead in that we will obey the commands of necromancers or higher-ranking undead. Simon's eyes were opened. I see. Faya continued. There are only 7 battalion legions in this world. In other words, there are only 7 necromancers who can control the battalion. He pointed at Simon. And you are one of those 7. Faya waved her hand as an example. Roughly speaking, a necromancer will lead a platoon of undead. As their summoning skills increase, the number of their army will also increase. I have seen a fleet of battalia before, but there weren't many of them. He was surprised. Really? Simon asked his own question. What about the necromancers who graduate from Kizen? There must be a lot of high-level necromancers from Kizen, right? He replied. Fire explained. Those high-level necromancers can command a legion of undead, but it's usually not very effective. He had understood to some extent. Really? Why is that? He asked back. I just told you that all the undead that necromancers control are considered the summoned type, right? He replied. He explained. Summoned undead move using the dark energy from the summoner. Faya looked at the rat and said, both summoning and controlling the undead consume a large amount of dark energy and mental power. So it's obvious that if the number increases, the burden on them will also be greater. Simon patted the rat's head. It also chuckled. Uh-huh. Suddenly, he remembered the werewolf from before. Come to think of it, one of my skeletons was destroyed on the way here. So the reason I felt pain then, when he felt a sharp pain in his head, NGH. Faya clarified. It's for the same reason. He tapped his head. Summoned undead and necromancers are connected. Major damage will cause a burden on the summoner. Then he sighed. But the undead of the battle move on their own with their own magic. Furthermore, the battalion has no limits. Faya continued to explain. That allows the operator to control an unlimited number of undead. Whether it's 1,000 or 1,000,000 undead, it's not a problem. Have you heard of a necromancer commanding a huge army of undead? He replied, I have. He asked, then that must be the story of the commander of the battalion. Simon looked at himself with doubt. So you're saying I've just become one of the 7 necromancers who can summon an unlimited number of undead? Faya sighed. You don't have any more questions, do you? He had enough information. Thank you, he said. Well then, the pact has been successfully signed. Whether you like it or not, we're in the same boat now. Should we discuss our future plans? He agreed. All right. He walked over to him. Both you and I are in special circumstances. You said you're a new student at Kizen, right? He nodded. Chia wondered, are you planning to drop out of Kizen? Simon stroked the rat person. Not right now. That would be against my father's wishes. And I still have a lot to learn. Faya found that quite reasonable. Good. I agree that Kizen has values you can take advantage of. He asked back, but what about your special circumstances? He said, to be more precise, it's the circumstances that make me and my battalion special. Simon asked, is it because the battalion was disbanded? The matter was a bit confusing. That too. But there's something more important than that. He pressed on, what is it? Hien said, currently, my battalia is the common enemy of all necromancers. Simply put, we are a wanted group. The moment he said this, he was surprised. We are wanted for a crime that the former commander, your father, committed. He asked in surprise, a A crime? What crime? He remembered what his father had said before. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you beforehand, but I can't enter the territory of the Ares Den Kingdom. It's a long story. He recounted. When my father dropped me off, he said he couldn't enter the territory of the Ren Kingdom. Could it be because of? He understood. I think that's the reason. He pressed. So what was the crime? Faya hesitated a little. It was an unforgivable crime in the magical world. And my Battleon also aided in that crime. Simon swallowed because of it. That crime is betrayal. Faya recounted. At that time, the 100-year war between the necromancers and the priests was still ongoing. And even during the most sensitive time, Richard still ordered the Battleon to protect his lover. He emphasized. That order was to attack the necromancers who came to kill her. The scene at that time was chaotic. Many necromancers were killed by my Battleon. So it's only natural that they ordered the extermination of my Battleon. At this point, he softened his voice. And that order is still in effect, even though my battalion has been disbanded. This is why we can't show ourselves publicly. He asked with some sympathy. So, do you hate my father? He was still smiling. Hate? A weak emotion like that doesn't exist in the Battleon. But Faya still stared at him and said, of course, if his son does that damn thing again, I'll be very angry. He smiled wryly. With that, he waved his hand. Anyway, you don't have to feel guilty about it. It was Richard's will, your father, and also our former commander. Faya shook her head wearily. That's right. It was the will of that strange bastard. He was surprised. Bastard. He was bitter. Why should I hide it? He was the worst, the most despicable scum. What did I tell you? He made girls cry every day, made the professors angry. Skipping class was probably the least of his actions. Faya sat up straight. I see. That bastard now has a son. Not even 5 seconds later, he panicked and pulled his hair. Wait. His son? Why have I never thought about that? If you say you're Richard's son, right? Then that means. Simon smiled and introduced himself. You guessed right. My mother's name is Anna Filota. Faya shouted in horror. What did you say? Faya was completely shocked. How disgusting. You're the son of my friend and my enemy, he agonized. How could this have happened? He coughed to hide his embarrassment. Ahem. Thinking about that scenario. Honey, dinner is ready. This made him hold his head in agony. Or do you want to take a bath first? He cried out in hopeless agony. Stop. Stop it. A nightmare. I'm going to have a nightmare. You demon. Get out of my head. Faya rolled on the ground, groaning. Why God? Simon, on the other hand, smiled brightly. I'm looking forward to working with you. He said bitterly. Don't smile like that, woman. You damn kid. Faya sat helplessly in the corner. All right. You don't have the right to choose who you're born to anyway. Let's get back to the main topic. He was obedient. He gestured with his hand. From now on, absorb the knowledge Kin teaches you and become stronger. Don't let anyone know you possess that equality. He wondered, why? H explained, because you are Richard's son. The adults will be very shocked about you and Richard. Most importantly, H tapped his forehead. What do you think the other necromancers will think when they hear that a first year at Kizen possesses a legion? He understood. You mean the necromancers who are stronger than me will hunt me down? He said, at that time, what will you need? He was serious. To become stronger. He affirmed, exactly, kid. Faya gave him some advice. So, learn everything you need to at Kin. The legion will slowly regain its former glory. He showed that he understood. I've been enlightened. Faya waved the rat person over to her side. Now we need a way to control the legion based on each special situation. I'll show you this. Come closer, kid. He asked skeptically. Yes, what is it? The rat person stood next to him, and he only saw him pointing at his own face. Simon was surprised to see the rat person glowing faintly. You can control my skeleton? Faya said proudly. Of course. We are now using the same dark energy, so all the undead summoned through your dark energy belong to the Legion. He explained, you are the supreme leader of the Legion, and I possess the second-in-command authority. However, these undead have not yet gone through the Legion's unification. He asked again, Legion unification? Faya placed his hand on the rat person's head. Immediately, its eyes lit up. Look! Suddenly, its whole body erupted with a black aura. It exploded right in front of his eyes. The rat's head opened wide, and a black aura spewed out. Faya explained, this is a unified undead. A new rat person has been completed. He looked at the rat person with doubt. Really? It doesn't look any different from before. Looking closely, its eyes glowed with a black flame. Faya said, simply put, it will help the summoned undead become an independent individual. He asked back, if so, does this rat person now have a magic core? He affirmed. Looking at the changed rat person, he said, I thought there was no difference, but I must have been wrong. I'll be caught immediately if I bring it to school. Pierre frowned and waved his hand. No, you don't need to merge all the undead. Unless the undead can exist for a long time like me, summoned undead are much more effective in actual combat. That's basic knowledge. He pushed it aside and said, put that away. Just use your life force to summon like you normally do at school. Pierre warned, if the summoned undead run out of time or get killed, bring them to me. I'll merge them into the Legion and command them here. Simon marveled. That's going to be effective. Pierre had to give the boy some credit. Now you'll gradually become stronger. If you can summon outstanding undead individuals, the Legion's power will also increase. Simon clenched his fists and said happily, of course. Looking at the rat skeleton, Simon noted, by the way, it seems to act more like an animal. Pierre explained that it shared characteristics with natural undead. But then he asked, but you have control over it, so it will run to you immediately if summoned. How long have you been at Kizen? Simon replied, only 3 days. Pierre nodded, I see. It'll be soon. Pierre continued, in a few days, the first-year students at Kizen will receive missions. You'll be able to travel to Roshist or the entire continent via teleportation. His face grew unusually serious. When that time comes, I will go with you. That way, you'll have the chance to command the Legion and gather forces scattered across the continent. Simon asked casually, you seem to know a lot about Kizen, huh? Pierre replied, of course. I watched your father's entire life at Kizen. I also watched how he commanded the Legion. Leaning in closely, Pierre asked with interest, do you want to hear about it? Simon's eyes lit up as he repeated, I really want to. Immediately, he asked his first question, then, why do the undead rebel against their summoners? Pierre explained, because the summoner lacks an understanding of the undead. You can't judge the undead with common sense. He emphasized, the driving force behind the actions of the undead is the hell faith. Simon asked in confusion, hell faith? Pierre described, in human language, it's probably equivalent to an intent. Then he gave an example. Let's say there's someone you absolutely despise with burning rage. Several times a day, you constantly wish you could kill him. Then, the undead will remember your intent. Simon was surprised. Wait, does that mean? Pierre confirmed. Yes, the undead will slaughter that guy even if you're nowhere near. He also emphasized, even when you no longer think about that person or completely forget about them, the undead will still remember that hateful intent and chase after them for the rest of its life. Simon sighed. No way. Pierre reiterated, I will constantly warn you, so there's no need to worry. It will also help you understand many issues from the perspective of the undead. Looking at the rat skeleton, Simon sweated nervously. Thanks, Pierre. That really helps. Besides, Pierre didn't forget to add, since we're on this topic, I'll teach you how to command the undead to attack. He stood up and began. First, the most important thing is your intent, regardless of what the target is. Simon repeated, my intent. Pierre continued, let's use an example. Pretend the wall behind you is your enemy. Pierre shouted loudly, demanding Simon to stand up. Try it. Hate it more than anything else. Simon got into a ready stance. Okay. Pierre instructed in detail. You need to project the intent of avenging your parents onto that wall. It's also the one who killed your lover. He urged, pushing the rat skeleton. Come on. Destroy it. Tear it in half. It's your enemy and a demon. The rat skeleton itself was affected by those words. Its bones seemed to move on their own. Bathe in its blood. Immediately, it lunged at the wall, shattering it. Kill it. Listening to Pierre's words, it continuously rammed into the wall. Die? It doesn't deserve to live. Finally, the rat skeleton smashed its head into the wall for a finishing blow. It is not allowed to exist. Tear it into a million pieces until it screams in agony. Simon, standing nearby, was actually a bit scared. This, Pierre explained, I used slightly exaggerated words so you could understand better. The most important part is still your intent. Pierre said as he watched the rat skeleton violently attacking the wall. A top-tier necromancer can convey the exact intent even when giving the smallest commands. And above all, think about anger, hatred, and killing intent. He meant, those negative emotions are much stronger. Now he demanded of Simon, "All right then, try to stop it. You're the commander, after all." Simon hesitantly agreed. "Okay." He hurriedly shouted, "You can stop now." I said stop. Pierre just stood by, observing the situation. "Stop right now." Despite Simon's orders, the rat skeleton continuously attacked the wall. He gritted his teeth in frustration. "Didn't you hear what I said?" He was really annoyed, putting pressure into his words. He shouted loudly, "Stop!" The rat skeleton actually stopped. Simon glared at it and said, If you disobey my orders again, I won't let you off easy." Pierre, standing nearby, had to secretly praise him. Look at that. He just used an absolute command. He couldn't deny it. "You're not just some country bumpkin, right? What kind of monster did you give birth to, Richard?" Then Simon turned around, looking sad, and gently looked up at Pierre. "I'm terrible, aren't I? I can't even control my own undead." The rat skeleton was battered and bruised. One arm was missing, and half of its ribs were shattered. Contrary to Simon's disappointment, Pierre praised him. "Not at all. You did great." Simon was surprised, his eyes widening. Pierre said, "But there's no room for failure on the battlefield. So practice until you can move the undead with a single command." Simon agreed. "Got it, Pierre." As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly collapsed. Pierre had to quickly catch him and lift him up. "It's because you're stressed. Besides, what you just witnessed was quite shocking." Simon laughed. Plunking down on the dirt floor, he said, "Haha, let me rest for a bit, and then head back to Kizen. I'm only allowed out for one day." Pierre asked, "Is that so?" Then he tossed something to him. "Take this, kid." Simon raised both hands and caught it. "What is this?" The rat skeleton also looked up curiously. Simon opened his hand. On it was a small, round skull, resting right in the center of his palm. "You need a way to contact me when you're back at Kizen, right? This is my avatar. With it, you can talk to me whenever you want. Don't hesitate to call me when you're in trouble." Simon curiously poked the small skull with his finger and nodded. "Thank you." Night fell. The two said their goodbyes. "Then I'll drop by again next week." Pierre said, "All right. I'm looking forward to your new achievements after a week, Simon. Goodbye." Pierre's skull ring made Simon frown. Pierre's voice came from the small object. "Haha, it's been a long time since I set foot in Kizen. You said you're still in the student protection period, right? I'm really looking forward to seeing how things unfold." Simon asked, "Really? Like what, for example?" Pierre raised an eyebrow. "For instance, the terrible test right in front of you." Simon was writing his test, his whole body trembling and breaking out in a cold sweat when he heard the small skull attached to his collar say that. The night before, Rick Hayward was sick and tired, lying in bed covered with a blanket to rest. Nearby was the sound of Simon and Rick discussing. Rick said, "All right then." He pushed up his glasses, his face serious. "Let's start the meeting." Simon replied, "I'm listening." The sound of writing echoed softly. A hand moved a pen, filling in a brightly colored chart, along with a voice. "First, our morning and afternoon classes next Monday are both elementary dark magic. Among them is something very notorious. It's group work." Rick Hayward looked serious as he spoke. Then he looked at Simon and said, "Once a group is formed, that group will be kept until the end of the semester. So this is a matter of our survival at Kizen. First, and most importantly, a group must have 4 people. Like 4 chess pieces arranged in a square, creating connection, support, and protection. If everyone is good at a different subject, even better." Then Rick Hayward crossed his arms and looked up at him. "As for me, I'm average in all subjects. Only dark mechanics is a bit better. And you're best at summoning, right?" Simon looked at him. "That's right," Rick said. "Even though it's just the 2 of us, the balance is pretty good. Let me explain it to you in more detail. We study 8 subjects in total, right? Divinity, the subject that counters humans. Dark mechanics, the subject of creating magic. Summoning, the subject of calling spirits and mummies. Spiritology, which is soul power. Hemomancy, poison, and combat magic. And then there are the minor subjects, defense against holy power and elementary dark magic." Rick pointed to the summoning skeleton and said, Among them, divinity, dark mechanics, and summoning account for a very important percentage of the final grade. Therefore, these 3 subjects are called the 3 studies of the necromancer. Then we can handle 2 of the 3 subjects. Simon and Rick were excited. You're good at dark mechanics, and I know summoning. Rick said, so we need to recruit someone who is good at divinity. Simon asked him, what about the rest? Rick circled the remaining subjects. Spiritology, hemomancy, poison, and combat magic. Let's call them SHPC. Defense against holy power and elementary dark magic are minor subjects, so you can't register them as majors. Let's skip those. Most of the kids who like combat magic only focus on that subject. Their grades in other subjects are usually super low, so we have to cross them out. As for those planning to major in divinity, they're usually good at defense against holy power. It seems they understand the enemy very well. Similarly, hemomancy has similarities with poison. So many students will study both in parallel. Hearing these words made Simon turn pale. Do we have to know all that knowledge? Rick Hayward replied, of course. Then he smiled, held up the piece of paper, pointed at the writing, and laughed. So, we need to recruit the kids on this list first. If not this person, then that person. And we have to point out that our group has the top student from the special admission. Do you understand? Simon took the paper from Rick's hand, his eyes full of determination. All right. He raised both arms with determination and cheered. Then let's hurry up and win. For our victory. Then, Rick suddenly bowed his head, his face turning pale. Victory. Then Rick looked up helplessly and asked, why is she teaching the first-year class? Simon turned and asked quietly, who is she? He looked up at the vice principal standing on the podium and said, Jane Olivia. She is the vice principal of Kizen. A walking terror. She even expelled third-year students. A voice called out a name, Rick Hayward, making him suddenly press his lips together in fear while he was speaking. Jane Olivia put her hands on her hips and slowly walked down from the podium. You never know what life will throw at you. If you speak again, I will consider it cheating and cancel your test. He slowly replied, I'm sorry. The students in the class also glanced at her with some anxiety. Probably like Hayward, the other students were also wondering, why am I here? Jane Olivia placed one hand on her hip and the other on the edge of the desk. As you know, I've only taught third-year students before, so some of you might think I'm just a substitute teacher. But this semester, I will officially be in charge of Class 1A. I hope you try not to disappoint me with too many lacking skills. Then she turned towards the door. For now, just focus on finishing your test. The students replied, Yes, ma'am. Rick Hayward scratched his head and hair. Rick's pen hovered over the paper. I don't understand a single question. Simon was just as confused as Rick. He thought to himself, all right, this is reality. Even if some things went smoothly, even though I have the undead legion in my hands, it doesn't mean I'll easily adapt to Kizen. He closed his eyes. But I can't give up without trying. Then he determinedly flipped the test paper over. I'll do my best until time is up. Then the bell rang, signaling the end of the period. The teacher's voice said, I hope you all did well. See you 2 hours after lunch. The students handed in their papers one by one and left the classroom. The proctors were still observing the room. Good work, everyone. After collecting all the students' papers, Olivia picked up a pen. Let's grade the papers. The other teachers answered in unison, Yes, Professor. Then everyone seriously began grading. Nephthys was like a little white cat, running around excitedly near the desks where the teachers were grading. Nephthys also crept up to Jane Olivia and suddenly received a question, What wind brought you here, Nephthys? Which startled her. Then she raised her hand happily. I came to play. While she was being cheerful, a face full of murderous intent and dead silence approached her. Then Jane Olivia smacked Nephthys right on the top of her head, causing a sharp pain. Don't cause distractions. Then she turned to the 2 grading assistants and said, You 2 go to the grading room and finish up. The teachers replied, Yes, ma'am. Then the 2 left together. Nephthys, still holding her head in pain after the 2 teachers left, screamed in agony. When I met you in the slums, you were clearly a pure and cute girl. Jane Olivia just sat still, continuing to grade, and replied to Nephthys, That pure girl turned into this because she has to work under extreme stress every day. Then she sighed. Since you're here anyway, why don't you grade some papers? Nephthys gritted her teeth and glared at her. Olivia flipped to the next paper. She suddenly stopped, surprised, looking at the test paper on the desk. This student got most of the basic questions wrong, but managed to answer the hardest one. Then she turned to look at Nephthys, who was grading papers sitting opposite her. Nephthys, I have something to ask. Nephthys rested her cheek on her hand. Honestly, Nephthys Arbun suddenly noticed the test paper and asked, why are all these names covered? Jane Olivia didn't even look up and replied, I covered them for grading. The vice principal added, because names might make me biased when giving scores. Nephthys looked at Jane Olivia continuously writing and felt the irony for the students. It's only the first test of the semester. Isn't that a bit extreme? Seriously. Even though it's just a test, there are still some interesting points among these. Jane Olivia said seriously. For example, the test paper you're scribbling nonsense on. Nephthys Arbun, who was bored and resting her chin on her hand, also widened her eyes and looked again. At this time, the vice principal continued. This student answered the second question correctly regarding the toxicity of the ingredients, but got the comparison question below wrong. Nephthys Arbun had also seen it. She found it hard to believe and waved the test paper in her hand, exclaiming, I see it too. Truly utterly stupid. It makes me so curious about this person's name. But this paper is the exact opposite. Jane Olivia interrupted her, looking at the test paper in front of her. The vice principal said, this student answered almost all the basic point-giving questions wrong, but dared to answer question 20, which is the hardest question. Nephthys Arbun exclaimed in shock, really? Jane Olivia held the test paper, looking and evaluating. The formulas this student used are all wrong. Using ancient runes for dark dynamics, the dry bone exponential equation for summoning, calculating the decay, and curses. All these annotations are completely wrong. Nephthys also didn't expect it could be like that. Jane Olivia handed the paper to her and continued. Based on the formulas this student used, it must be because they haven't taken the previous classes and only combined and deduced the answers based on last week's classes. Nephthys Arbun took the paper, looked it over, and frowned, asking, this student used a summoning formula to answer a question related to calculating dark flow? Does this student think the resistance level is directly proportional to the dark loss? Probably, Jane Olivia replied. What about this answer? If using Tarot's theorem, the correct answer is 1,200,000. Jane Olivia tapped on the answer section and continued, but this student wrote 1,200,146. On the test paper, that number was filled in the answer section. Jane Olivia continued. This is not the exact answer to this question, but the student managed to deduce a very close result. Nephthys, I want to ask you something. Jane Olivia pulled the test paper back under Nephthys Arbun's shocked gaze. The vice principal said as she tore off the sticker covering the examinee's name, why did you assign me to a first-year class? Jane Olivia said with a serious face, and not just any class. A name appeared on the paper. Simon Polentia, and it just had to be the class with this kid. Nephthys Arbun smiled with an unreadable expression. She cupped her cheeks, winked, and stuck her tongue out cutely, saying, hee hee, I don't know what you're talking about. Jane Olivia frowned slightly at Nephthys, remaining silent. In the end, the vice principal gave up, sighing and complaining inwardly, I knew it. She's as cunning as a 300-year-old fox. Time passed very quickly. The day the results of the first semester exams were announced had arrived. The students gathered in one place to check their scores. Groans echoed continuously. Look, I got an 85 in divinity. Damn it. Hemomancy dragged my average down. Rick in the crowd also widened his eyes in shock. They finished grading already? Simon was also a bit surprised. I know, right? Wow, my average is over 80. Groans rang out again. The place was still packed with people. Many other students continued to come and check the announcement. This is brutal. Should I change my major? One depressed person said. Another said, let's see, my score is. Another voice rang out again. My score is over there. After so many answers in combat magic, why is it a 5? I shouldn't have changed my answer. Looking at the noisy and bustling crowd, then looking at himself, he was too depressed to speak. Simon Polentia. Divinity, 40. Hemomancy, 20. Dark Mechanics, 3. Poison, 20. Summoning, 76. Combat Magic, 43. Spiritology, 25. Defense against holy power, 40. Looking at his 8-subject transcript with 7 subjects below average, Simon's face darkened as he lamented. Even though I mentally prepared myself, seeing this result still hurts. Rick, beside him, grabbed his shoulder, seriously seeking comfort from the transcript that felt like a knife to the chest. Hey, your summoning score is really high. Getting that without taking the previous classes is already impressive. Rick patted his back hard and continued. And I told you yesterday, specializing is better. Being good at one thing is better than being average at everything. Simon asked doubtfully, "Oh, really?" He reached behind his back, rubbing the spot that was padded so hard it hurt, and asked, "What about you? Did you do okay?" Rick replied casually, "Dark mechanics is the highest, 74 points. The other subjects are fairly even, around 60 to 70. So the average is probably around 70. Simon looked at him in shock after hearing that. "You're actually pretty good at studying." He felt betrayed. Rick's sweat dropped and explained, "Not really. I just study enough so I don't get kicked out." Rick looked at the published transcript and continued. "By the way, our plan has a slight problem." Simon frowned. "What is it?" Rick said. The scores of all the students were announced right in the first period of the day. Looking at the transcripts of some top students, Rick's voice was steady. "Our plan was only effective before this information was published. Now that the scores are out, everyone knows their own limits." Rick concluded, "If we're not lucky, recruiting even a single kid will be extremely difficult." Simon let out an "oh." Suddenly, the vice principal's voice rang out. "Attention!" Jane leaned against the door frame, her eyes serious. "I will give you 30 minutes from now. Check your scores and form a group of 4. The students looked as if they had heard a duck speaking thunder, their eyes wide. The vice principal's voice continued without pause. "Except for special cases, your groups will be maintained until the end of the semester. From now on, elementary dark magic will be taught in groups, and there will be group assignments that can be completed by all members cooperating." Rick frowned and looked around. Simon was still bewildered. "You will receive individual scores and separate group scores. Of course, points will be deducted if you don't show a good attitude towards teamwork. It doesn't matter how good you are individually." Jane Olivia's voice turned serious. "Meaning you need to choose your teammates appropriately." "Understood." As soon as she stopped speaking, the lecture hall was like a broken beehive. Shouts rang out continuously. "Jasmine, is Zen here? I need 3 people good at divinity and dark mechanics with 60 points or above. Can anyone let me join their group? I'm good at spiritology. Higgy, come with me, we can average 60. Combat magic. Does anyone need someone good at combat magic?" Ignoring the students running around looking for groups, Simon stood still, looking at the paper in his hand, thinking constantly. Rick said Maylin is our number 1 priority, and Claudia is our number 2 priority. Looking over at Jane, seeing that someone had already approached her to form a group, Simon sighed inwardly. Damn it, she already has a group. Rosnell is number 3. Just as he glanced over, someone had already approached her with an offer. Simon felt helpless. Rosnell and Catherine, the 4th priority, are already in the same group. Watching people running around frantically, Simon felt a sense of helplessness. All right, calm down. There isn't a single group with 4 people yet. Everyone is rushing because of the 30-minute time limit. He hurriedly ran around, observing and evaluating. The closest target right now is someone good at divinity, and most groups have about 3 members with average scores. The top students are still observing the situation. So the choice I should make right now is... Simon looked seriously to one side. He approached the blue-haired girl who was sitting quietly with her arms crossed. Simon said seriously, "Malin Vueland, I want to invite you to join our group." Everyone behind him widened their eyes and dropped their jaws in shock. They thought in horror. He just invited Malin. That's the only person with an average score over 90. Malin looked at him, evaluating. Funny. Doesn't your special admission status just mean a free pass into the city? It just shows you have good connections. And I only believe in the numbers I see. You want to invite me to join your group? Someone with an average score of 30. Malin said. Rick, behind them, held his head in panic, feeling like lightning had struck. Simon, on the contrary, replied quite normally. Malin continued. I see you're quite good at summoning. That's the only 80 you have. The surrounding students also started whispering because of Simon's action. A person with 30 points inviting someone with 90? He's too reckless. Simon didn't mind and replied, "You too." Malin Vueland frowned at him and raised her voice slightly. "But my score is higher than yours." Simon replied, "I know. So let's make a bet." He said seriously, 1 month. "Give me 1 month and I will surpass you in summoning. If I can't, you can leave Kizen." Malin stared wide-eyed in shock. Now it was her turn to panic. "What?" Malin stood up abruptly, her face showing disbelief. "You're crazy. Take back those words if you don't want to embarrass yourself." Simon replied calmly, "No, I'm only saying things I can do." Stunned, both kept silent, neither saying a word. Malin sat down. She closed her eyes in deep thought. "I need to maintain the top spot in the class this semester no matter what. The biggest obstacle to that is Hector." The image of Hector more appeared in her mind. Malin steeled herself. "I can beat him in the written exams, but in actual combat and performance evaluations, I can't. To beat him, I need to win the group assignment." Malin tapped the desk. "That means I need someone good at summoning, the only subject I'm still weak in. The special admission number 1, Simon Polentia. The guy who beat Hector, even without attending the previous classes." Malin tilted her head back and let out a breath. "Should I look for another student with over 80 points in summoning? Or should I bet on the special admission student who beat Hector?" Finally, Malin Valare stood up and sighed. "That promise you just mentioned. Are you sure you'll keep your word?" Malin asked sternly. Simon replied with equal seriousness, full of confidence. "No matter what, I will keep my word." He held out his hand toward Malin. Malin put her hands on her hips, looking at the extended hand. Finally ready to take the gamble, she grabbed Simon's hand and replied, "All right, I'll join your group." Right at that moment, Rick suddenly rushed over and hugged Simon, praising him joyfully. "Simon, you really are the destroyer of all troubles. How did you manage to invite Malin?" Malin was shocked. "Wait, who are you?" Simon answered, "He's also a member of our group. I just invited him to join us." Simon smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up. "But don't worry. We have a D rank and an S rank in Divinity and Dark Arts." Malin felt like she had just been played. She covered her face in defeat. "Good grief." She pointed at them and said, "Fine, I'll do my best. But I won't forgive you if you drag me down. Especially you, Deadweight." Rick frowned and grumbled. "Deadweight? That's too harsh." Simon didn't intervene in their little squabble. He just stood on the sidelines, laughing happily. "Ha ha," in front of the scoreboard. Divinity, 40. Hemomancy, 60. Dark Arts, 70. Poison, 67. Summoning, 80. Combat Magic, 69. Necromancy, 8. Defense against Holy Magic, 81. The classmates were still discussing. "You said D and S are taken care of, right? Then I'll take charge of Divinity, since we need to distribute the KDS." Malin Valare turned to Rick Hayward seriously and continued. "But before that, tell me your Dark Arts score." He confidently provided the numbers. Average is 70. Dark Arts alone is 74. Hearing that, Malin Valare exclaimed in satisfaction. "Not bad." Rick Hayward slung one arm around Simon Polentia's shoulder intimately, raising the other hand to tease the girl in front of him. "You're quite picky, aren't you? Who should we recruit for the last member? Just say the word, I'll find them for you." Malin Valare replied with a difficult expression. "I'm good at everything, so I don't really." Before she could finish, he interrupted and urged her. "Come on, you have to pick someone." Malin Valare arrogantly crossed her arms over her chest and reluctantly stated her requirement. "If possible, someone who can handle hemomancy, because it takes a lot of time and requires a lot of calculations." After hearing that, Rick Hayward made an OK sign with his fingers and replied cheerfully, "Hemomancy? You got it. I'll be right back. You two just sit and rest." With that, he dashed off at lightning speed. At this moment, seeing Malin Valare and Simon Polentia sitting next to each other, all the other classmates noticed and started gossiping. Are those two in the same group? The special admission and the top of the class are teaming up? Then it's game over for the rest of us. But some didn't think so. You never know. That special admission guy's grades aren't that high. In the awkward atmosphere, Malin Valare spoke first, making Simon Polentia startle and turn around. With a questioning tone, she asked, "Your name is Simon Polentia? I've never heard that name before. Where is your family from?" Faced with the beautiful girl's question, Simon Polentia answered honestly, "I'm the successor to a barony in the Les Hill region. Ah, I see. While Malin Valare was pondering something, Simon asked back, "What about you? What kind of family is Valare?" Turning around and seeing his eager expression, Malin Valare couldn't believe it and said, "Are you asking seriously?" She forced a smile, pointed at herself, and introduced, "I come from a renowned family with deep roots in the Ivory Tower." Simon asked curiously, "The Ivory Tower? You mean the Magic Tower?" Malin Valare replied in a displeased tone, 300 years ago, yes." Simon let out an amazed, "Oh." Outside the door, another beautiful girl was walking in, radiating a brilliant aura. The classmates couldn't stop whispering, "That's Serene, the second place in the special admission." Over here, Malin Valare awkwardly wanted to cut the conversation short and said, "Sorry, but could you stop right there? Please." Simon immediately agreed. The two returned to silence. The atmosphere was quite awkward now. Simon blamed himself internally. Should I not have asked her that? He lowered his head and sighed. Noble families are so complicated. A moment later, Rick Hayward returned, beaming. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Here's the Necromancy member you wanted." Walking beside him was a pink-haired girl who looked very timid. Rick pushed her forward and introduced her. A budding Necromancer with an outstanding score of 87 in the subject. Camabarez Ursula. Following the introduction, the girl shyly spoke up. "Thank you for letting me join the group. My name is Camabarez Ursula. Just call me Cami. I'll do my best to help the group succeed." Saying that, she bowed 90 degrees to greet everyone, revealing the strange wings on her back. The others looked at them in astonishment. "Whoa, wings." Simon's eyes lit up as he said, "You don't have to be so formal. We're in the same grade, after all." Cami replied awkwardly, "But I'm only 16. Rick was very welcoming to this new friend, so he enthusiastically chimed in. "Age doesn't matter. We even have a 20-year-old here." Cami quickly blended in. "Ah, all right then. I'll keep that in mind." Malin finally spoke up and asked, "You're an Ursula, right? Are you the one I'm thinking of?" Cami answered honestly, "Ursula, the great vampire family?" Hearing that, Rick shouted in excitement, "Holy crap, an Ursula lady at Kizen, and I've never even heard of her?" Malin irritably stopped him. "Hey, don't say things like that so loudly." "Why not? It's shocking news." Cami sat to the side, stammering, "Well, it's because my mother is a commoner." Hearing that, everyone let out an "oh." Rick was the one who showed the most disappointment. "I didn't know. Sorry about that. It's fine." Meanwhile, Simon pondered silently. "I get it. She's an illegitimate daughter of the vampire family. No wonder no one mentioned her. She has a complicated family background just like me." While he was still lost in thought, Rick started chatting with everyone. He said cheerfully, "I guess it's only fair if I tell my story now, right? I'm a commoner, the son of a branch manager of the White Cow Merchant Guild." Cami exclaimed in surprise. "One of the biggest merchant guilds?" He continued, "To be exact, I'm the third son out of 8. My eldest brother is the successor, so everything is invested in him. Because of that, I'm the kid who just has to do whatever my parents say. It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but I'm studying at Kizen just because they thought I had a little talent for dark magic. I'm on a mission to find out the needs of necromancers and research the market." Hearing this, someone asked, "Is that why you said going to rocks is more important?" Rick replied, "Exactly, but I'm not just following my father's orders. I plan to graduate from Kizen properly and create a merchant guild under my own name in rocks. A massive guild that will make my father look at me differently," Rick said with a gesture of absolute determination. Simon watched intently, full of admiration. "That's so cool." Only Malin said coldly, "Good luck with that." "Whatever." At this moment, an older student walked over, looking very mature, and interrupted. "So this group is getting along well, huh? I'm the teaching assistant." The senior handed everyone an information form and instructed them carefully. "You guys are group 7. Write down the members' names and the subjects you want to focus on here." He continued, "Pick a group leader, too. The group name isn't important, but you must have a leader." Simon happily took it and replied, "Yes, sir. Understood." Malin quickly took the paper to fill it out first. Simon asked her, "Since you're the core member of the group, do you want to be the leader, Malin?" She replied with cold confidence, "Of course. Who else would it be?" Very quickly, the leader's name was filled in as Malin. When it came to the group name, she asked, "Next, what's our group name?" Finally, everyone agreed on the name Group 7. The member information board was also filled out. Malin, divinity. Simon, summoning. Rick, dark arts. Cammy, hemomancy. After filling it out, they sat in a corner and observed. The classmates around them were arguing nonstop. Someone even said, "Man, I wanted Malin to carry us. I prefer the little bunny girl." Why is that? Since when did you guys come up with that terrible combination? But both you and we only have 2 people. The platinum-haired girl disagreed and argued loudly. You only have 2 people taking poison. We don't want this garbage team. The blonde boy opposite her was also annoyed. Why would you say that? Only 3 people taking dark arts? Are they out of their minds? But look, they have 3 Ds. Are they really going to form a group like that? The whole group sat quietly, listening to them fight. That's the major I'm aiming for, but my grades in other subjects are high too. Whatever. I'm not joining this half-assed group. Rick rested his chin on his hand and sighed. Things are getting intense. It's not surprising. Elementary dark magic is evaluated based on all 8 subjects, so it's better to have 4 people with different specialties. So if you get too close to students in the same major, you won't be able to recruit anyone else into your group. Just like them. We got lucky, so? Suddenly, the girl with curly blonde hair spoke up arrogantly. I'll only pick 1 person from your group. Someone reacted angrily. What the hell? If you hadn't poached Lucy from my group, we would have had 4 people already. The platinum-haired girl immediately stepped forward. Sorry about that. The rest of them were completely dumbfounded by her decision. Why did you? The platinum-haired girl walked straight to the group of 3 girls and said, I'm planning to major in hemomancy. It doesn't overlap with yours. So that works, right? The girl with curly blonde hair clapped her hands in delight and replied, Of course. Welcome. You're quite smart. Where's the teaching assistant? Let's register. Seeing this scene, Simon broke into a sweat. That's just brutal. Suddenly, someone reminded him. No time to worry about others, Simon. Rick continued calmly. Stuff like this always happens during the student protection period. If we don't compete fiercely with them, we'll fall behind. And falling behind at Kizen means you're out for good. Man, how did you even think of the word oppression first? Cammy sat there, listening quietly. Malin also spoke up. This is due to a lack of skill, preparation, and effort. What have they been doing for the past 4 days since school started? If their grades are bad, they should have used other methods to recruit people. Simon was speechless and didn't say another word. Vice President Jane Orivaya appeared on the podium and said coldly, The 30 minutes are up. Those who don't have a group yet, come up here. The classmates below started whispering. So we won't be seeing them at Kizen next week. Are all 3 of them really D-ranks? Then just 1 divinity question and they're done for. The students walked up, looking dissatisfied. Jane Orivaya asked, Are you angry? A rough start doesn't mean a bad ending. Remember this feeling of resentment and try harder. You'll have a chance if you distribute the workload of other subjects among yourselves to pull up your average score. You may return to your seats. The students without groups reluctantly answered in unison. Yes, Professor. Vice President Jane Orivaya began her announcement. Now that you have your groups, I will announce something important. Next week, when the student protection period ends, we will hold a group competency assessment during the first class of elementary dark magic. You will have to fight a monster. And it is. Simon's group below waited in great anticipation. Behind the vice president, an image of a colossal monster appeared. Jane Orivia's voice continued to ring out. A cyclops. As soon as she finished speaking, the students below started discussing animatedly. A cyclops. One classmate said anxiously, With our current level, is there any way we can defeat it? Vice President Jane Orivaya ordered. Silence, everyone. I will now explain the rules. You will have to go down to the underground dungeon in Kizen with your group members to defeat a cyclops. But only 1 student is allowed to directly fight the cyclops. The other 3 members must stay in one place to support the student fighting the monster, or weaken the monster to support. Of course, hindering skills like exhaustion and blinding skills are allowed. The blood-draining skills of hemomancy or the poisoning skills of poison are also allowed. Fighting by summoning creatures is also allowed. But directly casting offensive magic of necromancers, including dark magic, will be prohibited. You can refer to the distributed materials for more detailed instructions. Hearing this, Rick rubbed his chin in worry. Camabarez sat innocently, listening attentively. The combat member will wear a protective vest enchanted with a protection spell. Vice Principal Jane Olivia's voice rang out clearly. We will grade based on whether you successfully hunt the Cyclops or not, combined with the hunting time, stability, teamwork among members, creativity, and the level of perfection of the dark magic. Malin seemed very excited, carefully noting down every rule. Simon's face also showed great determination. She continued, to successfully defeat the Cyclops, you will have to maximize your strength until the exam begins. That concludes the explanation. Does anyone have any questions? A female student below excitedly stood up to speak. Professor Victoria, will we fight a real Cyclops? Or will this assessment use Kizen's simulation system to create virtual battles? Vice Principal Jane Olivia replied expressionlessly. They are all living, breathing cyclopes that were just brought here from the Western continent. Your question reminds me of something. Before starting the exam, you all must sign a life waiver form. Everyone fell into a terrifying silence. She quickly changed the subject. Any other questions? Another male student excitedly raised his hand to speak. Professor, what if we fail to defeat the Cyclops? Vice Principal Jane Olivia replied. If you fail, you will receive the lowest score, and other criteria will not be counted. There are 3 cases of failure. Then came her very detailed listing. First, the combat member is unable to fight anymore. Second, when the professor or a guardian deems that the battle cannot continue. And third is when one of the members declares they won't take the test anymore. If we want to fight a real Cyclops, we have to strategize carefully. Simon sat below, very intrigued. This is so exciting. My heart is pounding. But Camabarez was trembling, her weak voice speaking up. I'm a little scared. Rick asked worriedly. Who will be the one fighting? Malin was also very energetic and spoke up. I'm the strongest, so of course it's me. Simon also nodded. Yeah. But then he wondered, but if only one student fights, isn't the test too favorable for those good at combat magic? Camabarez also thought so. I think so too. The Cyclops' strike is very strong, so defending with magic is quite difficult. Besides, doing so also consumes a large amount of magic. I think the best way is to dodge the attacks. Malin shook her head and said, Actually, I think the opposite. Students studying combat magic usually choose physical attacks instead of magical attacks. Just think about the Cyclops' skin. Do you think physical attacks will work? Rick, sitting in the front row, rested his chin on his hand and said, Right. The skin of Cyclopes is indeed very thick. Malin continued to analyze. Even if you increase your own strength with dark energy, it will soon be depleted. Hearing this, Camabarez also found it reasonable and asked with wide eyes, So do you have any ideas on how to defeat them, Malin? Malin replied confidently, Of course I do. Vice Principal Jane Olivia asked from the podium. It seems there are no more questions. She reminded them once again, before the exam, there are 3 more elementary dark magic classes. In the first class, each group will present their hunting strategy. You will practice to gain experience with a simulated battle in the second class. And the third class next week will be the real battle. The rest of you, discuss the strategy with your group members. If you have any more questions, please stand up and ask. Rick was also very curious and leaned forward to ask, So what's the strategy you just mentioned? Malin began to explain her plan. Listen here. As she spoke, she cast a yellow magic circle. She continued, This is basic dark magic. Then Malin snapped her fingers. Dark flame. Suddenly, a fire burst out in the middle. That's enough, right? Seeing this, Rick asked very excitedly, You already know that spell? Simon's eyes sparkled as he praised, You're really amazing, Malin. She pulled her hand back, and the flame went out. Malin said excitedly, Now let me explain my plan. First, I will fight the Cyclops and burn it with dark flame. The 3 of you will support me with spells. Cast exhaustion on the Cyclops to slow it down. Meanwhile, I can burn it to ashes. Suddenly, Rick objected. Wait, did you forget? Teamwork is also an evaluation criterion. You might stand out, but we won't have anything to do in that situation. If so, we'll get 0 points for teamwork. Malin turned her head and replied coldly. Then do you have a better idea? Simon spoke up. Malin, can you cast dark flame while dodging the Cyclops' attacks? Malin confidently said, Why not? But why do you ask? Rick said sarcastically, Because we're afraid you can't do it. You fell behind, and couldn't make it through the valley in combat magic class, remember? If your spell works, I wouldn't have to dodge in the first place. Rick stood up angrily and argued loudly. Our specialty isn't spells. You're the only one in our group majoring in divinity. The two almost lunged at each other. Camabarez, sitting next to them, was frightened and tried to stop them. Oh no, both of you stop. Suddenly, everyone stopped what they were doing. Simon spoke up calmly. Then let's do this. Since we are allowed to summon creatures, I will draw the Cyclops' attention as much as possible. If Kami and Rick can use their specialties, they will support as much as possible. He outlined the plan very clearly. First, Kami, what do you think you can do with your hemomancy specialty? Camabarez smiled softly and replied, Hemomancy is the study of flexible attacks, so I think it's best to support with spells. Simon asked the remaining classmate, what about you? Rick lay down on the desk, sighed in boredom, and said, I can't do anything either. I guess I'll practice the exhaustion skill all week. Vice Principal Jane Olivia on the podium spoke up again. Prepare a presentation on your strategy to attack the Cyclops in 10 minutes for the next class. The role of each member and the magical creatures you will use must be stated in the presentation. Today's class ends here. The whole class said in unison, Thank you, Professor. Rick rested his head on his hands, looking at Simon and thinking, Simon, that guy is sometimes smart too. He settled all the problems perfectly, naturally guided his classmates, and at the same time presented his own views. I have to admit I'm a bit jealous. That must be why he's a special admission student. Suddenly, Rick rushed from behind and threw his arms around Simon and Camabarez's necks. Simon, I heard today's special at the cafeteria is hamburgers and steak. Limited quantity. Haha, let's hurry. Maylin, left behind by him, shouted angrily. Hey, let me come too. She said very indignantly. How can you guys be so mean and leave me alone like that? You guys all get hamburgers and steak while I get nothing. Then you have to follow us. I told you it's limited quantity. Lunch break ended, returning to the classroom. Maylin was still angry and said, God, so annoying. At this time, a deep and authoritative voice rang out from the podium. All right, everyone, sit down. The person on the podium looked around below and asked, which class are you guys? A student spoke up, Class A, sir. He nodded. This is the first time I'm teaching you, right? A very old-looking man, his weak hands trembling, began to introduce himself. I am Lang Charles. The one who will teach poison. Lang Charles, the poison professor for the first years. He continued, then let's begin. Everyone open your books to page 1. Well, poison is not just a subject for handling poisons. Below, almost half the students were asleep and complaining, so boring. The professor's voice continued slowly, like a lullaby. You have to combine and arrange countless solutions. Lang Charles continued diligently with his lecture. To create a series of transformations. That is the characteristic of this field. So, now we will create low-grade potions. Laboratory. Everyone was very bewildered now. To brew potions, you have to measure the ingredients accurately. Before he could finish his sentence, the professor coughed up blood. Everyone panicked and screamed, Professor. A classmate even suggested, You're overworking yourself, Professor. We will take responsibility for the experiment part. Please go rest. But Lang still tried his best to stammer out every word. I must. Another teacher walked in and said, It's okay, let me handle it. The professor weakly left the podium. All right, then thank you. So she is Professor Lang's teaching assistant. Francesca Belmont. She held the book and stood motionless on the podium for a long time. Below, some unaware students were still dozing off. Francesca Belmont turned gloomy, staring down. Then she threw the book she was holding straight at a male student's face. The book flew straight like a dart, grazing past Simon's face and creating a light breeze. Francesca Belmont slammed her hand on the desk and shouted, Everyone, wake up. Looking at the bewildered people below, some even drooling, she asked very angrily, How dare you? How dare you be so disrespectful in front of a professor? Class A. The people below fearfully raised their heads, sitting up straight. Francesca Belmont continued angrily. How can you lie on your desks and sleep during class like that? How can you call yourselves Kizen students when you are so spoiled? Francesca Belmont's expression was very strict as she reminded them, "At least don't forget basic politeness, understand?" The whole class answered in unison, "Yes, Professor." She began to reintroduce herself. "I am Professor Lang's teaching assistant, Francesca Belmont. Today I will teach this class instead of the professor. You will practice brewing low-grade potions. You can put your books aside." As soon as she finished speaking, the students' desks were fully equipped with chemical tools. Simon and Rick were very curious, picking up a few tools to examine. The teaching assistant continued, "The key to brewing low-grade potions is not controlling variables in quantity or the sequence of ingredients, but the flexibility of the brewer during the process. Light the candle under the cauldron. When the water starts to boil, put the salamander and barley powder from the ingredient packet in." Suddenly, Maylin raised her hand to speak. "Professor, how much should I put in?" Francesca Belmont replied calmly, "It doesn't matter how much. Just put it in until you think it's enough." As soon as she finished, everyone started putting chemicals into the water. In an instant, a foul smell rose, hitting Simon's nose and making him dizzy. It smells awful." Rick, on the other hand, exclaimed excitedly, "Yours turned green." "Mine is blue," Francesca Belmont said. "If your cauldron emits blue smoke, raise your hand." Rick raised his hand. The teaching assistant explained, "These students will create a potion that causes nerve paralysis." She asked next, "What about those with green smoke?" Many students raised their hands. "These students will create a potion that causes severe headaches and hallucinations. It will be beneficial for you when dealing with mages or necromancers." Hearing this, Simon was very surprised. Francesca Belmont added, "The book doesn't mention these things. I was never taught this flexible method in the prep classes either. Those with green smoke, take off your coats and put them on your chairs. The teaching assistants will give you more ingredients." Francesca Belmont walked over to a student and instructed clearly, "Now then, everyone, you will see a thin layer of oil on your cauldrons. Use a spoon to remove it. Plant fatty acids will reduce the potion's effectiveness, so remove as much of it as possible. Once removed, stir the solution continuously. You must do this continuously until the solution thickens. The solution can coagulate if the fire is too high, so pay attention to the flame below." A student seemed panicked and raised his hand to speak. "Professor, my potion turned yellow. Is that okay?" Francesca Belmont praised, "Very good. Yellow means this is the highest quality potion among all potions. You can sell a potion of that quality in Rochest." The surrounding classmates were all surprised and praised. "That's amazing. So cool." Another classmate spoke up. "My potion changed from blue smoke to green." Francesca Belmont replied, "It seems the ingredients at the bottom of the cauldron have surfaced and changed the potion's effect." Then she asked the other teaching assistants, "Please give this student some more ingredients for me." Suddenly, Rick leaned close to Simon and whispered, Hey, Simon." He observed, "Now I understand why Professor Lang can still teach at Kizen. It's because his teaching assistant is very talented, right?" Simon also nodded in agreement. "Agreed." Hearing the whispers, Francesca Belmont asked, "Is something wrong?" Simon quickly replied, "Nothing, ma'am." Very quickly, he also took the potion he just brewed and put it into an eye-catching little vial. Rick held up his portion and suggested, "Simon, should we bring this into the battle with the Cyclops? I think it's best we try everything we can." Simon was also happy. "I was thinking the same thing." But Malin didn't think so and coldly interjected, "Terrible idea. It won't work, idiot. This is a low-grade potion, which means it has no effect on medium to large monsters. The Cyclops is a medium-sized monster, so the potion won't be effective." Hearing that, Rick realized the truth and scratched his head. God, it really is useless. At this time, Simon seemed to discover something and widened his eyes in surprise. Stopping at a page in the book, he thought to himself, "This potion uses lurk mushrooms." Lurk mushrooms. Suddenly, Simon remembered something perhaps unbelievable. "The ones my mom cooked for me a few times." Simon quickly called everyone. "Hey, Malin." She turned to him and asked, "What's wrong? What is this?" Simon was also very surprised to see it, his face showing joy as he quickly asked, "Simon, what page is it?" He replied calmly, "Page 254. The other two in the group still didn't understand what was going on, so huge question marks popped up in their heads. When Camabarez saw what was written on that page, her expression also changed. It's this. Malin said, Simon, I think it will work. As long as we can brew it. Simon and Rick asked in unison, really? She pointed to a line of text with many characters and explained, look, this potion will temporarily paralyze the tendons and cause spasms. It's called Nobi, Malin said happily. This is a nerve potion that weakens the muscles. It also says here it works on small to medium-sized monsters, level 3 and above. If we use this against the Cyclops, at least we can slow it down. Rick marveled. It might be useful in amplifying the exhaustion spell. Malin looked closely at the page and said, let's see. The usage is to make the target drink this or apply it to a wound. We can injure the Cyclops and throw the potion bottle at it. Everyone in the group strongly agreed. Right? Use summoned creatures to injure it, and then throw the potion bottle at it, right? Good idea. Then let's try brewing it. We can reserve a spot in the lab to get some cauldrons. The problem is the ingredients. Camabarez spoke up softly. We can find some simple ingredients in Kizen, like lurk mushrooms, slime blood, and silk grapes. The last 3 will be hard to find. Clicking his tongue a few times, Rick said, if I go to Rochist and ask around, I'll probably get all of them. Simon panicked and said, really? Rick replied confidently, of course. Why don't we do that right now? I'll go to Rochist after class. Simon also joined in. Right, I can get this. Which one? He pointed to the picture of the mushroom in the book and replied, this one. Lurk mushrooms. I've seen them many times in my hometown. There are some in Kizen too. Everyone was curious. In Kizen? Where? In the Forbidden Forest. Hearing this location, everyone was shocked to the core, staring wide-eyed at him. Rick excitedly waved his hands and asked, how do you know? Wait, you're going into the Forbidden Forest? What are you getting yourself into? Simon replied calmly, it's fine. It won't take long. These mushrooms grow near the entrance to the forest. Besides, it's quite risky for you to go to Rochist. You could get punished. At least I can do this for the group. Rick was stunned speechless. Simon continued with a firm voice. I'll find them as fast as possible before tomorrow. Camabarez screamed in fear. Monsters could attack you there. Kami. Malin spoke up at this time. I just said it. It's very dangerous. That's why he shouldn't go alone. 2 people are still better than 1. Seeing this, Simon suggested, all right, then let's go together. But we'll leave immediately if there's any danger, okay? Seeing him giving orders, Malin said angrily, oh my God, do you even have to say it? Simon quickly and clearly divided the tasks for everyone. All right, then Rick will go get the slime blood and silk grapes. Malin will go get the basic ingredients and reserve a spot in the lab. Camabarez and I will go get the lurk mushrooms. We'll gather at the lab in the evening with the ingredients. A perfect plan was laid out, and everyone agreed. Sounds good. Got it. But right now, in the upper rows of seats, a mysterious person, dressed completely covered, was observing Simon's group. A half-faced smirk revealed a cunning look, as if plotting something. Soon, the school bell rang. The students hurried out of the class. The mysterious man now walked behind a blonde male student and called out, hello, Hector. The blonde boy heard someone calling him and looked up. The mysterious man said again, I have some useful information for you. Want to hear it? By now, it was dark outside, and the atmosphere was sinking into silence. Simon and Camabarez walked to the Forbidden Forest. Simon's voice rang out, all right, we're here. He held a headlamp in his hand and said, let's quickly get them and head back, Kami. The little girl nodded excitedly. Simon, a few hours ago, near a stable, Rick opened a door leading down to a secret tunnel and said to Simon and Camabarez, you guys can go this way. This is a secret tunnel very few people know about. Rick seemed to know it very well and instructed. The guards near the Forbidden Forest just finished their shift. They probably won't be back for a while. But don't be careless. Hurry up. The other 2 nodded. Got it. Thank you. Simon said, see you later. Be careful. Returning to the unfinished conversation between the 2 earlier, Simon said, Kami, you look excited. Her face beamed as she replied, I really like taking walks at night. At this time, Simon remembered her vampire family and realized, all right, Kami is a vampire. Maybe this is her personality. Simon held the lantern and walked ahead. To break the quiet atmosphere, Simon spoke first. You like the night? Camabarez, walking behind, nodded and replied, yes. The night is very peaceful and pleasant. Really? Camabarez suddenly stopped and said, ah, Simon. I'm sorry for saying this a bit late, but thank you for helping me in combat magic class. She recalled what happened that day. We couldn't climb up. I looked around for help, but everyone ignored me. I told myself Kizen is very fierce, so that's natural. Then you appeared, the only one. At that time, Simon's warm hand reached out and said to Camabarez, do you need my help? She vividly remembered Simon's figure at that moment, reaching out to help her. Simon replied modestly, I just did what I had to do. Camabarez stepped closer to him, her face flushed, and said, it's exactly because you do what you have to do that you're amazing. Simon was also very proud of himself. Really? I see. While Simon raised the lantern in his hand, he also spotted what they were looking for and exclaimed, hey, look, Kami, mushrooms. It's them. There are so many. Simon excitedly suggested, we don't know how many we need, so let's just pick them all. The two worked hard for a while and picked a basket full of mushrooms. Simon was very satisfied. Done faster than I thought. Camabarez suddenly asked, by the way, I have something I want to ask you. Why did you come to Kizen, Simon? Simon looked up awkwardly. Huh? Well, then he honestly recounted. I guess the initial reason was because of my parents. They were always urging and encouraging me. Come home whenever you're too tired, son. You can do it, Simon. But when I started school, I began to have my own thoughts and goals. Simon looked up proudly at his dream. And after studying summoning, I seriously started wanting to become a necromancer. After pouring his heart out, Simon asked back, what about you, Kami? Before she could answer, the sound of people approaching could be heard from afar. They're around here. Simon reacted quickly and managed to pull Camabarez's hand to run away. Hide quick. The two quickly hid behind a large rock. The people outside kept searching. Looks like they're hiding somewhere around here. Good. Focus the search in this area. There were many people outside. They carried lanterns and even had hounds. Their bodies were completely covered, hiding their faces. Simon realized, they are Kizen guards. Camabarez asked back, guards? Simon explained in a low voice, yes. They protect the area around Kizen. They usually manage the forest or hunt monsters. If they catch us, even during the student protection period, we won't be able to escape. Hearing this, Camabarez was terrified. Her whole body started trembling. Camabarez wondered. Rick said there wouldn't be a patrol for a while. Simon suddenly realized the danger. That means it's an emergency patrol, not a routine one. Did something happen in the Forbidden Forest? Camabarez was now so scared she was about to cry. She muttered, what do we do? What should we do? Kami. Knowing she was scared, Simon calmly placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. Kami, look at me. Listen carefully. We can get out of here. I have an idea, so trust me. Just follow my lead. You can do it, right? Camabarez replied, I can do it. As he spoke, Simon rubbed the skull-shaped button attached to his collar. He contacted someone for help. Can you hear me? Somewhere, the skeleton-like soul responded. I hear you, kid. What's wrong? Simon replied. I'm in a bit of trouble. I'm afraid my legion needs to take action. The two seemed to understand each other implicitly without saying another word. Back in the Forbidden Forest, Camabarez announced, Simon, I've searched all the rocks around here. Thank you, Kami. I'm done on this side too. Simon asked again. Let's just use what we have. Are you ready? Camabarez, less scared now, replied, yes. Simon's eyes became resolute as he ordered a walking skeleton. Good. Then go. The rat-shaped skeleton obediently followed. The guard's dog seemed to detect movement and barked continuously. That way. Split up and chase it. The rest of you keep searching for me. The skeleton dashed past the guards to distract them. They quickly spotted it. There's another one. Chase it. Catch it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Simon once again grabbed Camabarez's hand and ran. Kami, run. But the dogs were very smart. Once again, they looked in Simon's direction and barked. Camabarez realized they were behind them and shouted, Simon, the dogs. He calmly instructed, Kami, use blood spell to curse them. It'll be fine. Camabarez quickly cast the spell. A tiny pink magic circle appeared on her hand. Let me. Saying that, Camabarez quickly turned around, pointing her hand with the spell towards them. The spell quickly spread, halting the dog's advance. They became dizzy and collapsed to the ground. But their actions alerted the nearby guards. There they are, someone ordered. Catch them. A person with sharp, ruthless eyes spoke up. They're running towards the forest. Fire arrows. As soon as the words were spoken, many arrows flew straight at them. Camabarez panicked. Simon, those are real arrows. What do we do? Simon turned around to reassure her. It's okay. They saw our uniforms. Simon was certain that they are still Kizen staff. They won't hurt us. The guards shouted angrily, Stop! Don't run. Simon clenched one hand and said, As if you guys would stop. Then an invisible barrier blocked them, startling the guards. What is this? Be careful. It might be magic. But they didn't give up and kept searching. We lost them. They couldn't have gone far. Search. At this moment, Simon and Camabarez ran to a cliff edge. There was no path ahead and deep water below. Observing the surroundings, Simon asked, Kami, remember the leaping technique we learned in combat magic class? Do you think you can do it? Camabarez was too scared to look further, turned to face Simon, and said tremblingly, No, I can't. Simon, you go first. Tears streamed down her face, but she kept smiling and continued, I'm fine. Even if I get caught, I won't rat you out. Hearing these words, Simon was deeply moved. Kami. Then, without saying a word, he roughly picked Camabarez up. I'm sorry. I'm making you suffer. She panicked and whispered, Simon. Seeing him lunging forward, she screamed in terror, Wait. Simon. Ignoring her screams, Simon lifted his legs and jumped to the other side. He leaped high like Superman, still holding the beauty in his arms. The two flew through the air for a long moment. A moment later, they landed safely and looking badass. Simon called out softly, Kami. She slowly regained her senses and opened her eyes. Simon knelt down and set her down like a gentleman. He asked caringly, Kami, are you okay? She sat motionless on the ground. Her eyes were dazed and blank, as if she had lost her soul. Seeing her not answering, Simon sweated in worry. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Camabarez couldn't control her emotions and managed a few words. I thought I was caught. Simon looked at the innocent girl in front of him, speechless. She still thought about sacrificing herself even though she was so scared. Camabarez suddenly sobbed and said, Thank you for saving me. I was just doing my duty as a friend. But still, Simon suggested, looks like we shook off the guards. Let's head back to school. I think we'll have to take a detour. Can you walk? Camabarez tried to wipe her tears and said, I can walk. It's fine. Camabarez looked gently at Simon with infatuated eyes and emphasized once again, Thank you so much, Simon. In the quiet night, the handsome boy and beautiful girl walked hand in hand through the dense forest. Camabarez, timid and scared, asked, Are we lost? Simon calmly replied, No, I think we're heading in the right direction. Suddenly, there was a noise. Indeed, in such a deserted and pitch-black place, everyone would share the same fear. Camabarez said to Simon, Simon, I heard a noise. Simon seemed indifferent to it. He hummed and brushed it off. Probably just night owls. Camabarez insisted, No. Sweating, she said, It's not night owls. It's human voices. Only now did Simon believe what she just said. You're right. I think the sound is coming from there. Then they both tiptoed to where the noise came from. The image before them left them shocked and shivering. Camabarez was terrified. Grabbing Simon's sleeve, she hesitantly called his name. Simon, Simon, we have to run. Along with the image before them, there was also a gloomy voice. And, spare them. Besides, Camabarez seemed haunted by the sight. She sobbed and threw herself into Simon's arms. Simon had to pat and comfort her. While comforting Camabarez, he thought, Why is it here? But we're at Kizen, on Rochest Island. How? The thing that terrified Camabarez so much was the image of a woman crucified on a cross. Below were cow and pig heads impaled on a spear. The scene must have reeked of blood. The gloomy voice from earlier spoke again. Destroy the almighty fate. Holy Mother. Simon wondered, what is that cross for? Oh, Holy Mother. Only you and the gods bear the halo. Simon also saw a priest praying below. The person praying continued to speak. The halo. Suddenly, that person's dangerous gaze met Simon, who was observing from behind. Simon was startled, panicked, and pushed Camabarez forward, shouting, Kami, run, run. But nothing in life is easy. The two of them were blocked by a strong gust of wind. Even in a difficult situation, Simon still held Camabarez with one arm. Looking at the cross radiating dark energy, he questioned, a priest using dark energy? However, Simon realized in his mind, it's not some priest sneaking onto Roshist Island. It's a traitor of Kizen. The priest gradually revealed himself. Faced with this, Camabarez was still trembling and said, Simon, that priest is using both dark energy and holy power. Simon replied, I think that guy is a traitor. Those two powers counter each other, you know. Saying that, he tightly grasped Camabarez's hand again. I don't know exactly what's going on, but definitely. Simon pulled Camabarez to run as fast as they could, ignoring the evil person behind them preparing to catch them. Simon gritted his teeth and continued, if we get caught, they'll eliminate us immediately. The chains brushed past Camabarez. It was the evil priest's weapon. Simon saw it and shouted, Kami, duck. Then those chains also grazed Simon's shoulder. It hurt a lot, but he still gritted his teeth and ran. Unfortunately, Camabarez's leg was bound by the chains. Simon snapped back to reality and turned around. Kami. He saw that Camabarez had been caught. Her face was terrified as she was tightly bound by the chains and slowly pulled towards him. He swung the chains up, dragging Camabarez along. Then he tied Camabarez to a tree, violently, showing no mercy to the fragile girl. He remained silent, not saying a word. Still completely covered, no one knew his identity. He continued to swing the chains, chasing after Simon. As for Simon, he tried to run with all his might. As the chains rushed toward him, he stared at them in panic. Simon knew running wasn't the solution, so he unleashed his move. He conjured a sword that rested firmly in his palm. Simon swung the sword to fend off those chains. A slash with terrifying power was created. He thought he could block it somewhat, but no. His sword snapped in half. The chain only broke for a few seconds before reconnecting itself. The situation had become much more tense. Just as the chain was about to finish Simon off, he nimbly ducked to avoid it. His hand behind his back was clenched. It seemed he was reciting some spell. I grant you permission. Dark energy. A wisp of black smoke gradually appeared. Catch them. Saying that, he swung his arm, throwing the source of inner power he held earlier. Simon shouted, show your face. But the power he sent towards the villain was essentially harmless. He dodged that attack as lightly as a feather. And in response to Simon, he was unleashing his own attacks. The chains with heads flew up and hovered. By now, Simon was exhausted. He stood up, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Clearly, compared to Simon, this guy was much stronger. His attacks also looked very formidable. Tens of thousands of crosses appeared around him one after another. Faced with this overwhelming power, Simon could only stand frozen. Then he opened his mouth as if talking to someone. I don't think I can handle him alone, right? Saying that, Simon twisted the button on his shirt. This made the guy look at him in confusion. And it seemed inside that skull-shaped button was some kind of soul. Indeed, that soul emerged with a powerful gust of wind. It was a dark entity. Looking terrifying, this skeleton-like soul spoke up. Are you okay, kid? Right now, it's hard for you to fight this person. Stand aside. Simon panted and replied, I know. Saying that, the guy named Piers smiled savagely. He shouted, it's been a while since I fought. A terrifying explosion rang out. During this time, Simon quickly ran over to Camabarez and supported her. He called out anxiously, Kami, are you okay? Camabarez was just unconscious, unaware of anything. Simon said in relief, thank goodness she's not seriously injured. With the girl on his back, he could still contact the dark soul. How's the situation? Piers responded to him, it's tough. This guy is very strong, just using dark energy. He must be at the master level. He laughed heartily as he spoke. If my power wasn't sealed, I could, huh? While the dark soul was fighting, Simon suggested, I have an idea. Listen to me. Hearing Simon's plan, Piers laughed in amusement. Haha. Then he replied, understood, kid. You are Richard's son. You must have a clever idea. Saying that, Piers used his power to create a massive shockwave. Even from afar, Simon could see it and was quite affected by it. That way, chase them. Release the hounds. The barking of dogs disturbed the forest. Simon carried Kemabarez on his back. Both were covered in injuries but managed to escape the pursuit of Kizen's guards and the priest, feeling overjoyed. We did it. Stop chasing the priest. Come back here. Pierre emerged from behind. You fooled the guards? I'm so proud of you, kid. Simon looked back and asked, Are you okay? Don't worry. This scratch is nothing. Besides, that girl seems to need first aid more than I do. Simon let out an oh. Kemabarez had been carried on his back since the priest attacked them. His companion was quite injured. The male lead couldn't help but worry about her. Seeing them struggling, Pierre grabbed Simon's collar and lifted him up. It's okay. I'll help you. Simon was dumbfounded, his eyes and mouth wide open. I didn't know you could heal wounds. The massive Pierre lifted Simon onto his shoulder on one side and carried the unconscious Kemabarez in his arm on the other, answering proudly, I can't, but I'll get us out of this forest immediately. Simon was surprised. How? Before he could finish his sentence, Pierre gave Simon the fright of his life. Pierre ran out of the forest at top speed, laughing loudly as he ran. Waha! Hold on tight. The path Pierre ran through left a trail of white smoke. Poor Simon was both terrified and crying for help. Nearing their destination, Simon and Kemabarez were set down. All right, you'll walk from here. Pierre sensed something, rubbing his chin in doubt. Very suspicious. It seems there are detection spells all around here. I don't think we should go any further. Simon's hair stood on end, his body battered, holding Kemabarez in his arms, forcing a smile. Thank you, Pierre. You just saved us. Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. Having finished his task, Pierre turned, waved at Simon, and left. I just made a contract with you, so I can't bear to lose you. Take care now. Simon looked in his direction. Okay, you too. Simon turned to look at Kemabarez lying in his arms, her face covered in wounds, wondering to himself. So then, what should I do? He wondered to himself. I could follow the old path back. But where can I treat Kami? They'll ask why she ended up like this if I take her to the infirmary. We'll be in big trouble if what happened today gets exposed. And that priest might have seen our faces. Why did they become traitors? Simon couldn't help but feel confused. Then he looked at Kemabarez, his eyes showing he had made a decision. She needs to be treated by someone trustworthy. The sign on the door read, Night Shift. Please knock. Come in. The person inside answered the knock. Opening the door was an assistant working. What brings you here at this hour? From confusion, she quickly turned urgent, her face pale and quite panicked. Simon. It turned out she was the assistant Simon helped solve a little trouble with during the room assignment earlier. Appearing before her were two students covered in dirt and wounds. One student had even fainted. Simon's voice was anxious and urgent. Please help us. She stood up in a panic. What happened? You're not allowed near the boys' dormitory, you know. I know, but it's urgent. Simon replied. The assistant approached, looking flustered. Is she injured? You should take her to the infirmary. Not here. I can't. Simon replied helplessly. It's very complicated. I can't go into details, but I hope you'll help us. Hearing Simon's plea, she was quite surprised, mixed with a bit of curiosity. Simon bowed to the assistant. Please treat her here. His tone and attitude were so earnest that it made her a bit flustered. She silently looked at the two pitiful students in front of her. Even knowing this was against the rules, the assistant still sighed, seemingly implicitly agreeing to the request. If she didn't help, her conscience would bother her a lot. She pulled back the curtain. Lay her down here. You should prioritize treating her first. Simon thanked her. While treating Kemabarez, the assistant asked Simon in the waiting room outside. Simon, what really happened? Most of her injuries are just minor scratches and bruises. But this spot looks like she was slashed by something sharp. A deep and long wound right in the middle of Kemabarez's thigh. The teacher had to use cotton to apply medicine to soothe the wound. The assistant thought the two had a conflict with other students and offered advice. If you fought with other students, you should resolve it during the student protection period. She had learned one thing from this job. Students here would do anything just to survive, regardless of whether it's dirty or harms themselves and others. So, hearing this, his hands clenched. We didn't fight. Inside the partitioned room. I'm sorry, Professor. I can't go into details. The teacher remained silent, but seemed somewhat reassured. She pulled the curtain and stepped out. If you say so, I won't ask. I need to look at your wounds. Please roll up your sleeves. Yes, ma'am, Simon replied. She opened her medical kit. Inside were only a few basic items for treatment. She didn't know what happened, but his health was the most important thing. You need to be healthy to even think about surviving at Kizen. She bandaged Simon while reminding him. You understand, right? Simon also gently replied with a yes. She also added, the female student in there isn't seriously injured, so I'll ask a female student I trust to take care of her. Thank you very much. He bowed to show his sincerity. I won't forget what you did for us today. The assistant was a bit surprised, holding the medical kit and replying, I'm very willing. You should head back too, Simon. Saying that, he stood up and said goodbye to her. Sorry to bother you in the middle of the night like this. The assistant also stood there looking at Simon. As soon as the door closed, she put her hands on her hips, sighed, and exclaimed, I wonder how long he'll last here. It's rare to meet someone like him at Kizen. The room door opened. I'm back. Simon. A loud thud rang out. Rick was holding his back and crying. Simon was startled. Rick asked anxiously, Are you okay? Are you all right? What about Kami? Simon replied, We're both fine, so calm down. We were chased by the guards and got lost. What about you? Where's Malin? Sitting on the floor, his eyes filled with tears, he complained. The guards chased me too, so it was hard to sneak in. They don't usually patrol at this hour. I also talked to Malin. I told her about the guards, and she suggested we postpone making the potion until tomorrow. Hearing this, Simon looked reluctant and also felt a bit guilty. He asked, Really? She must have stayed up late waiting for us. Rick went to see Malin and talked about this. She rubbed her chin, her face clearly showing worry. She seemed a bit hurt, but she was understanding when she heard me mention the guards. He recounted. While talking, Simon had changed out of his dirty uniform and hung it on the rack. Rick asked further. Anyway, Kami is back in the dorm, right? Let's go to sleep. Rick quickly went to turn off the switch. Simon was already in bed. I'll turn off the lights. Okay. And so the whole room finally sank into darkness. But the male lead was still thinking about what happened in the forest. He worried about Kami regarding what she had just experienced. I'm used to seeing people pray many times because my mom is a priest. But Kami seemed very shocked. He made his final decision before falling asleep. I should talk to Kami clearly tomorrow. A pink aura appeared in front of him. Camabarez smiled brightly. Good morning, Simon. Her small bat wings fluttered. Her cute face made him sweat nervously. He asked cautiously, Kami, are you okay? Ah, yes. I'm fine, she replied. She was shy, awkwardly touching her hands together and saying, Yesterday was like a dream, wasn't it? A dream? Simon asked, a bit confused. Her big, sparkling eyes and her face looking as if nothing had happened. Camabarez replied, We walked together in the night. Picked mushrooms. Got chased. Some scary things happened, just like a dream. At first, the dream seemed beautiful, but then it gradually turned into a nightmare. Right? Maybe because of that thing. So last night didn't feel very real. Camabarez excitedly recounted last night as if it were a dream. Simon was surprised by her answer and attitude towards everything. He thought to himself, does she think last night was just a dream because it was too shocking? That would make her feel better than bearing that shock. Thinking that, he placed his hand on her shoulder, making her blush. Kami, listen to me. He gripped her shoulders tightly and spoke seriously about what happened yesterday. That priest escaped as soon as he saw the guards. They might have seen my face, but not yours. She just let out an oh. He continued, Don't tell anyone about last night's dream and act normally, okay? I will find out who that priest is. She also hurriedly replied, Me too. She leaned her face close to Simon, her voice firm. I want to help too. That happened to both of us. Simon looked at Camabarez's face. Her face was shy now. Her big, determined eyes revealing two small fangs made it hard to refuse. Don't leave me out. He stammered. All right. But you don't need to do anything right now. When the time comes, I'll ask for your help. Receiving a satisfactory answer, she happily greeted Simon, turned, and left. Leave it to me, Simon. He scratched his head in confusion. All right. I'll try my best. This problem was solved, but another one arose. He looked helplessly at the small potted plant in front of him. The teacher's words made him feel even more hurt. In the last exhaustion class, I noticed too many students relying on adjustment devices. So this time we will learn a simpler curse. Today's curse will be the displacement curse. It uses the formula of drawing dark energy aimed at an object and becomes the foundation for all curses. Today's goal will be to move this magic circle in the air without using an adjustment device. The professor gestured and instructed the students on today's lesson. The potted plant in front of you will bloom when it absorbs dark energy. Use the displacement curse to make the flower bloom. Simon held the flower pot with both hands, staring intently at the seedling. He began to cast magic. An object flew out of the magic circle and bounced off his head. Then Simon struggled to create a second magic circle, which he distorted out of shape. Then, with a pop, his magic circle exploded. The magic returned to liquid form and fell down. Rick, sitting nearby, asked Simon with a heart full of worry, "Simon, are you okay?" "I'm fine." He just looked down in frustration, thinking, "I need to defeat the Cyclops next week." And yet, then suddenly, a hand with a black glove was placed on Simon's shoulder. A voice asked, "How's everything going?" He looked over. Professor Bayan, with a bright smile, asked the male lead, "Can you practice it?" Simon replied politely, "Yes, sir. I tried, but not yet." The professor saw that Simon seemed to be struggling with this. The professor encouraged him, "Use your core. You have no experience controlling the core, so your dark energy isn't stable enough. That's why the magic circle doesn't have a complete shape." The professor smiled, 3 parts indulgent, 7 parts like a father, patting Simon's shoulder. "No one will teach you how to control the core. At Kizen, this is too basic. Besides, everyone's way of controlling it is different." He seemed to understand the philosophy. He let out a surprised "oh." Suddenly, the professor spoke up, "Excuse me." After that sentence, Simon was surprised to feel his body become strange. The professor's voice echoed in his ears. "Curses are often thought to cause harm. As an expert in this field, I truly regret that." Simon wondered, "Professor, this," but the professor stopped him from asking further. "I'm using the sensory alteration spell to maximize your senses. This way, curses can be a means to help lost students find their own path. Now focus all your energy. Inhale and keep the mana from the air inside your body. Now we will activate the mana with the core." Simon closed his eyes and felt it. There was only one place with an unusual flow of mana. The professor's voice was gentle and warm. "You feel the difference, right? Your dark energy is different from everyone else's. If you only think about simply releasing it, it's not enough. So what you need is to develop your mana circuits. Forget the concepts of alteration, transformation, or modulation. Just imagine the core as a living creature. You have to soothe it to tame it. Wait until the dark energy naturally radiates." Simon seemed to realize a truth. His eyes and mouth wide open, looking at the dark purple core right in front of him. After everything was done, the professor smiled brightly and openly. "Now it's your turn. Don't try to control it with force. Let everything be natural." Simon said politely, "Yes, Professor." Then Simon closed his eyes to feel his dark purple core. The professor praised, encouraged, and motivated him. "Very good. You're doing it. Excellent. I'll reduce the sensory alteration level to 50%. There's one more tip. Dark energy tends to remember its flow, like how our hands work. If the flow is repeated hundreds, thousands of times, the dark energy will start repeating the action without relying on your consciousness anymore. So good habits and regular practice are extremely important." Then the professor said to him, "Since we're here, let's try casting the curse." The professor looked at Simon and reassured him, "I'll help you. Don't be too nervous." Simon looked at the lonely plant in the pot, feeling endlessly anxious. Hearing the professor's offer of help also made him less worried and more at ease. The professor leaned close to Simon's ear and said, "Use your method to cast the magic circle." He obeyed. 1 shape, 2 patterns. "Yes, Professor." Then Simon tried again, and the professor witnessed it, then encouraged him continuously. "Now guide it. Activate it." Then that dark purple core suddenly lit up, then exploded. The lonely plant in the pot bloomed, then burst into a large flower, making Simon and all the students surprised, startled out of their wits. And the professor smiled brightly, as if this was expected. All the students were surprised. "Professor, what just happened?" The professor wanted to show his students exactly this. Very cool, right? Then he turned to Simon. This is your unique ability. Simon was as bewildered as a golden deer. He asked back, unique ability? The professor continued, that's right. I only helped so you could release your power stably. You just saw your own potential in the near future. Your dark energy is very special. Simon Polentia, I hope you will think seriously about it. What is the best way to show your talent? In which direction you should continue to fully utilize this special dark energy? Simon was also surprised by his ability. He wondered and called out, Professor, could you give me some feedback on the curse I just cast? After hearing that, the professor thought for a moment and then smiled gently like the spring sun. The professor said, you have an admirable mindset, knowing how to reflect on yourself without being subjective. Very good. But the professor spoke a bit more seriously. I think your curse needs more emotion. Simon wondered, not understanding. Emotion? Like when you command the undead. Suddenly, the professor's expression became terrifying. For a moment, then he smiled brightly as before. He said to Simon, that's right. Something like that. Then the professor patted Simon's head. Emotion is a decisive factor in dark magic in general. Simon looked like he had lost his soul seeing the professor's terrifying expression. Outwardly, he smiled and said, thank you, Professor. But inwardly, he felt uneasy, wondering to himself, what was that? The professor's expression just now was so creepy. The professor gave one last reminder. And remember what I just said. Then another student raised his hand and called Professor Bayan. The professor turned around and asked, what is it? Then that student said, can you help me too, Professor? Making these plants bloom isn't easy at all. The professor just smiled and replied, I see. Waiting for figs to fall into your mouth is the mindset of a lazy beginner. Keep trying. That student was embarrassed. He sat down, stammering, I'm sorry. Simon was now overjoyed, looking at his two hands, smiling. My skill. All right, I have to master this before time is up. During extracurricular time, the person who just asked the professor to guide him was rejected by the professor. Rick said to Kamibarez, Hey Kami. Hey Kami. Have you noticed that the professors have been favoring Simon strangely lately? Really? Professor Bayan was clearly so nice to you just now. Maybe that's why Simon mastered the displacement curse today. Kamibarez looked on, feeling a bit doubtful and untrusting. And now look at Professor Hongfeng. Hongfeng, don't forget this time. I'm sorry, Professor. And D2. Wrong. Professor Hongfeng was truly dedicated. It felt like she was teaching him privately, correcting his posture and everything, making Simon feel a bit shy too. Hongfeng enthusiastically corrected his posture. Stand properly. Like this. The two friends sat there staring blankly like dumb geese. Now use your toes to stand firm. Yes, ma'am. Simon took a stance and threw a high hook kick. A kick with devastating power. Good job. Really, but you only did the spin well. Your 4 basic stances are still not good. Your eyes must aim at the target. You also have to use your lower back correctly. Also, your heel needs to pivot deeper when you kick. You also released too much dark energy. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful. Oh no. You did well, Simon. Just need more practice. Thank you, Professor. Oh my. With that attitude, you still dare to call yourself a Kizen student? Instead of standing there resenting him, try to catch the professor's eye. I'm not resenting him. Just wondering. Besides, you have no right to talk. You were also labeled a troublemaker because you broke the exhaustion curse last time. The boy spoke so bluntly that the other party was hit with a double whammy, freezing stiff. I didn't cause trouble. Did she say a word to you today? Let me tell you, she definitely considers you a troublemaker. Kamibarez sat in the middle, 3 parts helpless, 7 parts like a father. Come on. Don't argue. You're wrong. Let's just say that. I'll give you another label too. Whatever. Hey Simon, come teach me. Me? You're good at combat magic. The professor won't come help me, so I have to ask you. I see. Since I have to fight the Cyclops in the competency assessment, I need you to coordinate and help me speed up. Then we'll get a higher score. You don't need to explain. I'll teach you. Don't worry. Let's practice the stances first. Thanks. Hearing that, Simon crouched down to watch. Malin did a few moves, but her body was stiff. Her legs and arms moved together, looking like a puppet. She made everyone speechless watching her. You're terrible. I know. You're too stiff. I can clearly see your lack of confidence. Relax and pose as naturally as possible. Left foot back a little. A bit too much. Clench your fists slightly and punch forward. Don't move your feet. And it's the wrong position. Right. Focus dark energy in your waist and hold it there. How can she be so bad? Everyone watched in horror. They didn't expect someone's skills to be so weak. Then apply force to the toes and pivot. The more you look, the more despairing it gets. A martial arts student's face, but stupid as hell. Like this. Not like that. It's like when you use core power to rotate your muscles. When you pivot, put dark energy behind your thigh. Here, a bit higher. Here, that's too high again. A bit lower. What about here? That's your knee, lady. Damn it. I'm not naked. I'm wearing sweatpants. Just touch me. Touch me. The air was dead silent. Touch me, echoed through the forest and mountains. Why didn't anyone answer? What's going on? Are they dating or something? She told him to touch her. You focus the dark energy here. When you pivot, you shift it here. Simon really corrected the girl. When you pivot, you shift it here. Maylin, if you want to clear up the misunderstanding, it's better to act indifferent than to excitedly deny it. All right, do what I just showed you. Try it now. Maylin threw a kick, showing clear improvement. But she couldn't look cool for even a second before falling flat. Are you okay? Even though you fell, you improved. Humph. It's still a long way to go, but it's okay. He was just teaching Maylin the stances. Simon, your kick just now was really cool. Can you teach me too? Instantly, the basic girls swarmed him. What's with him? The topic of today's class is restoration. The biggest advantage of skeletons is their restorative ability. Aaron waved his hand. Streams of air rushed in. The students' eyes and mouths were wide open. The principle of restoration is not complicated at all. The chipped skeleton suddenly mended itself as good as new. Even when the skeleton's body is severed by a strong impact, its bones still have residual dark energy. As he spoke, the professor demonstrated by breaking the skeleton's bones. You just need to activate that spot and maximize the attraction, which will pull the bones back to their original structure. All right, start practicing. The chaotic scene began. One group had their skeleton jump up. Another group tried in despair, but the skeleton's bones just trembled. But Simon was quite calm. Maylin started the conversation. Do you think you can just slack off like that? 1 minute and 30 seconds later. You're really good at this. But don't get cocky just because you're good at this restoration skill. You haven't forgotten your promise, have you? I haven't forgotten. Don't worry. At all costs, my score must be higher than yours. As long as you don't forget. If I had gotten question 20 right, I would have scored 90 in this subject. Question 20 in summoning? You mean the test we took in Professor Jane's class? On the last page, right? That question was easy. Definitely. Even without taking the prep classes, you still solved it. What was your result? 1,200,146. How? Hey, how did you calculate that? Simon Polantia? What are you doing? He caught us. Their faces turned pale. I already restored the skeleton, so I'm reviewing the materials for the next class. Her face darkened as she looked. Stay behind after class. Their faces looked worse and worse. I'm sorry. The classroom was empty. The two teachers and students sat facing each other. The professor crossed his legs, reading a book. He closed it and said coldly, "Follow me. There are a few things I really hate. And one of them, it's the students who, despite being willing, learn nothing from my lessons. Take out your skeleton." Ah, yes. A snap of the fingers as cool as Thanos. The skeleton shattered and appeared. Restore it in front of me. Yes, sir. Clack, 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 clack. The skeleton reassembled as before. It seems you're really good at this restoration. Then I will teach you a more advanced skill. Weren't you going to reprimand me for losing focus? What are you talking about? Aaron, holding a cigarette in one hand, pointed at Simon. He said coldly, "This is a supplementary class. I'm telling you so you don't misunderstand. A professor's responsibility is to provide supplementary classes for students who achieve outstanding results compared to the regular class." Simon's eyes sparkled, clasping his hands in deep gratitude to Professor Aaron. He's so handsome and kind. Seeing his expression that looked like he was about to drop all his dignity, Aaron bowed his head and said reluctantly, "Get into position. Don't make me stay late." Simon answered enthusiastically. In front of him was a skeleton, wearing horns on its head, iron armor, carrying a large broadsword on its back, wearing a red scarf with a blue energy radiating from the middle of its spine. Seeing it, Simon was as excited as if he had struck gold and said, "So cool." Aaron directed his magic toward the skeleton, causing it to start separating. Aaron's eyes changed. Full of murderous intent, he focused his power on the target ahead. The bone segments twitched, creating many clacking sounds. They separated independently following Aaron's magic. Those bone segments flew up and hovered in front of Aaron. He continued to lecture Simon as normally as in class. This is an offensive skill using restoration. As soon as he finished speaking, the bone segments shot out rapidly like a barrage of arrows. They shot forward and embedded themselves straight into the tree ahead. "Bone pierce," Aaron said calmly. In contrast to Aaron, Simon was extremely surprised by it. But now, pity the poor squirrel. It was peacefully relaxing on the tree when Aaron scared the living daylights out of it, making it run away. I don't know if Aaron has a grudge against squirrels or if it was just unlucky, but then Aaron controlled his magic, swinging his hand down, controlling the bones to stab into the ground, blocking the squirrel's escape path. Aaron's tone remained steady as he continued teaching Simon, and a binding skill also using restoration, called bone prison. The bone segments controlled by Aaron formed a cage, trapping the squirrel inside. And finally, as Aaron dragged out the last syllable, a murderous aura enveloped the surroundings. Aaron reached out his hand. The bone segments were again controlled towards Aaron, just like a superhero transforming. The hand. Aaron's body was covered in a sturdy layer of armor, quickly resembling the skeleton the professor showed Simon initially. Aaron had taken on that form. Simon was as excited as a child given candy. He kept saying, "So cool. This is bone armor." Depending on the necromancer's ability, the skeleton can turn into a weapon, a prison, or armor. As soon as he finished speaking, the layer on Aaron's arm gradually disappeared. Following that, Aaron returned to his original form. The professor instructed Simon, "All the dark magic skills I just showed you are applications of restoration. Do you understand?" He answered quickly. Aaron crossed his arms. Although his words held some praise, his face remained cold as he said, "Of course, restoration techniques are taught in the second year, but you've already mastered restoration. That's why I arranged a few skills and taught you how to use them." Simon, overflowing with excitement, clenched his fists and thanked Professor Aaron. Aaron spoke up, "For now, learn the bone pierce skill first." Raising an index finger, Aaron continued, "Before that, you also need to fix a habit when using restoration." Simon blankly repeated Aaron's words. "Fix a habit." That's right. The key to restoration is controlling the skeleton to the position you want. But your restoration focuses on the skull. In other words, instead of waiting for the whole skeleton to recover from the skull and then moving, you must use your will from the beginning so that the skeleton is restored in the desired position. Simon looked down at his hand. There, he could faintly see a source of magic radiating. He remembered Pierre's advice, which was similar, and surely he could use a similar method when controlling it. Simon closed his eyes and clenched his fist. He felt like he was on the desk. He also felt the magic radiating from his body, surrounding the bone segments. Those bones seemed to come alive, taking on their original shape of a rat. Simon opened his eyes, surprised to see it moving. Not too slow. Let's move to the next step. Aaron continued. Restoration and bone pierce are two different skills. The latter is just an application of restorative force, so let's consider them distinct skills. Aaron pointed towards the skeleton on the ground, controlling them to fly up. When you restore, make it a habit to tilt the bone part like this. The sharp end will pierce through the enemy's flesh. If you focus dark energy on the bone in one direction, you can turn it into a sharp sword like this. For the bones without sharp points, use them to stick to the opponent. Turn them into something to bind the enemy. The bone segments controlled by Simon's magic wrapped around a tree trunk. He clenched his fist, focusing his power. The bone segments tightened their grip on the tree trunk more and more. And then, with a loud crack, the victim of those bone segments was instantly snapped in half. They all fell to the ground simultaneously. Simon clenched his fist, analyzing. I did it. Although Aaron was cold and strict, seeing Simon's super-fast learning ability, he didn't hold back his praise. Aaron looked over at Simon and said, Right now, You're just simply crushing the enemy with bones. But since you can reuse destroyed skeletons as offensive weapons, this will be your new trump card. Keep practicing to use it in actual combat. Simon smiled happily and replied, Yes, thank you for the reminder, Professor. Aaron suddenly asked, I heard Professor Jane chose a Cyclops for the competency assessment. Are you planning to step up and fight? Simon replied, No, sir. My teammate, Maylin, will handle that. Aaron inwardly praised that decision and said, Smart. Focusing on supporting your teammates is also very important. Moreover, there's a lot to learn. Do your best. Before finishing, Aaron didn't forget to remind Simon again. And this is just a supplementary class, mind you. Yes, thank you, Professor. Goodbye, Professor, Simon said enthusiastically, even though Aaron seemed not to care, and walked straight away. Returning to the classroom, Simon happily pushed the door open. Sorry I'm late. Seeing him, the others immediately caused a ruckus like a broken beehive. Simon, what happened? Simon, did he hit you? Camabarez was extremely worried about him. Her wings fluttered continuously as she said excitedly, It's still the student protection period. How could the professor be so cruel as to punish you like that? Despite Simon's calm advice, the group continued to make a fuss. Rick beside him was no less than Camabarez. He was equally excited and said, I heard physical punishment at Kizen involves whipping. It wasn't a punishment, it was just a supplementary lesson. Fortunately, Simon's words were also heard by everyone. And indeed, after hearing it, everyone's faces looked so dumbfounded and silly it was hilarious. And perhaps because Simon's words, when contrasted with Professor Aaron's terrifying and unpredictable personality, were too hard to believe, they just assumed the professor's punishment had shocked him so much he mistook it for a supplementary lesson. Maylin put her hands on her hips, glanced towards Simon, and said, As long as you're not hurt, it's fine. Let's make this potion. Simon replied helplessly, Yeah, okay. He said that outwardly, but inwardly he was super helpless with these friends. Just a moment ago they were making a fuss worrying about him, and now they flipped their attitude to being calm so quickly. On the table was a flask containing a yellow solution that was constantly glowing. Rick looked at the result they created and said happily, It's progressing well. Maylin replied proudly, Of course it's perfect, I made it. The amount of water, measuring ingredients, boiling time, and removing impurities are all perfect. Maylin happily held up 2 fingers, winked, and continued, Simmer for another 20 minutes on low heat, and it's done. Hearing that, the others also continuously praised her. Camabarez prayed with a heart full of expectation. We worked very hard. Hope the result will be good. Maylin agreed. Yeah, we'll have something to present in the elementary dark magic class. Rick suddenly came up with an idea and said, You're all here anyway. Why don't we take this opportunity to prepare for tomorrow's presentation? Night fell, the moon was high. Everyone was exhausted but still raised their fists and shouted. All right, let's review all the predicted questions. There are a total of 300 questions. We have all the answers. Maylin Vueland rested her face on the desk and whispered, We've got tomorrow in the bag, guys. Everyone was exhausted but still raised their fists and shouted, Let's go. Very quickly, the assessment the next day began. It was Simon's group's turn. Professor Jane Olivia looked at the draft carefully and said gently, 1 main damage dealer, 1 summoner, 2 sorcerers. Your group members have different majors, but the roles do not, and this dark magic combination lacks creativity. And even coming up with the idea of putting the main damage dealer in a support position. I don't understand what Group 7 is thinking. Her cold expression and strict comments made the group tremble, thinking to themselves, I can't believe none of the 300 questions we prepared hit the mark. Jane Olivia continued to ask questions. First, I want to hear why you divided the work like this. Maylin Vueland quickly replied, Yes, Professor. We thought a clear division of labor was best. We thought the most important goal was to defeat the Cyclops quickly and efficiently. Professor Jane asked back, So you mean these positions are the optimal formation for your group? Maylin affirmed, Yes, that's right. Simon smiled slightly. His hands behind his back clenched slightly in agreement. But suddenly Professor Jane spoke up. What about your opinion, Simon Polentia? His face became tense. The professor probably wanted a different answer. But it's still the student protection period anyway. Today's presentation is just to get feedback on our strategy, so there's no need to be nervous. Just focus on showing teamwork. Thinking so, Simon boldly replied. First of all, I understand that our group lacks creativity in combining dark magic. But more important than creativity is safety. We will hunt the Cyclops more steadily than any other group. That way, our equivalent strength score will make up for the creativity score. Professor Jane nodded slightly. If you say so, then all right. Next, Camabarez Ursula. Hearing her name, Camabarez Ursula was a bit startled and immediately stood up straight to answer. Present. The professor asked the question. You are a hemomancy student, so you should handle the attack, but I see you left that position to a divinity student. Instead, you use curses to support. I want to hear your opinion on this point. Hearing this, Camabarez Ursula turned pale. Sweat poured down like rain. Her head unconsciously bowed down. The whole group was worried. This question is too hard. Malin Vueland thought to herself. Kami, don't worry. Just answer confidently. You can do it. Kami, don't give up. Simon beside her whispered. Kami, it's the Cyclops. In poison class. Hearing a few hint words, Camabarez Ursula then answered. It's because of the Cyclops' characteristics. Jane continued. Characteristics? Please explain. Kami replied. Yes, Cyclopes are very tough. Blood spells work better when there is physical damage. So it's hard to defeat a Cyclops with blood spells. Malin knows how to use Dark Lightning, a dark elemental spell. So I thought we could burn the Cyclops alive with Dark Lightning. Therefore, I think Malin Vueland would be more suitable to attack the Cyclops. This answer seemed reasonable. Professor Jane continued to question. I understand. Then let me ask you. If it were a different monster, what would you do? This question is actually much tougher. Camabarez Ursula clenched her hands. Her face clearly showed confusion as she stammered. Then, if so then? After thinking for a while, she replied. Then I would be the main damage dealer. The answer made the hall suddenly fall silent. Simon was startled, his eyes wide open looking at Kami. I wonder if she knows what she's saying. Camabarez realized she misspoke and covered her mouth with her hands. Professor Jane Olivia smiled slightly and replied, I'll remember this answer. Then she looked at the last person, Rick Hayward. Hearing his name mentioned, he happily raised his hand to answer. Present. He thought there would be a question, but it turned out to be a reminder. Don't talk to the person next to you in class. She continued. Group 7 is done. Next is Group 8. Please. He left disappointed without being asked a single question. In the cafeteria, students were gathering in groups, chatting lively. The topics were quite diverse. God, we already have homework on the first day. I took the prep classes and this part is still hard to understand. You can use a different formula too. What are you drinking? At a table by the window, Simon Polentia sat with his chin resting on his hand, seemingly waiting for someone. He thought to himself, when will she get here? I have to meet her today no matter what. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the door. Look, is that her? Lauren Arboon, a girl with a beautiful face. With a healthy and energetic figure, she flipped her long hair and walked in like a model. Seeing the curious gazes and whispers of the people nearby, she glanced at them and asked, What do you guys want to say? Everyone immediately left. The girl walked straight to Simon. Looking at this arrogant and haughty demeanor, he felt a bit confused inwardly, thinking, strangely, why did Lauren seem to turn into a different person? She's a bit scary. Before she entered Kizen, she was very sociable. I guess so we hung out. Going shopping together, then eating together. Simon Polentia put on a friendly smile and said, Long time no see, Lauren. She scoffed, then changed her attitude, her face becoming much cuter. Lauren smiled. Hi Simon. This is the first time we've met since leaving Langangerstein, right? How have you been? He was a bit startled and stammered. Yeah, still fine. Lauren held out a letter and asked, By the way, what did you say to the male girl? She held this letter and yelled, Oh my God, you got this admission letter. Efnels. Simon replied casually. I just told her to give it to you. Lauren said, her eyes full of suspicion. Is that so? He changed the subject. You look really nice in the uniform. Even better than I imagined. Hearing him say that, Lauren was a bit confused and asked, Better than you imagined? What do you mean? Are you calling me old? Simon Polentia replied awkwardly. That's not what I meant. Because in Langangerstein, you look like a professional necromancer. A necromancer wearing a uniform is a bit. He raised both hands to his head, drawing circles continuously, and asked, "Do you know what I mean?" Seeing his flustered look, Lauren laughed heartily. "It's okay, I'm joking. No need to be so anxious." "So why did you want to meet me?" Lauren suddenly asked sternly. Suddenly remembering the main purpose of this meeting, Simon Polentia hurriedly replied, "There's a traitor at Kizen. You know Professor Jane Olivia's class, right? Fighting the Cyclops. I went to the Forbidden Forest to make a potion for it." She pondered deeply. Seeing this expression, he explained further. "Lauren, it might be hard to believe, but Lauren interrupted, "I believe you. Since you saw it, can you tell me the details? What did it look like?" Simon nodded. "Sure. If I remember correctly, the largest cross was right in the middle. Carved on it was a statue of a woman. She was wrapped in vines." Lauren immediately affirmed, "Then it's clear. That woman is Goddess Dva, the only goddess the priests at Ethnal worship." He muttered to himself, "Ethnal?" She explained, "That is the holy academy directly presided over by the Pope. Just like how Kizen trains necromancers, Ethnal trains priests. Specifically, the Saintess is considered the most powerful among the divine ranks. The disciples of the Saintess are all members of Ethnal and hold all the power in the order." Lauren slammed the cup down on the table with a loud thud, then crushed it. With an angry voice, "Why would a damn priest dare to set foot in Kizen? Simon, does anyone else know about this besides you?" He shook his head. "Only me and Camabarez, the one who went into the Forbidden Forest with me." He shook his head. "Only me and Camabarez, the one who went into the Forbidden Forest with me. Thank you for telling me. I will report this to my mother immediately," she replied. Simon also thanked Lauren. She stood up, her voice urgent. "Telling me was the right decision. If what you said is true, that priest must be a high-ranking priest with power equivalent to a professor, which means all the professors at Kizen are suspects." Lauren Arbun replied cheerfully, "If you asked a professor, they would probably have destroyed the evidence and obstructed the investigation. My mother needs to know about these things. That way, that priest can't interfere. The investigation will also be expanded and more thorough." Simon Polentia laughed. "Haha, glad I could help. There must still be evidence left at the scene where you saw the priest." Simon nodded and quickly stood up. "Yeah, okay, let's go see." The two immediately moved into the forest. Arriving, Simon Polentia looked at the empty clearing in the forest before him and exclaimed in surprise. Simon Polentia looked at the empty clearing in the forest before him and exclaimed in surprise. "Impossible. How can there be nothing?" He stood dazed. "I swear it was this spot. Right here there was a shrine and a cross. But now there's absolutely no trace of Pierre and that priest. How could this be?" Lauren sat down, touching the ground to examine it. "No traces makes it even more suspicious. Simon, according to what you said, that priest is quite strong. Even though I didn't witness the battle with my own eyes, I can still guess from the fact that they wiped out such a large area. But what shocks me more is that they implanted a core into their body to be able to come to Kizen, even if they serve God." Lauren Arbun stood up and said calmly, "Priests believe that the core is a power against God." Hearing this, Simon interrupted, "Wait, Lauren, I have a question." She turned her head to listen. "What is it?" He continued, "If they opened a core, they wouldn't be able to use holy power like a priest anymore, right?" Lauren replied, "I'm not too clear on the mechanics, but that's what they would get." Simon became even more curious. "Get?" She rested her chin on her hand and explained, "Holy power is a power that comes from faith in God, while dark energy is the power of a cursed demon. That's what people say. Whatever their doctrine is, the fact that these two forces oppose each other is an undeniable truth." She patted Simon's shoulder and said sternly, "Thank you for cooperating with Kizen. But the problem is, because that priest is very hard to deal with, you are in great danger. We don't know when they will hunt you down, so take a break for a while." Simon directly refused. "No, I'm fine. I'll just live normally. I don't know if that priest saw my face, and if that person really hunts me down, they'll definitely leave traces." "What?" Lauren shouted in worry. "Don't be so silly, Simon. If that evidence has to be exchanged for your life, it will become meaningless." What a hot-tempered girl. Simon placed both hands on her shoulders to reassure her. "Calm down and listen to me. Lauren, if I drop out of school or do something unusual, the priest will start suspecting me. She remained resolute. But at least let someone protect you. He argued. If someone protects me, it's the same. If a guard follows me, I'll stand out even more. And doing so clearly shows that I've told everything I saw that day to the higher-ups at Kizen. And Kizen protecting me also shows that I feel threatened. Lauren Arbun was still worried. She was about to say more, but Simon stopped her. We're dealing with a priest who infiltrated Kizen. Like you said, they decided to come here and even opened a core. An act considered a crime for priests. Lauren began to ponder deeply. Simon's argument indeed had many points worth considering. He continued, You also understand that those fanatics can take actions we can't foresee, right? Lauren nodded in agreement. All right, but you have to promise me one thing. She lowered her voice and said, If I discover any unusual behavior, I will have someone protect you, even if it restricts your freedom. Understand? Lauren's finger wagged slightly in front of him. This expression implied that saying no was impossible. Simon Polantia smiled bitterly inwardly and replied, All right, I promise. She added, And remember that you don't need to sacrifice yourself for anyone. He agreed. Haha, I'll remember that too. She added, All right, inspection is done. Let's head back to Kizen. When the two returned to school, night had fallen. Lauren waved. See you later, Simon, and returned to her room. He looked at her retreating figure and thought to himself, Sorry, I can't leave school just because of this. I'll fall behind if I don't go to class. He gave a slight wave. See you later. Actually, Simon was always worried inside. What if I get expelled from school because of bad grades and lack of skills? He shook his head continuously. No way. If both choices have risks, I'd rather continue going to school. Simon looked at the massive school before him and marveled. Like Pierce said, there's a lot to learn at Kizen. The next day, students gathered fully to move to the administration building. Rick Hayward exclaimed excitedly, Professor Jane is really something else. I heard that students only get to experience this in the second semester, but we get to experience it even before the student protection period ends. Camabarez Ursula's face was ashen. I'm so worried. I couldn't sleep at all last night. Camabarez Ursula's face was ashen. Everyone, this is Kizen's combat simulation system. A bright light flashed, blinding everyone. The surrounding space transformed. Before everyone's eyes appeared a tall, massive pillar radiating sparkling light. Avon is a system that only Kizen has on the entire continent. The surrounding space transformed. This is the result of moving Halo Zyna, an illusion fortress, to Kizen for modification and adjustment. It can create any magical creature in virtual battles. Jane Olivia stood in the middle of the room and said, Explanation is done. Now I will briefly talk about the simulation test. All the rules are exactly the same as in the real test, and you will get to experience a maximum of 3 virtual battles before participating in the real battle. The simulated Cyclops will only consider the combat member as the enemy. The combat member will wear this vest enchanted with a protection spell. Jane held out a neat black vest and continued. When the vest's protection barrier reaches 0, the training session ends. You can wait for your turn in the designated waiting room. In this simulated battle, you must evaluate how effective your team's strategy is and envision what the real battle will be like. That's all. Move to the designated waiting room. The students felt a bit tense hearing this. As they were leaving, Simon heard a reminder from the system. Group 5, we will mark the positions of your group's supporters. Everyone looked up at the screen. A, C, D in Group 5. Divinity, Dark Mechanics, Poison, Spiritology. The combat member is the one majoring in Spiritology. This team is quite balanced. Then we will begin Group 5's simulated battle. Cindy, please enter the virtual battlefield with your teammates. The group's jaws dropped at the scene before them. So cool. And very quickly, a giant monster suddenly appeared in front of Cindy. The realistic tremors made the students extremely excited. There it is. It's here. All right, let's begin. She spun her scythe rapidly and said cheerfully, Let's destroy it. Group 5 simulation failed. Time, 1 minute 16 seconds. Damage level, 22%. Protection level, 0%. Rick marveled. Just one punch from the Cyclops depleted 50% of the protection level. We have to compensate faster than expected. Kamabarez agreed. Yeah. Everyone seemed worried, even though this was just a simulated battle. Rick turned and asked, Malin, can you do it? She was a bit tense and stammered. Yeah, I'm fine. The system announced, next, Group 3 and Group 7. Please enter. Simon and Hector Moore stood up. He asked Simon Polentia, You'll be the combatant for Group 7, right? He replied casually, No, it's Malin Vueland. Hector Moore heard this and exclaimed in surprise. Huh? The stupid little miss from the ivory tower? You gave up that position to protect her honor. Simon shrugged. Of course not. Simply because she's the strongest among us. Hector Moore frowned, looking annoyed. The group entered the arena. The system announced, Group 7, we will mark the positions of your group's supporters. Magic circles quickly appeared on the floor. Supporters, please step into your positions. The Cyclops won't see you, so just relax. Of course, if you step out of the circle, you will be disqualified. Kami, Simon stepped into 3 circles. The teaching assistant asked Malin, Combatant, are you ready? She was startled and hurriedly replied, Yes. Seeing their teammates' tense demeanor, the group encouraged her. Malin, snap out of it. Are you sure you're okay? Don't be too nervous, Malin. It's just a simulation. You can do it. She took a deep breath and replied, Yeah, thanks. I'm fine. The system announced. Then the first simulated battle of Group 7 begins. The battlefield quickly appeared. The Cyclops was right in front of them. It stood there growling. Malin shouted, Everyone ready? You guys remember our strategy, right? Everyone replied, Yeah, of course. Simon thought to himself, Malin seems fine. I don't need to worry anymore. He observed the situation, seemingly confident. I'll do exactly as planned. Just focus 100% on my own task. The 2 skeletons were ready. Rick and Kami were also ready to cast their spells. But in just a split second, Malin Vueland fell right under the Cyclops' first strike. The group momentarily froze, looking at their teammate lying flat on the ground for a second, then cried out in panic. Malin, are you okay? The atmosphere became cold and gloomy. The system announced, the first simulated battle of Group 7 ends here. Good job, you executed the initial plan. The group walked out dejectedly. Jane evaluated gently. I'm quite impressed that the summoner could use skeletons to draw the Cyclops' attention. Simon replied in a low voice, Thank you. However, overall, the other members fell behind. The biggest problem is the lack of proficiency. Slowing the monster down with the exhaustion spell and defeating it with Dark Flame. In theory, it seems reasonable. But now you probably realize that reality is different, right? The biggest problem is the lack of proficiency. Minimize missing your targets while casting magic. That's all. The group said in unison, Thank you, Professor. Then quickly stepped outside. Everyone was looking at the screen. Group 3 won. Hector is amazing. He actually defeated it. He defeated it in the first simulation. Simon read the scoreboard. Group 3 simulation successful. Time, 4 minutes 2 seconds. Damage level, 100%. Protection index, 98%. Total score, A. 98% means he wasn't hit a single time. Do we have to do that well to get an A? Is that even possible? At this time, Hector had come out. As he passed by Simon, he gave a somewhat smug smile. Malin suddenly said, Hey guys, we have to make sure we win in the real battle. The second match began. The Cyclops' power was truly terrifying. Simon guided everyone's tactics. It seems using 2 exhaustion spells can't slow it down. Malin, I think you should dodge its attacks. She asked back, me? He replied, Yeah, remember to use the dark energy we learned in combat magic class. Malin jumped back to dodge the attack, crying out, Yeah, I'll try. Kami, ignore the sustainability of the curse. The important thing is to stack multiple layers of spells. Simon reminded them. Kami and Rick exerted their inner strength to cast magic. When they felt it was ready, Rick began to combine attacks with Kami, hitting the Cyclops straight in the face. Malin fell right at its feet. Instantly, it recognized its opponent and swung its wooden club. Malin couldn't dodge in time and screamed, The system announced, simulation failed. Time, 3 minutes, 45 seconds. Damage level, 42%. Protection index, 0%. Total score, E. Kami exclaimed with full regret. We were so close. We only have one more try. Malin Vueland sighed helplessly. I know. Simon rested his chin on his hand, thought deeply, and said, Listen, guys. I have a way to guarantee a win. First, the basic plan remains the same. Cast 2 spells, and Malin Vueland will cast Dark Flame. But using double exhaustion spells isn't effective, so Kami and Rick, you two will use 4 layers of exhaustion spells with multicasting. Rick was worried. What? I've never even done multicasting before. Kami also admitted, me neither. It's not impossible, but do we have enough time to do that? Simon reassured them. It's okay. I'll stall for as much time as possible with the skeletons. All right, let's try. The third match began. Immediately, a skeleton climbed onto the Cyclops. Simon said, Good. And we'll utilize the forest terrain too. And Rick, use your specialty charm. Rick immediately replied, Got it. Kami continuously cast magic. In just a moment, she announced, I've completed the first layer of the exhaustion spell. Rick also announced, I'm done too, preparing for the next phase. Suddenly, the Cyclops swung its arm, knocking the skeleton down, shattering it to pieces. Malin announced, Dark Flame is 80% complete. Simon reassured, the 7th skeleton is moving up. He quickly launched an attack. The Cyclops, holding a wooden club in one hand and grabbing a skeleton in the other, momentarily didn't know what to do with the next one climbing on its thigh. At this time, everyone announced, Simon done. Kami's 2 hands and 2 layers of exhaustion spells were also ready. He ordered a skeleton to climb up from behind, making the Cyclops itch and feel uncomfortable, looking left and right, momentarily focusing behind and ignoring its opponent. Malin announced, Dark Flame is complete. The Cyclops now lunged forward. Simon announced, it has entered the range of the exhaustion spell. Kami and Rick attacked with 2 layers of exhaustion spells. On the other side, Malin Vueland simultaneously cast Dark Flame. A loud explosion boomed. Simon encouraged, with 4 layers of exhaustion spells, you'll be able to dodge the Cyclops' attacks. Malin Vueland exclaimed, You're telling me to dodge on my own? Simon replied, Follow my instructions. All right, I'll try. She just got on her tiptoes when Simon suddenly shouted, Malin, in front of you. A lightning-fast strike came down. She immediately jumped to the side, dodging it. Simon shouted again, Run forward. The Cyclops immediately followed closely. Kami stood on the other side, continuing to launch an exhaustion attack. Simon reminded Camabarez, Block its vision with a blood spell. Instantly, a drop of blood appeared on her finger. Blood aura rose, forming a red silk ribbon that quickly wrapped around the Cyclops' head. She cried out, Go now, Simon. He ordered the skeleton to move into position and pull the chain wrapped around the Cyclops' neck, making it growl and struggle. Simon cried out, Rick, use the charm spell so the chain doesn't break. Very quickly, Rick cast charm. The Cyclops went mad, trying to move forward but was held back by the chain. Right at this moment, Simon shouted, Malin, finish it. She used all her strength to launch a final Dark Flame attack, screaming loudly, Why don't you just die? The Cyclops took the hit and roared, Ah. The exhausted group stood watching their opponent being burned by the massive fire. Its giant body crashed to the ground, unconscious. The system displayed an announcement. Group 7 simulation successful. Time, 6 minutes 46 seconds. Damage level, 100%. Protection index, 97%. The group shouted in joy. We did it. Jane's voice rang out. Congratulations to Group 7 for defeating the Cyclops. Very commendable. You executed a strategy that was only feasible in theory and adjusted it reasonably with practical experience. Rick gave a thumbs up, showing his admiration. Jane continued her evaluation. But you need to improve your long-term combat ability, and you still rely too much on the summoner's ability. You judged very well, when you quickly chanted multiple times to strengthen the curse. But there are still many mistakes. Remember to practice and improve your dark magic. That's all. The group said excitedly. Yes, thank you, Professor. Everyone gathered around to praise. Your team is really good. So cool, Malin. Cindy ran over and said happily, Hey Simon, you did great. The whole team is amazing. He replied, Thanks, Cindy. The two high-fived each other cheerfully. She asked, Isn't chanting multiple times very difficult? Rick answered honestly, Actually, It's a bit confusing. Everyone chatted happily together. Only Hector seemed unhappy. He glared at Simon with resentful eyes. Finally, the training session was completed. Jane said, "Today's class ends here. Have a good weekend, everyone." The students answered in unison, "Thank you, Professor." The whole group left together. Malin asked, "Are we practicing this weekend too?" Kami agreed. "Yeah, I realized my weaknesses in the simulation test." Rick clicked his tongue and exclaimed, "Huh. Camabarez, didn't someone ask you out on a date?" Malin looked over. "What?" But Kami said, Yeah, but I declined. I want to practice with you guys, so?" As she spoke, she looked at Simon. He smiled slightly and replied, "Is that so?" Rick suddenly raised his hand and said seriously, "Sorry, but I'm skipping this time. I have to go to Rochest to attend a conference." Malin said casually, "It's okay. What about you, Simon?" He replied, "I'm quite busy tomorrow. I'll go the day after." Malin's face darkened as she grumbled, "All right, Rick wants to be a merchant. But what's your excuse?" Simon answered honestly, "I have private training. I'm trying to catch up on the prep classes. Someone in Rochest is teaching me summoning." The next day, Simon went to Pierre's place. He greeted, "I'm here." Pierre was already waiting. "Welcome." Simon walked inside and asked, "How are you? Sorry to ask for a favor as soon as I arrive, but can you take a look at my skeletons?" Pierre looked at the clutter on the floor and asked in surprise, "Are you here to train or move house?" He laughed, "Haha, I want to recruit more skeletons into the Legion, so I need a lot of weapons to distribute." He picked up a skull to examine. "I see. But what did you do to make them so battered?" Simon replied, "They got damaged in the simulation." After a while of repairing, Pierre said, "Done. Can we start training now? The ones I just reassembled need time to recover. Use the humanoid skeletons this time." He pointed to a large crate and said, "A newbie like you might find it hard to control them. So focus." He took out 2 humanoid skeletons and said, "Today I'll teach you how to control multiple skeletons at once. First of all, how many skeletons can you control at once right now?" Simon answered, 2 is the maximum. If I try to control more than 3, my mind gets jumbled and it's harder to give commands. I also get headaches." Pierre leaned down to reassure him. "Don't worry. It doesn't matter how many you can control. What matters is how well you control them, even if you only control 1 or 2. Saying that, he set up the humanoid skeletons into 2 teams. 2 in each team, tying blue and red strings on their heads. Once done, Pierre called out, "All right, let's fight with the skeletons. I'll only control 2 at a time. Come at me, kid." Simon replied cheerfully. He controlled the 2 humanoid skeletons to charge forward. The sound of weapons clashing rang out. The combat power was also very strong. "Good job, keep going." Suddenly, the blue team attacked with spears. The red team was ordered to duck to avoid the blow but couldn't make it in time. The 2 sides fought for a while. A red skeleton was hit continuously and fell backward. Simon cried out, "That's not fair. You said you'd only use 2 skeletons." Pierre asked back, "What do you mean? I only controlled 2 skeletons as well." He was surprised. "What?" He moved the sword-wielding skeleton first. Then he gave the command to the spear-wielding skeleton. And so on, one by one. Seeing Simon's thoughtful expression, Pierre laughed in amusement. "You figured it out. This move is called cross-operation. You will quickly give commands back and forth to the skeletons to expand your control limit. If you can't control many at once, you'll control them by activating 2 at a time. This is the key to this tactic." He rubbed his chin and muttered, "Quickly." At the same time, the 2 skeletons clapped hands and put their arms around each other's shoulders. He suddenly realized, "Is that it?" Pierre exclaimed excitedly. "It's not a waste teaching you. Haha, if you understand, then let's do some actual combat. The goal is to master cross-operation." Simon obeyed. "Understood." Early next week, the whole group lay on the grass, stretching. Rick complained, "I'm so tired." Malin said happily, "But everyone has clearly improved. Especially you, Simon. You've gotten better at controlling skeletons." Kami agreed, "I think so too." Simon asked back, "Really?" Malin nodded. "You used to only be able to control 2 at once, but now it's 3. It's thanks to your private lessons in Rochest, right?" Simon smiled. "Ah, yes." Malin's eyes lit up as she asked, "Who taught you? Who is it? A professional necromancer or someone from Kizen?" Kami guessed, That person must be really good, right? Simon answered vaguely. My dad introduced me. Before he could finish his sentence, the two girls suggested, Really? I want to study with them too. Me too. You've improved so much in just one day. Your master must be a dark magic master. Pierre laughed. Haha, am I that famous? The voice came from the small badge on Simon's collar. He thought to himself, Keep it down. You're giving me a headache. He scoffed and replied. But Pierre spoke even louder. Tell them I'm very willing to teach. If they die and become soldiers of the Legion, right? Haha. He scoffed and replied. That's taboo at Kizen. Simon politely declined. Sorry, he's not like that in real life. He's quite busy, so he rarely has time to teach me. The two girls were disappointed. Malin frowned and said, You're so petty. Kami looked regretful. Rick, lying on the grass, analyzed. Hey, put yourself in Simon's shoes. Of course he wouldn't reveal it. If his score is lower than yours, Simon has to leave Kizen. There's no way he'd tell. He smiled bitterly inwardly. Whatever, let them think what they want. Malin stood up abruptly and motivated herself. All right, even without extra classes, I'm still better than you. Get up. Let's keep practicing. Prepare for next week. Simon was excited. All right. Then tomorrow arrived, and the student protection period also ended. The whole group arrived. Simon stared at the teacher and asked anxiously, How many people is it today? Rick replied, 19. Bayan Amaga, the first-year divinity professor, stood on the podium. His eyes were glued to a thick stack of manuscripts. His hands constantly threw unqualified homework onto the floor, yelling, Is this garbage your homework? You don't deserve to be at Kizen. Don't let me see you again. The students below had faces as dark as ink. Rick blurted out, So that makes 20. 20 students expelled from Kizen in just one day. Outside the stadium, a group of students ran while complaining. Professor Bayan. Why? I mean, how could the professor deduct 10 points from me? Rick was out of breath, but still kept whining. I'd rather run all day than get points deducted. With Professor Hongfeng, combat magic is the best. I love it. Simon teased. You shouldn't have fallen asleep. Rick gradually fell behind. Malin, every first session, you'll always fall behind. Seeing Malin still running, Simon said worriedly, Don't overdo it, you can. Before he could finish speaking, Malin accelerated and sprinted ahead. Rick, panting heavily from behind, complained, All right, tomorrow is the competency assessment. But, Mom, save me. Simon replied, I know. He suddenly remembered the conversation from the other day. While the two were arranging some logs, he asked Kami, Did you practice with Malin yesterday too? Kami replied. Malin remembered Simon saying she could easily cast Dark Flame. I practiced the exhaustion curse, and Malin did physical training all day. He asked back, Physical training? Malin remembered you saying she could easily cast Dark Flame, but she said she couldn't just rely on your words to dodge the Cyclops' attacks. After that, we studied as a group until evening. As soon as we finished practicing, she studied. She stayed up all night studying. Hearing this, Simon asked, Didn't sleep at all? Kami replied, Yeah, I asked if she was tired, and she said she was fine because she drank an awakening potion. Simon thought to himself, Come to think of it, whenever I see Malin Vueland, she's studying. It's admirable, but why does she have to study so hard? At this time, Malin stood ahead and waved, calling out, Simon, come watch me. Stepping out from the shadows. Look at this. Saying that, she leaped high into the air, to the admiration of the whole group. Rick widened his eyes and exclaimed, Oh my God. Malin asked, How was it? Do I need to fix anything? Simon replied, No, you really did great. She laughed in amusement. Really? Really? My training for tomorrow wasn't in vain. Kami clapped her hands and smiled excitedly. You're amazing, Malin. Really impressive. You've improved this much in just a few days? Malin replied confidently. Of course, I specifically trained for it. Simon, worried she was overtraining, reminded her. Don't push yourself too hard, Malin. We already passed the simulation test. We'll definitely be able to do it in the real thing. She obviously understood his point but still replied casually. I know, but I don't plan on just passing comfortably. First place, no matter what, I have to work hard to get the #1 spot. So that was the reason she studied and trained so hard. Simon was about to say something else, but an announcement came from the other side. Break time is over. Everyone stand up. We will run to the next point without resting. The group quickly set off. By the time he reached the finish line, Simon was exhausted. Professor Hong Feng walked over and called, "Simon." He looked up and answered, "Oh, hello, Professor." Professor Hong Feng had a sporty figure. A healthy and energetic physique, characteristic tan skin, chestnut hair tied high. Her extremely friendly attitude made her very popular with the students. She put her hands on her hips, smiled, and asked, "Have you been practicing the dark combat skills I taught you?" Simon quickly replied, "Of course, Professor. Compared to the first time I learned it, I've improved a lot." She observed carefully and evaluated. "You're right. Your dark flow is much better now. Your overall ability has also been enhanced. You've gotten stronger." Simon replied happily, "Really? Of course. Like I said, you have a talent for this subject." Huh. While they were chatting happily, someone called out, "Professor, Professor, a student is injured. She seems to have a severely sprained ankle." Teaching assistant Brad reported. Professor Hong Feng said, "Let me go see." She reminded him, "Simon, remember to practice continuously to improve." He replied, "Yes, thank you, Professor." Simon, remember to practice continuously to improve. Then he turned back to Rick and Kami and asked, "Where's Malin?" Kami hurriedly replied, "I don't know. I was always behind the group, so." Rick sat up and chimed in, "Me too. Kami came to me asking for Malin. So we're all looking for her. Why can't we find her?" Simon turned his head left and then looked right, searching. He replied, "I haven't either." Just as he said that, he saw Professor Hong Feng walking back. Her face looked quite serious. Someone just got injured. The whole group looked at the person Brad was carrying back. It's Malin Vueland. Her ankle was already bandaged for first aid. Immediately, everyone took Malin to the infirmary. The group was stunned when they heard the doctor announce, "Malin Vueland, your ankle is severely injured. You will have to wear a cast for a while. You can still attend classes, but you cannot participate in practical classes with physical activities for a week." The atmosphere became heavy. Malin stood up abruptly, limped towards the doctor, and exclaimed, "What? I'm fine. It's nothing serious. I can still walk. I can participate in practical classes." But before she could finish her sentence, she was in so much pain her face turned pale. Camabarez Ursula ran over to support Malin, looking extremely worried. Seeing her so agitated, the doctor sighed and said sternly, "Malin Vueland, this is not advice, it's an order. Students prioritize surviving in Kizen. But I am a doctor. The patient's recovery is my #1 priority. I will remove your name from classes that require movement." Hearing that, Malin sat down. Looking sad, she said dejectedly, "Sorry everyone. Can you leave me alone for a bit?" Knowing this was a huge blow to Malin, everyone went outside together. But after taking a few steps, Simon turned back and said, "Malin, if you keep blaming yourself like this, nothing will change." Malin yelled, "Then what do you want me to do? What about the battle with the Cyclops tomorrow?" He replied, "We'll find another way." Malin yelled, "Another way? What other way? We worked hard to come up with a strategy and make the potion all week. You know that." Seeing her teammate like this, Kami felt a bit heartbroken but didn't know what to say. Malin continued to rant, "We've only practiced this formation for a week, and tomorrow is the real battle with the Cyclops. Are you mocking me or what? It's my fault. You can mock me all you want. Because of me, you'll get the lowest score in the competency assessment. Eventually, you'll be kicked out of Kizen, and that's because of me too. I got injured because I wanted to be first." Seeing her lose her temper, Simon frowned and shouted, "Enough. If everyone agrees, tomorrow I will be the combatant in our group." The students were led to a mysterious dungeon. Upon arriving, everyone marveled in admiration while feeling a bit scared because the space here looked quite mystical. Faint yellow lights and green vines wrapped around the walls. The students whispered to each other, "I have to admit Nephthys is really amazing. Seriously, how could she collect so many dungeons and ruins?" Camabarez marveled. "Roshist is a small island, but," Rick continued, "because Nephthys is a collector, it seems she discovered these ancient ruins and brought them to Roshist Island." Kami asked in surprise, "The whole thing?" Rick nodded. "That's right, she collected it all." Malin was still walking on crutches with heavy steps beside Simon. Kami looked at them, then worriedly asked Rick if their group could do it. Rick affirmed that they would. While feeling flustered, "Trust Simon." Very quickly, Group SIX's evaluation ended. The teacher announced, "Next, Group 7, please step forward." Seeing Malin's figure, everyone whispered, "What's wrong?" Malin injured her leg, but she's still the combatant? Is that allowed? Didn't the doctor forbid her from doing that? It looks like Simon switched to the combat position. Very quickly, Group SIX's evaluation ended. Some students clicked their tongues. They're probably just acting like they'll try their best until the very end. Because if they do that, at least they'll get some points. Hector was secretly rejoicing because Group 7 was highly likely to be defeated. Simon reassured the group. "It's okay. Even though the situation has changed a bit, it doesn't mean all our efforts have gone down the drain. So everyone, let's unite and try our best until the last moment." The teacher announced, "Bring in the next Cyclops." It entered with a massive, giant body and bloodshot eyes, looking truly terrifying. Now, Group 7's evaluation officially begins. The teacher reminded them, "You don't have to push yourselves too hard. If you feel you can't do it, just ask to stop the evaluation." Everyone said in unison, "Yes, Professor." The Cyclops' footsteps felt like they were shaking the earth and sky. The students became incredibly small and weak. The test began. Simon controlled his humanoid skeletons to attack. At once, he tried to control 3 to attack the Cyclops. He reminded them to do exactly what they had practiced. The combat position may have changed, but the plan remains the same. Draw its attention first. The skeletons attacked vigorously, but unexpectedly, the Cyclops aimed its attack at Simon instead of the skeletons like in the simulation. It seems the situation has changed. Rick was stunned. What is this? In the simulation, it targeted the skeletons first. Malin said because simulation and reality are very different. It will attack whatever it sees first. It seems it wanted to target Simon from the beginning. And indeed, it was true. Its bloodshot eyes stared intently at Simon and struck straight at him. Simon couldn't dodge. He quickly used the restoration command. Oh no, reality is much harder than the simulation. It has entered the exhaustion spell's area of effect. Rick and Camabarez united their efforts, reaching out their hands for the exhaustion command. But it seemed the Cyclops still not very affected. It was still incredibly strong and fierce. Simon quickly grabbed a spear and stabbed straight at it. But it was only slightly shocked. Simon muttered, "That was close. If I hadn't learned how to control dark energy, I would have been dead long ago." "Thank you, Professor Hongfeng." Thinking aimlessly, Simon became careless. Rick shouted, "Careful! Above your head, Simon." The Cyclops brought a blow down on Simon, but it seemed to have missed, hitting the ground with a loud thud. Just a scratch, and he lost 72% of his protection. There's something strange here. What? In the waiting room, the professor and teaching assistant were watching the battle through the TV screen. The teaching assistant questioned the professor. "It seems there's a problem with this Cyclops. Its stats are much stronger than the Cyclopes of the other groups. Despite its aggressive behavior, it's not cursed at all. Should we stop the test and bring in a new Cyclops?" The professor remained calm. "Let's wait and see." The teaching assistant hesitated. "But this isn't fair at all," the professor emphasized. The teaching assistant hesitated. "Fairness is not an important virtue at Kizen." She asked further, "Do teaching assistants only choose weak opponents to fight? Would you cancel a mission if the opponent far exceeded your expectations, or if unexpected incidents occurred?" The teaching assistant was speechless but still tried to explain. That. But this isn't a real battle. This is just an assessment. And these students are still too young." The teaching assistant's worry was evident on his face. The professor emphasized again, age is not the cause. Metrics like tests and grades are not important. What's most important is what they learn from this experience. In other words, the fact that they are people of Kizen is what truly matters. Just trust them and wait to see the results. Understood. They just realized they need to change. Meanwhile, outside in the battle, Simon was slightly injured. He was hiding behind a rock, holding his arm. He muttered, "Clearly something is wrong here." Rick was scared. Why is it still completely fine after being hit by the exhaustion spell 3 times? What the hell? How many times do we have to hit it before it stops? Simon reminded Rick and Camabarez. "Don't use the spell anymore. It doesn't seem to be effective." Rick wondered, But there's no other way. You saw it too. All the other groups succeeded with the exhaustion spell. Malin's eyes widened in astonishment. Honestly, I don't know the reason either. But you've realized it too, right? Simon said that's exactly why we should change our attack method. The whole group said in unison, how? Simon slowly stood up. Just do whatever you want. Forget all the strategies we came up with. Hearing Simon's voice, the Cyclops glanced its bloodshot eye towards him. Saying that, Simon bravely ran straight up to fight it and instructed his teammates. What? Just help me in any way you want. Understood, Simon. So I just need to try my best to help Simon, right? Saying that, Kami pointed her index finger and gave Simon something like blood. Simon, use this. Next, Rick also launched an attack to support Simon. He praised. Good timing, Rick. At this time, Simon also focused all his effort on controlling the skeletons. Focus, just like Professor Bain showed us. Simon reminded himself. I have to recall that feeling. All right. Thank you, Professor Bain. It seemed Simon had realized some truth. He used all his might to stand up and face the Cyclops. Now, along with the attack of a swarm of skeletons charging forward, Simon still silently thanked Pierre. Next, he shouted, all-out attack. All three skeletons rushed up, tearing at the Cyclops. It was stabbed by spears and howled in pain. It felt like its eye was about to fall out. The whole class stood outside watching the fierce battle and constantly discussing. Did they use a different plan? Their formation changed, so they must have come up with another plan. Hector watched the battle without taking his eyes off it. He thought to himself, so this must just be a hasty, improvised tactic. Simon thought the change in strategy wasn't bad. I suddenly realized I missed something. I feel like I can do much better than this. He recalled Pierre's teachings. To control the undead requires a strong will. A top-tier necromancer, even when doing the most trivial things, shows an unshakable will. That determination can be emotions like anger, hatred, or malice. The more negative the emotion, the greater the power it brings. Thinking of this, Simon lowered his face and growled. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Everyone focused their eyes on Simon. He concentrated intensely on the two words, kill him. The three skeletons also followed that command, fiercely attacking the Cyclops' body. It seems it's also seriously injured. Simon looked up at the monster. Too late. Malin muttered dark elemental magic. Dark ice. Ice wall. It seemed the monster was frozen instantly. She cheered. Keep going, Simon. Don't stop. We're almost winning. Simon shouted. Thanks, Malin. Kami. All the prerequisites have been met. Right now, the Cyclops' entire body was frozen, and now it was Kami's turn to act. Camabarez said firmly. I understand, Simon. Ursula blood magic. Hemorrhage. Kami's face looked just like a blood doll. Rick hurriedly ran up to support Camabarez as she seemed to be gradually exhausting herself. A boiling red color looked truly terrifying. Camabarez shouted. The rest is all up to you, Simon. Simon was confident. Leave it to me, Kami. While operating, Simon silently thanked Professor Aaron for teaching him knowledge he could apply right now. He used the restoration command, the unique move bone nail. Cindy and the friends outside marveled. Wow, nail spell. Simon shouted. Everyone, use the Nivea potion. The whole group said in unison, understood. Immediately, a bright yellow poison was created to attack the Cyclops. It's working. Please fall down. Please. Simon prayed. Please fall down. Oh no. What? It can still stand up? What the hell is going on? Unless we use a finishing blow, otherwise all attacks are useless. Simon shouted. Give me the spell. Rick quickly threw it to Simon. Catch it, Simon. Simon was worried. The dark energy is gone, so the spell's effect will only last 10 minutes. Simon caught what Rick threw to him. All right. Thank you. But Simon was knocked down by the monster. Simon crawled. On my leg. I have no strength left. The whole class outside cheered enthusiastically. Get up, Simon. You have to win, Simon. Come on. Don't give up. Hector watched, feeling something was off. Could it be? Seeing this, the professor also hurriedly stood up to observe. The teaching assistant trembled behind her. Professor. The Cyclops prepared to bring a crushing blow down on Simon's head. The desperate screams of his friends kept echoing. Simon. Simon. With no other choice, Simon was forced to use all his remaining strength to create a dark magic circle under his feet. Jump. and then Simon leaped forcefully onto the Cyclops' body. He attacked its thick, leathery skin. It used the wooden club in its hand to strike back at Simon. After that blow, the Cyclops' vitality decreased, but Simon's defense rate was down to only 7%. Simon, looking completely battered, thought to himself, "Simon, come on. It can't end like this. This isn't like a necromancer at all." Simon tried to use his last bit of strength to reassemble the two arms. The skeleton, and controlled it to slash its sword continuously at the Cyclops, causing its body to bleed profusely. And just as Simon collapsed, the Cyclops was finally brought down. It lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move anymore. The system notification rang out, waking Simon. "Group 7, you have successfully killed the Cyclops. We did it." Simon clenched his fists in pure joy. Rick pounced and hugged Simon. "Simon, you did it." Malin was just as thrilled. "You did great. That was amazing. I'm so proud of you, man. You're definitely the best." Cammy smiled brightly. "Congratulations on pulling it off." Malin shyly told Simon. "Good job, Simon. I'll just consider it a debt I owe you." Simon smiled and replied, "You did great too, Malin." The whole group was overjoyed by this victory. Simon kept praising Malin because she had injured her leg, but didn't back down at all. "Yeah, Simon, Before Malin could finish, everyone chimed in to praise her. "Malin, you did great too." "Malin, sorry about yesterday," Rick said excitedly. "Yeah, that ice magic was absolutely incredible." Malin put on a serious face. "Hey, you guys, let me be serious for a second." The whole group just kept giggling. Did Malin just say something? Ha. At the end of the class, the whole class gathered to hear the professor's feedback. "Everyone did a great job today. First of all, setting aside grades and results, as your professor, I am very pleased that no one in the class was seriously injured during this practical assessment." The whole class thanked her in unison. "Thank you, Professor," she emphasized seriously. "But results are the most important thing at Kizen. So let's start the evaluation with Group 1. Group 1, please step forward." City Vivac's necromancy skills are very impressive, but relying on a one-person strategy and making numerous mistakes are valid reasons for point deductions. The girls replied dejectedly. "Thank you, Professor." Next, Karen Osara and Aina Kazumi. Hold each other's hands, girls. The two girls were bewildered. "Excuse me? If there's any friction between you two, resolve it quickly. This time, you didn't ruin the group assessment like amateurs, but there's no guarantee that won't happen next time. I won't interfere with your personal issues, but you must put an end to this situation soon." Simon was surprised that the professor even knew about their feud. She knows about every conflict between students, no matter how small. Rick said nonchalantly, "That's not the only surprising thing." Simon turned his head and asked, "What else?" Malin said coldly, "There are many groups that successfully hunted the Cyclops, but only 8 groups succeeded in the mock exam. Now it's 13 groups." Simon still didn't get it. "Is that important?" Rick continued, "That means just succeeding in defeating the Cyclops isn't that big of a deal. What matters now is getting a higher score." The professor continued evaluating and grading the groups. When it came to Hector's group, Group 3's final grade is an A+. "Great job. Your group clearly defined each member's role, worked well together, and had a hunting time of less than 4 minutes. That's also the shortest time in the class. And your defense rate was consistently maintained above 90%. The class buzzed with chatter. "So Hector will be ranked first in the class? With the score he got, that's for sure." The professor told Hector, "I look forward to seeing your growth every step of the way. Excellent work." Hector excitedly thanked her. And finally, Group 7. You were a complete mess. You took 13 minutes and 58 seconds, and the fighter's defense rate dropped to a single digit. Only 7%. Furthermore, your reckless actions completely deviated from the pre-planned strategy. Group 7's evaluation grade is AD. The whole group sadly bowed their heads and thanked her. But the professor suddenly continued. "Of course, that's the evaluation grade before factoring in this special piece of information." Hearing the professor's words, Simon's eyes lit up. She held up a piece of paper in front of the class. "This is the autopsy report of the Cyclops that Group 7 killed." The class was surprised. "An autopsy?" The results show that the curses and poisons used to capture the Cyclops caused an abnormal side effect on it. The Cyclops that Group 7 faced became extremely aggressive and gradually lost control once the curse was broken. In addition, its physical strength temporarily increased significantly. In other words, it exhibited abnormal behaviors due to side effects. Therefore, Kizen's administration determined that the difficulty level of Group 7's assessment was entirely different from the other groups. The class erupted in noise again. Kizen's administration? I told you. Group 7 Cyclops was acting weird. Malin was equally surprised. The professor continued the evaluation. Based on the aforementioned Cyclops autopsy results, the administration concluded that the Cyclops defeated by Group 7 will be scored higher than the others. In other words, you fought a Cyclops equivalent to a Red Cyclops level. Every single member of Simon's Group 7 was stunned. What? The professor continued. Therefore, we will apply a new evaluation standard for your group to be fair. Isn't that right? Hector lowered his head, looking terrifying. He thought he was the undisputed number one, but unexpectedly, the one blocking his path was always Simon. Let me announce the exact scores. Malin Valare. Malin replied nervously. You used elementary dark magic, which far exceeds the average level of a Kizen first-year student, and played the most crucial role in protecting the fighter. Your shortcoming lies in getting injured due to overtraining and poor self-management. But even so, your fighting spirit despite your injury was very impressive. I give you an individual score of 80 points. Hearing that, Malin couldn't hold back her emotions. Tears welled up in her eyes. Next, Rick Hayward. You used dark curses in the right place at the right time very well, helping the process of defeating the Cyclops go smoothly. I also give you an individual score of 80 points. Rick laughed loudly. Thank you, Professor. Next is Camabarez Ursula. You did a great job as the main attacker. When using Hemomancy to deal damage, causing such massive bleeding is very rare, even for necromancers specializing in this field. I give you an individual score of 85 points. Cami happily thanked her. Finally, Simon Polentia. You fulfilled your role as a fighter exceptionally well. You demonstrated the ability to deal with unexpected variables and the leadership to take care of your teammates. You also proved your physical stamina and dark combat capabilities while dodging attacks and prolonging the battle with the Cyclops. You controlled the summoned creature to meet the bleeding conditions and also showcased various applications of regeneration skills. And most importantly, you didn't give up until you killed the Cyclops. Absolutely brilliant. I give you an individual score of 100 points. It's a pity there's no grade higher than an A+. The whole class gasped. That's a perfect score. Unbelievable. You're amazing. Group 7 joyfully hugged each other. We did it. Simon is so awesome. 100 points. Hector's friend hesitantly turned to ask him. Hector? He growled coldly. Shut up, before I cut your tongue out. Hector's face was dark and full of murderous intent, making no one want to ask him anything else. Meanwhile, Group 7 was still incredibly happy because they deserved it. The group of 5 sat around a campfire, raising their glasses and shouting excitedly. Cheers to the A+. Camabarez Ursula said in surprise. I think this is actual alcohol. Simon raised an eyebrow and asked. Really? Cami immediately replied. Yeah. Hong Fong raised her glass, smiling brightly, and said, But don't worry. Tonight, I'll be your chaperone. Kizen gave special permission to celebrate your incredible achievement in the assessment. She continued, The student protection period is over, so you guys must be facing a lot of difficulties. But you should know that the professors don't hate you. Rick and Malin Valare were both listening intently. Hong Fong asked loudly, So keep up the good work like this, got it? Malin Valare and Camabarez Ursula answered in unison. Yes, Professor. Rick approached Professor Hong Fong, joking around. Professor, it's rare to have a chance to grab a drink with you like this. Can I ask you a question? I'm really dying to know. She happily agreed. Of course. Ask away. Rick asked casually. This is just my guess, but do you worry about Simon more than the other students? Hearing that, Malin panicked and tried to stop him. Hey, Rick, why would you ask that? Professor Hong Fong frankly admitted. That's right. Professors are human too. We also have students we favor or dislike. Rick scratched his head, replying awkwardly. Of course, that makes sense. He raised his glass loudly to dispel the awkward atmosphere. I really shouldn't have asked that. Let's just forget what just happened and keep drinking, yeah? Professor Hong Fong replied cheerfully. It's fine. I was just joking. She patted Rick's shoulder and ruffled Simon's hair, smiling gently. I love all my students. Hong Feng changed the subject. Sorry for teasing you guys. Anyway, let me give you some good news. Simon asked doubtfully. Good news? She announced excitedly. Next week, you guys get to go on missions. Hearing that, Rick, Malin Valare, and Cammy were all overjoyed, while Simon looked blank, not understanding what was going on. The next morning at the grandly built school, a voice rang out. Missions are one of the core systems of Kizen. Rick explained as they walked. After the student protection period ends, the mission phase begins. It usually lasts about 5 days. During these 5 days, we can accept various commissions sent from outside Kizen. He recalled the jobs that previous students had done, like waiting tables or working as mages, and continued. These commissions can be odd jobs or part-time work, or they could be monster extermination, acting as a personal bodyguard, assassination, or fighting on someone's behalf. There are a lot of them, to be honest. Simon asked in confusion. Fighting on someone's behalf. Rick immediately replied. Commissions meant for active necromancers are also sent to the students. Simon said softly. There must be a lot of dangerous commissions. So there must be compensation, right? Rick pictured a profit chart in his head and spoke calmly. Exactly. Depending on the difficulty and completion rate of the commission, Kizen will give us evaluation points, and the client will pay us a commission fee. Rick said with interest. These commissions are the best way to earn money to pay for materials at Kizen. If your main major is summoning, this is a great opportunity to make a fortune. Simon rubbed his chin in thought. Rick suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Also, there are a few things we can't forget during this phase. He said as he walked. First, we must complete at least one commission during this mission phase. Simon wondered, what if, during this 5-day mission phase, every commission we accept fails? Rick replied, then you fail the mission, obviously. If the mission fails, you get 0 points. We'd even have to write a letter of explanation. At that point, you're basically screwed. We can also extend the commission past the mission phase until it's done, but I advise against it. The blue sky with clouds drifting high above. Below, Rick kept talking nonstop. During the mission extension period, we aren't allowed to attend classes. Rather than ruining your attendance and studies, it's better to just abandon the mission. Hearing this, Simon felt a bit anxious. Students at the school were gathering in crowds, discussing with each other, while Rick continued to talk endlessly. You're free to plan it out. Some students will take commissions within their capabilities to finish quickly and then focus on studying. Other students will leave the island and pull off a big job to earn points and money. Simon immediately asked, so we can plan it however we want? Rick smiled brightly and replied, you know how it is at Kizen. As long as you get results, anything goes. Suddenly, he patted Simon's shoulder and said in surprise, over there, Simon. Look over there. On the board, there was a notice about the mission phase divided into categories. White, missions inside Rock's Island. 0 chance of conflict with priests. Blue, missions inside the Dark Alliance. Extremely low chance of conflict with priests. Red, missions inside the neutral zone. High chance of conflict with priests. Black, missions inside the Holy Federation. Guaranteed conflict with priests. Rick immediately said, that explains the envelope colors used for commissions. Hurry up, take a look, and pick a commission that fits your plan. Rick reminded Simon. Oh, one more thing. You can't just pick easy commissions. Your commission mission score depends entirely on it. At Kizen, besides your academic grades, you also have to watch out for your mission score. He said in a serious tone. If your mission score isn't high enough, you might be forced to take on dangerous commissions, like assassination missions, for example. So even if a commission looks scary, you can't put it off for long. A teacher pointed right at a student's face and yelled, you're expelled for having terrible grades. The student trembled and said, I'm sorry. I'll make up for it right away. Simon immediately replied, I understand. Putting it off isn't a good idea. Rick waved his hand, preparing to leave. All right then, go take a look and make your choice. See you after you've decided. Simon smiled and said, thanks for letting me know all this. He walked around the schoolyard, looking around and thinking, what should I choose? A classmate shoved a flyer in front of him and said loudly, anyone want to go hunt werewolves on Rock's Island? It's for a group of 2 or 3. Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out. No need to think. No matter what, we must leave the island. Simon pondered for a moment and said, "This commission is blue, but it's from Langangerstein. Looks like an easy one. Never mind, I'll pass. Langangerstein pays too little." Pierre spoke up irritably. "Our priority must be to leave for the continent, to gather soldiers for the Legion and restore the glory of the past." Simon transmitted his voice. "Soldiers for the Legion? Are there undead stronger than you, Pierre?" Hearing that, he immediately roared, "I am the master of the Legion. No one dares to oppose me." Pierre reminded him, "Some of the generals in the Legion are terrifying monsters." Simon asked in confusion, "Generals in the Legion? Besides you, are there other undead with high status?" He explained, "The Legion consists of several undead armies, and ancient undead with intelligence command the soldiers under them." Simon suddenly understood the issue. "So our goal is to find the ancient undead who used to be generals of the Legion?" Pierre immediately replied, "Exactly." He asked doubtfully, "But where do we find those generals?" He sighed and said, "Don't worry. Those bastards are all completely insane. I bet they're causing havoc all over the continent." Hearing that, Simon froze and thought to himself, "Is that so?" Pierre told him, "I remember all their personalities. So let's look closely at these commissions first." Simon walked around, pondering. If there were any of my father's undead on Rock's Island, Pierre would have told me already. So I'll skip the missions on the island. He transmitted his voice to ask, "How is it, Pierre? See anything that stands out?" Pierre quickly replied, "Nothing. Let's move to the red missions." Simon muttered to himself. Suddenly, he accidentally bumped into a classmate and hurriedly said, "Sorry." That person unexpectedly turned out to be Hector Moore. He glanced at him and called his name in a deep voice. "Simon Polentia." Hector asked doubtfully, "Are you going to the neutral zone too?" Simon replied awkwardly, "I'm just looking around." Hector Moore warned him, "The neutral zone is a chaotic place where Kizen has absolutely no influence. No matter what kind of trouble you get into, Kizen won't be able to know." Simon frowned and didn't answer. He said in a harsh tone, "I hope we run into each other during the missions." Simon hesitantly spoke up, "Hey, Hector." He turned his head in confusion. Simon smiled and said, "Be careful." Hearing that, Hector's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Simon didn't say another word and walked straight ahead, leaving Hector standing there scowling. Pierre asked in confusion, "What's wrong with that kid?" Simon said as he walked, "I don't know either. What about that one? A village devastated by infected zombies." Simon stood staring intently at the red mission board. Pierre started commenting, "Plagues are too common. Even a necromancer can create one. Besides, none of the missions here have anything to do with the skills of those generals." His eyes caught sight of a prominent blue paper, and he said urgently, "Wait, kid. What's that?" "That blue envelope, right there." Simon replied in surprise, "Someone must have left it here by mistake." He approached the paper and said softly, "So it's not a mistake. The mission's grade has changed." The blue paper contained information about a mission to solve a disappearance case. Commission grade, D to B. Reward, 50 gold coins. Location, Fungon Fief. Details, many young women have disappeared, and when found, they are reduced to dried corpses. Note, the previous assignee has gone missing. Pierre pondered. When found, many young women are reduced to dried corpses. "Hey kid, quickly show me the detailed information of this commission." Simon took the envelope and pulled out a photo. As soon as he saw it, he panicked and shouted, "Oh my God, they really turned into dried corpses." Meanwhile, Pierre laughed in amusement. "Ah, this is it, kid." The photo showed a girl in a white dress who had all her life force drained, leaving only a shriveled corpse. Pierre said with absolute certainty, "It's definitely her." Simon asked in confusion, "Her? Who are you talking about?" He explained in a deep voice, "The ancient undead who leads a swarm of spiders. A giant, terrifying eight-eyed spider monster appearing in the dark night, surrounded by dozens of other hideous spiders, gradually formed in his mind." Elizabeth. At the same time, in another place. On the table were two photos of girls in a state of dried bones without a trace of life. A voice rang out, "Are you sure you can handle this?" The girl wearing a cloak that completely covered her face spoke calmly. "Please do not worry, sir. Saving the people on this continent from the evil deeds of the undead is the will of the great goddess." The girl slowly lowered her hood and said sternly, "In the name of the Holy Father and the goddess." The silver-haired girl spoke in a measured tone. Ellen Zeller, a second-year student of the Ethnal Holy Institute, We'll resolve this matter at any cost. Simon stood hesitantly in front of the large office door. He let out a soft breath. He gathered all his courage and said loudly, "Professor, it's Simon Polentia." A person holding a quill pen, focused on writing, said sternly, "Come in." Jane Orivaya, sitting amidst a mountain of paperwork, didn't look up and just asked coldly, "Are you here for a mission?" Simon replied softly, "Yes, Professor." She spoke calmly. "Let me see." Simon immediately tiptoed over, gently placed the paper on the desk, and replied softly, "Here it is." Just glancing at it, Jane Orivaya flatly refused. "Find another commission. A first-year student can't handle this case." He was a bit flustered, thinking to himself, the professor rejected it so fast. Simon said decisively, "No matter what, I want to take this commission. I am confident that I can solve it, Professor." Jane Orivaya asked back doubtfully, "Confident?" With that, a rustling sound rang out, surprising Simon a bit. Jane Orivaya handed back the blue paper with her signature of approval and said slowly, "You must have a reason to dare say the word confident in front of a Kizen professor. You don't need to convince me." Simon reached out and took it in astonishment as he heard her instructions. "You are a member of Kizen. What you must do is take responsibility for the results you produce." Jane Orivaya said softly, "I hope you aren't lying to me." Simon replied with great excitement, "Thank you for trusting me." She reminded him, "Make sure you return safely." He smiled and answered, "Yes, ma'am." Rick was already waiting outside. Seeing Simon come out, he immediately asked, "The professor let you go?" He said happily, "That's right." At the magic square, a voice rang out, "Are you really going to take that case?" "I already told you, completing an investigation case in 5 days is extremely difficult." Simon spoke with gratitude. "Thanks for worrying about me, Malin." Hearing him say that, Malin immediately blushed, shyly dodged to the side, and stammered, "Who said I was worrying about you? Why would I?" Simon smiled and asked, "Yeah, so where are you going?" She winked and replied with amusement, "It's a personal bodyguard mission near Langangerstein. It's super easy, and the points are high too." Simon wondered, "But what if you run into bandits or something? What will you do?" Malin immediately lifted her cloak to reveal her Kizen school badge, puffing out her chest, and replied proudly, "Then I'll just show them this. If they have any brains, they won't mess with a Kizen student." Simon said hesitantly, "That seems a bit cowardly, doesn't it?" Malin immediately retorted, "What do you mean cowardly? This is the reason everyone sends commissions to Kizen." Simon reluctantly agreed. "I get it." She turned and ran off, waving goodbye. "I'm off then. See you next week." He also waved and reminded her, "Don't get hurt." After seeing Malin off, Simon took a walk around the school. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A beautiful girl with blonde hair, sitting on a white bench, saw Simon approaching and greeted him. "Hello. We haven't seen each other since the entrance ceremony, have we?" He replied awkwardly, "That's right." The girl smiled and spoke in a gentle voice. "Let me officially introduce myself to you. I am Serene Ivory, the official heir of the Ivory Tower and the second special admission student." Simon sat down opposite her and said hesitantly, "I see. I'm Simon Polentia. I'm from Les Hill." Hearing that, she let out a soft chuckle. Serene Ivory spoke gently, "I heard you've been taking care of our Malin." Simon was a bit surprised to hear her say that. She smiled and continued, "Sometimes she might get angry with you, but she's actually a very gentle and kind person. Please stay by her side." Simon asked doubtfully, "Why are you telling me this?" Serene asked back in surprise. "Excuse me?" He said sternly, "Malin is a Kizen student just like you." Simon continued firmly, "She doesn't need you to protect her or treat her like a junior. Even without you worrying, she's doing just fine." Serene remained silent and didn't answer him. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. "The teleportation device will activate shortly. Please do not reach your hands outside the device during operation." Simon pursed his lips, full of anxiety. Serene rubbed her chin, smiled sweetly, and said, "I understand. See you later, then." As soon as she finished speaking, a white light enveloped his vision, making Serene's silhouette gradually fade away. A while later, at a small town where the name sign was covered in green moss, Simon, feeling completely drained of energy, thought to himself, "So tired. She gives off an oppressive vibe, like a queen or a high-ranking noble." He scratched his head and muttered to himself, "Malin is also from the Ivory Tower, so I understand her concern. but she treats Mei-Lin like a subordinate. It really pisses me off. Who knew just exchanging a few words could be this exhausting? Suddenly, a suit of iron armor awkwardly waddled toward him. Pierre, inside, yelled in frustration. Hey kid, why did you get me such a small suit of armor? Damn it, it's too cramped in here. Simon immediately explained. There was no other choice. That was the last suit of armor. Besides, I can't just drag you everywhere without a disguise, right? People would be terrified. Hearing him say that, Pierre imagined his giant, imposing figure following Simon with a ferocious face, scaring everyone, and subconsciously nodded in agreement. Simon took a piece of paper out of the blue envelope and asked, We've arrived at the commission location. Now what? Pierre spoke calmly. The most basic thing in handling a commission is gathering information. And one way to gather information is to meet the client. Pierre walked with difficulty in the armor, jogging after Simon as he spoke. The person who issued the mission is the lord of this town. So you just need to say you're a Kizen student, and you can gather all the information. But if the client hasn't solved this case by now, there must be a reason. So let's just skip this step. He stood next to him and continued. The next method is to search for information yourself. Back when I went on missions with Richard, I did this a lot too. Pierre acted like a seasoned veteran giving advice. In my experience, this is usually the fastest way. That's fine. But we only have 5 days. What if we run out of time? In the peaceful town, Pierre's booming voice rang out. Then there's the final method. That is buying information from the Bandits Guild, also known as the Information Guild. Simon pondered for a moment and replied, Not a bad idea. He made a decision. Then we need to find out if there's an Information Guild here first. Pierre suggested. You can go ask the innkeeper or the tavern owner. He asked back in surprise. Really? Simon smiled excitedly and said, Then let's hurry, because we don't have much time. A while later, the two of them entered an inn in the town. The waiter here greeted them warmly. Welcome. Simon flicked a gold coin in his hand and said generously, Give us a clean and spacious room, plus breakfast for tomorrow. A loaf of grain bread will do. The waiter quickly replied, Do you want your change? Simon spoke calmly. No need. Instead, tell me where the Bandits Guild is. The waiter caught the coin and gave a stiff smile. He asked doubtfully, Excuse me, what brings you here? Simon crossed his arms, putting on an innocent face, and retorted, Is that how you talk to a customer? He started persuading. Come on now. I give you a gold coin, you give me information. Pierre's eyes hidden behind the armor flared with angry blue flames. He mocked in a sneering tone. A brat still wet behind the ears trying to play adult games. The waiter was now shaking like a leaf and said in panic, You want to ask where the Bandits Guild is, right? Pierre reached behind him and slowly gripped the hilt of his sword. Simon slammed his hand on the table and said in a steely voice, That's right. And all the information you know about the disappearances. Pierre had now drawn his sword and pointed it straight at the waiter's face. He and Simon growled threateningly. Tell me everything, right now. A while later, the sky had turned the color of the setting sun. A voice rang out. Good thing we went all out. Pierre hurried after Simon, praising him profusely. That was a good move, kid. Now we can speed things up. Simon intently read the information written in the notebook. Most of the missing people are young men, but only the women are turned into dried mummies. There are no signs of sexual assault on the victims. Pierre immediately explained. She captures and plays with the men. As for the women, they get their blood drained because she has no interest in them at all. They walked into another tavern. Pierre said with absolute certainty. That's exactly what Elizabeth would do. I'm certain she's in this town. The two quickly headed inside. A man said in a loud voice, Welcome. He asked Simon, What would you like to drink? He immediately rummaged through his coat and said, I heard there's a special menu. Simon placed a silver coin on the table and said with a hidden meaning, Can you prepare it for me? The man replied calmly, Sure. Let me lead you inside. They walked slowly down the stone steps. Simon looked around and saw specially crafted bows and arrows held by the soldiers in the basement. The man cracked open the door to a room and said coldly, Please come in here. The two quickly stepped inside, and suddenly a sweet, fake voice rang out. Hello, you two. A girl with curly blonde hair and a flashy, daringly slit red dress, looking like a bar girl, spoke in a coquettish voice. What wind brings guests from afar like you two to my guild? Simon stood there face to face with Elizabeth and stated his reason for coming. I'm here to buy information. Hearing this, she wondered, what kind of information are you looking for? Seeing the opportunity, he spoke bluntly. I need information about the missing people in the area, the mummies, and everything your guild knows about this case. Although she entertained the idea, Elizabeth remained quite pensive. Everything, huh? After thinking for a moment, she asked, It'll cost quite a bit. I wonder if a first-year Kizen student like you can afford it? Hearing this, Simon was a bit startled. Seeing his bewildered, childish expression, Elizabeth chuckled. Don't be so surprised. I was just making a guess. The lord of this region is very eager to have that case solved. Not stopping there, she continued providing information. He assigned the mission to many individuals and organizations to resolve the matter. So I'm pretty sure Kizen is among them. Hearing this, Simon became completely serious. Not stopping there, Elizabeth continued. You probably noticed on your way here. This region isn't very large. Our lord doesn't have the money to hire a necromancer from the headquarters. So his only option is to rely on students. At this point, Elizabeth couldn't help but sigh in boredom. With that, Elizabeth spoke as she walked toward him. And around this time of year, Kizen students are all rookies. Elizabeth leaned her face close to his and said those words. This left Simon speechless, unable to refute her. A moment later, when he snapped back to reality, Simon placed his hand over hers and gently replied, Your deduction is quite interesting. How about I take a guess too? Simon held her hand, brought it next to his face, and continued his counter-argument. A serious incident occurred and shocked the whole region. Just as you said, the Lord must have asked many people for help to solve the case. Pausing for a moment, Simon added, and the majority of those who took the mission came to this guild. At these words, Elizabeth just gave a cryptic smile and said nothing. Seeing her smile, Simon added, but unfortunately, no one has been able to solve the case. At this point, Simon pulled out the mission information paper. And as a result, this case ended up in my hands. Having said that, he glanced at the bewildered man nearby. Even the locals don't know much about the case. Simon recalled the moment he walked past two young men discussing something. For years, similar incidents have continuously recurred. But no one has even been able to make a guess about the culprit's identity, let alone solve the case. After explaining all this, Simon looked straight at Elizabeth and voiced his suspicion. Don't you find this lack of information incredibly strange? I mean, everyone is being deceived by someone's clever lies. Faced with this statement, Elizabeth narrowed her eyes at him, remaining pensive and silent. Seeing her say nothing, Simon pressed on relentlessly. Otherwise, this makes me think the information guild in this region is incompetent. But I don't think that's the case. At this point, Simon once again sank into his memories. You don't look that incompetent either. Seeing Elizabeth continue to stay silent, Simon reached his other hand behind her head and continued. Am I right? Then he placed his hand on her hair, pulling Elizabeth's face close to his. Tell me the truth before I tear this place apart. Seeing his serious demeanor, Elizabeth finally spoke up. I'm sorry. Elizabeth used her free hand to point at her tightly gripped wrist and requested. Could you let go of my hand first? Hearing this request, he complied immediately. Fine. After being released, Elizabeth asked him seriously. If you want to know the truth that badly, I have no other choice. But you'll have to bear all the risks of this information. Do you still want to know? Hearing this, Simon answered without hesitation. Of course. Seeing him still so determined, Elizabeth looked at him with a hidden meaning. Then please wait here for a moment. Then she pulled back the curtain and disappeared. When she was gone, Simon clutched his chest and let out a sigh of relief. It's not a guaranteed success, but judging by her tone, there's still more to investigate. If we can find out where Elizabeth is right now, then, before he could finish, the soldier next to him started laughing uncontrollably. From a soft chuckle, it turned into a loud laugh. This reaction left Simon completely confused. What's wrong? To his question, the knight replied with a cryptic sentence. I wasn't sure at first, but now it's clear. Open your eyes wide and look at this. These words made Simon freeze on the spot. What? What are you talking about? From behind, a person with a stiff posture slowly walked over. Not only was his posture stiff, but his body was also rotting. The knight now spoke slowly. That woman is Elizabeth. As soon as he finished speaking, countless massive black spiders crawled out from nowhere. Seeing the giant spiders slowly crawling toward him, Simon was shocked. Spiders? The knight observed them and slowly answered. Those are Elizabeth's children, the mummies. As the two were surrounded by a swarm of spiders, Elizabeth slowly stepped out. Your determination is quite impressive. Kizen brat. Elizabeth now, instead of the beautiful girl from before, had a face that was beginning to rot. What a pity. I won't be seeing you again. Realizing the situation was going south, Simon shouted for Pierre. The one called out drew the sword from his back and reassured him. Don't worry, kid. As soon as he finished speaking, Pierre swung his sword, slaughtering all the spiders there. After dealing with them, he shouted Elizabeth's name. Hearing someone call her name, she held her face and exclaimed, "Oh my, so it's you." Seeing her no longer hiding, Pierre pointed at Elizabeth and interrogated her. What evil scheme are you plotting in such a small town? Not stopping there, he continued to persuade her. The Legion has returned. Come back. Stop causing trouble everywhere. Hearing this request, Elizabeth held her face and sighed. Oh my. After sighing, she returned to a serious demeanor and gently refused. With that, a cloud of smoke enveloped her body. Elizabeth's voice slowly rang out. You aren't very smart, are you? As if venting all the fury in her heart, she screamed at the top of her lungs. Richard used us, and then threw us away like trash. As Elizabeth finished speaking, the spiders dropped down all at once. In this situation, Pierre shouted an order. Get down. As the smoke cleared, Elizabeth angrily asked Pierre. After being humiliated like that, you still stubbornly stay with the Legion? Faced with this question, Pierre answered while striking down a spider. How foolish. You've been associating with terrible people, so your mind has been polluted too. After brawling with the spiders, Pierre planted his sword into the ground and retorted. The Legion itself is power and will. How could a general like you be affected by such petty emotions? Hearing this question, Elizabeth shot back. How could I not be affected? At this point, she looked at Simon behind Pierre and slowly spoke. Just for some woman, Richard pushed the comrades who had been by his side for decades to their deaths. Elizabeth spoke with deep hatred. Because of that, I hate him to the bone. The room began to grow darker and gloomier. Realizing he couldn't persuade her, Pierre let out a helpless sigh. Then, Pierre lunged straight at her with a sword strike, but Elizabeth stopped it with her spider legs. Seeing the sword was blocked, Pierre directly used his hands. Enough. I can't stand your arrogance anymore. Pierre reached out, and the sword flew right back to its owner. A terrifying voice echoed. How dare you challenge the master of the Legion? As he spoke, Pierre stepped back into a fighting stance. Have you forgotten the days when you... Elizabeth wasn't one to back down either, raising her hands to control magical threads. However, Pierre slashed through all the threads in one strike. Kneeled at my feet like a dog. Even though her threads were cut, Elizabeth relentlessly launched more attacks. The entire room was soon covered in countless threads as sharp as blades. After the threads appeared, tearing the room apart, Elizabeth's mocking voice rang out. You talk big, but you've gotten much weaker, Pierre. Looking at the two struggling to defend themselves beneath her feet, Elizabeth sneered. Your seal must have been broken recently, right? Sensing danger, Pierre shouted. Where do you think you're going? Ignoring his question, she turned away. See you later, Pierre. And the Kizen brat too. With that, she left. Simon, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. This whole information guild is just a bunch of Elizabeths. Pierre stood up, confirming his thought. Exactly. Manipulating information is like taking candy from a baby for her. Saying that, he angrily slashed the spiders one by one. Damn it. These bastard bugs. There are too many of them. While the two were fighting the spiders, an unfamiliar voice rang out. How utterly useless. Simon looked up in disbelief. There stood a girl, looking down at them with contempt. I was waiting for you two monsters to fight to the death. Well, I guess I'm just not that lucky. With that, the girl raised her staff high. I should go after her, right after I finish you off here. As she spoke, the gemstone on her staff began to glow. Just seeing that, Simon understood everything. That's... The girl held her staff high and smiled brightly. Take care, everyone. Then, Simon and Pierre were swallowed by a blinding light. Seeing the two disappear, the girl put a hand to her forehead, looking for something. Oops, I'm going to miss that soldier and the boy. However, that state didn't last long before the girl seriously returned to her task. Now, time to go after that spider demon. In another corner filled with spider webs, Pierre's deadly voice echoed. Oh my, a priest has interfered in this. What a mess. Hearing this, Simon groaned. I know. Why do we have to get dragged into this mess? After complaining, Simon voiced his doubts. How are we going to find Elizabeth now? Faced with this question, Pierre reassured him. Don't worry. She's just nearby. Afraid he wouldn't understand, Pierre explained. Earlier, when she used her power, I could sense the dark energy radiating from her. Now I'm tracking that dark energy. If we follow it, we'll find her. Hearing this, he felt much more relieved. That's good then. As they searched for their target, Simon voiced the question in his mind. That priest earlier. She's pretty powerful, right? Hearing this question, Pierre pondered for a moment before answering. At least stronger than you. This information made him groan in despair. Seeing his depressed state, Pierre explained. Looking at the white uniform under her cloak, she's probably from Ethnal. She definitely received a mission equivalent to Kizen's black missions. Hearing this, Simon had an epiphany, meaning she's a second-year student or higher, not a first-year, because black missions are the hardest. Saying that, Simon frustratedly scratched his head. I should have complained to the Lord about the overlapping missions. This case seems harder than normal blue missions. How am I supposed to solve this in 5 days? Pierre, seeing his frustration, dropped a bombshell. There's something you need to know, kid. But don't panic. Pausing for a moment, Pierre spoke up. Elizabeth loved Richard. This information left Simon completely dumbfounded. Observing his blank expression, Pierre slowly explained. Undead belonging to a legion always crave a human commander. When she first joined, she had special feelings for Richard. Not stopping there, Pierre continued. But I never thought she would still love and hate Richard at the same time. This information made Simon question his reality. I see. So that's why she acted so violently. Knowing he understood, Pierre took the lead. Now you get it. Let's hurry and find Elizabeth. Simon agreed. All right. Just then, his attention was caught by a cocoon of webs. There's someone over there. The person, seeing they were noticed, shouted for help. Hello, please untie us. A spider demon tried to eat us. Help. Hearing the plea, Simon sprinted over. I'll get you out right away. Receiving help, the person rejoiced. Thank you. Thank you so much. Simon walked over and slowly tore the webs apart. Pierre watched the scene, feeling completely helpless. You're too soft to be a necromancer, kid. Ignoring the complaint, Simon didn't pay much attention. Is that so? Then what is a necromancer supposed to do? Hearing this question, Pierre answered honestly. You send everyone to the afterlife, even those who catch your eye, and then turn them into skeletons. Make them part of your army. Simon continued rescuing while listening. You can cut her loose with this sword. The person took the sword with gratitude. Thank you. Simon finally replied. You know that's forbidden at Kizen, right? Not expecting him to answer like that, Pierre remained stubborn. No one's watching anyway. Besides, you're not the type to be bound by rules, right? If you were, you wouldn't have run into the forbidden forest. Rebutted like that, Simon pondered. That's true. Simon looked around and finished his sentence. I'm just following what my father told me. Hearing this, Pierre realized. What kind of lesson did that bastard teach you? Faced with this question, Simon answered honestly. He taught me not to turn into a monster. Hearing this, Pierre's hand holding his helmet paused. Simon, still not noticing his unusual state, continued. I asked him how to do that, and he answered that drawing a line for yourself is very important. For some unknown reason, upon hearing this, Pierre laughed uncontrollably. After laughing, he continued. That's exactly what he would advise. These words left Simon stunned. Seeing his reaction, Pierre turned his head and spoke politely. It's nothing. If that's your decision as the commander of the Legion, then I will respect it. The two walked a little further and found Elizabeth sitting there calmly. It seems you've given up on running away, huh? Elizabeth retorted immediately. Never. Elizabeth pushed herself up from the chair and slowly spoke. Since you sniffed out my dark energy, you're going to follow me everywhere, right? So I decided to settle things with you right here. Before the two could start fighting, Simon spoke up. Elizabeth, former general of the Legion. Hearing her name and title, she raised an eyebrow in question. Seeing Elizabeth paying attention to him, Simon made a direct offer. I want to make a proposal. Join my Legion. Hearing this, Elizabeth sneered. I will never return to the Legion that betrayed me. Furthermore, as she spoke, she approached where he and Pierre were standing. You're asking me to follow the orders of a necromancer like you? A gullible, unreliable child, chosen by Pierre just out of personal sentiment? Faced with these words, Simon asked her back. You just said I'm unreliable? Before she could answer, Simon introduced himself fully. My name is Simon Polentia, son of Richard Polentia and Anna Polentia. Hearing that name, Elizabeth was shocked speechless. Seeing her remain silent, Simon tried to persuade her. Elizabeth, you used to be my father's subordinate. The claws on her hands began to grow longer. Stop. Ignoring her words, Simon stubbornly continued. So it's completely natural for me, his son and the current commander of the Legion, to take you in. Unable to bear it any longer, Elizabeth screamed at the top of her lungs. Stop. But Simon persistently continued. Is completely natural. Elizabeth now yelled directly. Shut up. After yelling, she bent over, clutching her head, and screamed in fury. Anna, that disgusting woman, and the enemy who abandoned me. As soon as she finished speaking, countless spider legs sprouted from her back. Then, instead of the beautiful blonde girl, Elizabeth returned to her original form. Die? She looked up at him and screamed. Go to hell. With that, Elizabeth lunged at Simon. He just stood there motionless instead of dodging or fighting back. Pierre appeared with his sword in hand. Nice one, kid. One of her legs was severed, leaving the owner staring in utter shock and disbelief. Not stopping there, a few more legs suffered the same fate. Being continuously wounded, Elizabeth could only scream in agony. Witnessing this scene, Simon's eyes widened. Here's my chance. He pulled a spear out of his spatial storage. He charged straight at Elizabeth, shouting, Dark energy enhancement. The spear pierced right into Elizabeth's shoulder. Pierre had now stepped back, leaving Simon alone. Wounded, Simon pinned her to the ground. Simon left the spear embedded in her shoulder, stood up, and stepped on Elizabeth's face. This is your last chance. Elizabeth. In stark contrast to his friendly demeanor earlier, Simon now directly threatened her. Will you join my legion? Or do you want to die right now? Despite being pinned down, Elizabeth still adamantly refused. Just then, a strange object flew in from nowhere. At the same time, Pierre dashed out to block a blow for him. Even though he blocked it, Pierre couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. Then, in his panic, Pierre dragged him to another corner. Dodge, kid. Just as the two hid behind a nearby rock, a blinding light radiated everywhere. Seeing the streams of blue energy weaving through the air, Simon questioned his reality. Holy power. At the same time, a familiar voice rang out. I almost died. Good thing I made it in time. The girl from earlier appeared again. Ancient and evil souls. A swarm of pesky spiders. The girl tossed the gemstone into the air and declared with a bright smile. Today, all of you will be destroyed. As the gemstone fell in front of her, the girl activated her holy power. Goodbye. The spiders were blown away by the massive surge of power. Behind the rock, Simon and Pierre started discussing a strategy. What do we do now? Attack that priest first. This suggestion made Simon question his reality. Can we even win? We're fighting a priest. Pierre remained very optimistic about life. Dealing with holy power is a bit tricky, but the priest herself is quite weak. You can defeat her with just one strike. Not stopping there, Pierre continued assigning tasks. Let me handle the attack. You focus on distracting her. Got it. The person being talked about on the other side still knew nothing. She was currently focused solely on the injured Elizabeth. Looks like your legs are injured. Saying that, she twirled her staff and consoled her. Don't worry. I'll send you to hell. It won't hurt a bit. Ellen Zeller raised her staff high and whispered. With this, she began casting an attack spell at Elizabeth, who was hiding behind the rock. My mission. A sword materialized from Ellen Zeller's staff and shot toward Elizabeth. She muttered, is complete. The sudden attack left Elizabeth with no time to react. Her eyes widened. Fortunately, Simon dashed out and shielded her. The sword pierced straight through Simon's heart. Why? She was shocked by Simon's action. She asked herself, how could this be? Fragments from the sword fell onto her face. Her face froze. Why did you? Simon was severely injured. He clutched his wound and fell to his knees. He propped himself up, watching the blood flow endlessly onto the ground, losing his consciousness. Simon's eyes were already glazed over. He tried to open them wide, looking forward, and groaned in pain. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Simon passed out. Kid, Elizabeth screamed in horror. She carried him to a safe place and lit a fire to keep them both warm. Simon groggily opened his eyes and saw a spider right in front of his face. He yelled, "Whoa!" Hearing his voice, Pierre asked anxiously, "You awake, kid?" He startled and scrambled backward, causing the spider to fall to the ground. Seeing he was still okay, he asked, "What happened to Elizabeth and the priest?" He calmly pointed to the right and said, "They're over there." "Master." Elizabeth sat neatly with a very bright smile, calling out to him. Meanwhile, the priest was tied upside down in her webs. "Please, have mercy on me," she cried and begged Simon. Pierre turned to explain to him, "While you were unconscious, I temporarily allied with Elizabeth to capture that girl. This girl is just a junior student at EFNL, so she was easy to subdue." Simon felt sorry for Ellen Zeller. He said to Pierre, "Haha, can you let her down for a bit?" The lord of this region requested both Kizen and EFNL to handle this case, so we should hear what she has to say. After being released, she knelt before Simon, crying and expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sparing my life." He said coldly, "You don't need to thank me yet. Just answer my questions, all right? Are you an EFNL student?" She quickly answered, "No, of course not." Pierre, standing behind Simon, put his hands on his hips and mocked. Lies as soon as she opens her mouth. He didn't believe her and said, "But you're wearing an EFNL uniform, aren't you?" She stammered to explain. "Actually, I was expelled from EFNL 2 years ago. To be exact, I was expelled before my first year even ended." Simon widened his eyes, looking down at her, and asked in confusion, "Then why did you pretend to be an EFNL student?" She clasped her hands and answered sincerely, "It's because I couldn't accept the fact that I was expelled, and I had to find some way to make money because my family isn't that well off. That's why I impersonated an EFNL student. I'm so sorry." After saying that, she lowered her head in shame, but Elizabeth didn't buy it. She crossed her arms, sneered, and said, "You think I believe that? You're just making excuses to get out of this situation." Saying that, she ruthlessly tore the girl's cloak. Ellen Zeller gasped in shock. "Ah." She held up the torn piece of fabric and looked at it. "It really is just normal clothing. I heard EFNL uniforms are as durable as Kizen uniforms." She said fearfully, "This is a fake uniform I made myself." Realizing he was a bit rude, he handed his cloak to her and said, "I'm sorry. Please wear this for now." Ellen Zeller whispered, "Thank you." Simon fastened the cloak for her and asked gently, "What's your name?" She timidly looked up at him and replied, "My name is Ellen Zeller." At this moment, Elizabeth stood nearby, glaring at both of them in annoyance. "Why did you take this mission if you aren't an EFNL student?" He continued asking. "The border smugglers. They had an undead extermination mission that paid a very high reward in the Dark Alliance." Ellen clutched the cloak and recounted seriously. "Just like Kizen, EFNL also pays higher rewards for missions in the Dark Alliance." Simon understood, nodded, and asked, "So have you met the lord of this region?" She answered honestly, "Yes, I received the mission directly from the lord." He still had some doubts and asked further, "Do you have proof? For example, did you receive a proposal or detailed documents about this mission? Anything will do. Could you show it to me?" Ellen agreed without hesitation. "Oh, sure. Give me a second." "Thank you. Just," he said awkwardly. Seeing Simon and Ellen chatting intimately, Elizabeth felt a bit uncomfortable. Her face looked sad. Why? The sight of those two reminded her of Simon's parents in the past. It was Richard and Anna. They were just as affectionate in front of her. "I thought I had completely forgotten about it by now." She clenched her fists, questioning her own heart. Getting the proof, Simon said, "Okay, can I take all of this? If you agree to hand it all over, I'll take care of the rest." He assured Ellen. "Oh, sure. Go ahead." She replied happily. While he was reviewing the documents, Pierre appeared behind him and asked curiously, "What are you going to do with these?" He flipped through the documents slowly and said calmly, "I'm going to meet the Lord. I have to squeeze everything I can out of him." Pierre suddenly burst into laughter. "Mwahaha! Excellent! Excellent! Like father, like son." Simon wearily propped himself up, preparing to stand, and said, "All right, we should get going." Unsure, she asked him, "Simon Polentia, right?" Hearing that, he and Pierre turned around, looking at her in surprise. She looked up at him and said slowly, "Your offer to join the Legion. I accept. However, I have one condition." Simon raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to continue. She turned and pointed at Ellen. She shrank back in terror. Strangle that priest with your own hands. Elizabeth looked disgusted and annoyed as she made the demand. The atmosphere suddenly became bizarre and suffocating. She was absolutely terrified, her eyes wide as she jerked backward, sweat rolling down her face. Simon looked at the two girls, unable to believe what he just heard. He asked Elizabeth doubtfully, "You want me to kill her?" She gave a sinister smile, her voice dropping a few degrees as she replied, "That's right. That is my only condition." Simon called out sternly, "Elizabeth, former general of the Spider Army." He looked down at Elizabeth and said coldly, "Give me a reason why I should kill Ellen." She answered neither fast nor slow. "To prove yourself." Elizabeth placed a hand on her chest, her eyes wide, and raised her voice as she continued, "I want to know if you are a master worthy of my loyalty." But Simon didn't care much and just said flatly, "What I want to ask is..." Suddenly, his face turned serious, and he questioned her loudly, "Why do I have to prove myself worthy of your loyalty?" Seeing Simon not complying, she was stunned in disbelief. He explained calmly, "I think you're mistaken. It's true that you used to belong to my father's legion, but I am not my father. I will run my own legion based on my own decisions and standards, but based on what I've witnessed." His voice was firm and powerful, making Pierce shake his head in disappointment as he looked at Elizabeth. Simon flatly refused. "You are not worthy at all." This left her in despair, staring at him in stunned silence. "You are an immortal, yet you've been consumed by cruel thoughts," Simon said in disappointment. "You are swept away by your own emotions and disregard what's important." He questioned Elizabeth. "What does killing Ellen prove?" Pierre rested his hand on his hip, looking at Ellen. Meanwhile, Ellen looked awkwardly at him and her. "Ultimately, this demand of yours is just an excuse. You're just acting on your own whims." Simon bluntly exposed the thoughts hidden deep within Elizabeth. "You just want to manipulate me into following your impulsive and vulgar desires." Having her true intentions exposed, Elizabeth bit her lip and lowered her head. Simon glared at her with contempt and said, "I cannot trust a creature like that." He stepped closer to her and mocked, "My new legion doesn't need someone as mentally unstable as you." With that, he turned his back and walked away, saying, "Let's go back, Ellen." Pierre followed right behind him. Ellen kept turning her head to look at Elizabeth, who was still kneeling there, as she walked, and said, "Okay." Halfway there, he stopped, turned his head, and said in disgust, "I'm afraid we've wasted our precious time here." Everyone had left, leaving only a devastated Elizabeth kneeling under the moonlight. Pierre walked and turned to look at Simon Polentia, asking, "Are you really going to give up on Elizabeth?" Hearing that, Simon quickly replied, "No way. I just did that to gain the upper hand in our dynamic." Simon Polentia lowered his head in thought and said, "Elizabeth is very possessive and often acts on her own whims. I have no choice but to be the one who dominates her in the future." Hearing that, Pierre turned to look at Simon and asked curiously, "Was the Holy Spear part of your plan too?" Simon gave a dangerous smile and nodded, no comment on that. At that moment, Ellen Zyle bowed her head shyly and stammered, "I'm so sorry about the attack just now." Simon Polentia replied casually, "It's fine. It's not like you were aiming for me." After that, Ellen and Simon walked and talked cheerfully. Ellen still looked at Simon with concern and asked, "Are you sure? The Holy Spear went right through your chest. Don't necromancers place their cores near their chests? If it's damaged?" Simon replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I don't think it pierced the core." Meanwhile, Pierre stood with his hands on his hips, completely bewildered. The spear went clean through the core, but how is the kid completely fine? Pierre raised his hand, feeling that his connection with Simon was also unaffected. It was truly miraculous. Not only is he unscathed, but the bond between us is also unaffected. Impossible. Could it be that the kid was just lucky and the spear missed his core? How strange. Suddenly, Simon Polentia turned around, looked at Pierre, and called out, "What's wrong? Let's go." Pierre pushed aside his chaotic thoughts, quickly walked over, and said, "I'm coming." After walking a bit further, the three of them arrived at the stronghold of Anis territory. The Lord of Anis saw Simon Polentia and quickly ran out to welcome him. "Oh my, what an honor to host such a distinguished guest. I am Count Zaman, the Lord of Anis." Simon quickly returned the greeting and introduced himself. "I am Simon Polentia, a first-year student at Kizen." After the introductions, Count Zaman quickly led the way for Simon. You must be tired from your journey. You came all this way because of my request. I don't know how I can ever repay you. Please, make yourself at home. Rest well. I will do my best to make your stay as comfortable as possible. Simon smiled brightly, his eyes crinkling as he replied, I'm not tired at all. I came here using an instant teleportation circle. Hearing this, Count Zaman froze mid-step and stammered, Aha, I see. As expected of Kizen. In that case, let me invite you to dinner. Please, have a seat. Simon politely declined. Thank you, my lord, but I'd like to discuss your request first. Count Zaman tried to change the subject, laughing it off. Haha, that's important, of course, but it's getting late. I've heard life at Kizen is tough. Why don't you take this chance to rest a bit? Then, Count Zaman smiled, waved his hand, and ordered, bring some drinks and food here. But before he could finish, Simon's voice cut in. That won't be necessary. Simon Polentia looked straight at Count Zaman and said firmly, I have something important to discuss with you, Count Zaman. Count Zaman knew he couldn't avoid it any longer. He sighed, rubbing his bald head, and said, Oh dear, I'm sorry to have made you travel so far, but the matter has already been resolved. To thank you for your concern and for taking the time to come here, I will pay you for the job. So please, rest up before you leave. Simon rested his chin on his hand and said doubtfully, strange. According to the guild's information, a related incident just happened this morning. I cannot accept payment without completing the mission. We'll both be in trouble if Kizen investigates this later. These words made Count Zaman's face darken. He gritted his teeth in anger, his fists clenched. But Simon paid no mind to his attitude and continued. So please, just tell me how your request was resolved, Count Zaman. Count Zaman couldn't hold back his anger any longer. He slammed his hand on the table. His eyes, blazing with fury, stared at Simon as he roared. I told you to stay, so just stay. Is that so hard? You may be from Kizen, but you're just a first-year student. How dare you defy me, a count, the lord of this domain? What's the big deal? I'm still paying you, aren't I? As Count Zaman shouted, soldiers also advanced, pointing their weapons directly at Simon in a threatening manner. Seeing himself surrounded by soldiers, Simon Polentia's face darkened as he spoke slowly. First you tried to sweet-talk me, and now you're resorting to threats. You've made up your mind, haven't you? Simon clenched his fists in anger and gritted his teeth, and using soldiers, no less. In that case, I can't just sit back and do nothing. As soon as Simon finished speaking, Pierre and his army of the undead appeared behind him, causing the surrounding air to turn bone-chillingly cold. Pierre opened his mouth in a wide, amused grin. Huh, look at these soldiers, holding their weapons while being scared enough to piss their pants. Pierre glared at them and said cheerfully, We'll be welcoming quite a few new members to the team today. Excellent. Seeing this, Count Zaman froze in terror. He knelt, looking at Simon with eyes full of disbelief, and stammered, How can a first year summon so many undead? Seeing Pierre holding a massive sword, flanked by an army of undead whose eyes were all glowing and fixed on him, Count Zaman was scared witless. He cried out in terror. Simon looked at him coldly and asked, Well, do you wish to continue? At this point, Count Zaman, still clinging to the table, tried to act haughty, pointing at Simon and shouting, How dare you? You have no power other than your connection to Kizen. And even if you are from Kizen, you have no right to interfere with the autonomy of a territory of the Dark Alliance. You are using military force without justification. Simon asked again, Without justification? He then signaled for Pierre to open his arms. Seeing the girl in Pierre's embrace, the old count cried out in terror. Ellen Zyle was currently being restrained, her face exposed, her hands tied by Pierre. Simon then said to Count Zaman, While resolving this case, we captured a priestess from the Sacred Federation. She's currently unconscious due to a curse. If we hand her over to Kizen for interrogation, we'll surely find plenty of clues. Simon's words made Count Zaman jump, his head breaking out in a cold sweat. Then Simon slowly looked at Count Zaman and challenged him. For the crime of bringing a priestess to Kizen, this place will be wiped out for treason. Am I wrong, Count Zaman? The count was so frightened, he collapsed to his knees. He cried out in panic. Then he proactively bowed his head to Simon and said, I'm sorry. I had to resolve this matter at all costs, so, not only Count Zaman, But all the soldiers present also knelt down, bowing their heads in fear. The count continued, "My people are living in fear, so I wanted to handle this as quickly as possible, no matter the cost. I will take full responsibility. Please, spare my people." Simon then asked, "Why would you want to cover this up when you're so worried about this territory?" At this, Count Zaman stammered, "It's because our business situation has finally stabilized, and the Crown Prince will be visiting us soon. But if these terrible incidents keep happening, then that visit will be—" The Count only needed to say that much for Simon to guess the rest of the situation. He nodded and finished the thought, "The visit will be postponed, and your business will fail again." Count Zaman looked at Simon worriedly and replied, "Yes, yes. That's why I colluded with the News Guild to suppress all information. I tried to handle it to the best of my ability. I even tried to contact Kizen and all the mercenary groups, but the situation didn't improve until 3 months ago. That's why I got anxious and contacted the Sacred Federation through a broker. Of course, I didn't know a priestess would actually come." Hearing the word priestess, Pierre flinched, looking at the girl in his arms who turned out to be a priestess, and grimaced. Simon also flinched and quickly forced a smile. "I see." Count Zaman slammed his head on the floor, begging, "So please, spare them. Punish me alone." Simon looked at the Count, smiled, and said, "I understand your side of the story." Then, Simon crossed his arms, thought for a moment, and said, "This territory is a strategic point, being the closest to the Sacred Federation. I'd hate to see such an important place be destroyed. And personally, I like this town." Hearing this, Count Zaman looked up in surprise and asked, "What did you say?" Simon Polentia quickly said, "I will do my best to ensure this incident doesn't get out and affect your territory." Hearing this, both Count Zaman and his soldiers were overjoyed and stammered, "Really?" Simon smiled brightly, winked, and gestured to Count Zaman, "Of course. However, it's going to cost you a little." Count Zaman, as if he'd struck gold, hurriedly replied, "No matter the cost, I will prepare the money." Just then, a soldier ran in, looked at the Count, and reported, "My lord, there's a problem. The undead are surrounding the building." This news terrified both Simon and Count Zaman. At that moment, Count Zaman, Simon, and Pierre had reached the city gate. Looking outside, they saw a swarm of spiders approaching. Count Zaman asked in a panic, "Where did they come from?" Simon just kept muttering, "Spiders?" Then, Simon turned, clapped Count Zaman on the shoulder cheerfully, and said, "Calm down. Open the gate. Let me go out and see what's going on." This made the Count jump in fear and try to stop him. "That's too dangerous." Simon smiled confidently and replied, "It's fine. I may be a first year, but I'm still a necromancer." At the same time, Yves was looking up at where Simon was standing. After Simon Polentia went down through the city gate, he walked up to the spiders and asked, "Why have you come here, Yves?" Yves just looked at Simon seriously and said, "Simon Polentia, son of the late Commander Richard Polentia. Yves wishes to serve you." Hearing this, Simon froze. At that moment, Yves suddenly dropped to one knee, placed a clenched fist over her chest, closed her eyes, and said, "Therefore, please give me the chance to join your legion and be tested once." After Simon agreed to Yves's proposal, he laid out some conditions. "Yves, I have a few conditions if you want to join my battalion. First, you are not to kill anyone without my permission. If you need to drain fluids, then hunt monsters." At the same time, Count Zaman was gathering everyone and announcing, "Kizen has sent us a necromancer. Thanks to him, all the misfortunes that have befallen us have been resolved." Then he shouted joyfully, "Now all we need to do is welcome the Crown Prince." Hearing this, all the citizens cheered with delight. From a high vantage point, Simon watched and continued, "Second, you are not to harm those close to me in any way. And third," Simon Polentia turned to look straight at Yves and concluded, "You must obey me at all costs." Yves looked at the proud young man before her and sighed to herself, "Here I am again, walking into hell of my own accord. This boy is truly troublesome and restrictive. Only a future of suffering awaits me." An image of Simon unhesitatingly rushing forward to block a fatal blow for her appeared in Yves's mind. A smile appeared on her lips as she resolved in her heart, "But even if I had another chance, I would surely make the same choice." Yves bowed her head respectfully, placed her hand on her chest, and swore an oath, I can endure anything as long as I am with you, my lord. You may bind me however you wish. My body and soul belong to you. Behind them, Pierre saw Eve's lovesick expression and shook his head in exasperation. She's totally smitten with him. Meanwhile, Eves continued with her own condition. I offer this absolute loyalty in exchange for only one thing. Simon asked curiously, what do you want? Suddenly, Eves looked up. Her face, which had been pale, was now flushed with a vibrant blush. She looked at Simon and said earnestly, your love. Then, as if she couldn't hold back any longer, Eves quickly grabbed Simon's hand and pleaded, I will do anything you want. But I won't force you. Just treating me kindly like this is enough. Simon replied hesitantly, flustered, I understand. Inside, he was screaming, it's good that she's willing to submit, but acting like this is so awkward. Hearing his answer, Eves was overjoyed. Without hesitation, she pulled Simon's hand and pressed it against her two large, white mounds, asking radiantly, then shall we sign the contract? Simon, feeling the soft sensation, stammered, wait. You're too close. Then, Simon squeezed his eyes shut, mumbled something, and placed his hand on Eve's chest. Done. After that, Eves began to perform the contract signing with Simon. Eves looked at Simon's blushing, shy face with his eyes squeezed shut, and thought happily to herself, how can he be so cute? After the contract procedure was complete, Pierre turned to Eves to welcome her. Welcome back to the battalion, Eves. Eves was still looking fondly at her own hand, unable to adjust. It's been a long time since I've been bound by a contract. Then, Eves suddenly looked at Pierre, pouted, and judged, but you're really weak. You've gotten weaker. Is it because you're being influenced by the commander? These words were like sharp arrows, piercing Simon's self-esteem. Then, Eve suddenly closed her eyes, placed a hand on her chest, and sighed. But still, the dark energy warms me and calms my mind. Hearing this, Simon said loudly in embarrassment, let's go. Ellen is waiting for us. Eves heard this and quickly sidled up to him, asking, Commander, did I hurt you? Then I shall soothe your wounded heart. Hearing this, Simon shouted in panic, that's not necessary. At that moment, Ellenzahl saw Simon approaching and called out happily, are you done with your discussion? Simon smiled and replied, thank you, Ellen. Being thanked, Ellen beamed like a flower and asked, so? How was my acting? It seems like everyone bought it. Simon agreed, it was perfect. Look at this. He then touched the storage ring on his finger. Simon pulled out a wooden crate containing several sacks of gold. Simon exclaimed, you really got a lot of money from them. Pierre looked at the gold bags, pouted, and scoffed. What do you mean, a lot? This is much less than I expected. Ellen heard this, clicked her tongue, and reluctantly retorted, no way. 500 gold coins is 10 times the original reward. Simon took out a small bag of gold, handed it to Ellen, and said, this is your share. Hearing the clinking of coins, Ellen's eyes widened. She pointed to herself and asked doubtfully, for me? Simon held the bag of money, looked at Ellen, and said cheerfully, don't you need to support your family? Take this and take care of them. Holding the bag of money, Ellen was so moved she was on the verge of tears. She looked at Simon and said with a trembling voice, thank you so much. I will never forget your kindness. Simon smiled and replied, it's nothing. So, are you planning to return to the Sacred Federation? Ellen blushed, then said in a determined voice, I'm planning to return to a place called Loran. If you ever have a chance to visit the Sacred Federation, come find me. I'll show you around. Simon immediately replied, really? Thank you. Then, Simon looked at Ellen with a very fake smile and joked, I hope we don't have to meet on the battlefield next time. This left Ellen speechless. She pouted and said, you're so cold, Simon. Watching Ellen happily wave goodbye, Pierre turned and asked Simon, not only did you let a priestess go, but you also gave her money. Why? Simon replied thoughtfully, as I advance in Kizen, I'll have to take on dark missions, right? So, having connections I can use is a good idea. At this, Pierre put a hand on his chin and let out a surprised, oh. Simon continued, and if I give her a little money, she'll be a perfect ally, won't she? Pierre replied, and you bought her trust with money. Simon nodded, then asked with some disbelief, I thought you would understand. Nearby, Eves looked at Simon with eyes full of both adoration and worship, exclaiming, Commander, you're the best. Pierre found this a bit strange. Oh, for heaven's sake. Looking at what you do, I'm not sure if you're a good person or a bad one. Simon lowered his head, his eyes filled with complex thoughts. He said, is that really necessary? Half of my blood is that of a priest. I don't want to hate someone just because they're a priest, and there's no reason to do so. So, measuring things like that is pointless. All I need to do is achieve what I need to. Hearing these rather profound words, both Pierre and Yves widened their eyes at Simon. Pierre was a little stunned, then said, I see. It's going to take me quite a while to understand what kind of person you are. In response, Simon just gave a gentle, meaningful smile. Pierre then asked, so, the mission's complete. Shall we head back? Simon shook his head and said, there's still plenty of time. I think I'll do a little training before we go back. It's hard to use the battalion's full power at Kizen. Pierre nodded and said, good idea. So, let's learn from Yves this time. This surprised both Yves and Simon. Simon asked again from Yves. Suddenly, Yves realized and said, you mean my little ones? Seeing them currently sneaking and crawling closer, Yves agreed. That's a good idea. Now that you are my new master and commander, you should know how to control these babies. Yves stood up confidently and said, then I will teach you the basics of the undead spiders. Hearing this, Simon immediately turned his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and exclaimed, a new skill? From you? Yves began to explain, the main ability of the undead spiders is their silk. It's a restraining skill, and it's also a movement skill. Yves pointed to the spiders crawling on the ground and said, now then, Commander, make these spiders shoot their silk at a tree. Simon closed his eyes and used his thoughts to control them. Spider silk. Immediately, 2 spiders shot out white silk, which stuck firmly to the tree trunk. Yves said with satisfaction, very good. Then, Yves continued to instruct, restrain the opponent and prevent them from moving. Or, move faster than them and use your poison fangs to bite them. These 2 are the most basic skills related to controlling undead spiders. Simon nodded excitedly and replied, I understand. Yves said, well then. But before she could finish, a rustling sound came from behind them. Yves turned to see 2 orcs and said gleefully, there are targets over there. Would you like to try these skills on those orcs? Simon quickly replied, sure. The spiders stealthily crawled onto the tree branches. Then Simon shouted. Immediately, the 2 spiders shot out a web that pierced through the orcs, causing them to cry out in panic. Seizing the opportunity, Simon quickly shouted. Receiving the command, the spiders immediately leaped forward and charged at the orcs. Simon ordered, keep shooting. The spiders went full throttle, covering the orcs completely and preventing them from counterattacking. At that moment, the spiders quickly jumped onto the orcs, on their faces, and then bared their fangs, sinking them into the orcs' flesh, causing them to scream in pain and collapse. Simon cheered excitedly success. Beside him, Yves clapped continuously, praising Simon. That was amazing. Your control is excellent, even though this is your first time. Simon replied, it's just the basic skills. Suddenly, the growling of the orcs was heard again. Yves heard it, clicked her tongue, and said, oh dear. It seems there's an orc nest nearby. Yves leaned closer to Simon, winked playfully at him, and said, I think this is a great place to showcase the skills of the Spider Legion. Would you like to show them the power of the Spider Legion? Simon thought for a moment. Then he smiled brightly and replied, with an opportunity like this, let's do something worthy of those 500 gold coins, shall we? After agreeing to an all-out attack, Simon Polentia began to charge in and give orders. Take care of the boss at your 1 o'clock, Yves. Block all escape routes with your undead spiders. Following Simon's command, Pierre charged in, slaughtering the orcs and attacking the boss. The spiders shot silk to hinder and block the orcs' escape. Leading the legion, assessing the battlefield, predicting the enemy's movements, and ambushing them to seize victory. Simon excitedly clenched his fist and thought to himself, this is what it feels like to be a leader. This is the true meaning of being a necromancer. Yves smiled brightly again, applauding Simon's victory. We won thanks to your brilliant leadership, Commander. Simon smiled modestly and replied, I didn't do anything. It was all thanks to you and Pierre. Suddenly, upon hearing this, Yves jumped as if struck by lightning, startled. With her large, sparkling eyes, Yves excitedly grabbed Simon's hand and asked, what did you just call me? Simon replied reluctantly, Eves. Immediately, Eves cried out in delight, her whole body trembling as she gasped, "You just gave me a nickname. I feel like the happiest person in the world." Standing beside her, Simon's face darkened as he sighed internally. "I just shortened her name because it was too long. But she seems happy, so I probably don't need to tell her the truth." Just then, Pierre suddenly spoke up. "Now then, kid. It's your turn." Pierre pointed to the messy pile of orc corpses and said, "Turn all of them into skeletons." Pierre thought about the prospect of having an orc undead legion, and a thrill of excitement ran through him. Pierre exclaimed, "With this many orcs, our legion will become much stronger." But wait a minute. Simon stood obediently in the corner, raising his hand to speak. "Wait, Pierre, you forgot something important. I still haven't learned the dark magic to resurrect the dead. It's taught in the higher level classes." This truly shattered Pierre's dream, making him feel a little dead inside. Pierre was in agony. Pierre collapsed. Pierre clutched his head in disappointment and cried out, "Damn it. I mean, you're still in the first class, aren't you?" Eves quickly said, "Don't be so disappointed, Pierre. We can still sell these corpses for money. And that gives me an idea, Commander." Simon smiled happily and asked, "All right, what is it?" Eves winked playfully again and suggested, "It would be a waste to just throw these orcs away. So why don't we send a letter to the Lord and sell them?" After Simon wrote the letter, he quickly received a reply. In the letter, Count Zaman said, "Those orcs must have caused a lot of damage to the crops. Count Zaman, as the Lord of Anis, will make this an official request and give Simon a reward." In addition, Simon also read that Count Zaman would send the reward along with the money from the sale soon. Pierre, who was being squeezed with Eves and the spiders in the subdimension, replied, "I see. That's good news. But hey, kid, how much further to the ruins?" Pierre couldn't stand being squeezed anymore. Looking at the dark and tiny space, Pierre whined, "It's so cramped in here." Suddenly, a high-pitched voice called out, "Simon." It turned out to be Camabarez. As soon as she saw Simon, she happily waved and called out, "Simon, I'm so glad to see you're safe." Simon greeted her back, "Cammy." Camabarez approached Simon, her face red with shyness, and said, "I was so worried when I heard you took on a difficult mission." Simon replied politely, "I was just lucky." Then Simon asked, "Are you heading somewhere?" Camabarez said cheerfully, "To the library. I'm planning to study with Melon today. Do you want to come with us, Simon?" Eves, sitting in the subdimension, suddenly pouted, her expression souring with displeasure. Outside, Simon and Camabarez were still chatting excitedly. Simon declined Cammy's invitation and said, "I'll join you next time. I have somewhere I need to be right now." Camabarez replied casually, "Okay. See you tomorrow." Simon stood waving, "See you tomorrow." Just then, Eve suddenly emerged. Then, with sharp, cold eyes and a voice from the 18th level of hell, Eve asked, "Commander, who was that girl?" Simon was so scared, he almost jumped out of his skin. He shouted in panic, You startled me." Then Simon turned to explain, "She's just a classmate of mine." Clearly, this answer didn't satisfy Eve at all. Her angry face, with veins popping, and her death glare continued to question him. For just a classmate, she had a rather provocative look when she looked at you. "Of course, I still remember my oath, so I won't touch her. I'll wait quietly at the ruins with Pierre. But I still feel very annoyed about that girl." Simon saw her genuine anger and didn't dare to say anything more. "All right, I'm glad you still remember your oath." Suddenly, Eves put on a shy and gentle act, "And I am but a humble subordinate of yours, Commander. You may command me as you please." Hearing this, Simon reluctantly waved his hand as a signal. "All right, can you go back to the subdimension? I know this is a secluded place, but people might still pass by." Eves disagreed and said, "If that's the problem, then why don't I do this?" Then Eves turned around with a poof. The appearance of the Spider Queen was gone, replaced by a Kizen uniform. She looked extremely beautiful and adorable. Eves excitedly spun around for Simon to see and asked, "How do I look? I look just like a Kizen student, right?" Simon just felt very, very helpless and said, "You're wearing spider silk, not clothes, right?" Eves replied, "This is top quality stuff. If you have any small errands inside or outside Kizen, just summon me." Hearing this, Simon said in a panic, "How can I do that? I heard there are all sorts of surveillance magic around Kizen." Eve smiled casually, wagged her finger, and said, Don't worry, Commander. Eves placed a hand on her chest, extremely confident. Not only can I change my appearance, but I also have my own stealth skill that can evade that surveillance magic. Hearing this made Simon exclaim in interest. Eves added, of course, my Spider Legion are also experts at ambushing enemies, so you can use them in my place in emergencies. This made Simon happy, but not Pierre. Pierre was currently enduring spiders crawling all over his face in a subdimension as small as a nostril. Outside, Simon was still thinking about Eves' ability. It's a good thing I recruited Eves into the Legion. She'll be very useful in many situations. Eves looked at Simon slyly and said, if you don't like this look, how about this? Then, with another poof, Eves was gone. The person in front of Simon had turned into Camabarez. Simon exclaimed in alarm, you look exactly like Cammy. You can shapeshift too? Eves didn't answer right away. She cleared her throat a few times, ahem, ahem. After preparing thoroughly, Eves turned to look at Simon and, in Cammy's voice, cried out, Simon, Simon, I'm so glad to see you're safe. Eves jumped and hugged Simon's arm, saying coquettishly, I was so worried when I heard you took on a difficult mission. Simon felt both embarrassed and weird. What is this? A girl is hugging me. Simon shouted, not only do you look exactly like her, you sound just like Cammy too. That's enough. I've seen how amazing your skills are. Eves didn't stop, hugging Simon even tighter and saying, but I'm afraid Simon might be hurt. I have to check for any injuries myself. Simon was blushing beet red, stammering, stop. Stop it. Change back to your original form. Right now? Eves playfully refused to change back, still clinging to Simon and teasing. How is it? You can experience all sorts of pleasures with this skill of mine. I really hope that day comes soon. Simon got annoyed and yelled, I told you I don't need pleasures like that. While these two were busy teasing each other, Pierre couldn't take it anymore. He roared, damn it. Stop chatting and get us to the ruins already, you idiots. The chirping of these spiders is driving me crazy. Only then did Simon remember and reply, right? I almost forgot about you, Pierre. Simon turned to Eves and said, let's hurry. The girl finally got serious and replied. After walking for a while, the three of them reached the ruins. Pierre stretched, his bones cracking, and said, we're finally here. Simon looked around and said, now we should do a little house cleaning. Huh? Simon turned to Eves and asked, we have about 30 undead spiders right now, don't we? Eves replied. At that moment, the skeletons and the undead spiders started to high-five and get acquainted. Pierre pointed at Simon and complained, so now we only have two ways to add manpower. Either increase the number of undead spiders, or you have to learn that resurrection skill immediately. It's one or the other. This gave Simon a headache. Simon turned to Eves for help. First of all, how do you get more spiders? Do we need to go off the continent to catch them? Eves heard this and replied with a deadpan face, no, I'm the spider queen, so I just need to lay more eggs. Simon heard this and was like, what the hell? What in the world? He quickly looked at Eves and asked again, what? Eves smiled like a flower and replied, I just need to lay more eggs. Then, Eves acted shy and slowly lifted her skirt, saying, if you're curious, you're always welcome to watch. As for Simon, he was both scared and embarrassed, quickly turning away and shouting in panic, I don't need to see that. Eves still tried to persuade him, but it's a really rare opportunity. Simon yelled, why would anyone want to see that? Seeing the two of them pushing and pulling, making eyes at each other, Pierre stood aside, clicked his tongue, and said, Eves is too provocative for a boy his age. Don't you guys think so? Immediately, the skeletons and undead spiders nodded vigorously in agreement. After calming down, Simon said, anyway, so, Eves will give birth to more spiders. Saying this, Simon felt a headache coming on. And what else do we need? Suddenly, Simon remembered something and turned to ask Eves. Eves, I have a question. Eves replied innocently, yes, Commander. Simon looked at Eves seriously and asked hesitantly, I was wondering, can you also turn into a priestess? Eves was surprised by the question and asked back, you mean a priestess of the Sacred Federation? Simon nodded and replied, it's about what happened not long ago in this forest. Eves nodded and said, I see. So that's why you want me to disguise myself as a priestess. Simon asked, can you do it? Eves was a bit pensive, thought for a moment, and replied, I can, but I think I should release the undead spiders first. No matter how perfect my disguise is, it won't be any use if the opponent is a real priestess. Hearing this, Simon was curious. Why? Is there a problem? Eves explained. Those who use divine power have a special skill and can quickly detect the undead. Even if I can hide the fact that I don't use divine power, I can't stop them from detecting me. Simon replied, You don't have to worry. That priestess infiltrated while carrying a core inside her body. Hearing this, Eves was stunned, unable to believe her ears, and asked again, With a core? Eves deduced, I don't know what that person's purpose is, but I can see that their determination is quite strong. Pierre also spoke up. Not only that, but their ability to use dark energy is almost on par with a professor's. Eves thought, well, with a core inside their body, they won't be able to use divine power. I guess they've also lost the ability to detect the undead. If that's the case, I think I can give it a try. I'll release the spiders to monitor the forest and find out about the appearance and behavior of that high-ranking priestess myself. If the undead spiders find the priestess, they will report to you immediately, Commander. Simon praised, Excellent. Eves looked at Simon and assured him, Please leave this to me. Simon smiled and said, I'm counting on you. Simon looked at everyone in the class, chatting cheerfully, and thought, Everyone looks happier than before. Is it because of the mission? It's been almost a week since we last saw each other, so? Suddenly, Simon called out, Melon. This startled Melon. The girls around her laughed and teased. Good luck. This made Melon shout, Hey. Simon, however, didn't understand what was going on. After Melon came over, Simon immediately greeted her. Long time no see, Melon. Melon sighed and said, You're really shameless. This made Simon exclaim in confusion. Huh? Melon looked at Simon's clueless face, thought for a moment, and said, Oh, wait. Maybe you're just slow. This made Simon stammer. Is something wrong? Melon clicked her tongue and held out a cute pink cake box in front of Simon, saying, Never mind. Simon cheered happily for me. As Melon sat down, she said, It's just because we're in the same group. Don't get the wrong idea. Simon nodded and said, But why are you suddenly giving me a cake? Simon curiously turned to look at Melon and said, It's not my birthday today. Melon replied, It's gift-giving day, don't you know? Simon asked, What's that? Melon was so exasperated she was at a loss for words. The day girls give cakes to boys. Simon stammered, Oh, right. Thank you. You're so thoughtful. Hearing this, Melon's cheeks turned pink, but she still acted proud, crossing her arms and saying, Not at all. I just took pity on you. If I didn't give you one, you and Dick wouldn't get any cakes. But as soon as Melon finished speaking, a group of girls brought cakes to Simon, smiling and saying, Hi, Simon. This is a lemon cake. Please accept it. I brought some black tea cake. Thanks for guiding me in the combat magic class. Simon also smiled happily and replied, Thank you, everyone. I'm happy to help. The cakes look delicious. I'll eat them later. The girls said shyly, of course. After everyone had dispersed, Melon, sitting beside him, glared at Simon and said sarcastically, I thought you were so popular, but people only come to thank you. Huh? Just then, a clear voice called out, Simon. The person who arrived was Camabarez, looking cute with a cake box almost as long as she was. Cammy looked at Simon and smiled brightly. Good morning, Simon. Camabarez struggled to place the cake box on Simon's desk and said shyly, Thank you so much for taking care of me. There. I hope we can be good friends from now until the end of the semester. After speaking, Cammy bowed deeply and shouted, Please accept it. This made Simon call out in a panic, Cammy. Both Simon and Melon were stunned by the size of the cake box Cammy brought. Melon asked, Did you make this cake yourself? It's amazing. Camabarez quickly waved her hands and stammered, No, I didn't make it myself. How could I? I bought it at Rose's. Cammy bowed her head and hastily explained, I just added the decorations on top. Simon looked at Cammy like that and thought with emotion, Gift-giving day is just like any other day, but she tried so hard for me. Simon stood up and called, Hey, Cammy. Then he took out a handkerchief. He walked over to Cammy and wiped the cake cream still on her face, saying gently, You have something here. That one action was enough to make Cammy's face turn as red as a boiled shrimp. She was so flustered she started talking nonsense. Then, Cammy was so embarrassed that she slammed the cake box flat against Simon's face and shouted, Thank you, Simon. The next day, Cammy ran out of the classroom like the wind, amidst Simon's loud calls and the shock of Dick, who had just walked in. Simon, seeing Kamibare's reaction, was completely confused. His cheek, where the cake box had hit him, was red and swollen. He said in pain, "What's wrong with her all of a sudden?" Only Melon understood what was happening. She put her hand to her forehead and sighed. "Oh, for heaven's sake." Simon curiously turned to ask Melon, "She'll come back before class starts, right?" Melon replied lazily, "Probably." Dick had just walked up and asked loudly, "Hey, is anyone sitting next to you?" Simon smiled and raised his hand. "This spot is free. Come on over." Simon quickly said, "No wonder everyone is so lively. It's not just because they haven't seen each other in a week, but also because of gift-giving day." Melon smiled with interest, turned to Simon, and said, "But on gift-giving day, we have a very interesting statue. Have you seen it?" Simon was surprised and asked back, "What statue looks interesting?" Melon pointed and laughed with delight. "Look over there. A birthday party hat, but with a heart pattern. Oh my God, I thought it was someone else, but it's that guy with a face so grim it looks like he's about to fight someone. A complete contrast to the cute gifts next to him." Simon sighed, "Oh wow. He must be having a hard time." Dick and Melon thought the opposite. They both smiled slyly and said, "Serves him right." Then, Melon suddenly returned to the topic with Simon. "Simon, be honest. You didn't know today was gift-giving day, did you?" This made Simon jump in guilt. Simon looked at Melon a bit shyly and asked, "Is it that obvious?" Melon sighed and said, "A little. Don't forget you're at an academy. I know you're from the countryside and not used to this stuff, but you should still try to learn about current events and trends. Our teammates will understand, but others won't. Because the competition here is fierce, they won't miss an opportunity to drag you down." Simon replied, "Thanks for the advice." Then Simon asked curiously, "Are there any other occasions like this, Melon? If there's a day for girls to give gifts to boys, there must be a day for boys to give gifts back, right?" Melon nodded and smiled. "Of course there is. Next is Jewelry Day." Simon's face fell, thinking of all the expensive diamonds and gems. He said in horror, "That's not fair at all." Melon found it funny and quickly explained, "Of course, you don't have to give real gems." Melon laughed heartily, patting Simon on the back and saying, "You can just give toys or cheap rings." "Oh, but I won't stop you from giving me real jewelry." This left Simon feeling confused and stiff. Melon even slyly winked at Simon and said excitedly, "I'm really looking forward to that day, Simon." Simon could only scream internally, "It's so unfair." A little later, it was time for class. Professor Jane Olivia stood sternly at the podium and said, "I have received reports that all students of Class A have returned safely to Kizen. As your guiding professor, I am quite satisfied." Professor Jane picked up a piece of chalk and said, "I will begin with the first announcement. Starting this week, you will undergo combat evaluations." Hearing this, Simon was curious. Combat evaluations? Dick, next to him, had already turned pale. Professor Jane's voice continued steadily. "The evaluations will be held throughout the first semester. The rules are very simple. You will fight one-on-one with other first-year students. All 14 classes at Kizen will be your opponents. The winner will move up to a higher tier, while the loser will move down to a lower tier. The ratio for the upper, middle, and lower tiers is 30%, with the bottom tier having the remaining 10%. Each week, the tiers will be refreshed, and your movement up or down will be based on whether you win or lose. And each tier will have a different point value. You can gain or lose points depending on the battles. For example, the number of points you lose in a higher tier will be more than the number of points you win in a lower tier. In other words, you should issue challenges with the goal of advancing to a higher tier at all costs. And the students in the bottom tier by the end of the first semester will all be expelled. This information caused all the students below to buzz with discussion. Professor Olivia continued, 10% of students will be expelled in the first semester and another 10% in the second semester. So you must think about how to survive with the tricks you have up your sleeves. As the vice principal of Kizen and the guiding professor of Class A, I feel I have done my best. Only our class has gone through the Avalon training and a real battle with the Cyclops. I cannot imagine a class better than the Class A that I am guiding. Although as vice principal I have become the guide for a first-year class, I believe you will not disappoint me." Waiting for Professor Jane to finish, Dick suddenly jumped up, stomped on the desk, raised his hand, and hooped, "Please don't worry, Professor Jane. We will do our best, so you can hold your head high with pride. Melon was startled and quickly tried to stop him. Are you crazy? Sit down. But Dick didn't hear her, his whole body as excited as if he'd drunk a whole bowl of chicken blood. He raised his hand and cheered wildly. Let's go. Come on, Class A. Let's get to it. This series of actions stunned Simon, while Melon quickly covered her face and cried out. This is so embarrassing. Professor Jane saw this, sighed, and called out, Student Dick High. Dick quickly answered, Yes, Professor. Then Professor Jane threw out a sentence, You're the one I'm most worried about. This caused all of Dick's momentum to plummet. He froze, letting out a pained, ah. Professor Jane stood before all the students in the training room and seriously posed a question. Here's a question. Can anyone tell me the difference between the monster battles we've practiced before and this time's individual combat? DM raised his hand eagerly to answer. Yes, Professor. We made a plan and attacked the monsters, but in this battle, the opponent can also make a plan. Vice Principal Jane nodded slightly. Any other opinions? Hector also eagerly raised his hand. Unlike fighting monsters, in individual combat, we will be limited in our use of dark magic. The professor requested, Can you be more specific? Everyone looked intently at Hector. He answered while glancing back at the others. Skills that require a long casting time, skills that are easily detected or cast slowly, and trap-like magic circles set on the ground will rarely be effective in individual combat. Therefore, their use will be restricted. Similarly, the main character was a bit worried because it was clear Hector was targeting him as he continued his presentation. Summoning skills from the summoning major will also be ineffective in individual duels. Dick, standing behind Simon, felt annoyed hearing Hector's answers. The strategy to defeat a summoner is obvious. And unlike monsters with low intelligence, humans can dodge summoned creatures and directly attack the summoner. Professor Jane was satisfied with the good answer. The professor reiterated, the most important point has been mentioned. As Hector just said, some specializations may be very difficult to apply to achieve good results. However, there are skills that may not be the best in individual combat, but can still become extremely powerful weapons depending on how you use them. The talismans that Dick often uses are a good example. Dick was surprised and pointed to himself when the professor mentioned him. Everyone else looked as well. Professor Jane explained, if you simply approach an opponent with talismans, it would be the easiest way to fight against a student specializing in combat magic. Because they have to get close to fight, you can very easily land an attack on them. But if you have to face a student from the Necromancy major who specializes in long-range attacks, you will lose immediately. Dick imagined easily attacking a combat magic student while having to hide behind a rock to dodge attacks from a Necromancy student and thought to himself, I can't even get close to her. The professor suggested you will get a good result if you recognize your strengths and weaknesses and learn to compensate for those shortcomings. Everyone had also realized, so a Necromancy student should prepare to fight against close combat students. Professor Jane announced, now you will practice individually and review your strengths. When you practice combat, remember to wear protective gear. During practice, think about what kind of dark magic would be effective in individual combat. You can ask the teaching assistant. A female TA with long brown hair, a black headband, and green eyes. The professor declared, then let's begin. Melon and Kami put on their protective gear and discussed their strategy together. Melon said, then let me shoot a dark arrow first. Dick agreed. Another group was also discussing over a piece of paper with a magic circle drawn on it. Adjust this part, one person said. The other person held a brush and made a mark. While everyone was talking and working in groups, Simon sat huddled in a corner, looking at everyone. He crossed his arms and thought deeply. As Hector said, summoning is very disadvantageous in individual combat. So how can I get a high score using summoning? The main character thought, I could easily win if I used the battalion, but I can't do that in class. So all I can use are the 3 summoned skeletons. But skeletons are very slow, so it will be very difficult for them to keep up with a human speed. He imagined Pierre and the skeletons he could summon. Simon leaned his head against the wooden panel behind him and sighed. The more I think about it, the more I feel like I'm going to lose. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. It seems you have a lot of ideas. It was the female TA. Simon realized she had been standing next to him all this time. She shared with a smile, haha, if you have any problems, feel free to ask me. I've been at Kizen for almost 2 years, so maybe I can be of some help to you. Simon sat up excitedly. I'm just worried about how to fight in individual combat. My specialization is summoning. The TA raised her hand and said, in my experience, trying is better than just sitting and thinking. The main character was stunned and replied. A piece of protective gear was thrown towards the main character. The TA encouraged, try it on. Simon caught it with both hands. The TA winked at Simon. I'll be your opponent. She asked, you know about the barrier gauge, right? Simon put on the gear and walked towards the TA. Professor Jane explained it last time. The TA praised, then there's no need to worry. I'll only use level 1 dark magic. Are you ready? The TA asked. The main character clenched his fists. The skeletons were summoned. He was ready. The TA smiled, spreading her hand. Tiny blue magic particles gradually appeared, forming magic circles. Well then, come at me. The skeletons charged towards the TA. She shouted. Dark matter fragments were drawn towards her. Black arrows gradually appeared from the magic circles. That spell is Dark Arrow. Simon realized. This is a skill that most level 1 magic students use for long-range combat. You must have paid close attention in dark arts class. Huh? The TA said with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the dark arrows were still forming. Simon thought to himself, she really is only going to use skills that a level 1 magic student can use. At the same time, he gave an order to the skeletons. Both of you advance. Protect the other one. The skeleton in front used its body to block the fast-approaching dark arrows. The sound of cracking, shattering bones echoed. The remaining skeleton charged towards the TA. She was slightly surprised. You can control all 3 at once? The TA focused magic into her fist, saying, for a first-level student, you're pretty good. She threw a very powerful punch straight at the skeleton. The skeleton shattered. She smiled faintly. The skeleton crumbled into pieces. Simon was stunned speechless. The TA continued to create another magic circle, asking, do you have time to be surprised like that? The wind picked up. A stream of black energy appeared from the magic circle and wrapped around Simon. He didn't understand what was happening. By the time he felt a sense of exhaustion, Simon understood. A depletion spell. No wonder she's a TA. Even though she's only using basic skills, I can still see that she's very experienced. The TA walked step by step towards Simon, who was kneeling due to the depletion spell, and said, now that I've gotten rid of the creatures, and even cast a depletion spell on the summoner. She laughed loudly, focusing magic into her hand, intending to land a punch. This is a very good opportunity to take you down. At this very moment, Simon saw an opportunity. He focused magic into his leg. He raised his leg high and kicked towards the TA. She quickly noticed the incoming attack, but couldn't help but be surprised. He's not defending. A loud explosion echoed through the training room, sending a shockwave towards the students, startling all of them. But attacking instead? The TA was stunned. Simon was surprised. I remember kicking, but why does it feel like I didn't kick anything? The dust billowed up. It turned out the TA had moved far away from the main character's position. I'm sorry. At this point, Simon still didn't understand what was happening. I said I would only use basic dark magic, but I accidentally used Spiritix. Let's stop the fight here. A magic circle was still on her hand. She laughed awkwardly and scratched her head. Simon was just as awkward. Ah, yes. Thank you. Imagining being defeated by Simon. That was crazy. The TA thought to herself. If I hadn't used Spiritix, I probably would have been done for. A bit embarrassed, she cleared her throat and said smoothly, first, let me explain why we're sparring. The TA said, people who don't know their own strength like you often find the answer when pushed to their limits. The thing you rely on in the most dangerous and crucial moments. Simon seemed to have discovered something. In your case, logically, you started with summoning. But when you got anxious, you immediately switched to combat magic without any hesitation. Not only that, but you also strengthened your body for close combat when you sent the skeletons into battle, right? She crossed her arms and explained in detail. Although you didn't know if I would fight long range or close range to defeat you, you still instinctively prepared for close combat. Am I right? Simon heard this and answered hesitantly, yes. She patted Simon's shoulder, smiled, and said, you don't need to come to a conclusion right away, but you also don't need to give up when you have both talent and skills like that. You still have plenty of time, so just think about it slowly. If I were you, I'd choose combat magic. Good luck. The TA wished him well. Thank you. Simon thanked her, but his heart was still in turmoil. The main character recalled Hector's words. Summoning skills will also be ineffective in individual duels. The TA's words. In your case, logically, you started with summoning. But when you got anxious, you immediately switched to combat magic without any hesitation. Finally, he asked himself, is fighting with summoning really that hard? A piece of protective gear was thrown by someone, sliding across the floor towards him. Simon Polentia. His name was called. What's going on? Hector stared at Simon, already wearing his protective gear, and said, put it on. Let's practice. In the distance, a classmate worried about what was about to happen. In a corner of the training room, laughter was heard. Why can't you land a single hit on me? Let me tell you, I'm just going easy on you. Melon sneered, who are you kidding? I'm only using basic spells, and you can't even move. Dick was embarrassed and turned his face away. A loud noise echoed. Melon was startled and turned her head, wondering what just happened. Melon saw Simon and the TA talking after the thin layer of dust settled. That sound. I didn't realize he was fighting the TA. It seems like they're done practicing. Do you think he won? I'm not sure. I couldn't see the barrier gauge clearly either. Simon bowed his head to the TA. She sighed. He probably lost. It's hard to win against a TA. Melon watched Simon from afar. Melon realized Hector intended to challenge Simon. Immediately, she clenched her fist and turned sharply in that direction. Dick watched with apprehension. Melon. Simon Polentia. Hector called the main character's name, throwing the protective gear and challenging him. Put it on. Let's spar. For a moment, Simon didn't know how to answer. Another piece of gear was thrown towards Hector with a displeased remark. Why don't you go cause trouble somewhere else? Simon turned away indifferently, leaving only one sentence behind. I'm not in the mood. Hector was furious, gritting his teeth. You bastard. Melon suddenly appeared between Simon and Hector, telling Hector to stop. This is none of your business. Hector said, only you think so. What do you think you're doing? Acting like a child. If you keep bullying others like this, I'll report you to the professor. Melon threatened sharply. Dick and Camille watched Melon from afar with admiration. A sinister smile. You're just a stand-in for Sun. Anger enveloped Melon. She clenched her fists, her mood sinking. Camille was worried for Melon. Dick spoke up. How dare you say that? The other students also tried to intervene. Hey, Hector, take that back. I know you're angry, but that's... Melon was silent. Suddenly, a blazing red dark fire magic circle formed on her right hand. The speed was incredible, with streams of magic power flowing out. She gritted her teeth in anger. Melon, stop, Simon shouted, reaching for the magic circle she was casting. A young man with white hair walked over and asked, what's going on? Dick and Cammy turned their heads and recognized him. It's the TA. Immediately, Hector bowed his head to the TA and admitted fault. It's nothing, sir. Sorry for causing a disturbance. In another corner, Simon had managed to grab Melon's hand. He said angrily, that bastard. He always pretends to be well-behaved in front of the TAs and professors. Melon didn't care, speaking up, let's go. A scolding voice rang out. Good grief, both of you. Consider this a warning. You almost did something Professor Jane hates the most. Melon bowed her head. I'm sorry. Melon still hadn't gotten over her anger, but had to hold it in. Then get back to training. Dick looked annoyed. Damn it. That bastard. He should know what not to say. Cammy walked over to check on her. Melon, are you okay? Melon was flustered. Sorry, I just lost my cool for a bit. Simon seemed to disagree. Melon. She didn't let the main character finish. By the way, Simon, my hand. When are you going to let go of my hand? Only then did Simon realize with embarrassment that he was still holding Melon's hand. Melon raised her hand to rub her head and apologized. I was in a hurry, so? Even so, you're really crazy. She worriedly held Simon's reddened hand, full of scratches, turning it over and over. Why would you grab a dark fire magic circle with your bare hands? Look at this. You've burned yourself. Only then did Simon realize his hand was injured. Melon turned her head and said to her two friends, Cammy, I'm taking him to the infirmary. They said their goodbyes. See you later. See you later. In the infirmary, Simon was sitting on a hospital bed. Melon sat on a wooden chair next to the bed, carefully wrapping a bandage around her friend's hand. Melon asked curiously, you grabbed my hand just now. Why did you do that? Simon answered calmly and slowly. You would have been in trouble if the TA found out you were about to use magic. Although Hector was wearing protective gear, he wasn't wearing it properly, Simon said. Melon bowed her head in thought, her hand still fiddling with the bandage on Simon's hand. And what Hector just said. She remembered Melon's angry face when she heard Hector say she was just a stand-in for Sun. Simon confessed, I don't understand. But that was something he shouldn't have said to you, right? The scene was awkward between the two of them. Melon tried to explain, just now that was... But Simon had already smiled and thanked her. She didn't understand, a little surprised. Simon seemed to understand her question. You stepped in to stop Hector from causing trouble for me. Simon's face lit up. He put his hand on his chest. You almost fought him, but I stopped you. So we're even. Melon was embarrassed, clasping her hands between her thighs, the tips of her shoes touching. Good grief. That's your biggest problem. Simon was also surprised. What? Melon jumped up, making the chair turn red. Simon was startled, leaning back as she said loudly, You're too nice. You know what? You're so nice it's annoying. But... She placed her hands on Simon's slightly scared shoulders. This time it won't work. Simon was confused. What do you mean? Melon leaned in close, her face flushed, placing both hands on Simon's shoulders. I'm only going to say this once, so listen carefully. Simon still didn't understand what was happening. Melon said each word clearly, Thank you, Simon. The space around them seemed to bloom with flowers. Melon was bright and radiant. Immediately after, Melon rushed out of the room, leaving Simon stunned. He only managed to raise his hand, not even finishing calling her name. The sound of the door slamming echoed. A voice from his collar startled him. Good grief. Listening to you two talk makes me speechless. Like father, like son. It turned out to be Pierre. He squeezed Pierre and told him to be quiet. Somewhere else in the school, Simon met Cammy. He thought, what is Spiritix? I'm not sure either. Simon had asked, but Cammy didn't know either. The two of them sat disappointed on a long red bench. Cammy was worried. Are you okay? What happened to the reserve team in the Spiritix class? The professor taught so fast. Simon forced a smile. But it was painful, in a way I couldn't have imagined. Dick, hearing that, was just as confused. Unimaginable? Simon continued. The Spiritix professor only teaches when we can feel the spirits, right? And we have to be on the reserve team until we can do that. He recalled the Spiritix professor with the head of a wolf shouting, For the Spiritix class, you must feel the spirits. The students below answered, Yes, sir. Professor, no matter how hard I try, I can't feel the spirits. A student raised his hand, helplessly stating his opinion. Professor Quark, feel it. The Spiritix professor gestured, performing some incomprehensible movements that terrified the students. Simon had to cover Cammy's eyes. The teacher said loudly, Just feel it. Don't tell yourself you can't do it. Just feel it. You all lack motivation. Try harder. Put all your energy and heart into the ritual dance. Like this. Like this. Like this. Simon and Cammy recalled with terror. Simon hugged Cammy, who had her face covered with her hands and her head down. But the process of feeling the spirits. I don't want to see that dance again. I feel offended. Cammy whimpered. Simon comforted her. Cammy, you survived. Cammy. Dick and Melon were puzzled. I don't get it at all. Simon asked. What did you guys learn on the training team? Melon answered, offensive spells, of course. All the professors mainly teach how to fight, because the evaluation battle is coming up. Simon and Cammy clasped their hands and prayed fervently. Please, please. Dick looked at his two friends and helplessly comforted them. But hemomancy doesn't require things like feeling spirits like the Spiritix class. So you'll probably learn something useful here, right? An old professor with white hair and a beard, wearing a black hat, one hand behind his back, the other leaning on a cane, walked over. Next to him seemed to be two TAs in uniform, wearing black hats, one male and one female. The professor said, Everyone, gather around. We will begin the class shortly. A few people had already recognized him. It's Professor Silas. The elderly professor placed both hands on his cane, standing solemnly in front of the students, and said, I apologize. I had some personal matters, so our class has to start late. Since we're behind schedule, I'll speed things up. Cammy listened attentively. First of all, hemomancy is a dark magic that uses blood as a medium. Many people think this subject recreates the secret skills of vampires or werewolves. But contrary to popular belief, hemomancy has a long history because blood is the substance with the best compatibility with dark energy. A needle injected into the arm connected to a brown button in the palm via a transparent tube fixed by a strap and tape is the tool for this season. Before we start practicing, beginners will have difficulty drawing blood, so we will use a support tool. We will continue after you have all put on the equipment. Professor Silas created a sphere in his hand with two parts, one dark blue, one red, separate but also intertwined, and instructed, dark energy and blood are quite similar, and necromancers can mix dark energy and blood together to create many magical reactions. In other words, it would be a shame if a necromancer didn't use blood. It will consume your energy, but blood can become the fastest and strongest weapon you have. Cammy showed clear excitement as she listened to him speak, her eyes shining brightly, her hands clasped together. Simon realized, oh right, Cammy is a vampire. The professor announced, today we will explore the properties and characteristics of blood, and use blood bullets in actual combat. Cammy lost all her previous excitement. She was confused when she heard the words, actual combat. After a while, it was Cammy's turn. Next, row 2, get ready. The professor said. Cammy was nervous, trembling a little. Her wings stood on end. She answered with a start. Ah, yes. Simon, from below, encouraged her. Cammy, you can do it. Cammy, though nervous, heard his encouragement. Dick and Melon from afar were cheering enthusiastically. Taking a deep breath, her hands still clasped, her face a little worried but calmer than before. She was ready. At the shooting range, a voice called out, finally, row 6, fire. Bang. Blood was transformed into a bullet and shot quickly towards the target, heading straight for the center. Blood type is AP5. Penetration diameter is 45 millimeters, with 3 targets pierced. The target was distorted after the shot. Professor Silas held the vial containing the blood type, slowly dripping a few drops onto a strangely shaped liquid in his hand. Blood belonging to the AP5 group has the property of contracting when it encounters dark energy. It can condense dark energy to its limit, creating excellent penetration. In fact, it specializes more in construction than in propulsion. Ahem. He continued to drip. The liquid began to change, from a round shape to dissolving. So it's quite useful in assisting dark energy, as well as in forming magic circles. Professor Silas looked at the person in front of him and said, get an AP5 name tag from the TA and come here. Dick Haywood looked at the professor. Yes, professor. From now on, you must wear this name tag before coming to class. Professor Silas held up a blue name tag. In the middle of the name tag was a logo as well as the name AP5. Next group, please line up with row 1 in front. Camabarez Ursula clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes looking forward hesitantly. Camabarez Ursula is ready. Behind her, Dick Haywood and Melon Vian were cheering enthusiastically. Simon looked at her and smiled. As a member of the Ursula family, she is a vampire. Cammy raised her left hand, getting into a ready position, looking forward. Professor Silas looked at Cammy and ordered, fire. Cammy used her right hand to hold her left hand up high in a shooting motion, shouting loudly. The blood bullet shot forward rapidly. A loud explosion. The scene before Cammy's eyes was nothing but fire. Dick Haywood and Melon Vian were stunned, their mouths agape at the scene before them. Blood type is KP1. The penetration diameter cannot be measured. Polentia looked at the scene before him and exclaimed, for targets were destroyed in the explosion. As expected of a vampire. Another person standing next to Polentia said, you can't fight a member of the Ursula family. I'm quite jealous of her bloodline. Ahem. Blood belonging to the KP. One group has the property of exploding when combined with dark energy. In terms of offensive capability, it is the strongest known blood type, and only vampires have it. The people around looked at Cammy with surprised faces, full of admiration. Cammy blushed with embarrassment, her hands touching in front of her chest. Professor Silas looked at Cammy with satisfaction. We'll be seeing each other more often from now on, Camabarez. Hearing this, the girl was extremely excited. Cammy smiled brightly, her face full of eagerness. Why yes. Thank you, Professor. Cammy was happy, elated, her face full of satisfaction as she looked towards Dick Haywood and Melon Vian. Ahem. Did you see that, Melon? Dick and Melon both gave a thumbs up, smiling happily at Cammy. You did great. That was amazing. Professor Silai's voice rang out again. Next, rows 3 and 4, get ready. Fire. Simon smiled. Professor Silai's continued. Next, row 6, get ready. Simon looked at the professor, his left hand raised. Row 6, Simon Polentia, ready. Simon Polentia raised his left hand forward, aiming straight at the target. His finger created a magic circle. From the circle appeared a stream of blue power. The bullet shot straight forward. The bullet flew quickly and then suddenly vanished like a gust of wind. Everyone was stunned. Poof! The bullet was nowhere to be seen. It seemed as if Simon had just shot air. This made the other students who had been observing wonder. What happened? Did that dark magic make the bullet disappear? Simon had a completely helpless expression. Someone shouted, "Look!" in front of the target. It's reappeared. The bullet suddenly appeared and shot straight into the middle of the target board. Boom! A loud explosion. The board shattered into pieces. Simon Polentia looked at the TA. She looked awkwardly at the file in front of her. This is a strange blood type. It's a new type. 2 targets in front and 2 on the left and right were hit. The penetration score is immeasurable. The 2 targets on the side, although not the center of the aim, were also half tattered from the impact of the shot. A blood bullet fired in a fan shape. I've never seen this type before, so I can't explain its properties. The professor said, we will discuss your blood type in the next class. Next, Group 7, get ready. Polentia was flustered, confused. The TA looked at Simon and smiled shyly. I don't have a name tag to give you. I'll give you a new one in the next class. Polentia looked at her and replied, thank you. Hey Simon, what was that? A new type? That's amazing, Simon. Cammy looked at him with great admiration. Simon scratched his head, confused. I'm not sure either. I've never heard of it before. Dick Haywood wondered, voicing his thoughts. It looks pretty cool. It makes you look more special. But doesn't that also mean there won't be any guidance for your case? Melon Vian rested her chin on her hand, her eyes looking forward. Although all magic belongs to hemomancy, they still have different training methods based on their blood type. We don't have any matches either, even among the 4 of us. Dick continued to explain enthusiastically, and in hemomancy, the professor will be the one to guide it. And usually, the TAs will provide specific tips depending on the type. If there are 60 types in the class, they will need 60 TAs. Simon seemed to have understood the problem. So that's why there are so many TAs. Simon looked at everyone and wondered, what's going to happen to me? Melon Vian and the others were deep in thought. Yeah, right. The scene of Polentia's shot reappeared in Professor Silai's memory. That's right. I'm pretty sure about it. Professor Silais rested his chin on his hand as he walked and pondered in the room full of books. The characteristic of Simon Polentia is replication. The moment his blood came into contact with dark energy, the dark energy absorbed it. And the dark energy that absorbed his blood increased in volume and power. The moment the blood bullet looked like it had disappeared, it was actually just the darkness that had absorbed the blood and the bullet became invisible. That was when Simon shot the blood bullet and it suddenly disappeared. And once it reached the target, the damage was obvious. Then the bullet completely destroyed the targets. Professor Silais thought to himself, how interesting. He began his own calculations in his head. Images of Cammy and Simon appeared. The powerful blood of a vampire like Camabarez uses dark energy to increase its volume. But in contrast, Simon Polentia's blood strengthens the dark energy. This is worth studying carefully. Now I understand. He pondered, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. I finally understand why you invested so much in Simon Polentia. The image of Bahil Amaga suddenly appeared in his mind. Professor Silais put down his teacup. What brings you here? Bahil Amaga spoke up. I'm here to make a proposal. Professor Silais asked in surprise, a proposal? Bahil smiled slyly. I have a half-vampire student in Class A that I'm in charge of. But surprisingly, he's thinking of specializing in cursology. Bahil Amaga laughed. The truth is, he has some talent in cursology, but he scored higher in hemomancy on both the most recent test and the entrance exam. He also has an advantage in that field because he was born into a vampire family. Bahil Amaga said while looking towards Professor Silais sitting at his desk. What are you trying to say? Professor Silais picked up his teacup and took a sip. Bahil Amaga continued. I will try to convince him to specialize in hemomancy. I bet he will be a great asset to you in the future. Professor Silas placed his teacup on the table. The atmosphere around him suddenly grew heavy. The professor looked at Bahil Amaga with an icy expression. He frowned and said, still as arrogant as ever, even since you were a student. I know you're part of the Crow organization now, but don't you dare look down on me like that. The professor warned him. Bahil Amaga held up his hands and said with a smile, I apologize if my words were a bit rude. I just wanted to help you as one of your longtime students. If only you hadn't dropped out of hemomancy as soon as the second semester started. The professor said with regret. The tea on the table had gone cold. Bahil made a request. Professor Silas, I only want one thing. Bahil Amaga's expression suddenly changed. He placed his hand on his chest. His face radiated ambition. I want you to give up on recruiting Simon Polentia of Class A, Professor Silas recalled. He sighed. Bahil is acting quite seriously based on his own interests. I should have realized sooner when he told me to give up on a student who intended to specialize in summoning, not even hemomancy. He wanted to take a genius like Simon without me knowing. A TA brought in a cup of coffee with both hands. Professor, here is your coffee. He turned, holding the teacup, and looked at her seriously, saying, Thank you. Come to my office immediately and prepare the registration for my new research. Yes, Professor. What will the topic be? A new blood type. So you're thinking about researching Simon Polentia's blood. I have to hurry before he's taken away. Professor Silas stood up and slammed his hand on the table. Let's just call this new blood type SM-1 for now, and inform all the TAs. We will also join the fight for Simon Polentia. Professor Silas' face was now grim, more serious than ever. In the Cursology lecture hall, Professor Bahil stood at the podium and teased with a smile. Well, you all look so troubled. You must be having a headache over the combat evaluation. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and continued, I understand. Because I also graduated from Kizen. Having to fight against classmates must make you nervous and anxious. Let me show you a few tricks. The whole class was very impressed and listened attentively. I will show this class how to subdue an opponent quickly and safely. Bahil held up 2 fingers and said, I will divide the class into 2 groups. Those who have decided to use dark magic in the evaluation will need an additional supplementary curse. I will teach you the slow spell. You can cast this curse very quickly. Those who mainly use curses, and those who haven't decided which dark magic to use in the evaluation, I will teach you an improved version of the paralysis curse. I personally developed and redesigned both curses, so you can't learn them anywhere else. Everyone was clearly amazed to hear that. Professor Bahil spread his arms and explained in detail with a smile. The slow curse will drain strength from a specific part of the body, including the legs, to restrict movement. You can cast the curse faster and easier than depletion. The new paralysis has a lower effect than the existing paralysis spell, but I've improved it for practical combat, so the casting speed will be faster than the original. Come on, hurry up and line up to learn the skill you want. In his mind, he was paying attention to Simon and thinking to himself, well then, Simon Polentia, a genius like you should learn what suits you best. Bahil looked forward to Simon's decision with anticipation. Cursology is the best way to utilize your dark energy. You want to use summoning as your main skill in the competition? Forget that ridiculous plan and choose Cursology. Hurry up. But contrary to Bahil's expectations, Simon chose slow. His eyes widened in extreme disappointment. You chose Cursology as a supplementary magic again? T.A. Keiko walked up beside him and reminded him, Professor Bahil, you're making that face again. Bahil's eyes were extremely furious. He regained his gentle demeanor and said, Oh my. I must have lost my composure a bit. He rubbed his head and sighed. Thank you, Keiko. She said nonchalantly, You're welcome. This is my job, after all. Besides, you should start teaching. Bahil spoke up and instructed, Tell all the TAs to go to the new paralysis section. We will teach slow. His decision made Keiko confused as well. Why, sir? But last week you said you would personally teach paralysis. Bahil replied thoughtfully, I changed my mind. Keiko broke out in a sweat and shouted, Professor, all the TAs have prepared materials for slow. They even lost sleep over it. Bahil seemed not to care, just mumbling a few words. Is that so? Keiko clenched her fists in anger and thought to herself, no matter what I say, he won't change his mind. She nodded slightly in response. Then Keiko turned around and instructed the other TAs, TAs, gather around. Put away all the materials for the slow curse and prepare to teach the new paralysis. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Someone said with annoyance, "But Keiko, we spent all last week preparing materials for slow." Keiko tried to mediate with everyone. This isn't the first time he's changed his mind like this. Come on, let's get to work. Keiko bowed her head in helplessness and said, even if we try to convince him, he's not the type to listen, right? I'll take care of the class, so you guys get ready to support me. As she said this, Keiko glanced in one direction and thought to herself, the professor probably changed his mind. Because of that kid. Keiko sighed and lamented, things are going to get complicated for both of us. Bahil remained calm, walked in front of everyone, and said, is everyone here? Yes, Professor. Bahil began his lecture. Good. Since you've chosen cursology as a supplementary skill, learning it thoroughly will benefit you. Curses are the best dark magic for you to buy time and perfect your main spell. A student raised his hand to speak. Professor, may I ask which type of magic requires a lot of time to cast? I want to know my enemy and myself. Bahil praised, this is a good attitude. Well, the dark magic with the longest casting time is probably summoning spells in general. At that moment, Simon sat on a bench in a corner, looking up at the sky in deep thought. He then contacted Pierre through the badge on his chest. He confided, Pierre, does the Legion commander have to major in summoning? The person on the other side replied, you seem to be thinking deeply, but now I understand why. There's no such rule. Pierre added, if you choose another major, you can still command the Legion yourself. How you want to command the Legion is your choice. We will respect your wishes. Pierre on the other side kept asking, what's wrong? Are you hoping I'll stop you? Simon rubbed his head and replied shyly, to be honest, a little bit. He clasped his hands together in embarrassment and anxiety. Everyone says that. Summoning is both weak and outdated. Even Professor Aaron, who teaches summoning, said so. Pierre appeared in front of him, looking massive, and asked, are you going to give up on summoning? Faced with that question, Simon remained silent. He clenched his fists and said with a determined tone. Hearing that, Pierre was very pleased and laughed loudly. That's right. The feeling you have now is what your heart wants. Your worries now seem to be about something else. Simon asked in confusion, something else? Pierre explained in detail, that's right. Instead of wondering whether to give up or continue with summoning, you want to win this combat evaluation using only summoning. Isn't that what's bothering you? It seemed his words had hit home. This made Simon exclaim in confusion. Well, I really can't hide anything from you. Can I, Pierre? Am I being stupid? When there are better ways to win, I want to use summoning. Pierre wondered, why do you think that? Simon leaned back on the bench and continued to confide, I'm just annoyed. All my friends and professors keep saying that summoning takes time, needs support, and is weak. I'm sick and tired of hearing those words. It's not even my major yet, but seeing summoning treated like this makes me upset. Pierre, as if he were a mind reader, said, but your choices always prioritize efficiency. That belief and your feelings are in conflict, which is making it difficult for you, isn't it? Because someone understood him, Simon looked up and replied happily, yes. Pierre asked him a difficult question. After thinking so much, what is your conclusion? At that moment, the wind blew through Simon's hair, sweeping it up to reveal his bright and determined face. This time, I will follow my heart. He closed his eyes and began to feel the fruits of his labor. Imagine it. When everyone rejects it, I alone will use summoning to win right in front of them. Simon slowly emerged from his daydream and asked, don't you think that feeling would be amazing? Pierre laughed heartily in agreement. That's right. That's the way. To be willing to walk the path that others dare not. That choice itself is already special and precious. Remember that, kid. He reminded Simon. You are the commander I have chosen. Don't care about the limits that those fools have set. Just do what you want. Simon stood up with a proud posture and replied, his face full of confidence. In this combat evaluation, I will only use summoning to compete. The scene changes to another room. The angry voice of a man echoes continuously. Why? Why don't you realize that all of this is for you? Everything inside is now a mess. That voice continues to echo. Why would he let his talent go to waste with summoning? It turned out to be Professor Bahil. He was very angry and resentful, continuing, why is it like this? At that moment, Keiko calmly walked in and asked, are you done venting, Professor Bahil? He looked up with lifeless eyes. Bahil seemed to have become a different person, no longer as elegant as he was in the classroom. He twisted his neck in frustration and continued, I can't understand it. Doesn't he know that he'll become the next Eren if he keeps pursuing that old, low-class magic like summoning? Bahil angrily slammed his hand on the table. No matter how excellent he becomes in that field, he'll just be like Eren. He was the most outstanding member of this K Academy, a promising student with exceptional talent. Bahil stared intently at the picture on the table, an image of two people who were once close, and continued with annoyance. And look at how he treats Kizen. At this point, Bahil's eyes became cold and sinister beyond description. He slammed the picture face down on the table. His sense of indignation grew higher and higher. It's pathetic. I can't stand it anymore. Bright talents who drag themselves down to the bottom of society. I won't stand by and watch anymore. Only I can guide Simon to his rightful place. Only I can polish this rough stone into the brightest gem in the world. Keiko stood beside him and sighed helplessly. Professor, why don't you be a little more honest? Bahil laughed like a madman and said, be honest? All right, fine. Bahil turned his head with a cunning look and said, I want to have him. I want him to be mine. I want Simon Pollentia to be mine at any cost. I am willing to give my entire soul to him. I will make that talent blossom by any means necessary. Seeing the person in front of him like a madman, Keiko sighed. Here we go again. He's talking nonsense again. To create the next generation of Nephthys, I will dedicate everything, talent, effort, this very life, to bring him to the threshold of divinity. In exchange for only one thing, that he worships me as his one and only teacher. So that if anyone asks how he could reach such heights, he will answer, it was all thanks to my teacher, Professor Bahil. Bahil was lost in his delusions of grandeur. Thinking of that, his face was filled with satisfaction. Just thinking about it feels good. Keiko left in frustration. Then I'll leave this quiet space to you. But Professor Bahil quickly grabbed her arm. Keiko. Then he lifted her chin with his hand and said confidently, I'm the type of person who wants everything. Keiko's expression was extremely annoyed. Bahil didn't care and even leaned in closer to whisper, just like how I got you. Keiko boldly kicked Bahil's leg and then replied sharply, this is sexual harassment, Professor Bahil. He cried out in pain. You're still not cute at all, even back when we were students. I don't want an heir who's always so serious like this. With a sarcastic tone, Keiko said, I thought you wanted Simon Pollentia to be the heir to your legacy. Bahil replied with a crazy thought. Oh, no way. Simon Pollentia will surpass even me. A talent that can rival Nephthys. He spread his arms and said humbly, I just need to be his respected teacher. Isn't it a joy to have such an outstanding student? And yet you still think my desire is vulgar? Keiko pushed up her glasses and said flatly, trying to be desired as a teacher like you is what's vulgar. At this point, Bahil was a bit more sober and retorted, you still like to twist my words, don't you? I have an idea. Keiko was frustrated. What is it this time? Simon Pollentia is currently very satisfied with his summoning arts. It's not surprising given his recent successes in training. That's the problem. What he needs to taste right now is a crushing defeat. Only then will he realize the problem and reconsider the right path. Keiko, hearing this, was very much in agreement. That's the most reasonable thing you've said all day. So you want a genius to taste failure? Of course. Bahil smiled sinisterly and said, and for me, that's as easy as pie. The next day, Dick said to Simon, we don't have any summoning classes this week. I heard Professor Eren is on vacation. Many Kizen professors are practicing summoning arts, so the schedule will probably change a lot. Simon, engrossed in a book, replied, I see. Then he said with a disappointed tone, that's a shame. I wanted to learn a few more things before the evaluation. Dick also agreed. Yeah, you're a summoner, so you really need advice from Professor Eren. As the two of them walked past the notice board, someone was posting new announcements. Dick, with his sharp eyes, shouted, Hey Simon. The matchup list for the combat evaluation is up. Dick prayed, just let me avoid the monsters. Please. Simon kept looking for his class. Pollentia. Ah, here it is. The notice board clearly stated, Arena 2, Match 12, Class A Simon Pollentia versus Class G's Heroncock. Simon was very surprised. Heroncock from Class G? I'm also fighting someone named Ligan Chopra, also from Class G. You don't know them? Dick put his hands behind his head and continued, I don't know much, but since our opponents are both from Class G, let me find out what their skills are. Simon felt guilty. Sorry for letting you do all the work. What's the big deal? That's what friends are for. Simon replied happily. Thanks, Dick. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of magic this Herrenkock uses. Class ended too early. Suddenly, Dick stopped and put his hand in front of his chest. Wait, Simon, are you planning to train alone after school? Hearing his friend ask that made him jump. How did you know? Dick answered honestly. It's obvious, isn't it? You always like to go to class, but now you're hoping class ends early. Why train when the number of people who can counter your magic can be counted on one hand? Simon humbly replied, Don't say that. I won't be using combat magic much this time. Then what will you use? Simon replied thoughtfully, summoning, of course. Dick was stunned. Then Dick requested, Pick a finger. Dick held out 2 fingers in front of Simon for him to choose. This one. Seeing him hesitate, Dick pointed his finger in annoyance and said, Don't forget what I told you. You have to fight with combat magic. Dick mocked, See how I imitate Melon? The words had just left his mouth when Melon appeared from behind and hit him on the head with a brick. He cried out in extreme pain. Ouch. Melon, die, you idiot. Very quickly, dusk fell. Simon wore a discreet outfit with a hood. He looked around and sighed. Rose is so quiet at night. It's been a while since I've been here. I should probably check out the summoning shop Dick told me about. It might not be as useful as the professor's lectures, but it will be useful for you in the evaluation. Thanks, Dick. Simon entered a shop that only displayed some very scary-looking dry skeletons outside. The man at the reception asked politely, Welcome. What are you looking for? I'm looking for an archer skeleton. The other person was very surprised to hear that. An archer skeleton? You look like you're only a first year, but you've already learned that? It's very difficult to summon. Simon replied calmly, I want to try it. Hearing that, he turned and left. That's a good spirit. You probably already know that besides archers, skeletons have many other positions, right? Simon replied with an excited tone, There are also mages and knights. That's right. You know quite a bit about it. The other person took out a few books and continued, They are named after their positions, so the simplest name is the best. But why did you choose an archer? Simon smiled. From personal experience. I tried giving a bow to a skeleton I have, and it was terrible. Haha. Each skeleton is only good at its own position. He took out a very cool-looking skeleton and instructed him. This is the Sapiro skeleton, a safe choice for beginners in the archer position. And my recommendation is the skeleton from the Vanilla brand. Have you ever heard of it? It's properly cooled, the joints move more smoothly than other brands, and the magic circle is meticulously carved. The brand also has a very good warranty. Simon listened very attentively and showed curiosity. Then it must be very expensive. The other person frowned and continued. Each box is only 30 gold coins. Buy a whole case right away, kid. It's expensive, but you get what you pay for. He continued to advertise it. Even if it's damaged, you can still use the remaining parts to recycle. So buy it now. If we recycle it 3 times, that means we'll have 90 gold coins. Then the price will only be 27, 24, 22 gold coins. But this one is made by an unknown summoner, so it's probably only 20 gold coins. It also depends on whether you know how to use it well. Because he talked so much, he agreed to close the deal right away. Sell me 3 vanilla sets. Thanks for your support. I'm also looking for one more thing. Anything you need, sir. When Pierre found out, he scolded him. You're so wasteful, spending money like that. Simon tried to explain, but I really need them. Pierre raised his hands in surrender. Well, if that's what you want, I won't say any more. Don't waste them and use them properly, you hear? Simon also obediently agreed. All right. At that moment, he seemed to spot someone and froze. Pierre asked curiously, What's wrong, kid? Is it a friend of yours? Simon was worried about the person he had just met, but he said, Not just a friend. It's Professor Bahil. In another place, there was a man covered in tattoos. A voice asked him, Are you awake yet? It turned out to be Professor Bahil. He said with great satisfaction, The surgery was a complete success. The man also sat up. He continued, How do you feel, Herrenkock? Herrenkock clenched his fist and said, I feel full of energy inside. She replied with a very sinister smile. Bahil said nonchalantly, That's good. Now you can go back to Kizen and live as usual. but you can't let others see that tattoo. Once the competition starts, the tattoo will automatically disappear, so you just need to be careful until then. And you don't need to worry, it won't be detected during the substance check. This curse will last for about 2 months. Hearing that, he excitedly turned his arm to look at the tattoo. Heroncock asked with some curiosity, "Professor, why are you helping me?" Bahil smiled and replied, "The reason isn't important. You just need to take care of the matter I asked you to." He asked again, "You mean defeat Simon Polentia, the #1 special admission student from Class A?" The professor confirmed. "That's right. Even though he was admitted through special admission, you don't need to be afraid. Your strength now far surpasses his." Heroncock clenched his fist and channeled his energy. A strange arm appeared from behind his back and slammed down hard on the iron bed he had just been lying on. In an instant, the bed broke in two. Heroncock exclaimed in amazement, "My dark energy is bigger and stronger than before. Thank you so much, Professor Bahil. I will never forget your help. If you see Simon Polentia as a thorn in your side, should I kill him and make it look like an accident?" Bahil stood up straight, gently patted his shoulder, and replied softly, "Kill him? Don't do anything useless. Just do as I say. If anything goes wrong, you and your entire family will not die a peaceful death. No, even after you die, I will make you all suffer in pain." Bahil moved close to Heroncock, looked straight into the boy's face, and threatened coldly. Heroncock was so scared he fell to the floor and stammered, "I'll remember." Bahil thought to himself, "How dare he, when he's not even worthy of being my backup plan. I don't feel good about having to resort to this, but I have no other choice. I'll apologize to Simon later. But, Simon, if you find out about this in the future, you'll thank me for my decision. I'm sure of it." Bahil strode out. It was already night. The moon was high and bright. The space was extremely quiet. Dick pushed the door open and saw Simon opening a crate. He let out an, "Oh," and asked, "You're back? You didn't get caught by the guards?" Simon replied, "I almost got caught." Dick wondered, "Then why are you here instead of back in your room? I thought you were really caught this time." "Because I finished showering and still didn't see you." He looked at Dick with eyes that seemed to say, "You just changed your clothes. You didn't shower at all." Then he replied, "I'm here to make a skeleton. I bought an archer skeleton this time." As soon as he heard, "archer skeleton," Dick excitedly ran over and asked, "Really? What brand?" Simon replied, "Vanilla." He exclaimed, "So cool. And it's a Sapiro too." Simon smiled happily. "Let me wake up the skeleton." Dick picked up the empty product box and looked at it intently, waiting for him to exclaim, "Hey Simon, wait. It says here that you need to create a flow in the magic circle." Simon asked blankly, "What's creating a flow?" Dick guessed, "It seems to be a skill for creating magic circles and dark arts. We haven't learned it yet." He muttered, "Where's the textbook?" "Ah, here it is. Create a flow, create a flow." Two girls walking by saw the two of them engrossed and whispered to each other, "What are they doing?" "They're assembling a skeleton." Simon opened the book and after a while found a page with information. "Oh, here it is. The flow of dark energy, observing the dark sun. I think I can do it." Dick waited excitedly. "Really? Then let's start." Simon focused on studying the theory. Flow is not transformation. If this is about flow, it's like the movement of an arm. If you repeat the flow hundreds of thousands of times, the dark energy will automatically simulate your actions without you having to think. Professor Bahil once said, "Dark energy has a tendency to remember its flow. Create a central point and then just observe. Let the dark energy remember the flow on its own." Simon began to channel his energy. A faint stream of energy appeared on his hand and floated up. "The dark energy will flow automatically without my intervention." He transferred that stream of energy into the skeleton's head. A chime rang out, announcing, "Flow creation in the magic circle successful." Seeing the skeleton's eyes light up, Dick couldn't hide his admiration. "Wow, how? How did you do that just by looking at the book?" Simon replied, "It's because I know a skill similar to it." Dick touched the skeleton's head and exclaimed, "It's done." He picked up the paper and read it carefully. It says here that it might take quite a while to tame the skeleton. Maybe about 2 days. Can you do that? Simon sighed. "I don't have time to wait. I'll assemble it right away." He looked at the two-horned skull on the table and said happily, "Just a little longer. I'll assemble your body as quickly as possible." Dick couldn't wait. He pulled a blanket and lay down on the sofa, snoring loudly. By the time Simon had tinkered all night, he was finally finished. He let out a sigh of relief. It's done. The skeleton turned left, then right, then danced around in a circle. Simon smiled and said, "How do you feel? Is your movement okay?" "All right, I get it. You don't have to dance around so much." After making sure it was okay, he threw the weapon to the skeleton. "Good. Then catch this." Then he gave an order. "Aim for that tree." The skeleton nimbly caught the bough, knocked an arrow, and aimed with great concentration. He prompted, "Now shoot." The arrow flew and embedded itself in the tree trunk with perfect accuracy. Simon cheered with delight. "All right. It's a success." The sun had risen. It was time for class. Because he hadn't slept all night, Simon's face was haggard. As soon as he got to class, he lay down on his desk. Cammy and Melon asked worriedly, "Are you okay today?" He mumbled, "I just didn't get enough sleep." Dick ran back, his voice frantic. "Hey, Simon. You're in trouble. You're preparing an archer skeleton for the combat evaluation, right?" Simon weakly lifted his head and replied wearily, "That's right." Melon thought to herself, "He's already prepared an archer skeleton?" But when she heard Dick say, "I think you should stop that plan," Simon shot up and asked urgently, "Huh? Why?" Dick said grimly, "It's going to be the worst possible matchup. Heron-Cock is the son of a notorious necromancer family from the Baldwin Kingdom, and the dark magic he uses is Dark Hand." Hearing Dick say that, Melon grew pensive. A member of a necromancer family, and with a dark magic we've never heard of. It must be a unique family spell. That spell makes it seem like a hand made of dark energy grows out of his back, and it seems to be very good for countering long-range attacks. So much so that it can easily deflect arrows made of dark energy. That means it's very likely the archer skeleton's arrows won't do anything to him, because the arrows the skeletons use are just normal arrows. Hearing her say that, Simon felt truly worried. Was all his effort for nothing? Melon continued, "But that doesn't mean he's invincible. I heard that while maintaining Dark Hand, he can't use other dark magic spells." Cammy exclaimed, "If that's the case, then the strategy you should use is clear. Cursology." Melon agreed, "That's right. To be honest, you could win just by using a depletion spell. You just need to keep a safe distance and stack multiple layers of curses, and you can win easily." Then she turned to ask Simon, "But I thought you decided to use summoning." He replied softly. Simon rested his forehead on his hand and thought deeply. "What should I do? How can I?" Suddenly, an idea flashed in Simon's mind. He exclaimed, "Oh, I just thought of something that might work." Simon started working again. Several days passed. Melon saw this and said worriedly to Dick, "Hey, is he okay? You're his roommate. Go stop him." Camille was anxious. "Dick, he's been like this for days. At this rate, he's going to die?" Dick shouted in frustration, "You think I've just been standing here watching and haven't tried anything? He's just like that. He won't listen to anything I say." Simon sat engrossed in his research materials, muttering like a ghost, so tired he was drooling. Dick was also trembling. "I'm scared to death too, okay?" Cammy was scared. "Are we just going to leave him like that?" Melon shouted, "Of course not. The evaluation is in just a few days. He can't exhaust himself like this." The students in the cafeteria were startled by Melon's shout. She walked over to him and said loudly, "Hey, Simon." He stopped writing, his face as haggard as a zombie's. "Oh, it's you, Melon." Seeing his expression, she exclaimed, Hey, you're going to get sick like this." "The combat evaluation is important, of course, but you have to take care of yourself too." Simon quickly replied, "Oh, thanks. But can we talk later?" Suddenly, Melon grabbed his chin and ordered, "Open your mouth." Simon looked confused. She held out a pill and said, "This is an energy pill. I use it too. Don't chew it, just swallow it with water. You have to survive until the evaluation starts, you hear? Of course, this pill isn't a cure-all, so you can't rely on it." Simon immediately took it. "All right, thank you. But can you give me 2 more?" After taking it, he held out his hand for more. Melon snapped, "I just told you not to rely on it." She pinched Simon's cheek hard. Dick asked gently, "Simon, why don't you go talk to Professor Aaron? I know you're researching a new type of dark magic, but if you're that stuck, wouldn't it be better to ask someone for help?" Simon, holding his pinched cheek, replied wearily, "You said Professor Aaron isn't in his office." Dick seemed to remember. "Oh, right. I did say that. But he'll be back this afternoon." Dick held up a piece of paper with a schedule on it and smiled triumphantly. Professor Aaron was very young. As soon as he entered the hallway, he saw Simon Polentia waiting at the door. Simon quickly ran over to greet him. Professor Aaron, there's something I really want to ask you. Aaron replied gently, but it's past my office hours. Simon froze. He had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing his expression, the professor chuckled. I'm just kidding. Come on in. Simon entered the professor's office. He was shocked by the number of books piled up in the room. Next to them was a giant skeleton model. Simon looked around and muttered softly, "This is Professor Aaron's office." The professor said, "You can sit wherever you like." Simon was about to sit on the sofa when he suddenly saw a zombie model lying there. The professor asked again, "So, what did you want to ask me?" Simon got straight to the point. "I want to know how to win the combat evaluation using only summoning." Aaron poured him a glass of water and said, "Why are you doing something so pointless? I know you're showing talent in combat magic and other subjects. I don't know why you're making things difficult for yourself when you have a very obvious way to easily pass this evaluation." The professor placed the glass of water in front of Simon and sat down opposite him. The boy then said, "Then let me ask you this, Professor." Aaron let out a hum and listened attentively. Simon asked, "A student who intends to major in summoning wants to win with summoning. Do you think that's a good enough reason?" Aaron was silent for a moment. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Simon thought to himself, "Did I say something wrong?" The professor thought for a moment and then asked back, "Do you want me to tell you the solution, or do you want me to give you feedback on your own solution?" Simon smiled. "I choose the latter, Professor." As expected, great minds think alike. The conversation was right to the point. Very quickly, the day of the battle arrived. The whole group had gathered, but there was no sign of Simon. Melon was getting impatient. "Where the hell is he?" "Hey Dick, you're his roommate. How come you don't know where he is either?" Dick shouted, "Let me tell you, he didn't even come back to the room last night. You two wait here, I'll go find him." Cammy looked around and exclaimed, "There are so many people." Melon's eyes kept searching for Simon. She said, "Today's battle is important, so it's not surprising. If you win today, you'll start in the middle tier. If you lose, you'll be in the bottom tier. And if you lose again after that, you'll fall to the very bottom tier, which means you'll be one step closer to being expelled from Kizen." Cammy was anxious and worried. "Do you think I can survive?" Melon comforted her, "Don't worry, you'll do fine." But the girl couldn't stop worrying. She asked with a troubled expression, "I don't know why so many people came to watch." Melon patted her back to reassure her. "The other students are just here to gather information, so don't worry about them. They're getting ready for their next opponent." She thought to herself, "Those people over there are from the Dark Alliance, interested in observing talented students. They're probably here to see Simon, the #1 special admission student. I shouldn't tell Cammy. She'll faint." Suddenly, an announcement came over the system. "Simon Polentia of Class A and Heroncock of Class G, please come down to the arena." Very quickly, Heron had already stepped into the arena. The announcement came again, "Simon Polentia of Class A, please come down to the arena." Several minutes passed without any sign of Simon. Heroncock gritted his teeth and cursed, "That damn bastard. What a punk. Those kids with famous parents and clans who get special admission don't even appreciate their own talent. Just you wait. After this, everyone will have to pay attention to me." Heroncock clenched his fist and smiled devilishly. He said, "As long as I don't kill you, it's fine. So I'll definitely make sure at least one of your arms and one of your legs are broken beyond repair." The referee stood in the middle of the arena and said, "We're running late. If he doesn't appear within the next 5 minutes, we will disqualify Simon Polentia and declare Heroncock the winner." Suddenly, from inside the hallway, a voice called out, "Wait." Dick helped Simon out. His whole body seemed weak as he staggered into the arena. Simon said wearily, "Sorry I'm late." Dick patted his teammate on the back to reassure him. "Do your best." The referee said, "It's fine. Now, both contestants, please put on your bracelets. These bracelets have been enchanted with a shield spell that can absorb damage." Heroncock looked at Simon's haggard face and rejoiced inwardly. He's clearly not well. This match will be an easy win. The referee continued to explain calmly, "If one person faints or the gauge on the bracelet returns to 0, the match will end. Now, the match officially begins." Heroncock quickly cast a spell. Black energy rose from behind his back. Simon also deployed his humanoid skeletons. Ready. Heroncock took out a talisman, calculating in his mind, "I'm ready to take you down." Although you plan to major in summoning, your combat magic is what I need to be wary of, as long as I don't get close to you. But suddenly, Simon stepped back a distance, which surprised him and made him wonder, huh? What is this guy trying to do? Why is he backing away? Simon thought to himself, I don't know what strategy you've come up with, but you've backed yourself into a corner. Why? 3 skeletons holding shields stood defensively in front. Seeing the black energy rising, he guessed, is he preparing to do something? Heroncock shouted, I don't care what tricks you have. Let me finish you off quickly. He launched an attack, but the skeletons quickly blocked it. Heroncock arrogantly challenged, come on, Polentia. He continuously attacked with talismans. Very quickly, Simon realized what it was. A disease curse. The arm behind Heron's back suddenly reached out and attacked, destroying one of the skeletons. The tide of the battle seemed to be turning in Heron's favor. Melon, watching this, shouted, hey, none of your information was right. You said that when he uses Dark Hand, he can't use other dark magic. Dick replied in a panic, I'm not sure what's going on either. Could it be that he's been hiding his true strength until now? I don't know. He scratched his head and exclaimed, but I'm sure of one thing. Compared to what we know, this bastard is many times stronger. In the arena, Heron was attacking fiercely. Simon continuously moved to dodge the blows. In the stands, Bahil sat and watched. He suddenly noticed a familiar figure and exclaimed, how interesting. You've never come to watch the first-year combat evaluations before, Aaron. I thought you couldn't stand seeing students suffer, since you know what pain awaits them when they choose to study summoning. Aaron glanced coldly. Bahil's voice seemed to have a hint of mockery. You refused to take on any disciples due to your own guilt, and now you want to take one as a disciple? Then you shall witness it. How our dear disciple will have to suffer. Down in the arena, Heron's giant arm had begun to swing. The skeletons couldn't hold up and were continuously destroyed. Bahil was certain. Once Heron finishes casting the second disease curse, this match will be over. Am I right, Aaron? Aaron turned and walked away. Bahil asked in surprise, where are you going? Aaron looked down at the arena, observed for a moment, and then said, the outcome of this match is already decided. I came to watch just in case, but now there's no need. Bahil really didn't understand what he meant. At that moment in the match, Heron said with great confidence, with this curse, you're finished. He threw the talisman straight at Simon. Weak and unable to dodge, he knelt on the ground, coughing continuously. Heron sneered, how does it feel? It's uncomfortable, isn't it, Mr. Number 1 Special Admission? You probably thought some nobody from Class G was nothing compared to you, right? How does it feel to be beaten by someone like that? Simon slowly dispelled the black energy around him and replied calmly. In this world, you shouldn't underestimate anything. Seeing him stand up, Heron asked, have you given up? Are you surrendering? He gently cracked his neck, his complexion much brighter. Simon smirked and replied, it's done. Now it's my turn to counterattack. Heron exclaimed in amazement, what? What has he been up to? Nothing has changed. Simon explained, you know what? The detailed rules of the combat evaluation, Article 3, Section 4. During a combat evaluation, if a student leaves the arena, they will be disqualified. Melon, standing in the stands, really didn't understand what was happening. How did Simon suddenly recover so strongly? He continued, but no matter how hard I looked, there's no rule against bringing objects from outside into the arena. On the arena floor, a giant object with one eye in the front suddenly appeared. Heron burst out laughing. Haha, what the hell is this? This is a first-year combat evaluation, and you brought a golem in here? You're really crazy. Cammy strained her eyes to look. That's a mud golem I summoned. Rick exclaimed, oh my god, I can't believe I'm seeing one of those. A golem. Malin explained excitedly. That's right. It's a spell that applies summoning magic to operate the golem's core. This spell is iconic for summoners. Mud golems are born from a golem core made of earth, sand, and mud. Different materials can create various types of golems. Even so, this spell is incredibly difficult. So no first-year student has ever been able to summon a golem in a combat assessment before. Simon really pulled off something insane. Rick added, actually, I went looking for him earlier, right? Malin nodded. Where the heck was he hiding? Rick answered, right behind the arena. He was burying the golem core. From the very beginning, he planned to bring the golem from outside into the arena. Cammy said, so Simon being on the defensive all this time was intentional. Rick explained. He moved to the side where the golem core was buried and created the golem outside the arena. Because the core is outside, the risk of it being attacked is 0. Malin laughed in amusement. Haha, that crazy bastard. He's gotten way too good at summoning. Haroon looked at his opponent and thought to himself. Talent, wealth, social status, physique, race, nationality. From the moment we're born, everyone's conditions are already different. So life is unfair. I know that. That's why I want to smash it all. I want to deal a crushing blow to those who have never tasted despair, those who always have it easy. He spread his arms and cried out resentfully. But even so, a golem is just too much. Haroon clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and prepared to attack. Simon saw this and immediately said, if you want to throw a straight punch, you have to put your whole body weight into it. Saying that, he swung his arm, controlling the golem to deliver a punch as powerful as a thunderbolt. Haroon lay flattened on the arena floor, leaving a deep crater. The system notification rang out. The winner is Simon Polentia from Class A. A loud commotion erupted. A first-year student summoned a golem. He didn't even use any other dark magic besides summoning. Rick, Cammy, and Malin cheered wildly. Simon, your strategy was amazing. Great job. The cheers were so loud that the person in front of them jumped and cried out. Good Lord, they scared me half to death. Countless praises were showered upon Simon. As expected of the special admission student, Simon is the best. Haroon was carried out of the arena by the medical staff on a stretcher. As he passed by, Simon looked at him and said, I don't know why you hold a grudge against me, but you'll never beat me with that power that isn't even yours. Haroon felt a pang of guilt. Does he know about my trick? Simon turned back to look at the golem, smiled, and tapped its leg. Cammy couldn't stop praising him. Simon, you're incredible. Malin interrogated him. Why didn't you tell us anything? He smiled. Sorry for making you worry. Malin stammered. Well, what? Who said I was worried? Humph. Cammy seemed to really like the golem, approached it, touched its leg, and said, Hello there. You're Simon's golem, right? Simon, can I ride this golem? But he replied, Cammy, let's do that later. Malin laughed and said, maintaining that golem consumes a lot of dark energy. Simon will collapse from exhaustion if he tries to hold on. Cammy looked at Simon's pale face and quickly cried out, Oh no, I'm so sorry. That was so thoughtless of me. Simon said softly, It's fine. I wouldn't have known if I didn't try. With a poof, the golem disappeared, leaving a huge pile of dirt and sand at his feet. Only the core remained on the ground. Simon picked it up. Rick stared at the eye-like object and exclaimed, Is that the core? Isn't it super expensive? How did you get it? Simon replied, Oh, this? Rick quickly interrogated him. You only had 610 gold coins left after buying those 3 vanilla skeletons, right? Simon recalled when he bought the golem core. The shopkeeper saw he only had 610 gold coins and hesitated. The starting price for a golem core is at least 700. What should we do? The kind shopkeeper gave him a discount, lowering it to 650 gold coins, and said, Just give me 600 for now. You can owe me the 50, is that okay? Keep 10 gold coins for emergencies. What a kind-hearted person. Simon told everyone. I used the money I earned from missions and went into a bit of debt to buy it. By the way, when is the next mission phase? Rick was surprised. Why do you ask? Simon looked at the golem core with a serious expression. This time, I'm going to study seriously. Rick asked, Study what? To become a necromancer. And also to make money. Simon replied with a smile. The system notification rang out. The match between Rick Hayward and Langangerstein is about to begin. Please get ready. Begin. Rick looked at his opponent, smiled, and thought to himself. According to the clues I just gathered, Ligan is a mage just like me. She controls her weapons at will by using dark energy to create thin threads. If I have to fight a mage who's hard to get close to, I should start with some trash talk. Rick suddenly spoke loudly. Langangerstein. Full name is Priyanka Chopra. From the Deepak fief of the Sahara Kingdom. Chopra is your mother's maiden name. A master in your village unlocked your core. A year later, you awakened your dark energy. You're great at hunting and love cooking. When you joined Kizen, you were placed in Class C. Your average score is around 70 points. Haha. Your first friend here is Naza Abra. You want to major in dark arts, but you're also very interested in combat magic. Your knee is slightly injured. You're 5 feet 4 inches tall, weigh 134 pounds. Your measurements are. Ligan was a bit embarrassed, swung her sword, and yelled, "What the hell are you talking about?" "Shut up," Rick replied nonchalantly. "You have to know your enemy better than your friends. I know my own weaknesses better than anyone else. So I'm very eager to learn from others." He took out his spear, spun it around, and slammed it into the ground, his mouth still running. "Therefore, I've researched you very thoroughly. What do you think?" Ligan unleashed her phantom sword technique. Countless swords appeared, striking straight at her opponent. She yelled, "Shut up and go to hell." But strangely enough, all of Ligan's swords were sucked in by Rick's spear planted in the ground. He explained cheerfully, "This is a form of electromagnetism that attracts metals of the same element. Your swords are made of carbon steel and amerinium alloy, right? Plus, I also know you bought 20 swords but didn't buy any armor. I figured you'd underestimate me since I'm just a pure mage." Rick then channeled his poison aura, unleashing a seemingly powerful attack. He said loudly, "But according to the information I have, I need a new strategy to beat you. Your weakness is long-range acceleration attacks." Saying that, he cast a spell with one hand, while the other secretly flicked a round object like a coin. Ligan, as expected, couldn't track the coin. It hit her right on the forehead, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The system announced the end of the match. Ligan Chopra has fainted. Rick Hayward wins. Rick stood in the arena, striking a cool superstar pose, refreshingly enjoying his victory. Cammy and Malin sat in the stands, their faces scrunched up in embarrassment, reluctantly clapping to celebrate. "I should be happy my friend won. So why am I so embarrassed?" Cammy whispered. "Me too." The system announced. Malin Valare from Class A and Eben Barsan from Class C. "Please enter the arena." Malin stood up, looking full of confidence, and stepped out. "I'll finish this quickly." Cammy cheered. "You can do it, Malin. Good luck." Rick waved from the exit and called out, "Malin." But she walked straight past, shaking her head and groaning. "Good grief." Rick walked over, sat next to Simon, and asked, "What's wrong with her? Did something happen?" Cammy replied, "It's nothing. Rick, I have a question for you. Malin's opponent wants to major in combat magic, right?" Rick looked at Eben Barsan and replied, "Yeah, you can tell just by looking at her. The crux of the match is whether she can get close to Malin, or if Malin can keep her at bay." Eben saw her opponent enter the arena and said, "I didn't expect to fight someone so talented in my very first match." Malin casually flipped her hair and replied, "Is that so? Just consider it an honor for your family." Commoner. Eben wasn't one to back down either, directly retorting, "I think today will be a lesson for you when you get crushed by this commoner." Malin hid her fist, which was gathering energy, behind her back, waiting for Eben to close in before suddenly delivering a powerful blow. "She's so naive." Malin smiled smugly. "You were just planning to charge straight in, right? Attacking without thinking to secure an early victory." Simon exclaimed in surprise. "She cast dark fire so fast." Rick replied, "That's just elemental dark energy. It's simpler than dark fire. It's a spell that uses dark energy to cast elemental magic like a pure mage, but in a more modern way. Do you see how that flame is actually a dark shadow? That's its signature trait. The casting time is shorter, so you can be faster than mages. I heard this move is both powerful and easier to control variables with." Hearing the explanation, Simon couldn't help but marvel. "That's awesome." Down in the arena, Malin was attacking fiercely. Eben exclaimed, "Just dodging is hard enough. The ivory tower is truly on another level." She thought to herself, "But I still have the advantage. I just need to distract her and stop her from using dark fire. A single opportunity, if I can seize it." Eben ran in circles, dodging blows while calculating. Melon quickly saw through the plan and said, "I told you. You really are naive." But Eben was still very confident. No matter how strong the spell is, if it doesn't hit the target, it's useless. Every time Melon got close, Eben would change direction. "So, you think you can catch me?" Suddenly, Eben threw a very powerful punch. "You're done for." But Melon quickly dodged it. She exclaimed, "Good grief, you think I'm so bad at combat magic that I can't even dodge that punch?" Just then, her other hand struck down with a dark fire spell. The sound of explosions echoed. Eben couldn't withstand such a powerful blow. The system announced, The match is over. Melon Vian is the winner. Melon laughed heartily. Dick crossed his arms and sighed. She's really annoying, but she's so good I don't know what to say. Simon replied. Talent is the most important thing in business. I'd hate to be Melon's opponent in the future. Dick nodded. I know. I'd rather fight you. Suddenly, a muttering sound from the side startled both of them. Dick asked, What's that sound? Simon replied, I was about to ask you the same thing. The two of them looked over. Cammy was trembling, muttering under her breath. Simon and now Melon both won their matches. I'm the only one left. I have to do well. Dick called out to Cammy, but she didn't hear anything, just sat there stammering and encouraging herself. I'm the only one left. I can definitely do it. Simon encouraged her. You don't need to feel any pressure, Cammy. Dick agreed. That's right. Look. Professor Silas is here too, just in time for your match. Cammy froze and whispered. Professor. The system announced, Camabarez Ursula from Class A and Igor from Class C, please come to the waiting room. Simon let out a small cry. Oh my, Igor, right? What kind of person is he? Dick replied, pretty normal. He's not particularly good in any one area, but he has very good basic skills. I guess he'll fight by combining basic spells. Since Cammy is a very offense-oriented blood mage, the question is how she'll break through his basic skills. Melon was confident. Anyway, our Cammy has a much superior fundamental strength, so there's nothing to worry about. Cammy is a vampire from the Ursula house, after all. Dick also agreed. That's right, but only if she doesn't panic. Igor Ashley looked at his opponent and greeted her. Nice to meet you. Cammy also replied gently. It's nice to meet you too. Igor looked at the pink-haired girl with an innocent face in front of him and thought to himself, what? Is she really from the Ursula family? I thought all the vampires from the Ursula family were violent. The system announced, now, let the evaluation match between Camabarez Ursula and Igor Ashley begin. The match begins. Igor Ashley summoned 2 humanoid skeletons equipped with advanced weapons. Cammy channeled her energy, preparing to cast an attack spell. Melon exclaimed, wait. If Cammy is so offense-oriented, doesn't that mean her defense will be weak? It doesn't matter how sturdy his basic skills are. I don't think he can withstand Cammy's blood bullets. In the arena, Cammy had started firing a barrage of blood bullets at her opponent. Simon replied, oh, that's only true if you're just comparing their skill levels. There's just one small problem. Igor Ashley's family is wealthy. Therefore, all the items he owns are so expensive and high quality that they can easily block Cammy's blood bullets. As expected, the genuine, high-priced skeletons blocked the heavy firepower. Simon looked on with admiration. Expensive equipment can block almost any blood bullet. His shield alone looks like it's worth several hundred gold coins. Melon was worried. I told Cammy that too. I wonder how she'll deal with it. In the arena now, Cammy was running for her life to avoid Igor Ashley's attacks. The young man thought to himself, she's better at dodging than she looks. I don't think I can hit her with a dark arrow. And she's also strangely cute. Igor channeled his energy, preparing to cast a spell. Dick shouted a curse. Cammy, Igor is about to cast a curse. She has to do something to dodge this move. Cammy immediately fired a blood bullet. The shield immediately blocked it. She hesitated for a moment, then pulled out 3 rolls of blood silk and threw them straight at Igor Ashley. The young man unleashed a poison spell to counter. Both sides were hit by the other's attack. Igor Ashley exclaimed, This is a paralysis spell. It's okay, the paralysis spell lasts longer, and I still have some skeletons I can control to fight. Meanwhile, Cammy was only hit by 1 layer of the curse, so it's fine. I can still move. She decided to engage in close combat. Cammy reassured herself, I can do this. Igor panicked, his hand channeling energy to attack. Seeing Cammy recklessly charge forward, he was truly flustered. What? Wait, you're going to charge into close combat after that attack? What? You endured all those attacks? For what reason? Cammy lunged at Igor. The young man shouted, What the hell? Cammy opened her mouth, her 2 fangs revealed, and bit down hard on Igor's shoulder. Igor, let me go? His steel shield was dropping with just 1 bite. Cammy still held on tightly to Igor. The young man panicked, frantically cursing. What the hell, let me go? Get off me. Damn it. It wasn't until the system announced, the match is over. The winner is Camabarez Ursula, that she let go of her opponent. In Cammy's eyes, All the recklessness and ferocity from before had vanished. She looked at Igor, flustered. I'm sorry. He sat up and replied, No, it's my fault for lowering my guard. You made the right decision. Cammy still stammered, I just really wanted to win. Are you hurt anywhere? The young man gently rubbed his shoulder and said, No, I'm fine. There won't be any scars thanks to the shield, and I can't complain even if I were injured. It's an evaluation match, after all. Suddenly, Igor froze as he remembered. Wait, I was just bitten by a vampire and almost turned into one. But seeing Cammy's remorseful face and teary eyes, constantly saying, I'm so sorry, all his fear and anger vanished. It was as if an invisible arrow had struck the heart of this rich young master. Igor thought to himself, actually, being bitten like that isn't so bad. Simon shouted, Cammy, are you okay? Amazing. She looked towards her friends, waved, and shouted, I won. Suddenly, she looked over at Igor and felt a bit tactless. Her smile faded as she said, I'm sorry. I forgot you were here. He quickly replied, It's okay. You should be happy about your victory. Igor was confused inside. Even though I lost, this feeling of happiness that brings tears to my eyes is so strange. He thought to himself, I think I'm in love with you, Cammy. After the evaluation match, the group was extremely excited as they had all won. Melon couldn't hide her excitement and shouted, Congratulations on everyone's super important victory in the evaluation match. Especially you, Cammy. I'm so proud of you. So cute. So adorable. She hugged her so tightly that Cammy had to cry out, Melon, I can't breathe. Melon still wouldn't let go and asked excitedly, There's a midterm exam next week. I guess everyone will be studying, right? Simon froze and let out a huh. An exam? Melon snapped, What's with that face? Don't tell me you forgot. Simon froze, looking completely clueless. He really didn't remember any exam. Cammy forced a smile. No way. I'm sure he was just a little distracted. Dick wondered, but isn't it too important to be distracted about? Simon was still confused and asked back, Huh? What are you guys talking about? Dick reminded him, Simon, you said you'd drop out if your summoning grade was lower than Melon's. His face twisted. I completely forgot about that. Simon, holding a stack of books, frantically threw open the door. Because of the combat evaluation, I completely forgot about the exam. But if I cram now, I might be able to raise my score. Thinking that, he opened a book, held a pen in one hand, his face determined. All right, let's begin. After studying for just a few minutes, Simon buried his face in his hands and collapsed. I don't understand a single word. The next day, someone called out to Melon. Emily Vian. Hearing her name called, she turned her head. Seeing her turn around, the person quickly announced, There's a male student looking for you. Hearing this, she asked back, This early? Who is it? Faced with this question, the other person thought for a moment and then answered, I don't know his name, but he's a cute boy. You should go quickly. This answer made Melon freeze for a moment. When she got outside and saw Simon standing there, Melon was speechless. You're the cute boy? Seeing the person he needed had arrived, Simon quickly turned around. Looking at his clueless expression, Melon was 3 parts helpless, 7 parts exasperated. Whatever. What are you doing at the girls' dorm? Simon didn't answer right away, but pointed to his hair and complimented. Well, hey Melon, I really like your hairstyle. Did you just change it? Melon started to feel a headache coming on. After rubbing her forehead for a moment, Melon spoke up in frustration, Stop with the flattery. If you have something to say, just say it. You're just learning all these tricks from Dick. Seeing her get angry, Simon bowed deeply and pleaded in a loud voice, Please join our study group. Fearing she wouldn't agree, Simon clarified, The other members are Cammy and Dick. Dick will join us after he visits Rose. Hearing this, Melon was officially speechless, not knowing what to say. Good grief. In the end, Melon still accepted, waving her hand to dismiss Simon. All right. After I clean my room, I'll head over. You guys go on ahead. Having gotten her agreement, Simon knelt on the ground. Thank you so much. Inside the room, a voice came from outside the door. Simon, are you here? He quickly replied, Come in, Cammy. With permission, Cammy entered with her backpack, smiling brightly. Even though it's the weekend, we still get to study together. I'm so happy. Seeing Cammy's excited expression, Simon couldn't help but exclaim, You really like studying, don't you? Cammy saw the book he was holding and froze slightly. Are you studying Necromancy? Faced with this question, Simon answered honestly, "Since you're here, I'll start tackling this subject first. If I have any questions, can I ask you?" Faced with this request, Cammy didn't hesitate to agree. "Of course. That's great. Actually, I'm studying hemomancy too." After saying that, she took out a book and gave it to Simon. "I just got here and I'm already asking you for help. It's so embarrassing. But could you take a look at this question? It's about zombies." Simon reached out and agreed immediately. "Sure, let me see." While reading the book, Simon gave his feedback. "You have to use the decomposition formula for this question. I just learned it yesterday." Hearing this, Cammy was stunned. Not stopping there, Simon continued to evaluate her work. Questions about zombies often use weather or climate to trick you. Cammy, at this point, instead of focusing on the lecture, was just staring at his face. Then her attention was drawn to his lips. Simon still hadn't noticed and continued his lecture. "If you read this question carefully, it says here that it's a hot and humid summer, which means it will decompose faster than usual. So you have to apply an accelerating factor, like this." Simon kept lecturing while Cammy was blushing, mesmerized by him. After talking for a while, Simon looked up and reminded Cammy, "Now you can add everything up to get the answer." Cammy, now back to reality, said flusteredly, "Thank you, Simon. Thanks to you, I understand everything now." Hearing her evaluation, Simon was happy. "Really? This is the first time I've explained it like this. I'm glad you understood." Cammy hugged her notebook to hide her blushing face, her heart racing like a wild deer. "What should I do? It's even harder to concentrate like this." Just then, the savior Melon appeared. "I'm here. You guys owe me one. You're members of my group, so I'm helping you out. You know that if someone gets expelled, it'll be hard to manage the group." Hearing this, Cammy giggled and thanked Melon for coming. Right after, Melon started to offer, "If you have any questions, just ask." Then her attention was caught by the notebook on the table. Melon pointed to it and asked, "This question uses the decomposition formula." Hearing this, Cammy also explained, "Simon already explained it to me." Hearing this, Melon was curious. "Didn't you get over 80 on the last summoning test? Are you sure you don't know?" Being called out, Cammy stammered. Right after, Cammy fell into a state of panic and linguistic chaos. "I don't know. I only have a little grasp of the decomposition formula, so I got the wrong answer. I also got it wrong on the test. For sure. Completely wrong. I keep missing the weather factor." So, seeing her panicked state, Melon comforted her. "All right, calm down. I'm not blaming you or anything. This chaotic scene was accidentally witnessed by Dick." "What's going on?" The three of them noticed the newcomer was Dick, and then they noticed the large and small bags behind him. "Hey Dick, what's all that stuff?" Dick pointed to it and answered with his eyes closed, "Supplies for the next combat evaluation. And also snacks." Then he took out a box of cookies. The people there shouted with joy. Right after, the four of them sat down, eating cookies and chatting. "You're always busy, Dick. You said you were doing market research in Rose, right? Having to worry about that in school. Aren't you tired?" Not stopping there, Simon added, "Didn't you say you were going into business anyway? Do you still need to continue studying at school?" At this question, Dick clicked his tongue. "You don't understand." Dick waved his hand, looking smug, and answered, "What I'm preparing is a type of business that only Kizen students can do. Right now, I'm ready for this delivery service to go live." Fearing that everyone wouldn't understand, Dick explained, "For example, you urgently need something from Rose, but you can't go there yourself. That's where I come in. I'll collect a list of everything you need and give it to Rose. So you'll get your stuff at the dorm the next day." Understanding the idea, Simon continued to ask, "Sounds good, but have you talked to the dorm about this?" "Of course. I've even made a list of items that can be ordered. Now I just need to start taking orders." Just then, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the noise, Dick was suspicious. "Are we still waiting for someone?" Simon also found it unusual and answered, "It's just the four of us." Then he called out, "Who's out there?" The person outside now also spoke up. "It's me." Simon went to open the door. He hesitated, his face wary as he opened the door. This voice. Could it be? As soon as he opened the door, a familiar face appeared. "Hi, Simon. Long time no see." Looking at her, Simon was speechless. "Nephthys." Right after, before he could do anything, Nephthys flew in like a flash. "Cake." Standing next to him, Simon was helpless. Wait a minute. Contrary to him, Melon and Cammy were extremely happy. "So cute. Do you want some?" Faced with this offer, She didn't hesitate to accept. Yes, please. Behind them, Simon was helplessly trying to hold her back. Just a moment. Before he could do anything, Melon asked, Dick, can we share some with the little girl? Dick's eyes widened as he looked at the little girl, stammering his agreement. Of course. With permission, Melon asked, adorable little sister. What's your name? She answered while eating, Nephthys. Hearing the name, Kemi praised, really? What a cute name. Simon, in the back, was screaming silently. They don't believe it's her. Thinking this, Simon gave up. Oh well, how could they believe it? I also thought Nephthys would be the scariest witch I'd ever meet, but she actually looks like a little girl. Dick, on the other side, froze and turned to him. He asked with his eyes, Simon, is that little girl? At this point, Simon had to tell the truth. Yes, she is. Anonymous Nephthys happily requested, this is delicious. Simon, can you spare a few minutes for me? Being called out by name, he agreed. Of course. Receiving permission, Nephthys jumped up and down while Melon was a little regretful. You have to go already? Yes, goodbye. Outside the door, Simon bowed his head and said dejectedly, I'm sorry. Let me apologize on their behalf. Nephthys, with a full stomach, comforted him, don't worry. People treat me like that all the time. Besides, those cakes were delicious. So it's okay. After that, Nephthys got to the main point. Hey, Simon. She turned to look at him, smiled, and said, I see you finally have your own legion, huh? Hearing this, Simon was about to retort. How did you? But before he could finish, Nephthys grabbed his wrist. I'm afraid someone will hear us here. After saying that, she suggested, so let's go somewhere else, you and I. He was stunned. What? But before he could do anything, the two of them started to float. Right after, the two of them fell into a room. While Nephthys landed gently, Simon fell flat on his face. Simon, in a contorted shape, scrambled to get up. Ouch, that hurts. Looking at the pink room full of teddy bears in front of him, Simon questioned his existence. Nephthys, where are we? Just then, a girl came out holding a towel. Lauren came out while drying her hair. Why did you suddenly come here, Mom? And you brought Simon too? Seeing this scene, Simon was shocked speechless. After Lauren finished drying her hair, she started to complain. Mom, why do you always cause me trouble? Why did you bring a boy into my room without saying a word? Being scolded, Nephthys was speechless and couldn't retort. Meanwhile, Simon's soul had long since flown away. A moment later, Nephthys returned to her normal state, held up 2 fingers, and laughed sheepishly. Trouble? I brought him here to talk to both of you. Hearing this, Lauren could only sigh helplessly. Good grief. Right after, she bent down and started to complain. You're always like this. Nephthys refused to back down and pouted. You're the one. I bet you fell asleep again when you were supposed to be preparing for the test. Simon was caught between the two of them, not knowing what to do. Not stopping there, Nephthys continued. Simon came to study. At this point, Lauren just mumbled something to get it over with. Yeah, I know. This attitude made Nephthys furious. You know? Do you know how much the professors complained to me about you? Lauren was not to be outdone and retorted immediately. What do remembering those formulas have to do with my real skills? Hearing her daughter's reasoning, Nephthys refused to back down and yelled, Of course it's related. Everyone else is studying. Lauren was annoyed and didn't want to argue anymore. I told you I know. As the one in the middle, Simon was crying without tears. I miss my friends so much. After the argument, Lauren angrily questioned, So what are you doing here? Say what you have to say and get out. Nephthys sat on the floor, patted it a few times, and lamented, I wonder who this girl takes after. All right, both of you sit down. Simon, now confused, sat down. Ah, yes. When the two of them were settled, Nephthys got to the main point. First of all, Simon, the priestess you reported to us is a spy who infiltrated Kizen. Faced with this information, Simon hesitated to ask about the situation. That's right. Have the professors found out anything yet? Faced with this question, Nephthys honestly reported the situation. I've asked a few trusted subordinates to investigate. They've also found some clues. But I didn't come to tell you this. Nephthys paused for a moment before continuing. I came today to warn you. Hearing this, Simon was stunned. A warning? Seeing his confused expression, Nephthys dropped a bombshell. It seems the spy knows who you are. This information shocked him to the core. Seeing his confused expression, Nephthys explained. Do you remember the Cyclops test? Do you remember the Cyclops in your group being unusually strong? At this point, Simon realized a few things. Right after, Nephthys continued to explain, the professors probably told you the reason was a side effect of the anesthetic when they caught it, or some kind of curse. But in reality, someone intentionally tampered with it. Hearing this, Lauren crossed her arms in thought. At this point, Nephthys asked him, "You've probably guessed their intentions, right?" Simon replied seriously, "They intended to send me to my grave and make it look like an accident." Seeing that he understood, Nephthys continued, "If they could control the Cyclops themselves, it's highly likely that the person is in the school, not from Kizen headquarters." After explaining, Nephthys asked for confirmation. "Are you sure you don't need a Kizen guard?" Lauren was very worried about you. This made her jump. Putting that issue aside, Nephthys seriously proposed a solution. "If you're worried about being expelled, then like your roommate, Kizen, we can let you take a 1-year leave of absence to buy some time." Fearing he wouldn't agree, she explained in detail. "You can just stay at home until the incident is resolved and then come back to school next year." Faced with this offer, he clenched his fists and spoke with unwillingness. "Thank you for your concern, but I've made my decision." Simon looked up, face to face with Nephthys, and declared seriously, "Even if I'm in danger, I think living here is still very precious. Please let me stay at the school." Fearing she wouldn't agree, Simon proactively offered, "I'll investigate on my own. It might be helpful to you." Lauren, beside him, heard this and pursed her lips, her face clearly sinking. At his offer, Nephthys crossed her arms and thought deeply. Then, after a moment, she spoke with 3 parts helplessness, 7 parts resignation. "I knew you'd say that. Richard's son, after all." Hearing these words, Simon brightened up considerably. Observing his reaction, Nephthys slowly stood up and affirmed with certainty, "If you want to continue your studies, we will definitely find a way to protect you." After speaking, Nephthys put a necklace on him. Feeling the strange object, Simon wondered, "What is this? A necklace?" Nephthys answered as she put it on, "Not an ordinary necklace. This is an artifact." After putting it on, Simon held up the pendant to admire it. Meanwhile, Nephthys was still explaining in detail. "A lot of worrying incidents have been happening lately, not just at Kizen but across the entire continent. So I can't just focus on you. That's why I want you to wear this at all times. When you're in danger, the power in this necklace will protect you." Hearing this, Simon looked thoughtfully at the glowing symbol on the pendant. After explaining, Nephthys leaned close to his face and gave a final instruction. "If the artifact warns of danger, you must stop whatever you're doing and leave immediately." "Got it." Faced with this serious demeanor, Simon stubbornly agreed. "I'll remember." After the reminder, Nephthys turned to instruct Lauren. "And Lauren, you take care of Simon too." "Yes." After agreeing, she collapsed onto the floor. This action displeased Nephthys greatly. "Don't lie down. Get up. Get out of the room and go study with Simon." Lying with her head on a pillow, Lauren refused. "Come on, Mom. Why does it have to be like that?" Fearing her mother wouldn't believe her, Lauren came up with all sorts of excuses. "If I get involved, it'll be really weird. Simon's friends will think it's unfair or annoying." Hearing this, Nephthys' eyes started to well up with tears. The teacher was about to say more, but the tears in Nephthys' eyes grew larger. Besides, finally, Nephthys used her best trick. She fell to the ground and threw a tantrum. "Lauren, you foolish child. You always make me worry. You fool." Seeing this scene, Simon froze. Seeing that she still hadn't agreed, Nephthys screamed like she'd never screamed before. "Lauren is a fool. The biggest fool in the world. The great-grandmother of fools." At this point, Lauren had to give in. "All right, I'll go." Having gotten her agreement, Nephthys sat up as if nothing had happened. "Hooray. Get ready and go out, dear." With that, Nephthys disappeared, leaving her alone with him. Lauren spoke up helplessly, "Sorry, Simon. I'll just sit quietly next to you for an hour and then leave." Simon, seeing her like this, was stunned. "It's okay. We're happy to have a new member." Hearing this, Lauren stood with her hands on her hips, looking at a clueless Simon. Being stared at, he didn't understand. After a while, Lauren spoke up impassively. "Are you going to keep watching me change?" Hearing this, he was terrified and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." A little later, Simon returned to the study room and introduced Lauren to his friends. "This is Lauren from Class G." Fearing that everyone would be curious, he made up a reason. "I happened to run into her, so I thought maybe we could study together today." I hope you guys don't mind. Lauren also knew what to do and shyly apologized for intruding on the group. Right after, to make the atmosphere less awkward, Lauren proposed a solution. Just pretend I'm not here and do your own thing. Faced with this approach, everyone's faces were terrified as they screamed internally, "How can we do that?" As everyone started to study, Simon looked at something with suspicion. He saw Lauren biting her pen and fidgeting, and couldn't help but ask, "You haven't solved that problem yet?" Hearing him ask, Lauren reluctantly answered, Yeah. It's a cursology question, but it's a bit difficult." Hearing the answer, Simon replied, "Melon is very good at cursology." Being called out by name, she was startled. "What? Hey." As if she had found a savior, Lauren picked up her notebook and asked shyly, "Really? Melon, can you explain this problem to me?" Since she had come this far, Melon had to agree. Sure." Right after, the sound of rustling paper and a lecturing voice filled the air. "You used this solving formula." Lauren, after hearing it, felt like a new world had opened up. Not stopping there, Lauren asked further, "So that means I can solve all the questions just by using this formula? I should probably reread this type of problem so I don't get tricked." Melon, at this point, couldn't help but praise, "That's right. You're a fast learner." After praising her, Melon's attention was drawn to something else. "Lauren, why did you reduce the fraction here?" At this question, she hesitated and answered, "Because that's the only way I know how." "Is it wrong?" Melon quickly explained, "I just found this new way of solving it interesting." "Wait, if we do this." Simon looked at this harmonious scene and smiled with satisfaction. Cammy, at this point, gathered all her courage and spoke up. "Lauren, do you want a snack?" Lauren picked up a cookie, ate it, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is delicious. Where did you buy it?" Dick, who had been silent, proudly answered, "From Rogers." "Do you need the name of the shop?" Before answering his question, Lauren focused on Cammy. "Ursula, so you must be a vampire, right?" Cammy replied shyly, "I guess so." Dick picked up a piece of cake and asked, "Do you want to try this too?" Looking at this surprisingly harmonious scene, Simon was happy. Wow, it seems like they've become friends. Then, Lauren's fully noted notebook made Simon exclaim in admiration. "Lauren is amazing. She's not good at taking notes, but it seems it's just because she doesn't like it." Simon looked at Lauren smiling and talking with Cammy and wondered, she must be the type. A lazy genius, huh? Time flew by like a dog running in a field, and soon the sunset had fallen. Simon and his friends started to head home. "It's getting late. Let's go home. Then let's review on our own for the remaining time. Studying with you guys is really effective." Dick, Melon, and Cammy waved one last time before heading home. "See you. I had a lot of fun today, Lori." When the three of them were gone, Simon and Lauren also headed back to the dorm. It's been a month since the semester started. She crossed her arms and asked for his assessment. "How do you like the school so far?" Simon answered without hesitation, "It's great." Lauren asked again, "To the point where you're willing to risk your life?" Looking at him like that, Lauren didn't ask any more questions but thanked him for walking her back and for helping her have a study group like today. At the same time, she also apologized if she had disturbed his group of friends. Before leaving, Lauren said one last thing. "But don't forget this, Simon. Don't trust anyone." The next day, Jane stood at the podium and instructed the students below. "Let's begin the competency assessment. This is an opportunity for you to test your skills before the midterm exam. So I hope you all take it seriously." She held up a piece of paper and introduced it to the students below. The test lasts for 1 hour. The questions for all 8 subjects except for basic dark magic are on the test paper. Within the given time, you must complete all the questions with your teammates. Now I will distribute the test papers. After hearing the rules, Melon turned to remind him. "Pay attention." Then Melon assigned tasks to each person. "I'll take care of cursology. Hemomancy for Cammy. Simon, summoning. Dark matter dynamics for Dick. Let's divide the work like that." Not stopping there, Melon picked up her pen and said with a serious face, "If there's a question you don't know the answer to, just put a star next to it and skip it. If you're not sure about a question, mark it with a triangle. I'll check it again from the beginning." It seemed like things would stop there, but Melon continued, "When Cammy finishes her part, she'll move on to potions. Simon will do combat magic. And Dick will handle defense against holy power, okay?" After speaking, she turned to look at Simon with a serious voice. "Simon, it seems summoning has the most questions. I'm counting on you." Hearing this, Simon affirmed with certainty, Leave it to me. When his group had finished discussing, Jane called the whole class back. All right. She tapped her fingers on the table and said in a slow voice, begin. Time starts now. As soon as the command was given, Simon became much more serious. He carefully flipped through each page of the test. Melon, sitting next to him, quietly observed Simon, who was engrossed in writing. Seeing Simon working so hard, smiling with happiness, Melon assessed him a little. He must have tried very hard, but I didn't think he would give up on our bet about the scores from last time. Watching Simon write with such enthusiasm, finishing one question after another, Melon thought deeply. It's true that he helped me deal with the Cyclops, so maybe I can go easy on him this time. Thinking this, Melon immediately dismissed the thought. No way. Or maybe I'll just win and not bet anymore. That would be cooler, right? Just thinking about it, an image of Simon kneeling on the ground, looking at her like a goddess, appeared. I should keep this a secret from Simon to make him feel pressured and study hard. When he finds out later, he'll think I'm even cooler. Imagining that, Melon smiled with satisfaction. Just then, Dick's desperate voice rang out, pulling her back to reality. Melon, help me with question 25. Hearing that voice, Melon angrily turned and yelled at Dick. I told you to put a star next to it and move on to the next question. Faced with this criticism, Dick held his head and loudly retorted. But if I don't finish it, I'll get stuck there. I can't do the other questions like this. At this point, Melon exploded. Then don't do it. Time flew by like a dog running in a field, and soon Jane's voice rang out. 5 minutes left. Hearing this, Melon quickly assigned tasks. Any questions you haven't gotten to, just put down number 5. Any questions you're working on, finish them up. We only have one short essay left. Okay. 3 minutes. Following each of her countdowns was the frantic writing of Simon and Dick. Time was running out. 1 minute. Melon and Cammy on the other side also didn't take a break. Finally, it was all over. Jane shouted the command. Time's up. Put down your pens and raise your hands. After all the students had raised their hands, Jane announced, the results will be announced after the midterm exam. For the remaining time, you can grade your own papers and correct your mistakes. The students handed their papers to others while responding, yes, ma'am. After the stressful period, Simon put his hands behind his head and suggested, should we grade each other's papers? Let's do that. While grading, the pleading voices of students echoed in the room. Come on, give me a higher score than last time. After grading, Simon looked at the test and shouted excitedly, I did it. I got an 84. It's higher. 8 points higher than the last test. Hearing this, Melon, sitting next to him, felt a sense of existential dread. What? In contrast to her, the others gathered around and praised him. At this rate, you'll definitely get to stay in school. You're amazing, Simon. Melon, after her soul returned to her body, held her test paper and reluctantly praised him. Good job. What about my plan? Just then, Cammy, beside him, covered her mouth, shocked speechless. My hemomancy score is higher too. It's 89. Melon, sitting next to her, said happily, really? Melon praised the two of them and then turned her attention to Dick. You two are amazing. So how about defense against holy power? Being called out, Dick froze and didn't dare to speak. Right after, Melon's scolding voice hit their ears. How could you get these questions wrong? And 3 in a row, too. What are you going to do? Dick quickly apologized. After dealing with Dick, Melon grabbed his collar, smiled at the other two, and said, all right. Although there were some disappointments, I think if we try hard, we can aim for the top of the class. After sighing, Melon placed her hand on the test paper and said with a sigh, we have to thank Professor Jane too. She set the questions very well. I think just reviewing these questions carefully will be enough to get a high score. With that, Melon instructed, don't show this to students from other classes. I'll also tell the class president. Did our little merchant over here? Being singled out, Dick angrily complained, why did you leave me out? Despite being criticized, Melon was not to be outdone and retorted, look at what you've done. Being criticized back, Dick defended himself. I'm innocent. Ignoring him, Melon turned back to instruct Simon and Cammy. Oh, and there's a combat evaluation test tomorrow. You guys rest well today. After giving general instructions, Melon paid special attention to him. Especially you, Simon. You have to be more careful this time. Everyone knows you use a golem now. Faced with this instruction, Simon agreed immediately. I know. His indifferent attitude displeased Melon. You must be very confident. Simon put his hands behind his head and grinned. Same as always, but I'll still do my best. If I win tomorrow's match, I'll be in the top tier. Hearing his desire, Melon put her hand on the table and agreed. That's right. Let's win tomorrow's match together to maintain our position as the top group in the class. Hearing her say that, the others simultaneously placed their hands on hers, their determination soaring. We have to fight anyway, so let's just get through it and focus on the midterms. Let's do it. The next day, in the arena, the referee's voice slowly rang out. The combat evaluation match between Simon Polentia of Class A and Jess Canano of Class H is about to begin. Being called out by name, the other person was stunned. The other person looked at Simon with disbelief. Instead of attacking, he was just burying his head in a book. Are you going to study right in front of me? Simon didn't answer, just focused on the book in front of him. Seeing that he was ignoring her, the other person got angry. You think I'll just let you? After saying that, the person held out her hand and summoned a magic circle. Poison fog. Seeing the blue poison fog lingering in the air, Simon finally put down his book. Your specialty is potions? With that, he opened an information panel, looked at it for a moment, and then spoke. With the poison fog, you've reduced my stamina a bit. Then, an idea popped into his head that excited him. How lucky. I get to experience the most common question on the potions exam myself. Having made his decision, Simon began to read the information from the book. Let's see. This is poison fog. The caster will combine the poison. Each word he spoke made the person opposite him furious, her eyes blazing. The girl held out her hand and summoned a cloud of poison. I'm not your tutor. With that, the girl launched a direct attack towards where he was standing. The poison whip swung, shattering his two skeleton soldiers into many pieces. Seeing this, Simon immediately realized it's the poison. But instead of fighting, Simon continued to bury his head in his book. The main characteristics to remember about the poison whip. At this point, the veins on the girl's forehead were throbbing. What? Thinking she was asking him, he replied, the poison whip uses a fixed-form magic circle, so if the coordinates of the magic circle are off, the poison whip will be ineffective. The most basic counter is to shoot a dark arrow to destroy the fixed coordinate circle. Hearing this, the girl was stunned. Not stopping there, Simon continued to spread knowledge. This poison can neutralize the remaining dark energy of a skeleton. I guess the poison in the fog was. The arm and chest bones of the skeleton can't heal, and only a few can be recovered for an attack. As he said this, the bones on the ground began to move. This scene made the girl question her reality. What is this? How did you do that? Realizing the situation was getting worse, the girl gritted her teeth. I know he's very good at combat magic, but he's figured me out. This is the only way. Then the girl stepped back to gain momentum. She charged straight ahead, intending to fight him with her bare hands. At this point, Simon closed his book, still muttering information, using dark energy to flash step. Right after, before she could touch him, Simon had already placed his hand on her stomach. Simon looked at the girl seriously and stated the consequence. Makes it hard for you to change direction. After speaking, Simon launched a direct palm strike that sent the girl flying backward. At this point, the bones on the ground had also gradually taken shape. Simon finished his sentence. And the most suitable summoning spell to deal with an enemy in midair is Simon Polentia's original bone spike. Looking at the scene in front of her, the girl was skeptical. Really? The girl cursed him silently while being surrounded by the bones. He's so annoying. Right after, a figure flew out of the arena like a flash. At the same time, the referee's voice rang out. The match is over. The referee declared, the winner is Simon Polentia of Class A. Holding the book in his arms, Simon instructed, be careful with your counters next time. During the stressful exam period, wherever you went, you could hear the lively discussions of students, like a never-ending auction. One kid excitedly shouted, Question 8, number 2. Hearing that, a friend cheered, Nice. I got them all right. But next to them, another kid gritted their teeth in doubt. This one should be 4, right? Before they could finish, another kid jumped in and cursed them straight to their face. You useless idiot. You have to put the ownership value directly into the formula. Somewhere, the heart-wrenching scream of an unfortunate soul echoed. Damn it. My calculator died. As for our two friends, Simon and Dick, they were collapsed, flat as pancakes after finishing this joyous exam. With a dazed face and a foolish smile, Simon managed to declare, "Midterms are finally over." Dick had no strength left, wearily replying with a single sound. Simon suddenly sat up straight, hesitantly asking Dick, "Since it's all over, can I say something?" Dick also sat up straight and asked back. Simon recalled the time everyone studied together in a group and continued, "Studying and improving ourselves was the sole purpose of competing fairly with each other in this midterm exam." Then, with a bright smile and eyes sparkling with admiration, he excitedly clenched his fist and declared, "I loved it." Dick sat beside him, looking at his friend's face, which was as bright as rain after a drought, and could only feel helpless, speechless. From the side, Melon and Camille walked over, smiling. Melon waved and asked, "Hey, gloomy boy over there, how were the exams?" Simon also greeted her back, "Hi, Melon." Looking at his weary face, Melon felt the urge to tease him. She said with an air of confidence, "How was your summoning? I hope to continue seeing you at Kizen." Hearing that, he lay down on the table and sighed. Then Simon rubbed his head. He said sorrowfully, "If I could go back a month, I would punch myself in the face." Melon seemed not to hear clearly. She hesitated and asked again. Simon said with regret, "I just realized I celebrated too early." He put on his dead fish face and said with a hopeless expression, "I thought I could easily get 10 points from the start, but theory is different from practice." Seeing his dejected state, Melon frowned and asked worriedly, "Don't tell me you bombed the summoning exam." It seemed she had misunderstood something. Simon quickly corrected her. "Not at all." He gave a clueless smile and explained, I still succeeded, although it wasn't as easy as I thought." This kind of vague talk clearly made Melon angry. She shouted in frustration, "Good grief. You scared me." After that, Melon looked at the three of them and asked eagerly, "What are you guys planning to do now?" "Luckily, it's the weekend." Dick leaned back in his chair, his hands behind his head. He answered leisurely, "I'll probably go eat some monster meat." Melon was surprised and asked him why. Simon was also confused by his friend's answer. But Dick just gave a mysterious smile. He didn't answer directly, but changed the subject. "You guys have to see it for yourselves. There's a new important announcement coming up." The information he gave was so new that the whole group had to ask him to explain. "An important announcement? What is it?" Dick announced happily, "Next week, all the first years will have to go to an island." Everyone was surprised. "An island?" He gave a triumphant smile, proud to be the first to know. Dick said proudly, "To survive on the island." After that, he explained more clearly. "The project will take all the first years to an island full of monsters, and we have to survive for 4 days. This will evaluate our survival abilities on the island." Cammy, hearing this, was horrified. 4 days? And that's not all. Dick continued to detail the tasks for survival on the island. He counted on his fingers as he spoke. "Once we get there, we'll have to find our own food, build shelters, and do everything ourselves. And we'll have to hunt monsters or fight other students to earn points." He added a final sentence. "Because this is Kizen, it's obvious that those at the bottom will be expelled." Hearing this, Cammy broke out in a cold sweat, worriedly saying, "Oh no, I don't think I can do it." The girl turned to ask Simon, "Simon, are you going with Dick?" He lowered his face and said quietly, "About that." Not hearing him clearly, Melon said, "Huh." Suddenly, Simon shot up, his eyes shining brightly. He said excitedly, "That sounds like fun." Seeing his undisguised excitement, Melon could only roll her eyes and exclaim, "Really?" Simon's imagination began to run wild. Tents made of leaves, ferocious monsters, and so on and so forth. He answered cheerfully, "Camping on a deserted island, hunting and fighting monsters, surviving for 4 days. I love it. I used to do that a lot when I was at home." The other three looked at him as if he were an alien. Giving up on her friend, Melon turned to ask Dick, "Good grief. By the way, Dick, are you sure that's 100% accurate information? How do you know Kizen's plans?" Dick wasn't very confident either. He held up his finger and estimated the number. "Not 100%. Maybe around 60 to 70 or so." Melon was not satisfied with that percentage. She asked Dick, "Why such a vague number?" He then explained the percentage. "Listen, I heard the servants at Kizen are secretly preparing leather leggings." Melon cut in, saying leggings? They're equipment used to evaluate performance. Dick continued his analysis. And within 2 days, the teleportation team from Kizen headquarters has been carrying out a large-scale project. They've also been moving a large amount of materials for the magic circle. As if remembering something, he added, also, the professors from other classes will be on break next week. They wouldn't do that unless they had to go teach next week. From Dick's very reasonable information and analysis, Melon also thought for a moment and then acknowledged. She said, it seems plausible. Immediately, Melon seriously discussed with everyone. She declared, then we have to be ready. After that, she posed the question, what should we prepare? It seems Dick had also planned ahead. He stretched and relaxed his body, slowly giving his opinion. Well, the most important thing is to increase our combat ability and survival skills. Cammy had no experience in this, so she frowned slightly and asked Dick for clarification. Survival skills? What do you mean? He then listed some necessary skills for his friend to hear. Building a shelter, starting a fire, processing monsters, and identifying edible plants, for example. Dick didn't stop there and continued, there are only monsters on the island, so we have to hunt and eat them or gather plants to eat. Hearing this, both Cammy and Melon turned pale, their faces looking lifeless. Thinking about what Dick had just said, Melon said with fear, that's right, we'll have to eat them. She turned to ask Cammy with a dejected voice, will I have to go to a restaurant that serves monster dishes this week? Cammy, do you want to come with me? Cammy immediately burst into tears, turned back, and grabbed Melon's hand. She replied, crying silently, yes, I'll go with you, Melon. In the midst of that emotional scene, a voice cut in. You don't have to. Simon brought back everyone's memories. He said, do you remember the dish we ate with Professor Hongbang the other day? Cammy, hearing the question, smiled brightly and replied, it was great. Melon also reminisced, I miss it sometimes too. With just one sentence, Simon had made everyone remember that warm evening. They sat around the fire, raising their glasses in a toast, laughing and talking happily. He added another sentence that made Melon and Cammy turn to look at him in surprise. She said that dish was made from monster meat. Simon added, I'll write to Professor Hongbang for the recipe. Right after, the cheers of the 2 girls rang out. Simon, you're the best. The scene changes. Simon and his 3 friends, Dick, Melon, and Cammy, are huddled over a large piece of paper. It seems they are in a forest somewhere. Simon, his eyes still fixed on the paper, said, this must be it. On the large paper was a picture of a monster that was a cross between a wild boar and a gorilla, and in front of them were 2 similar creatures. Simon looked down at the paper and then up at the 2 monsters in front of him. After checking carefully, he asked again to be sure. And they are the Nutlacks, right? Someone in the group confirmed, I think so. Having identified the target, the group immediately got into a ready-to-fight stance. Simon had also summoned a few of his bone golems. Dick smirked and declared, all right, let's hunt. They remembered the reason why they were here hunting monsters during their break. After the midterm exams ended, after Simon sent a letter asking for the recipe for monster meat as promised, we received a letter from Professor Hongbang. Inside the letter, it said she was willing to share the recipe, but we would need to prepare a certain type of monster meat. And that's why we had to hunt a monster species called the Nutlack, and it came with a picture for identification. According to the professor, the Nutlack species is very harmful to the ecosystem. They eat everything and reproduce very quickly, causing the ecosystem on the island to be destroyed. The ugly Nutlacks were everywhere in the forest. Therefore, at the end of the letter, the professor wrote, the mission the professor gave us was to hunt the Nutlack boss. It's much bigger and more ferocious than the regular Nutlacks. Melon frowned slightly as she remembered the professor's request. She said, and that Nutlack boss has to be captured without being seriously injured, because we'll need to cook it, right? Simon confirmed. Melon grew even more worried and said, there it is. Let's deal with the small ones first. Like a true commander, she immediately assigned tasks to each person according to their abilities. You'll be the main support with curses. And Simon, you'll be the tank and support from a distance. Cammy and I will take them down with long-range attacks. Got it. No one objected to this arrangement. The other 3 replied in unison. First, Dick summoned a cursed sword when he saw a Nutlack charging from above. He shouted the skill name, all right, curse. But before he could use it, the Nutlack was sent flying, blood splattering everywhere, before Dick's questioning eyes. Cammy, from behind, called out to check on him. Are you okay? Witnessing the tragic state of the nutlack in front of him, Dick couldn't help but break out in a sweat and express his thanks. Ah, yeah. Thanks, Cammy. Your blood bullets are as dangerous as ever. Suddenly, many nutlacks charged forward to destroy the ones who had just killed their comrades. They bared their teeth, growling fiercely. Roar! Dick shouted loudly to inform everyone. They're coming again. Even though there were 2 bone golems with shields in front, their numbers were quite large, so Dick still had to call out. Simon, I need support. Simon was prepared. He drew his arrow and instructed. Seizing the opportune moment, Simon gave the order. Instantly, many arrows from the golems that were copying his movements were also shot out, taking down the aggressive nutlacks. However, the nutlacks kept coming, more and more. As one fell, the one behind it would charge forward. Simon looked over at his friend who was concentrating on creating a magic circle and reminded her, there are more. Melon. Just as the magic circle was formed, Melon raised her hands high. A flame gradually appeared from the formation. She signaled, all right, everyone, back up. Then she threw the flame at the group of nutlacks. Boom. The flame suddenly grew larger, the heat hitting them with incredible force. Melon let out a breath and asked, are we almost done? After letting the fire burn for a while, the 4 of them approached to see if the nutlacks had been completely incinerated. While everyone was focused on the corpses, Cammy keenly sensed danger. She turned her head and saw a nutlack on a large tree branch. As soon as she saw it, it growled and pounced on her still unaware friend. Cammy screamed, Melon, behind you. Boom. A blood bullet was fired, quickly defeating the cunning nutlack, saving Melon from a certain defeat. Still in her attack stance, Cammy asked worriedly, are you okay? Melon smiled brightly and hugged her tightly. She said emotionally, thanks, Cammy. You just saved me. Simon, standing right there, could only force a smile. Well. Melon didn't forget to check on everyone's condition. Is anyone hurt? Then she reminded them. They'll probably keep coming, so be careful. Seeing the fire showing no signs of dying down, Dick asked worriedly, but what do we do about this fire? Shouldn't we put it out? Melon immediately replied, it's fine. The fire elementals are artifacts, so they'll extinguish themselves. Then she let out a sarcastic remark. Don't you know everything, yet you don't know this? The fact that these 2 often bickered was not a new thing, so Simon didn't intervene and just watched the show. Dick retorted to what Melon had just said. It's normal. I'm not a genius like you. While Simon was focused on the argument between his 2 friends, Cammy was staring intently at him, or more accurately, at his neck. The verbal sparring continued. Melon scolded Dick, you idiot. This isn't in the books. Cammy, on the other hand, for some reason, opened her mouth, revealing the 2 fangs characteristic of a vampire. Perhaps seeing that his friend was acting strangely, Simon asked her with concern, Cammy, are you okay? Her heart was pounding, the sound clearly audible. Cammy answered with a start. Cammy bowed her head, her eyes not daring to look directly at the person in front of her. She blushed and explained, it's just, I used too many blood bullets, so I'm a little dizzy. Cammy originally wanted to add, I'm fine, but before she could finish, she fell into Simon's arms. He asked her worriedly, are you sure you're okay? You look very pale. But he didn't know that his dear neck was being targeted by sharp fangs. Just then, someone's voice called out loudly, hey guys, look at this. Simon heard the call and turned his head to look. Cammy was startled by the voice. She looked up, feigning innocence. I didn't do anything. I didn't touch anything. Dick sat down to look at the tracks he had just discovered and said, it's the footprint of a nutlack. But this one is a bit bigger, isn't it? Melon guessed, it must be the nutlack boss. It must have been here just before. Simon was also excited by this discovery. He said to everyone, let's follow it. But Cammy wasn't paying attention to that, just holding her red face and letting out a small cry. She felt both embarrassed and flustered, asking herself, what's wrong with me? She frowned and thought, I've been completely fine for the past 5 years, so I thought I could control it. Then Cammy glanced at her friend who was talking nonchalantly over there and wondered to herself, but why do I keep getting like this whenever I'm with Simon? In another place, in a wooden house hung with sausages, a voice was heard. Professor, you were looking for me? Professor Hongbang saw the person arrive and asked him to come in. Sorry for calling you in on the weekend. Simon and his friends are coming today. Can you bring them here? Brad asked back in surprise, "What?" Then he said with annoyance, "I gave them the mission to capture the Nutlack boss. They should be near the Nutlack area right now." Then he corrected himself. "So, Professor, how can they come here today?" Professor Hong Bang smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling. She happily answered Brad's question. "They want to learn more survival skills to prepare for the island. The survival trip hasn't been announced yet, but I'm really proud of them." Looking at that smiling face, Brad hesitated and replied, "I understand." The professor was satisfied and thanked him. "Thank you, Brad," he said out loud. "My pleasure, Professor." But the dark aura surrounding him and his clenched fist betrayed him. It seems Brad was not happy about something. Back to Simon's group, they were still following the footprints they had discovered a few minutes ago. Dick carefully knelt down to examine the tracks and made a judgment. There are more footprints. They must be nearby. Hearing the announcement, Simon raised his hand, took out a strange oval-shaped sphere, and said, "Is that so? I'll prepare the golem. Let's do this quickly." His friends understood what he wanted to do and responded, "Good idea." As Simon placed the sphere on the ground, preparing to bury it, he felt a tremor on the ground. He looked up and said, "Speak of the devil." The one who created the tremor was none other than the Nutlack boss. It was truly massive. Its body was covered in wounds, a testament to the fierce battles it had fought. It seemed to know that the people in front of it were enemies. It growled threateningly. "Grr." Instantly, Melon created a magic circle and ordered, "Simon, you just focus on preparing the golem. We'll support you." Then she signaled to her friend, Cammy. Receiving the order, Cammy raised her hand, one hand in a gun-like posture, the other underneath as a support. She said confidently, "Leave it to me." With that, from Cammy's index finger, 3 consecutive blood bullets were fired. They shot towards the Nutlack boss at lightning speed, but with its vast experience, it dodged all 3. The bullets hit the ground, exploding with a loud boom. Someone let out a surprised "huh." Seeing that, Dick couldn't help but exclaim, "Its reflexes are faster than I thought." Melon, standing next to him, heard that and shouted angrily, "This is not the time to admire it." She threw a fireball at the Nutlack boss, which scared it. It stopped in its tracks, growling. Seeing it jump onto a tree out of fear of the fire, Dick started to run his mouth again, starting a verbal fight with Melon. "You can't use fire. That's our dinner. Don't burn it." She didn't back down, shouting back at her friend, "Don't be so difficult." Melon said one final thing, "We're going to roast it sooner or later anyway." Hearing that, Dick said unwillingly, "Damn it. You're right about that." Cammy, from behind, could only helplessly try to mediate. "Hey, don't fight." But Dick wasn't done yet. He added, "I guess roasting it a little won't hurt, right?" At that moment, the Nutlack boss had already jumped off the branch. Melon saw the Nutlack boss charging from the air. She shouted in frustration, reminding Dick, "Good grief. Stop joking around. Focus." Dick was annoyed by her words. He turned around and retorted. The next second, he opened a cursed space from the ground. While taking out a net, he continued, "Always." Dick grabbed one end of the net and prepared to throw it. He shouted angrily to finish his sentence. So focused. With that, a very accurate throw was made. The net enveloped the entire massive body of the Nutlack boss. Caught in the net with a curse magic, it cried out in discomfort. Roar. Thud. The entire massive body of the Nutlack boss fell to the ground, dust flying everywhere. Dick looked at the prize he had just caught and said proudly, "Got it." The Nutlack boss felt humiliated being trapped in this tiny net. It endured the discomfort from the curse and tried to reach out its hand. It grabbed the net's mesh with its hand. Right after, it used all its strength to tear the net into 2 pieces, screaming. Seeing this, everyone was surprised. What? Dick scratched his head, trying to find a reason. Well, maybe the spell wasn't strong enough. Melon got angry and scolded, "You idiot." Perhaps realizing that the group's strength was not simple, the Nutlack boss assessed its own strength and turned to run away. Dick saw it and quickly shouted to inform them, "Look, it's running away." Suddenly, a strange object appeared in front of the Nutlack boss, startling it before it could react. Instantly, it was sent flying backward by the strange object, so powerfully that everyone had to cover their faces from the wind. The sound of the Nutlack boss crashing into a tree trunk echoed throughout the forest. The author of that blow was standing behind Simon. A golem of earth was mimicking his actions. It turned out that the strange sphere from before was its eye. Simon smirked and said, "Sorry for keeping you guys waiting." Everyone didn't mind, just praised him. Perfect timing. Melon signaled and said to him, "Simon, you do it." Then he controlled the earth golem to slowly approach the fallen Nutlack boss. He confidently assured them, "All right, leave it to me. It'll be quick." Seeing the massive body of the golem, several times larger than the Nutlack boss, Dick seemed to remember something and quickly called out, "Hey, Simon." He quickly continued, "That's our dinner. Don't smash it into." But before he could finish, a loud thud echoed, scaring away even the birds perched nearby. A small stone from the earth golem's punch flew up and hit him on the head. Dick could only stare wide-eyed and hesitantly finish his sentence. "Pieces." Melon was already used to this. She said indifferently, "We always have to eat minced meat." Rustle. From the bushes nearby, a voice was heard. "I came because of the explosion just now." "They're nearby?" Everyone recognized the owner of that voice. Melon spoke up. "It's our TA." Seeing the large prize lying unconscious over there, Brad praised them with satisfaction. "You have completed the mission excellently." "Very good. I've placed a teleportation circle nearby. Let's go." The group replied in unison. "Yes, sir." Everyone teleported one by one. But when it was Simon's turn, Brad held out his hand to stop him. "Wait. You, Simon Polentia." He stood in front of him and said, "You and I need to talk for a bit." Simon asked with a hint of surprise, "Now? Can we talk after we teleport?" Brad ordered in a loud voice, "Just do as I say. Don't ask questions." Then he turned around, pointed straight at Simon, and said irritably, "I just want a man-to-man talk." He didn't understand what the hell was going on. He wondered, why all of a sudden? Then he changed the question. "Can you tell me what I did wrong?" Brad asked back annoyedly, "Don't tell me you don't know." As if a trigger had been pulled, he flared up at Simon. "Who are you to keep clinging to the professor like that?" Brad rambled on. "Teach me survival skills. You really have no sense of proportion. Professor Hongbang is not your personal tutor." Simon looked apologetic, trying to calm the anger of the person in front of him. He spoke up. "I'm sorry for making you work on the weekend just for us." Suddenly, Brad swung his hand and punched a nearby tree hard. He screamed, "Shut up." Instantly, the tree trunk broke in two and fell to the ground with a thud. Brad looked at Simon's clueless expression and got even angrier. He continued, "I didn't come here to argue about that." Brad exploded, shouting the reason for the argument. "You dare to play with Professor Hongbang's mind." He continued to scold him. "You think being at the top of the selection is so great." Hearing this, Simon went from worrying that he had done something wrong to worrying that the TA in front of him had some kind of mental illness. He pointed to himself and let out a confused "huh." Brad didn't stop. He continued to badmouth Simon. "Do you know what an honor it is to be a direct disciple of the professor? And you just take advantage of her kindness." This TA seemed to hold Professor Hongbang in high regard. He belittled Simon. "How could a kid like you know how fragile the professor's heart is? Playing with her mind like you're her favorite disciple." Simon felt more and more that this was absurd. He cut off Brad's speech to explain. "I'm sorry, but I think you've misunderstood something." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "I've already refused to be the professor's disciple." Brad seemed unable to believe what he had just heard. He asked again, "What?" Simon scratched his head, awkwardly explaining, "I'm not bothering her. I've already refused. She respected my choice and told me I could come to her for help whenever I needed it." He said sincerely, and it was also her suggestion when I chose my group members that day. Even today, I still asked her for the recipe to write. Before he could finish, Brad cut in and refuted. "You think I'll believe that nonsense? I've been working under the professor for 5 years. He said proudly, "I understand the professor's thoughts better than anyone. And you talk like you know everything after being here for only a month?" Simon looked at him with half-closed eyes, thinking to himself, he's not the type to listen. So, Brad suddenly threw a black bracelet at Simon. He quickly caught it. Looking closely at the object in his hand, Simon recognized the familiar bracelet. He wondered, isn't this the bracelet for the combat evaluation? Brad spoke up impatiently, "Stop the nonsense here and let's settle this." Brad cracked his knuckles, his aura flaring as he declared, "If you hit me before that spell wears off, I'll believe what you said." He continued to set the condition. "Then I'll apologize, compensate you, resign, or whatever you want." Simon held the bracelet and asked back, "And if I can't?" Brad then made a request that slightly surprised Simon. Accept Professor Hongbang's offer to be her disciple. After hearing all of Brad's conditions and requests, Simon put on the bracelet and said slowly, I know you're very worried about the professor. He immediately changed his attitude, frowning and continuing, but imposing your thoughts on others is not something you should do. Anyway, he looked up, his eyes full of determination, and continued, I'm not the type to back down from a challenge. After Simon Polentia agreed to the challenge, T.A. Brad got into a ready stance. He cracked his knuckles and said arrogantly, at least you have some willpower. As soon as he finished speaking, Brad lowered his center of gravity, putting force into his feet, like a compressed spring. He launched himself forward with the words, Here I come. Watching Brad's movement, Simon Polentia predicted in his mind that he would probably punch straight from the left, so he immediately got into a position to counter. But ironically, man proposes, God disposes. A force from the right appeared. Simon Polentia turned his head in confusion. At that moment, a direct blow landed right on his cheek. Brad arrogantly shouted, What are you just standing there for? Where's that confidence from before? A series of blows rained down. Simon Polentia endured in misery, gritting his teeth and dodging. After taking enough abuse, Simon Polentia lowered his center of gravity, stepped back a few paces, and got into a ready stance. Brad looked at the young man in front of him in amazement and thought to himself, What? He widened his eyes and wondered, Is this bastard really going to punch me? With his cheek red from the previous attack, Simon Polentia was now glaring at Brad with half-closed eyes. The two of them quickly composed themselves. Brad hastily got back into an attack stance, his heart full of doubt. A newcomer thinks he can defeat a TA at Kizen with 5 years of experience? This is ridiculous. But it was reality. Simon Polentia, with a powerful punch, charged straight towards his opponent's stomach. Brad didn't back down either, raising both hands high and clenching them into fists, his eyes full of challenge. All right then, if you're going to be a disciple. The blow headed straight for Simon and came down. He was like a boneless doll, his head slammed face first into the ground from the powerful attack. Without stopping, Brad continued to raise his leg high, preparing a fatal blow for his opponent. As he kicked, he growled, Then I'll fix that arrogant nature of yours. A hand grabbed his leg. Simon caught his leg and pulled it down. Brad was stunned and quickly exclaimed, What? Then, Brad nimbly used an aerial flip to escape Simon's grasp. After landing, he let out a sound of praise. You're pretty quick-witted. Brad looked straight into Simon's eyes and asked curiously, Before coming to Kizen, were you a warrior? He was panting, trying to regulate his breathing as he answered, I was only trained to be my father's heir. As soon as Simon finished speaking, Brad shouted in frustration, You think I believe that? Then he charged towards him like a flash. Brad was like a bull, charging straight at Simon. He desperately hugged him and thought, I only need to calculate one thing. All I need is to win with a single blow. Suddenly, Brad jumped back and hugged him from behind. Fighting like this looks a lot like boy love. Immediately, Brad used his strength to lift Simon into the air with both legs. They both fell backward. Simon's body slammed straight onto the ground, lying in a cloud of dust. After the blow, Brad stood up, still in a defensive stance, wary of a sudden attack from his opponent. Suddenly, in front of him, Simon disappeared. Literally, he followed the scent of flowers into the misty clouds. Suddenly, a swift and decisive blow shot straight towards Brad. He nimbly dodged to the side and was lucky to avoid it. Brad immediately switched to a wary mode, looking around and thinking in amazement, where did this monster come from? Now I understand why Professor Hongbang has her eye on him. Brad cautiously advanced deeper into the forest, thinking as he walked, I understand she wants him to be her disciple. Suddenly, a sound came from behind. Brad, sensing something, quickly turned his head. As if something sharp had grazed past, the ancient tree trunk suddenly fell with a crash. Brad thought to himself, what an eccentric. How can he control the skeletons and fight me at the same time? At that moment, the human skeleton picked up the tree trunk, aimed it straight at Brad, and prepared to attack. He saw this and was extremely annoyed, gritting his teeth and growling, Let me end this. With that, Brad jumped into the air, aiming straight for Simon. His shoes seemed to have engines attached, flying towards his opponent. An attack was delivered. and as he slid past Simon, suddenly, something sharp pierced straight into his calf. Simon just stood there silently, looking at his opponent. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his thigh. He looked down and saw an open wound on his right leg. Brad was stunned and let out a sound. What? How is this possible? At that moment, Brad was shocked again. He looked up at the scene before him and saw 2 rows of fallen trees, forming an X that blocked the path. The skeletons were standing there, one of their bones missing. Brad exclaimed in disbelief. All of this was planned from the beginning? The bones of those skeletons had been arranged to stick straight into the tree trunks where he had just passed. Brad couldn't believe his eyes, so shocked he almost fell over. He stared at the Brad in front of him. Simon's face was cold as he approached, raising his leg to deliver a kick. The blow landed right on Brad's cheek. Simon looked at him grimly as he lay unconscious on the ground and said coldly, "Now you can't make any more excuses." At that moment, a gentle breeze suddenly blew by, carrying Simon's declaration. "I won." That voice echoed throughout the forest. Now, Brad was lying on the ground. Suddenly, he let out a savage laugh. "Ha ha." Brad seemed to have gone mad, laughing wildly as he scrambled to his feet. "Ha ha." Brad stood up straight and said in a low voice, "All right. I admit it. I admit it. I lost. I will keep my promise. I will do whatever you ask." At that moment, a very dark aura emanated from him. But Brad suddenly stopped. Simon continued to watch his opponent's every move coldly. Then, Brad said loudly, "If I don't defeat you here, I might regret it for the rest of my life." His body suddenly transformed, turning completely black like the culprit in a detective story. Simon felt indignant and retorted, "This is completely different from what you promised. You just transformed to fight a first-year student. How much more shameless can you get?" Brad shouted straight in his face, "I don't care what you say." Simon sighed in exasperation. Now, the burnt black version of Brad was eager to fight. He quickly urged in a loud voice, "Don't just stand there." Simon, fed up, had to agree to his unreasonable request to get it over with. "Get in position. Just do what you want." Simon shook his head tiredly. "I've lost my patience with your nonsense. Since you're doing what you want, so will I." Brad angrily closed in on his opponent, grabbing his collar and threatening, "Just fight." A commanding voice from behind rang out. "You bastard." The sound echoed throughout the forest. The birds, startled by the shout, flew away in a panic. The sound of shoes scraping against the ground suddenly echoed. Professor Hongbang looked annoyed as she slowly walked over. She called out in a stern, low voice, "T.A. Brad." On this side, he was terrified, trembling, and hiccuping. "Professor Hongbang." "Professor, it's just a misunderstanding. Simon asked me to fight him." He replied hesitantly to her words. No need for excuses. A decisive punch landed on Brad, sending him flying several dozen meters away. Simon looked at the professor in amazement. She maintained her calm and cold demeanor and said, "I remember telling you to bring the students to me." Hongbang's eyes widened in anger as she turned to look straight at Brad and then demanded in a low voice, "Explain this." She glared at her opponent with eyes burning with killing intent. Hongbang called his name sternly. "Brad," he replied. Hongbang immediately ordered, "Turn around. Stand in the most painful position for me." Brad asked hesitantly, "The most painful position means?" Without hesitation, Hongbang shouted loudly, "Immediately." He, in his culprit-like appearance, was sweating profusely, unable to speak from the misery. Simon, on the side, looked at the scene in amazement and exclaimed. Brad placed one hand on the ground, his 2 legs pointing straight up to the sky. The entire weight of his body was supported by just 1 finger. Simon was shocked to the core. He has to use both his stamina and dark energy to hold that position. It must be extremely difficult.